I bought a bottle of expired chi and blood pills for $2. There were only 10 pills in it, but it became my only support for 1.5 months. Just because I traveled to a high-level martial arts world, I have no system, no golden fingers, and no proud blood and talent. The only one I can rely on is myself. In order to make me stronger, my wife went into the radioactive mine for 3 years without telling me. Eventually, he was diagnosed with a terminal illness and was forced to stay in a cryostasis chamber to prolong his life. I feel regret and blame myself, but there is nothing I can do. In order to save enough money to save her, I resolutely joined the most dangerous federal army and fought between life and death. But during these long years of fighting, I neglected my son. He hated me for putting his mother in a desperate situation, hated me for leaving him to grow up alone. The relationship between father and son reached a freezing point, and I gradually grew old and my energy and blood declined during the battle. Now, the only thing that can keep me alive is these cheap chi and blood pills. I thought that my life would be spent in endless struggle and self-blame. Until, on my birthday, a clear voice suddenly rang in my mind. Invincible from the fetus, system started successfully. It is detected that the host has been born during the system startup, triggering the hidden upgrade condition. The C-level system is upgraded to SSS level. The invincible system starts from the baby. Congratulations on the host's successful birth. This system will help you start from a baby and embark on the road to becoming an invincible martial saint. The mission has been released. You have just been born. Please take 10 breaths of the air of this world. Mission reward, thunder breathing technique. What? While I was stunned, I instinctively took 10 breaths of air. Mission completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the thunder breathing technique. The next second, that crisp voice sounded again. In an instant, a strange electric current surged throughout the body. Every inch of flesh and blood, every organ, seemed to be baptized by thunder and gradually regained activity. My eyes went from cloudy and dim to clear as lightning. What is going on? A hallucination before death. My hazy vision gradually returned to normal. I gasped for breath, and a thunderous sound came from my chest. At the same time, a lot of unfamiliar information emerged in my mind. Thunder breathing method. With every breath, the energy of heaven and earth surges into the body like thunder, activating the blood and chi in the body, and the blood and chi circulate endlessly. As time accumulates, the true meaning of thunder gradually condenses in the body, and the chi turns into thunder, which is extremely powerful. Thunder breathing method. I suddenly opened my eyes, and everything in front of me was as clear as a real dream. I realized instantly that this was not an illusion. Just now, I seemed to hear the sound of the system starting up. My heart skipped a beat, and I muttered to myself, is it that SSS level system that gets stronger from infancy? I was silent for a moment, and suddenly my heart was shocked. Could it be that this system was more than 30 years late? Never mind. Anyway, now my energy and blood are gradually recovering through my breathing. I took a deep breath and felt the energy and blood in my body gradually being awakened. Puff! A burst of black blood and Dan Chi suddenly spurted out of my mouth, and my whole body suddenly felt a lot more relaxed. This inferior chi and blood pill not only has a lot of impurities, it's even poisonous. My face turned grim, and anger rose quietly in my heart. How dare those people deceive me like this? I sat down cross-legged and began to enter the state of cultivation. With every breath, I could feel the energy of the heaven and earth rushing in, and the vibration and numbness in my body like an electric current swept through me. My blood gradually recovered, and my breath seemed to have returned to my youth, full of vitality. At that moment, I seemed to be back to the age of 18, an age full of vigor and dreams. The energy and blood have recovered. I murmured softly, my heart filled with surprise and hope. Thunder breathing method is not only the key to my practice, my proficiency has reached its peak almost instantly. As the vitality of heaven and earth gathered, the blood in my body surged like a volcanic eruption, and my whole body was filled with a sense of power. My blood boiled, and I felt extremely refreshed. Bang, bang, bang. There was a hurried knock on the door outside. Lindau, I know you are in there. The sublandlord's voice was sharp and piercing. From now on, the rent must be paid in advance at least 2 months. If you don't pay, I will throw your things out. But at this moment, I was already immersed in the state of cultivation, and everything in the outside world had nothing to do with me. At the same time, in a corner of the park, Lin Feitian was sitting next to his childhood sweetheart, Luo Ling. I told him a long time ago not to take these qi and blood pills anymore, Lin Feitian said angrily. Luo Ling whispered, frowning. Uncle's blood and qi have been declining for a long time. How can this kind of medicine have a miraculous effect? Lin Feitian clenched his fists, feeling deeply puzzled by his father's obsession. Luo Ling carefully sniffed the qi and blood pill that Lin Dao had eaten, and his expression gradually changed. There is something wrong with the quality of this qi and blood pill. It must be of inferior quality. She frowned and said, "Let me check for you. Your uncle might have bought this fake and inferior pill just to save money." Lin Feitian sighed. "Forget it. He doesn't care about his family anyway. He only knows his own way of martial arts. By the way, Luo Ling, my application to the Federal Legion Academy has been approved. I will go there after dawn." He suddenly spoke in a serious tone, his eyes flickering. So fast, Luo Ling was stunned. "Well, the Legion Academy can give me a sum of money, enough to renew my mother's cryo chamber and pay the rent," he said with a slightly heavy tone. "Yeah." Luo Ling nodded slightly, with a complex emotion surging in his heart. "By the way, tomorrow is my father's 38th birthday. I've never seen him eat cake. Please buy one for him." Lin Feitian suddenly thought of it, and his eyes softened a little. In the blink of an eye, it was noon the next day. I opened my eyes and exhaled a breath of foul air. At this moment, my eyes became sharper and full of energy, as if I had a new vitality. Every time I take a deep breath, the vital energy of heaven and earth flows into my body, transforming into tiny electric currents of thunder, which continue to temper my body. The qi and blood deficiency syndrome seems to have improved. I looked down at my hands. The qi and blood in my body were no longer weak, but full of strength. On the battlefield, I once fell into a difficult situation due to the decline of my qi and blood, but now, with the help of Thunder breathing method, I feel a significant improvement. This is just the beginning. In just half a day, such significant results have been seen. It's incredible. Son, I stood up suddenly, and all the bones in my body made crisp sounds. His body was as agile as the wind, and he rushed out the door. But when I walked outside, I found that Lin Feitian was not at home. The house has been tidied up and clean. Suddenly, there were light footsteps outside the door. "Uncle!" Luo Ling walked in carrying a cake. "Oh, Luo Ling, where is Feitian?" I asked with a smile. Luo Ling hesitated and took a deep breath. He went to the Federal Legion. Hearing this, my pupils suddenly contracted and a complex emotion surged in my heart. What is this kid doing? In recent years, as space cracks have continued to increase, creatures from other worlds have emerged from them. They are so powerful that many cities have fallen. Although he is still young and can only receive basic training in the Federal Army, once he reaches adulthood, he will most likely go to the battlefield. Moreover, in special circumstances, there may be different arrangements. He felt that the tuition at the martial arts university was too high, so he decided to join the Federal Legion Academy, where he could get some subsidies. "I don't want him to go," Luo Ling said with red eyes. She knew that the training at the Federal Army Academy was very tough. Not only did she have to spend more time practicing than at the martial arts university, but she also had to participate in various missions. And after graduation, she had to serve in the army for at least 3 years. In recent years, there have been more and more creatures from other worlds, and the admissions of the Federal Legion Academy have become more relaxed, and the number of students has continued to increase. "This is what Fei Tian asked me to give you." She took out a bank card from her bag. "He said that the subsidy in it is enough to pay for the cryo chamber and the renewal of the rent." I looked at the bank card in Luo Ling's hand, and my heart sank slightly. This brat. I have already prepared tuition for him to attend the martial arts university. I took out a backpack from the locked box. "He hasn't left yet, has he? Come on, take me there." Guanya City Maglev High-Speed Railway Station. Lin Feitian had already boarded the train. Inside the carriage sat a group of young faces, all of whom were admitted to the Federal Legion Academy. Lin Feitian looked out the car window. A trace of loneliness flashed in his eyes. After staying in the city for so many years, he felt a little reluctant to leave suddenly, especially since he might never come back. "Mom, I will definitely find a way to make you healthy again," he whispered to himself. He opened his phone and looked at an old photo. It was a photo of their family of 3. The mother was young and the father was also there. Train 1024 is about to depart. Please get on board in time. The broadcast sounded, and the train was ready to start. Lin Feitian took a deep breath, turned off his phone, and looked out the window again. Goodbye, Guanya City. At this moment, he suddenly noticed a figure outside, running hurriedly towards the station. Dad! He recognized the familiar figure at a glance. And at the same time, Luo Ling also appeared in his sight. You little bitch, didn't I tell you not to tell the old man? Seeing this, Lin Feitian's eyes moistened. He stood up, walked to the door of the train, and looked outside. It was really them. The train doors are about to close. Please pay attention. You little brat. Your father isn't old enough to need you to support him. So be careful. I shouted as I ran, throwing a canvas bag at Lin Feitian, who was standing by the car window. Lin Feitian subconsciously caught the canvas bag, and the door closed automatically at this moment, and the train started slowly. He stood in front of the window, staring blankly at the figures gradually moving away on the platform, until the two figures completely disappeared from his sight. The canvas bag in his hand was heavy. He opened it and saw that it contained several bottles of precious body-tempering pills and blood chi pills, all produced by the best martial arts pharmaceutical factory. Old man. He was shocked. How could he prepare so many pills? This was the most expensive brand, and ordinary families couldn't afford it. There were 2 bank cards in it, one of which he entrusted Luo Ling to give me, and the other had a number written on it, his birthday. He felt his hands trembling slightly, and mixed emotions welled up in his heart. He remembered that a long time ago, the old man had told him to go to the martial arts university without worrying about the cost, but he had never taken it to heart. He once thought that his father was just a stubborn person who would do anything for the sake of martial arts, but now he gradually understood some things. Pills his father bought were of poor quality and might be harmful to his body, but these good pills were actually prepared for him by the old man. Just then, the phone suddenly vibrated. Old man, these pills were originally prepared for you to take the Martial Arts College entrance examination. Since you have chosen to join the Federation Legion, you can't regret it. So train well and don't embarrass your father. I will find a way to cure your mother, and don't worry about the cost of the cryo chamber. Lin Feitian read the text message. His heart was touched, and his eyes were slightly red. Over the years, he has been unable to let go of his mother's illness and the rift between him and his father. He subconsciously replied, "Happy birthday, Dad." But then he hesitated, deleted it, and changed it to "Happy birthday, old man." This brat is only 38, and he's already calling me old man. I looked at the phone screen and couldn't help laughing. Uncle, Feitian actually cares about you very much. I think there must be a misunderstanding between you. As long as it is resolved, everything will be fine. Luo Ling said softly beside him. Do you like that boy? I suddenly asked with a smile. Luo Ling was stunned for a moment. Then her face turned red. Aye, she stammered. Don't worry. I smiled and patted her shoulder. This kid has the same personality as I did when I was young. He's not afraid of anything and dares to do anything. He'll be fine. I have some old comrades who are still in the army, but before I couldn't bring myself to contact them. After all, some of his former comrades in arms have become high-level warriors and hold positions in the Legion, while he is in such a situation now. It is inevitable that people would feel that he is trying to curry favor with others. Although I am poor, I still have backbone and don't want to rely on others. At this moment, the system prompt sounded again. You have spent half a day in this new world and have completely adapted to the environment. From today on, you will become the strongest person in this world, invincible. Task: swing your arms and kick your legs. Cumulatively reach hundreds of times. Swing your arms 0 out of 100. Kick your legs 0 out of 100. Task reward: innate martial arts saint body. Looking at the system prompts, my pupils involuntarily shrank slightly, and even my breathing began to become heavy. Luo Ling, thank you so much today. Uncle Lin, please go back first. I'll contact you if you have anything. After Luo Ling and I left the high-speed rail station, we took the subway directly and headed back home. But this time, I didn't plan to go home directly, but decided to go to another place, Xingyue Martial Arts School in Xingyue District. I used to work as an instructor in this martial arts school, teaching some elementary and middle school students basic martial arts knowledge and making a living from this. However, for some reason, all classes have been suspended since this month, so I haven't been to the martial arts gym for a while. Let's give it a try. On the subway, I looked around and saw that there was no one around, so I lay down on a bench and began to imitate a baby's punching and kicking. This scene seemed both funny and ridiculous. Arm swing 10 out of 100. Leg, kick 10 out of 100. I tried it back and forth a few times and noticed that the progress on the task list started to move. Good. My eyes lit up, and I became more and more excited. I have a feeling that this reward may transform me. Mom, what's wrong with this uncle? Don't get close. He might be having a seizure. No, we still have to call the police. I was stunned when I heard the conversation between a mother and daughter next to me. They were obviously puzzled by my unusual behavior. Just when they were about to call the flight attendant, I suddenly turned over and sat up. The woman was so frightened that she quickly grabbed her daughter and trembled all over. Psycho. Arm swing 100 out of 100. Leg kick 100, mission completed. When I saw the numbers on the task panel change, I was so surprised. This task was so simple. Reward. Innate martial arts, saint body. In an instant, I felt my whole body making sounds like beans bursting, and my joints and bones seemed to be undergoing incredible changes. Click, click. I could clearly feel that every inch of my body had become tougher, and those joints that were fragile due to age had become unusually strong. My flesh and blood had been completely renewed, and even my skin was surprisingly tight. My spirit was also becoming more full, and my slightly cloudy eyes were now as bright as before. It feels like going back to my youth. No, my brain reacts faster now than when I was young. I couldn't help but whisper as I looked at the changes in my hands. Perception ability, reaction speed, all aspects have been improved. This change is simply amazing. Innate martial arts saint body, born with the strongest martial arts talent, automatically absorbs the vitality of heaven and earth, greatly improves the absorption efficiency, is immune to all toxins, has innately tough muscles, bones and skin that continue to grow, has a photographic memory from martial arts knowledge, has a strong comprehension, and has the strongest drug absorption effect. This is the innate martial arts holy body. I suppressed my excitement, took a few deep breaths, and tried to calm myself down. I didn't expect the improvement to be so huge. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, my phone suddenly vibrated. I couldn't help but frown when I saw that the caller ID was Zhao Hu. Mr. Lin, you still dare to answer the phone? You didn't say anything last night, and I thought you were dead. As soon as the call was connected, Zhao Hu started to curse at him. I'm telling you, the rent is going to go up starting next month. Prepare the money early, or get out. I responded coldly. I'm busy now. Let's talk when I get back. After that, I hung up the phone without hesitation, my face gloomy. Raising the rent? It was less than 2 months since the last time, and he was going to raise the rent again. Moreover, Zhao had been frequently changing the rules recently, which was simply too much. Fuck, how dare you hang up on me? Zhao was so angry that his face turned blue, and he was obviously stunned. He is almost in charge of this area, and is considered the most powerful among the second-hand landlords. Who dares not to listen to him? It seems that I have to increase the water and electricity bills and raise the rent before he will behave himself. Zhao has already come up with a series of ways to trick me. Just when I was feeling upset, a piece of news suddenly came over the subway radio. According to the latest report, various countries have joined forces to attack S-level space cracks and obtained a large number of unknown treasures. Among them, a Chinese master-level expert found a treasure in an S-level space crack. It is rumored that it has the magical effect of curing all kinds of diseases. It is reported that many treasures will be auctioned globally in the Sky City early next year. Cure all diseases. My pupils shrank slightly, and my heartbeat accelerated. If the news is true, then my wife will have a chance to be thawed out from the cryostat and cured of her illness. If I can become stronger, I must do everything I can to improve my abilities before next year's auction begins. Soon, the subway arrived at the station, and I hurriedly got off and headed straight for the Xingyue Martial Arts School. Xingyue Martial Arts School is located in the northern part of Xingyue District, about half an hour away from me. Finally, I arrived at my destination, opened the door, and walked into the martial arts school. This martial arts school occupies a large area. The owner is a peak level 3 martial artist who is in his prime and very powerful. Because the fees are not high and the students enrolled range from elementary school to high school, even including many middle-aged people, it has become the most popular martial arts school in this area. Many students have already started to enter the martial arts hall. I have been working part-time here for many years, teaching some basic boxing and kicking skills. Although the class schedule was full at the beginning, as more and more formal martial artists joined, my role was gradually replaced. But today, I am no longer that marginalized mentor, and I want to personally test my current strength. Uncle Lin, A young woman at the front desk was stunned when she saw me. She didn't expect that I would come suddenly when I had no classes scheduled this month. You don't have any classes scheduled this month. She stood up a little confused. It's okay. I came here this time to borrow the venue for training. I smiled and waved my hand. After all, I am still a martial arts instructor. Logically, I should be able to use the venue, right? I pointed to the lineup of instructors on the wall. In the lower left corner, there was a picture of me. Below the picture, there was an introduction of former Federation soldier, level 3 warrior. Of course, the receptionist nodded. By the way, I'll ask the finance department to pay my tuition fees for the past 3 months later. I spoke slowly, with a hint of suppressed emotion in my words. The tuition for the 3 months has not been paid. The finance department delayed the payment for so long, citing the poor business of the martial arts school. However, looking at the brand new facilities in front of me, I know that this is obviously not a financial problem. Okay, she nodded. After I left, she quickly called the finance office. Sister Wong, Instructor Lindau, said he wants to settle the tuition fees for the past 3 months. Settle the fees? Sister Wong frowned slightly. He wanted to leave on his own initiative? Another man couldn't help laughing. We can finally get rid of this old guy, otherwise we'll have to pay him severance pay. There was a barely perceptible sense of pride on the corners of his mouth. Yes, the martial arts gym just updated its equipment, and we have to save some money for the owner. He is old and his energy and blood are declining, so it should have been optimized long ago. Sister Wong smiled with satisfaction. Xiao Yang, settle the salary. Remember to include the previous leave deductions and liquidated damages. She instructed calmly. At this time, I have walked into the training ground. Still practicing martial arts at such an old age? The young man nearby whispered. Hush, he is the instructor here. Didn't you see it written on the instructor column? He was once a soldier of the Federation Legion, and his highest martial arts realm is the 3rd level. Really? He looks even worse than me. Someone said curiously. You don't know, right? He has qi and blood decline disease. He has already fallen to the 1st level, or maybe even lost the 1st level. Someone said contemptuously. Haha, look at him now. He really looks like an old man. Another person laughed. I ignored these words, closed my eyes, and silently recited the exercises in my mind. The rhythm of wind and thunder in my memory gradually emerged. I was once rewarded for this physical training method for a great achievement when I was in the Federal Army. It is divided into 6 levels. The first 2 levels strengthen the body and greatly increase the strength of punches and kicks. The 3rd and 4th levels are to temper the muscles and release the internal strength. The 5th and 6th levels go a step further and strengthen the bones, with a power as powerful as wind and thunder. Unfortunately, with the talent I had back then, I only learned the 2nd level. Now that my energy and blood are declining, I don't even have the chance to display these skills. I sighed in my heart. The memory was awakened again, and the past years replayed in my mind like a movie. I took a deep breath and began to make special movements. In an instant, the vitality of heaven and earth surged into my body. Crackling. There was a burst of explosions in my body, and the toxins that had accumulated due to the inferior qi and blood pills dissipated like smoke. My body began to change, the flesh became fuller, and the muscles became tighter as if I had returned to my youth. Breakthrough. 3rd level. 4th level. I felt an unprecedented power, as if I was reborn. The young people who were just watching the joke gradually realized that something was wrong. How could he absorb the energy of heaven and earth so quickly? Someone exclaimed in a low voice. After all, he is a former federal soldier. Even if he is in decline now, he is still not comparable to ordinary people. Another person nodded. At this moment, I opened my eyes and stood up. I threw the Federal Army punch with ease. Every time I threw a punch, the air was filled with the sound of violent airflow. Awesome. I felt the power bursting out of my body, and I was extremely excited. At this moment, my strength had almost returned to its peak state, and it seemed even stronger. I walked to the center of the training ground and stood in front of the punch strength tester. Look, he's going to test his punching power. I don't think he is that weak. Look at that boxing technique. It should be the Federation's military boxing. It's very smooth. The people around began to whisper. The man who had laughed at me had beads of sweat on his forehead, and a hint of uneasiness flashed in his eyes. Impossible, he whispered. His qi and blood are obviously declining. How come he looks completely different? At this moment, I stood in front of the fist strength testing instrument and took a deep breath. Come on, I smiled and clenched my fists. The whole body's strength instantly gathered on the right fist, focusing all the energy in the body. In an instant, the fist whistled out. Boom! A fist hit the instrument hard, and a deafening explosion suddenly echoed in the air. The electronic screen above the instrument soared instantly, and the numbers kept jumping. Strength test, 3,580 pounds. The onlookers in the distance turned their heads, their eyes fixed on the numbers on the screen, with astonishment written all over their faces. 3. More than 3,000 pounds. One punch weighs over 3,000 pounds. Is this machine broken? Those people were stunned, and some even rubbed their eyes, unable to believe what they saw. After all, at my age, my energy and blood have long been declining, and I am even troubled by illness. How could I possibly burst out with such amazing power? This has reached the minimum standard of a third-rank warrior. The man who initially laughed at me was now trembling all over, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Retest. Just then, a new prompt suddenly popped up on the screen. He wants to take the test again. The people around him couldn't help but exclaimed. Could it be that the power of this punch was just the beginning? 3,500 kilograms. This is already the punching power of my peak period. At this moment, I stared at the data on the screen. An excited smile appeared on my face. However, that punch just now was just a warm-up. Taking a deep breath, I felt the rapid gathering of the vital energy of heaven and earth around me, as if every breath could trigger thunder. At this moment, my fist became even more solid and powerful, filled with indescribable powerful energy. Rhythm of wind and thunder has broken through to the 4th level, and the changes it has brought have made me feel an unprecedented power. I punched again, and a strong airflow stirred in the air, as if every inch of air was making way for me. Boom! His fist suddenly hit the test instrument, and the deafening explosion resounded through the sky. The instrument vibrated violently, and the numbers on the screen soared rapidly, finally settling on an astonishing value. 6,130 caddies. More than 6,000 pounds. The whole place was dead silent, and everyone was stunned. The punch before their eyes was beyond common sense. This was the standard for a 4th-level warrior. In the Xinghua district, 4th-level warriors were almost legendary. You know, even the owner of the Xinghua Martial Art Hall was only at the peak of the 3rd level. At this moment, everyone recalled the ridicule they had shown me before, and they couldn't help but feel a chill. Several people's legs went limp, and they collapsed to the ground. I stared at the numbers on the screen, feeling indescribable excitement. In just a few months, my strength has improved so amazingly. Wind and thunder rhythm has broken through from the 3rd level to the 4th level, and even the 6th level is within reach. If I master more martial arts, my punching power in actual combat will be even more amazing. This made me feel excited. However, before that, I still have to solve the most urgent problem at hand, to get the renewal of the cryo chamber done as soon as possible so that I can practice with peace of mind. The annual review is coming soon. I have to make an appointment with the Warrior Alliance for the annual review and then re-rank. Warriors at level 4 or above will receive a one-time resource reward. Thinking of this, I turned and left. Seeing me walk towards the door, the man who had laughed at me couldn't help but tremble all over and broke out in a cold sweat. He was even afraid that I would suddenly attack and punch me directly. However, I ignored them and just walked out the door. Those who watched me leave didn't breathe a sigh of relief until my back disappeared outside the door, their faces pale and panting heavily. Fortunately, he is not angry. One of them murmured in a low voice, and the rest nodded and looked at each other, still feeling frightened. At this time, a young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses walked out of the finance office with a settlement statement in his hand. "Oh, you're out." He smiled and handed over the document. "Here's your pay slip. Sign it if it's okay. You attended a total of 36 classes in these 3 months, each class costing 500 yuan, a total of 18,000 yuan, minus the equipment wear and tear, lateness fines, and..." He continued, seemingly unconcerned. "So, my salary is only 3,000. I looked at him coldly, with a gloomy look in my eyes. "Are you planning to fire me?" "Mr. Lin, sign honestly, take the money and leave." Yang Qingshou frowned slightly, with a barely perceptible sneer on his lips. "If you don't sign now, you could forget about renewing the freezer, right?" He knew my wife lived in the freezer, and he was quite pleased with himself, knowing that I desperately needed the money. However, what Yang Qingshou didn't expect was that the coldness in my eyes instantly condensed, and I raised my fist and punched him without hesitation. Boom! He didn't even have time to react before I punched him, and he flew into the door in front. Blood gushed out. Yang Qingshou fell to the ground, his face pale, his eyes full of disbelief. Murder, murder! The people around saw this scene and exclaimed in surprise. However, I did not stop and walked straight to the finance office. The girl at the front desk was completely stunned. She never expected that I, who usually looked honest, would be so furious and out of control today. What surprised her even more was that Yang Qingshou, the young and strong warrior in the finance office, was actually knocked out by my punch. She quickly dialed the emergency number, and her eyes accidentally glanced at the salary slip on the ground, and her eyes widened instantly. 3,000 yuan? She had noticed before that I had gone to the finance department several times to inquire about my salary, but I didn't expect that when the settlement was made today, it was only 3,000 yuan. TSK tisk. Sister Wang was quietly sorting out the accounts in the finance office, laughing in her heart. She knew that the salary data that was deducted from me before would finally be settled today. Suddenly, there was a loud noise and the door of the finance office was kicked open, heading straight for her desk. Ah! Sister Wang screamed in fright and looked up hurriedly, only to see me appear in front of her. "You, what do you want to do?" She reacted and immediately shouted, "Security! Call security! Shut up!" I slapped her hard, and Sister Wang fell to the ground. Her cheeks swelled up like a pig's head in an instant, and blood mixed with teeth immediately flowed out of her mouth. "You have been secretly withholding my salary all these years. Do you really think I don't know?" I said coldly, with anger burning in my eyes. "I've been working carefully to avoid trouble, earn more money to pay for the cryostat, and prepare for my son's college entrance examination. But there are always people who take my kindness as weakness and bully me. You dare to hit me?" Sister Wang was shocked and angry. "When the owner comes back, he will definitely kill you." I picked up the phone on the table and called Qian Xing, the owner of Xinghua Martial Arts School. The phone rang a few times before it was connected. "Hello." Qian Xing's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Qian Xing, this is Lin Dao. I'll give you 1 day to resolve all salary and compensation issues, and have your employees come to apologize in person. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences yourself." I said coldly and hung up the phone. Sister Wang, who was lying on the ground, was stunned when she heard what I said. She never expected that I, who had always been honest, would become so domineering. "If you dare play tricks again, I will, with a cold light flashing in my eyes, kill you." My eyes were as cold as a knife, carrying a murderous aura that chilled people's hearts. I used to be a federal soldier, and I experienced life and death on the battlefield. Those who survived cannot be bullied easily. Sister Wang looked at me as if she saw the god of death from hell. Her body trembled uncontrollably, and she eventually wet her pants out of fright. "Lin Dao," she cried in horror, "what on earth do you want to do, old man?" At this time, the security guards and other instructors of the martial arts school rushed in. Seeing my momentum, they obviously realized that something was wrong. "Get out!" I shouted angrily, my voice as loud as thunder. Everyone's scalp was numb, and their ears were buzzing. The 2 young instructors spurted blood and fell to the ground, their blood boiling, and they were completely unable to withstand my aura. I ignored them and turned around and left the martial arts hall. Isn't his chi and blood declining? He can't even maintain his level as a first-level warrior? An instructor slowly came to his senses, his face full of anger and confusion. Why is he still so powerful? The other security guards and instructors looked at each other with horror in their eyes. At this moment, the students of the martial arts school ran out one after another, whispering about what had just happened. "Dear students, it's okay. Everyone continue practicing." An instructor hurriedly stepped forward, forced a smile, and comforted everyone. "We will take care of it." Outside, the ambulance was carrying Yang Qingshou into the car, and the entire Xinghua Martial Arts School was in chaos. After leaving the martial arts hall, I took a deep breath and felt much more refreshed. I've been holding my breath for too long. Go to the official website to make an appointment for tomorrow's test. The most important thing now is to pass the warrior level certification as soon as possible. I know that according to the current training progress, after 1 night, I will definitely be able to break through to the real 4th level warrior. At this moment, the system's prompt sounded. Drinking more milk can not only maintain nutritional needs, but also strengthen the body. The cumulative amount of milk drunk today has reached 120 milliliters. Mission reward: greatly increase the power of qi in blood. Drink milk? I was stunned. This system actually thought I was a baby and asked me to drink milk? Several possible explanations came to my mind, and I quickly decided to try them. It should be, as long as it's milk, right? I walked to a nearby convenience store, bought a bottle of pure milk, drank it in one gulp, but there was no reaction. It doesn't work. I frowned and continued to think. I saw the children's milk on the shelf and decided to give it a try. I hadn't had this kind of thing for many years. I bought a bottle, put in a straw, and drank it in one gulp. The taste was still familiar, sweet and sour. Mission completed, the system prompt sounded. I suddenly felt a burning sensation all over my body, and a powerful force of qi and blood burst out from my body, instantly filling my whole body. I felt an explosive force all over my body, and the qi and blood energy in my body was as abundant as a volcanic eruption. The convenience store owner was completely stunned when he saw me standing at the door, thinking, this guy is drunk from drinking children's milk? Growth mission has started. Drinking 120 milliliters of milk for the first time every day can increase the upper limit of qi in blood. Drinking 120 milliliters of milk each time can quickly restore physical strength in a short period of time and slightly increase strength within a certain period of time. No limit on the number of times, and the strength increase effect cannot be superimposed. I was stunned for a moment, then suddenly turned around and walked into the store and said to the boss, "Boss, give me a box of children's milk. No, 2 boxes." Carrying 2 boxes of milk for children, I walked towards home. As soon as I got downstairs, I saw a group of middle-aged and elderly people gathered together, frowning, as if discussing something serious. "Is Lao Lin here?" One of the middle-aged men in his 40s saw me and waved immediately. He was Li Chong, and I had a good relationship with him. "Hey, Lao Lin, carrying children's milk. Are you going to meet your relatives?" Another middle-aged man also joked with a smile. "What happened?" I asked with a smile and walked over. This area is mostly slums, and after living there for a long time, almost all the residents nearby know me. "Old Lin, you don't know yet, do you?" Li Chong's face darkened. "The rent in our area has increased." He looked a little depressed. With elderly parents and young children to support, he was already in financial difficulty, and as he was getting older, his income was low. The rent increase was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Alas, people around also sighed. Many residents here have a hard time making ends meet, and the sudden rent increase is a lot of pressure for them to bear. According to federal regulations, rent cannot be raised at will. Did the federal government agree with them doing this? A man in his 20s couldn't help but ask. "Zhang Tao, you just moved here, so you may not know." Li Chong shook his head. "Most of the houses here are controlled by second-hand landlords. They don't raise rents on the surface, but actually increase rents in disguise by increasing various management fees." A white-haired old man stroked his beard and smiled bitterly. "This?" Zhang Tao frowned. "The rent in this area is cheap," said another elderly man indignantly. "Some people want to move away and rent somewhere else, but the rent there is more expensive and it is far from the factory. There's no choice at all. These people don't understand our situation. It's just empty talk. I'll go and complain about them." Zhang Tao said immediately. "Don't do that. There's a third-level warrior behind the second-hand landlord." Li Chong hurriedly stopped him. Someone went to complain before, and his leg was broken a few days later. Everyone echoed, with worried expressions on their faces. "Don't worry, I'll go talk to Zhao Hu this afternoon, and he'll be reasonable," I said calmly, but in my heart, I was thinking about the truth of the matter. Zhao Hu is a vindictive person. He will definitely not let go of last night's conflict. Instead of waiting passively, it is better to take the initiative. After chatting for a few words, I walked towards the dilapidated apartment building with the milk. It feels like Lao Lin seems a little different. Several people looked at my back as I left and discussed in low voices. I suffer from qi and blood degeneration disease, as everyone knows. This disease makes people age very quickly, and my hair turned completely white in just a few years. Lao Lin is a former soldier after all, and he's a brave man. However, I still advise him not to go. Zhao Hu and his gang are not easy to mess with. Li Chong sighed. Zhang Tao beside him had a complicated expression. He had just arrived here not long ago, and he had encountered such a thing. "Forget it. He couldn't take the risk, so he could only sit back and look for other solutions. When I got home, I saw red paint splashed on the door, with a few big words written next to it. Pay the rent, or get out. There was also a note attached. Wash the paint off yourself, or you'll have to pay for it. Seeing these words, my face instantly darkened. This was obviously Zhao Hu's revenge. He did this, on the surface, as a threat, but in reality, he was putting pressure on me. And the martial arts school would definitely not give up, and was ready to face even greater trouble. Make an appointment for the warrior test first. I took a deep breath and calmed down. I opened the door, walked into the room, and turned on the old computer. It had been a long time since I turned it on, so the boot process was extremely slow, and it took a long time to enter the desktop. This time the machine is turned on for 15 minutes. Congratulations on beating 1% of the people in the country. Seeing the prompt, I smiled and picked up the black card on the table. This is an exquisite card with a dragon pattern of the Warrior Alliance engraved on it. I logged into the official website of the Warrior Alliance, inserted the card, and after passing the facial scan, I entered the system directly. Face scan successful, login successful. Compared with mobile phones, the official website has more complete functions and is much more convenient to browse. The appointment is successful. I skillfully chose the warrior level test for tomorrow morning. After passing the certification, not only can I skip the annual review, but I can also get a lot of rewards. Based on my current strength, I should have reached the 4th level warrior. I thought to myself, the situation that I had never dared to imagine before was now within reach. 30-something is just the beginning of life. Don't despise the poor middle-aged, I said to myself, relaxing my tense nerves. I browsed the official website and saw various martial arts and elixirs, and even treasures obtained from cracks in other worlds. Each one was worth a lot of money, which was dazzling. These martial arts are really dizzying. I laughed at myself. Just this prisoner of heaven finger, the prefix alone is worth tens of billions. Forget it. Let's wait until tomorrow's test is successful. I decided not to rush to buy these expensive martial arts. After passing the test tomorrow, there should be a nice reward. Once I pass the test, I can use the rewards to purchase martial arts skills or directly invest in a new weapon, I thought to myself. However, the most important thing now is to renew the freezer, and the rest can be discussed later. Just as I was about to deal with these things, a group of people stood nervously in the conference room of Xingyue Martial Arts School. Suddenly, there was a sound of hurried footsteps, and then the door of the conference room was suddenly pushed open, and the tall figure of the owner walked in. Qian Xing was wearing a black battle armor and carrying a sword on his back. His face was gloomy, as if a sense of oppression was about to erupt at any time. Tell me, what exactly happened? He sat on the big chair and scanned everyone present with sharp eyes. We don't know what happened either, a subordinate said in a low voice, looking a little nervous. Lin Dao was like crazy. He beat them up directly. I want you to tell the truth. Qian Xing's eyes suddenly became fierce, and his whole body exuded an oppressive aura that could not be ignored. This aura was the pressure of a 3rd-level warrior. He had just finished a hunting mission outside the city and was about to take a break when he received a call from the finance office. I work in his martial arts school, and I dare to call him by his name. My attitude was extremely arrogant. It's about salary. Amid everyone's terrified gazes, the girl at the front desk took a few deep breaths and finally spoke up. Oh, Qian Xing responded indifferently, his eyes still as sharp as a knife. The younger sister calmed down and continued. Lin Dao seems to have lost control because of a dispute over salary. The people present listened to her story with different expressions on their faces. In other words, we did something wrong? Qian Xing spoke slowly, his voice without any fluctuation. No one dared to speak. Du Ziteng. Qian Xing looked coldly at the other person standing beside him. Yes. Deputy Museum Master Du Ziteng immediately stood up and responded. Calculate the 3 months of overdue wages and the dismissal fees, and then calculate our losses. Qian Xing's voice was still calm, but the coldness hidden in it made people dare not look directly at him. List the medical expenses of the injured financial staff and the damage to the martial arts hall's facilities, and give Lin Dao a bill. Yes. Du Ziteng nodded in response. What happened today has also affected the reputation of the martial arts school. Qian Xing's face became increasingly grim. Find a lawyer, sue him, and make him pay compensation. Hearing this, the people around him couldn't help but shudder. After doing this, Even if Lin Dao paid off the salary and severance pay, he would still owe the martial arts school more money, which was simply forcing him into a dead end. I'll handle it right away. Du Zeding nodded. Qianxing took out his phone and checked the martial arts school's information. He saw the background check information about Lin Dao, a former federal soldier who retired early due to qi and blood decline. His strength may only be at the first level, or even not at this level. How dare he be so arrogant today? By the way, I heard that his wife is in the cryostat of Xinyue Technology. I have a friend there. Just shut down his cryostat. Du Zeding showed a smug smile. Obviously, he had a way to deal with people like Lin Dao. Master, I feel that Lin Dao's behavior today is abnormal. At this moment, the young man suddenly spoke as if he had thought of something, with a hint of hesitation in his tone. What's the matter? Qianxing quickly turned his head and looked at him. Today, a student saw him punch out more than 6,000 kilograms on a testing instrument. The man paused, and as soon as he finished speaking, everyone was stunned. More than 6,000 pounds? Are you dreaming? Du Zeding couldn't help laughing. Lin Dao's punch weighs more than 6,000 pounds. What does that mean? That's the strength of a fourth-rank warrior. Are you dazzled? Is he that strong? The people around were whispering, suspecting that they had heard it wrong. Qianxing frowned, and doubts arose in his heart. Although Lin Dao looked old and weak, his previous combat experience made him dare not underestimate anyone. 6,000 kilograms of punching force. He turned and walked to the computer and called up the surveillance footage. In the video, Lin Dao is doing a punching strength test. The first test result was over 3,000 kilograms, while the second time, it directly jumped to over 6,000 kilograms. This is impossible. Du Zeding was stunned, his eyes full of disbelief. Others also stared at the screen in amazement, unable to believe what they saw. He broke through. Qianxing murmured to himself, his heart beginning to waver. Qi and blood deficiency is an incurable disease. There is no possibility of recovery. Du Zeding immediately refuted. He had been buying qi and blood pills on the black market before. He might have taken a lot of qi and blood pills or other pills with side effects, which allowed him to increase his strength in a short period of time. Yes, the new testing instrument has not been calibrated properly, so the data may be inaccurate. He continued his analysis, seeming relieved. Well, maybe that's the case. Qianxing nodded and calmed down. Okay, let's proceed according to the previous plan. I haven't completed my mission outside the city yet, so I'll leave it to you. Yes, Du Zeding responded. At the same time, I browsed the web for a while at home, then turned off my computer and prepared to continue my practice. Thanks to the power of the innate martial arts holy body, my body is constantly absorbing the vital energy of heaven and earth to strengthen my physical body, and the absorption efficiency is amazing. I have easily broken through the fourth level of wind and thunder rhythm. I whispered to myself, the fifth and sixth levels should not be a problem either. I opened the drawer and took out a yellowed martial arts secret book with the 4 characters Wind and Thunder Rhythm written on the cover. This secret book was a reward I received after achieving great merit in the Federal Army. It is a powerful body training method. So many years have passed. I stroked the old secret book, and the dusty memories were opened again. Chapter 10, Hidden Master. After the 5th and 6th levels, as far as he could remember, he had only flipped through them when he first obtained the secret book, and had never flipped through them again since then, because the contents recorded later were too profound for him. I don't understand it all. But now, everything is different. Some of the obscure contents in the secret book now seem as simple as a child's choice of words and sentences. The words of the recorded content flew into his mind like jumping fonts. After reading the entire secret book, he sat cross-legged and took a deep breath. The thin energy of heaven and earth around him was gathering at an extremely terrifying speed. Even without the body-tempering pill, with his current talent and ability, he could still perform very effective body tempering. After the vital energy of heaven and earth entered his body, it circulated in a cycle and then trained the muscles, skin, membranes, and bones of his entire body. Click, click. Within a short period of time, the entire body made sounds like frying beans. It seemed as if all the pores in his body were completely open, and strong airflow was circulating on his body's surface endlessly. What's going on? Soon, the people who were practicing nearby suddenly opened their eyes wide. They could clearly feel that all the vital energy of heaven and earth in the air seemed to have been sucked away. Master, there is an expert nearby. Zhang Tao, who was in another room, could now clearly feel the changes in the vital energy of heaven and earth in the air. He was slightly stunned, and his eyes suddenly widened. Master! He lived on the 3rd floor. He opened a rusty iron window and looked toward the area outside. In this area, a large number of apartment buildings are close to each other, and the view is blocked by many buildings. However, it was obvious that the vital energy of the surrounding heaven and earth was being absorbed towards the area ahead. Who on earth is it? His expression became extremely solemn. His real identity is a criminal hunter affiliated with the federal government. He came here this time because he received reliable information that a brutal wanted criminal had escaped to this area. The other party has very good hiding skills, making it very difficult to capture him. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, he disguised himself as a worker and lived here. Since moving in here, I have observed a lot of residents coming and going, but I have never discovered that there is such a hidden master. An expert of this level is hiding here. Could it be him? Thinking of this, the look in Zhang Tao's eyes became solemn. If the noise was caused by the wanted criminal's practice, then you have to be careful. Go out and take a look first. Try to find this person while hiding your identity. At this moment, Lin Dao's body is constantly changing. The flesh, which had been a little deflated, is now slowly becoming fuller and more expanded. His whole body was covered in sweat, and his muscles became tighter and tighter after being tempered. Moreover, this time with his innate martial arts holy body, his talent reached the pinnacle. In addition, the upper limit of his chi and blood power has been greatly increased after he completed the task, so he is now making very fast progress in his cultivation. 5th floor. Within a short period of time, he broke through to the 5th level. At this moment, thunder breathing method and wind and thunder rhythm, which has entered the 5th level, have a complementary effect. Crackling. The aura flowing through his body now began to show traces of lightning and thunder. Lin Dao, who was still practicing, didn't feel any of this at all. He continued to absorb the vital energy of heaven and earth in the air into his body, nourishing his entire body. The gray hair at his temples is now spreading to all his hair at a speed visible to the naked eye. The color of his entire head of hair turned completely white. The silver-white arc of lightning became increasingly intense, jumping through his body. Some of the furniture around was also charred, and even smoking due to the electric shock. Lin Dao came to his senses instantly and opened his eyes suddenly. In an instant, he stopped practicing. Seeing the situation around him, his eyes widened slightly. In the palm of his hand, there were still some flashes of thunder and lightning that had not completely dissipated. There are traces of blackening caused by electric shock all around. I almost set the house on fire. Looking at the charred furniture, he felt a little distressed. But the thunder breathing technique has actually formed a special combination with the wind and thunder rhythm movement. I can now control the energy in my body and transform it directly into the power of thunder. He stretched out his right hand, and with a thought, a powerful aura surged out from his palm and reversed into a strong electric light, jumping in the palm of his hand. I didn't expect there would be such an unexpected surprise. There was joy in Lin Dao's eyes. I stood up and stretched my muscles, and I could clearly feel that my whole body was filled with strength. Try. He formed his right hand into a fist and punched out fiercely. Boom! In an instant, an air explosion sound was heard, accompanied by gusts of air and lightning that swept around. The calendar next to it and the curtains not far away were all torn into cracks by the airflow. Very strong. When he threw a punch now, it actually possessed both wind and thunder attributes at the same time. From this perspective, ordinary boxing secrets are not as good as my simple and unpretentious punch. Lin Dao sighed with emotion. He changed his clothes, walked to the mirror and looked at his face, then was slightly stunned. He already had gray hair on his temples, and now his entire hair has turned white. It's just that the face that originally looked a little old now looks a lot younger because of the full energy and firmer skin. At least he looks about 30 years old. According to this time, the brat should still be on the high-speed train. It should be almost evening. Lin Dao looked at the current time. It was 3:30 in the afternoon. Now, let's go find Zhao and talk about the reason. Just now, all the vitality was gathered here. And Zhang Tao, following everything he had just sensed, came over to find it. He looked ahead and saw the forest path leading down. Uncle Lin. Looking at Lin Dao walking down the stairs in the distance, he was also stunned for a moment. Not long ago, Lin Dao had only a few gray hairs on his temples, but now his hair is completely white. Acute stage of qi and blood deficiency syndrome? That's impossible. He looks like he's walking very fast, and he's emitting a powerful aura. Brother, who would it be? Inappropriate to increase rents on a large scale now. We went out to take a look, and they had a lot of complaints. At the same time, on the second floor of a real estate center, a group of people were smoking cigarettes and puffing out smoke. We're just increasing the management fee, not the rent. Zhao, who took a puff of his cigarette and then laughed out loud. These dozen families are all planning to cause trouble. We need to focus on them and suppress them. The nail that sticks out gets hammered down. If they suppress them, others won't dare to say anything. Also, if these are to be returned, call more brothers, bring the lights, determine the damage, and deduct the deposit. He continued to speak. Yes. Everyone nodded. Have you discovered anything in the past few days? At this moment, a hooded man sitting next to him suddenly spoke. There was a scar on his face, and his eyes were very sharp. Just looking at him made people feel that he was very fierce. Chapter 11. With a sharp weapon in hand, the desire to kill arises naturally. Brother Jun, we have been checking every household these days under the pretext of notifying them of a management fee increase. No Federation warriors were found. Zhao, who subconsciously lowered his voice and looked very nervous. But he knew that the man in front of him had a close relationship with his boss. And more importantly, the other party committed a crime and has been hiding here for some time. Brother Jun, we didn't find it either. The others also spoke up at this moment. Jun held a long knife in both hands and glanced at the people present. Watch carefully and tell me if anything happens. He spoke calmly. Also, have you bought the qi and blood pills I need? Having said this, he glanced at everyone present and continued to speak. Brother Jun, just a little bit more. This month's rent hasn't been collected yet, so we can't buy that much. Zhao now also spoke up. Rent. There's so many people in this slum. Even if a few people are gone, nothing will happen. Use their identities to get loans, and after getting the money, make them disappear from this world. Jun grinned, and the scar on his face twitched as he smiled, making him look even more ferocious. Everyone present listened to his words, and their eyes changed slightly. If we do this at this point in time, we will be targeted by the federal government. A man couldn't help but speak out at this time. As soon as he finished speaking, he met Jun's terrifying gaze, and his legs trembled with fear. Brother Tiger, that old guy is coming. Just when the atmosphere became extremely solemn, a figure rushed up from downstairs. Which old fellow? Zhao, who was stunned. The one with the surname Lin, a former federal soldier. The man spoke up immediately. When Jun heard these words, a powerful aura instantly emanated from him. Brother Jun, we didn't betray you. This guy also lives in that slum. He's a former federal soldier and suffers from qi and blood degeneration. Zhao, who reacted immediately. Jun's momentum was instantly suppressed, and everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. Jun committed a crime and is hiding here temporarily. Whoever reveals this will die. Then let him come up. Don't let him go back. Jun grinned. The expressions in the eyes of everyone present changed, and a fierce light flashed in their eyes. There was also murderous intent in Zhao Hu's eyes. What Jun does here must never be known. For a person like Lin Dao, whose parents died early and who doesn't have any relatives or friends, it's okay to just get rid of the person directly and no one will notice. After all, in this world, there are many disputes among warriors, and the federal government is now busy dealing with those strange beasts, so it doesn't have so much time to investigate these things. Moreover, this is a token of allegiance. They have to make Jun trust them completely, otherwise they might be the ones to die. At this moment, a figure came up. I told you to wait, didn't you hear me? The man who had just come up to inform the news saw this figure. His face changed drastically, and he reacted immediately. Lin Dao walked up slowly as if he was strolling in a garden. There are quite a lot of people here. He walked over and sat on a chair nearby. Everyone present was staring at Lin Dao. Old man Lin, what are you doing here? Zhao Hu smiled with his face, but not his eyes fixed on Lin Dao. He had wanted to punish Lin Dao before, thinking of raising his rent and beating him half to death. Now that they come to our door directly, we can't blame them. However, He was now vaguely confused in his heart, because the forest path he saw now was obviously different from his previous impression. However, this old guy now has a head full of white hair, and it is obvious that his chi and blood deficiency has reached the acute stage. I guess his chi and blood have become extremely weak. Throwing paint at my house, is that fun? Lin Dao looked at him and laughed as well. The look in Zhao Hu's eyes is changing constantly. I just threw paint, how about that? The others also came closer, with undisguised, murderous looks on their faces. So many people are staring at me. What? You want to kill me? Lin Dao did not answer him, but laughed out loud. As everyone listened to his words, their pupils shrank slightly. One of them slowly approached Lin Dao from behind, then took out a dagger hidden behind his back and stabbed it fiercely at the back of Lin Dao's neck. Die. There was a fierce look on his face, as if he could see the scene of blood splattering. Bump. But at this moment, he found that his wrist was tightly grasped by Lin Dao's left hand. What are you going to do? Lin Dao turned and looked at him, his eyes narrowed slightly. The expression on the man's face changed drastically. He is a first-level warrior. Moreover, he is still in his prime, and his reaction ability and speed are very good among the first-level warriors. How could this old guy react so quickly? It's a misunderstanding. He forced a smile. When his right hand was about to take out another dagger, Lin Dao suddenly exerted force with the 5 fingers of his left hand. Bump! The man's wrist exploded, blood splattered everywhere, and his palm fell to the ground. He let out a howl and scream, but before he could react, he was punched and flew away, hitting the wall not far away, leaving a bloody mess. When you have a sharp weapon, you will naturally want to kill. Lin Dao stood up slowly. His eyes turned to the person in the corner of the sofa in front of him. There was a strong murderous intent in this man's eyes. Only those who kill frequently would have such murderous intent in their eyes. Kill him, Zhao Hu growled. This old guy actually has such a fast reaction speed. The rest of the people also rushed forward instantly. These people were holding short knives, and their speed was indeed very fast compared to ordinary people. But it's too slow for the current forest roads. There are no complicated moves, only simple fists. Throw out a punch. The man who rushed over first had his chest smashed open. The people who rushed over later couldn't even touch the corner of Lin Dao's clothes, and they were all knocked away. For a moment, the ground was covered with splattered blood. Zhao Hu watched this scene, and his hand holding the blade began to tremble. He had never expected that Lin Dao's strength would be so strong. How is this possible? This old guy's chi and blood were declining, and I had seen him buy those fake chi and blood pills on the black market with my own eyes. That kind of chi and blood pill, after taking it, the chi and blood will increase, but it will also make you weak. Moreover, they all participated in the investment in the production and research of those elixirs. After all, how much money can this second-hand landlord group make just by collecting the difference in rent? Making fake chi and blood pills is even more profitable. Moreover, due to the issues of technology and cost, those chi and blood pills are fake pills mixed with many chemical additives, and if taken too much, they will have toxic side effects. It's just the stuff of harvesting the poor. Lin Dao was obviously the target of those pills, and he ate a lot of them. How is it possible that he still possesses such powerful strength now? I want to have a good talk with you about reason, but you don't listen. As soon as he finished speaking, he grabbed Zhao Hu's head with his 5 fingers of his right hand, and with a sudden force, he pressed his head and his entire body to the ground. Chapter 12, Mysterious Forest Road. Bump. Accompanied by a dull sound, the floor beneath his feet was smashed directly, and Zhao Hu was covered in blood. When he was a Union soldier many years ago, he had seen all kinds of scenes. These people want to kill me, but they're still far from it. You were sent by the federal government to arrest me? Di Jun, who was sitting in the corner of the sofa, now slowly stood up. He now looked ferocious and exuded an extraordinary aura. Lin Dao frowned. He noticed this person's presence as soon as he came up. With his powerful perception ability, he was able to sense this man's strength, which was at least at the 3rd level. However, based on the information we have just learned, this person should not be the boss of Zhao Hu and his team. Although I have heard that there's a boss behind Zhao Hu and his team, and his strength is also level 3, it is obviously not the person in front of me. The person in front of me looks more like a wanted criminal hiding here. I just happened to come here, and he wanted to kill me to silence me. Wrong. You are not. Di Jun's face turned cold. Never mind. Anyone who knows he is here must die. At this moment, Jun exerted force with his legs. The floor beneath his feet collapsed, and he rushed in front of Lin Dao in an instant. Draw your sword. Clang. The moment the knife was drawn out, a cold light flashed and slashed towards Lin Dao's head. But Lin Dao's reaction speed was extremely fast. He just turned his body to the side and dodged. How was it possible? The attack failed, and Jun's pupil shrank slightly. Crackling. Before he could react, he heard a flash of lightning. The next moment, a fist with thunder, lightning, and whistling airflow hit his body directly. Boom! His entire body, like a flying cannonball, crashed in a wall behind him and flew out. What's this? On the street outside, Zhang Tao, who followed Lin Dao here, also clearly saw this scene and was instantly shocked. Someone was actually knocked down from a building, and even the wall was blown up. This street is quite remote, and there are not many people around. I want you to die. I want you to die. Jun, who had fallen from the building, now turned over and stood up. His chest was completely stained red with blood. Lin Dao's punch just now broke all his ribs. If he hadn't been wearing a set of inner armor that absorbed most of the force, he would have almost died from that punch. And now if you look closely, you can see some arcs flashing on his body, and some charred marks appear on his skin. In such a long time, when has he ever suffered such harm? Unforgivable, unforgivable. Thinking of this, he took out a bottle of blue liquid from his pocket and poured it into his mouth. Jun. Zhang Tao could now see the man's figure clearly, and his pupils shrank slightly. The wanted. Isn't this the wanted criminal he has been looking for some time? And at this moment, a figure jumped down from the exploded wall above. Uncle Lin, Uncle Lin. Zhang Tao is now completely confused. Just now he saw Lin Dao's head full of white hair and felt that something might happen, so he followed him all the way here. Unexpectedly, it was he who found Jun, and he was knocked down directly from the upstairs. Die. At this moment, after drinking the blue liquid, Jun's eyes were covered with a hint of blood red. The muscles in the body began to swell, and the energy of qi and blood increased suddenly. At this moment, he rushed towards Lin Dao like crazy. The long sword held in both hands emitted a dazzling cold light under the reflection of the sunlight. Careful! Zhang Tao roared loudly without hiding his strength and rushed forward. The strength has suddenly become stronger. Lin Dao looked at Jun, who was rushing towards him, with surprise in his eyes. But only just surprised. He also walked out a sea of blood and a mountain of corpses, but the pressure of life eroded his confidence. But deep down, he has never changed. The aura of the whole body emanates, and strong airflow emanates from the body, forming terrifying thunder and lightning. He didn't dodge at all. His right hand turned into a hand knife, carrying the light of thunder, and collided directly with the long knife that was chopping down at him. Lightning flashes and air whistles. The long knife in Jun's hand flew out directly, and the strong airflow was like a sharp knife, cutting countless wounds on his body. Jun's adrenaline surged, and he seemed to feel no pain. He formed a fist with his left hand and slammed it towards Lin Dao's head. Boom! But Lin Dao, who reacted faster, also threw a punch at the same time. The two fists collided with each other, making a huge noise. The powerful impact, accompanied by the rotation of the airflow, instantly twisted his arms into a knot and broke his bones. Lin Dao didn't stop at all and threw another punch, instantly bursting his chest. Jun opened his eyes wide and looked at his chest, which was turned into a bloody hole. His body trembled, and he fell directly to the ground. He never knew until his death why the other party possessed such terrifying power. Gurgle. Zhang Tao, who had been rushing forward, now stopped. Looking at the horrifying scene in front of him, he couldn't help but swallow. It's too exaggerated. Everything I saw before my eyes was really too exaggerated. This Uncle Lin from the slums actually possesses such terrifying strength. Jun is a Class B wanted criminal. Although his strength is only at the peak of the 3rd level, his methods of committing crimes are cruel and his knife skills are superb. There's almost no rival in the same realm. But now he died directly. Call. Lin Dao now slowly exhaled a breath of foul air. When he was in the Federal Legion, he not only dealt with strange beasts, but also participated in the elimination of some bandit troops. After all these years, he was still a little nervous. Without paying attention, he beat the man to death. Xiao Zhang. He now turned his eyes to look at Zhang Tao not far away. Uncle Lin. Zhang Tao was also startled and came back to his senses instantly. He is also a top-level, third-level peak warrior, but now facing Lin Dao in front of him, he still feels very nervous. Uncle Lin is actually an expert among experts. If my guess is correct, you should not be an ordinary person, right? Although Zhang Tao's aura was restrained, Lin Dao's powerful perception ability still made him clearly feel that he was not an ordinary person at all. I'm a criminal hunter from the federal government. Zhang Tao took a deep breath and then nodded. The current situation was really beyond his expectations. Uncle Lin, your identity is... He calmed down and couldn't help but speak out. The other party is so mysterious. There is actually such a powerful existence hidden here. Who can imagine it if you don't see it with your own eyes? Chapter 13 back then. Former Federal Regiment, 36th Regiment, retired soldier. Lin Dao said seriously. There was a hint of pride in his words. Among those teams back then, although their team's level was not the highest, it was definitely ranked among the best in terms of ferocity. Zhang Tao listened to his words and saluted. Although I already knew Lin Dao's identity, I still have a different feeling when I hear it now. You can feel the pride in his words. Now, with the continuous development of martial arts, if you want to buy some martial arts skills, you can easily buy them. It's just a matter of spending money. There are more and more martial arts schools of all sizes. Powerful warriors continue to emerge, and now is the time when we truly enter the era of martial arts. However, the Federal Legion more than 10 years ago was completely different from what it is now. At that time, there were far fewer cultivation techniques than there are now, and we know very little about those space cracks. In order to defend the country, everyone practiced hard and then went to the front line to kill the enemy with their lives. It could be said that Lin Dao walked out of a sea of fire and swords. If he hadn't suffered from qi and blood degeneration and continued to stay in the Legion, his current achievements would definitely not be comparable to what they are now. However, when he thought about qi and blood deficiency, Zhang Tao was a little confused, because everyone said that Lin Dao's energy and blood had declined severely, and even today his hair turned white, but he was still able to burst out such terrifying power. Is this man a wanted criminal? Lin Dao pointed at Di Jun's body on the ground. Right, this guy is a Class B wanted criminal. I'm here to hunt him down this time. Zhang Tao also came back to his senses immediately. I never expected that things would turn out like this. Uncle Lin, if you kill him, you can collect a bounty of 200,000 yuan. He continued to speak. 200,000? Lin Dao's pupils shrank slightly. This money is so easy to make. He had never paid attention to these bounties before. Xiao Zhang, can you help me get it? Lin Dao thought about it for a moment and looked at him before speaking. The fact that Di Jun was able to hide here was obviously related to Zhao Hu and others. Although Zhao Hu and others died, they had a big boss behind them. If you accept the reward, you will easily be noticed, which may cause unnecessary trouble. He is not alone and has just begun to recover his strength. It would be very dangerous if he were retaliated against. It would be best to let the Warrior Alliance handle it. Uncle Lin, what you mean is, the credit for this mission belongs to you. You just need to help me collect the reward. I don't want anyone to know that I was involved in this matter. Lin Dao didn't waste any time and went straight to the point. Okay. Zhang Tao just thought about it for a moment and nodded. He also understood what Lin Dao meant. Those people upstairs wanted to kill me, and now I have killed them too. The rest of the people downstairs should have been knocked unconscious. I'll leave this to you. Lin Dao smiled. Good. Leave it to me from now on. Zhang Tao nodded. He looked at Di Jun's body, and his expression became solemn. Just now, he saw with his own eyes that Di Jun took a bottle of blue medicine, and then his body burst out with even stronger combat power in a short period of time. Illegal drugs. This guy actually possesses this illegal drug. If I confront him without knowing the truth, I will most likely be killed. Thinking of this, he still felt a little scared. Yes, thank you very much. As Lin Dao spoke, he pulled out a bottle of children's milk from his arms and drank it in one gulp. In an instant, the physical strength he had just consumed quickly recovered, and he vaguely felt that his strength had been improved. Readily. Whether it's a bottle before or after, it seems to be very good. This kind of children's milk must be kept on hand at all times. Uncle Lin, please give me your car number. He looks a little weird now. It is unimaginable that a master like Lin Dao is drinking children's milk. 62875. Lin Dao also directly told him his card number. Okay, I'll transfer the money later. Don't worry. Wait until you finish dealing with these things. Lin Dao smiled. After leaving here, Zhang Tao has contacted people from the federal government to come and handle the matter. He has a regular position in the federal government and is a criminal hunter, so handling these matters is relatively simple and quick for him. Moreover, Zhao Hu and others are doing shameful things here, and all the surveillance cameras nearby are damaged, so it is difficult to trace this matter and find out whether it is related to Lin Dao. Call. It's been a long time since I felt this way. I walked to the street outside, breathed in the fresh air along the forest path, and looked up into the sky. Memories from more than a decade ago began to slowly flood back to my mind. When he was in the team, he was the captain and had killed many strange beasts and bandits. What we are facing today is actually nothing. I don't know what's happening to the people in the team now. Because I had a bad life before and didn't want to drag others down, I didn't have any contact with other people for many years. Shaking his head, he didn't think about it any further. He took out his cell phone and called Lin Feiqian. This brat should be over there, right? The current environment of the Federal Legion should be much better than when he was there. But there are still many dangers to face. After all, although the crisis of human survival has been temporarily resolved over the years, space cracks still appear from time to time in the entire world. Moreover, many powerful monsters emerge from the space cracks and need to be hunted by warriors. The mission of the Federal Legion is also related to dealing with space cracks and solving strange beasts. Federal Regiment for 1012th Division South. Lin Feiqian, who was sorting his things in a dormitory room, was stunned when he heard the phone ring. Because of what happened this morning, his expression now is a bit complicated. My father is a little different from what I imagined. After thinking about it, he answered the phone. But for a moment, I felt like there was something stuck in my throat, and I didn't know what to say. You've arrived at the Federal Legion Academy, brat. But soon, Lin Dao's voice came over. We're already here. Lin Feiqian was silent for a moment, then spoke. Since you have chosen the Federal Legion Academy, then study hard and practice. If there's anything, call me. After all, your father also came from the army. Back then, Lin Dao's voice came again. Back then, you were the captain of the 36th team of the Federation Corps, codenamed Shadow Vanguard. You led a group of people in a fierce battle for 3 days and 3 nights. You have told me this 300 times. Lin Feiqian listened to his father's voice on the other end of the phone. Although his tone seemed impatient, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. No matter how much the father and son quarreled when they were at home, they still feel a little reluctant to part now that they are separated. My energy and blood have recovered a lot now, and I have to take the warrior test again. Lin Dao thought about it and continued speaking. Old man, don't take those qi and blood pills. Those are all lies. I asked Luo Ling to investigate. Those inferior qi and blood pills are poisonous. Listening to Lin Dao's words, Lin Feiqian thought that his father was going to buy those qi and blood pills again, and he immediately became furious. In his opinion, those are all scams to defraud people of their money, just like some elderly people who are keen on health supplements and are harvested like leeks. But at least health supplements are not poisonous. But these are. You think I don't know? At this moment, Lin Dao's voice came. You know why you eat. Lin Feiqian was stunned. Suddenly, something seemed to be touched in my heart. Chapter 14 Talent, Super Recovery. Why eat? He actually knows it. My own tuition, food, rent, and my mother's cryotherapy chamber expenses. All supported by my father alone. Although he started working part-time when he was in junior high school, it was far from enough. Thinking of this, his eyes became a little red. After today's farewell, Lin Feiqian's heart has grown a lot. Okay, take a good rest first. Although it is the Federal Legion Academy, the training here is not that easy. If you have any problem, call your father. Your father is here. If you're bullied in the army, tell me. Lin Dao's voice continued to come over. What are you bragging about? Lin Feiqian's heavy mood suddenly became much better. Compared to his father who seemed depressed all day long, he could clearly feel that his father's former self-confidence seemed to have returned. In 5 minutes, all new recruits from each dormitory will gather on the playground immediately. At this moment, the instructor's voice was heard from outside. Old man, I'm now attending the Federal Legion Academy. I get a monthly allowance, which I'll transfer to your card on time. Remember to renew Mom's cryo chamber. You can spend the rest however you want. I have to gather now. Hang up. After hanging up the phone, Lin Feiqian also hung up the phone. Feiqian, your dad called you? You guys have such a good relationship. My family hasn't called yet. A fat boy next to him couldn't help but sigh. By the way, was your father also a federal soldier? Shadow Vanguard, that sounds cool. The little fat boy chatters on, like a chatterbox. The roommate on the other side also had bright eyes. My dad was just bragging. Lin Feitian looked at their curious expressions and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The Federal Army Academy is a combination of training and learning. Only after graduation will you have the opportunity to go to the battlefield. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be quite safe there. The forest path on the other side can now rest assured for the time being. Bite. New task has been triggered. At this moment, the system prompt sounded suddenly. Another mission? Lin Dao's eyes lit up. The next moment, you can clearly see a line of system text appear. Sleep is very important during the growth and development stage. The total deep sleep time reaches 10 hours. Task reward. Talent super recovery. There is nothing that can't be solved by sleeping. New tasks. And the reward for this mission is actually talent. Talent. What's this? His eyes were full of surprise. Looking closely, a new row of words appeared below the task reward. Talent super recovery. Any injury will recover at an extremely high speed when resting. When falling into a deep sleep, the recovery speed will double, and the recovery ability in all aspects will also increase. This thing seems to be quite powerful, and talent doesn't belong to any skill. It should be considered a natural divine power. Lin Dao's eyes now brightened slightly. Never mind, go back to sleep first. It just so happens that tomorrow is the warrior test. Today is not a peaceful day for the entire Xingyue district. At around 6:10 or 7:10 in the evening, many people were discussing outside in the Xingyue slum area. B-level wanted criminal. Di Jun was spotted on Chongqing Street. The one harboring the wanted criminal is actually Zhao Hu and others. They're so bold, actually harboring a wanted criminal. I heard that they wanted to kill the warriors from the Federal Anti-Crime Unit, but they were killed instead. Is this true? Will our rent increase? This time of news is really shocking. Who would have thought that there had been a wanted criminal hiding in this area? And it was Zhao Hu and his gang who were harboring the wanted criminal. In the past 2 days, a group of second-hand landlords headed by Zhao Hu and others said that they would increase management fees, which was a disguised way of increasing rent. Who could have thought that someone would die today? The incident happened so suddenly that many people were unable to react. However, when they died, many people secretly cheered. After all, the second-hand landlords in this industry have exploited them too harshly over the years. Water and electricity charges are randomly increased, and management fees are added in various places. Sometimes, some single women living in slums are forced to do things they don't want to do. Fortunately, Lao Lin didn't go there today, otherwise it would be dangerous. Lili Chong stood with a group of old friends from the neighborhood who were of similar age, and couldn't help but sigh. But he remembered that Lin Dao said he wanted to talk reason with Zhao Hu today. Indeed, Lao Lin is still lucky. The others nodded as well. But isn't he home at this hour? Lili Chong was also a little curious. Such a big thing happened, but I didn't see Lin Dao coming down. At this time, Lin Dao had already fallen into a deep sleep in the room. For some time before, due to various pressures in life, he had no chance to rest properly. The fatigue caused by psychological pressure was completely released today, and I fell into a deep sleep. Time flies, and soon it is the next morning. As the alarm clock rang, Lin Dao slowly opened his eyes. Comfortable. He stretched and felt extremely comfortable all over. I haven't slept so soundly in a long time. Mission completed. Task reward. Talent super recovery. The system prompt also came out at this time. Originally, this task only requires a total of 10 hours of deep sleep. He now sleeps for more than 10 hours at a time, which fully meets the system's requirements. After the system prompt appeared, he could clearly feel a slight chill throughout his body. Is this super recovery? As long as you rest, your injuries will recover very quickly, and your recovery ability in all aspects will also be enhanced on weekdays. Whether it is the consumption of internal energy or the consumption of physical strength, the recovery speed will also be improved. Cool. I picked up my phone and checked the time. It was 7 in the morning. 200,000 federal currency has been deposited into your bank account with card number 62875. Please check it carefully. He can also see a system prompt that the payment has been received. This text message was sent last night. 200,000 has arrived. Seeing this scene, Lin Dao also stood up. I didn't expect that there would be such a high reward for capturing a wanted criminal. I seem to have heard that for some high-level criminals, the bounty is ridiculously high. He recalled some news he had read before, which said that there were some top criminals who had rewards of tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of dollars after being caught. Lin Dao didn't think much about it and directly opened another software to renew the freezer. The current cost of the freezer is $15,000 per month. The cryogenic chamber technology in this world is actually very mature, and it has become even more mature with the development of current technology. But the cost still cannot be reduced. Technology is developing rapidly, but there are more and more poor people. This time, Lin Dao directly renewed for another year, which cost him 180,000. For the remaining 20,000 yuan, Lin Dao placed an order directly and asked the pharmacy to send 4 bottles of qi and blood pills. Qi and blood pills cost 5,000 yuan a bottle in a regular pharmacy, which is very expensive. On the black market, it only costs 2 or 300 yuan, and that kind of inferior qi and blood pill is indeed effective when taken in a short period of time. This is why those inferior qi and blood pills still have a market. After all, everyone wants to be a warrior, and those who become warriors are very afraid that their energy and blood will decline when they get older. A powerful warrior can complete various dangerous tasks and earn more rewards. At worst, you can earn a good salary by being a mentor in a martial arts school. Therefore, it is very appropriate to describe the world as poor in literature but rich in martial arts. It's been a while since I've had a genuine qi and blood pill. Lin Dao looked at these qi and blood pills and smiled. After digesting these bottles of qi and blood pills, coupled with the speed at which he is absorbing the vital energy of heaven and earth now, he should have no problem breaking through wind and thunder rhythm to the 6th level. If you can reach the level of a 5th level warrior, you can get even more rewards after passing the test. Rush! Lin Dao opened a bottle of qi and blood pills and swallowed them all like candy beans. In an instant, an incomparably powerful energy and blood force surged out of his body. Chapter 15. Recertification of Warrior Rank. Boom! The effect of this medicine is really strong. It seemed as if heat was constantly emanating from the pores all over his body. It was extremely hot. The skin also becomes flushed. I haven't taken this kind of authentic qi and blood pill for a long time, and the effect is really different. Moreover, because of the innate martial arts holy body, the medicinal effect of this qi and blood pill was completely absorbed. The whole body is filled with powerful energy and blood, as if it is about to burst. If it were an ordinary person, his life would be in danger now. But for Lin Dao now, there is nothing to worry about. Crackling. The powerful energy of qi and blood, along with the continuously absorbed vital energy of heaven and earth, madly tempers the bones in the body. At this moment, Lin Dao slowly stood up and posed in some postures that looked very exaggerated. Then let the energy in the body circulate in a special way. Time passed minute by minute, and Lin Dao swallowed all the qi and blood pills while practicing. The medicinal effects of these 4 bottles of qi and blood pills have been maximized, and he can also completely absorb the medicinal effects. Boom! At this moment, Lin Dao, who had been practicing with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. The extremely strong power of qi and blood formed a scorching airflow that swept around. Some tables and chairs were shaken by the wind. Call! As he slowly exhaled, the powerful energy of qi and blood in his body began to slowly stabilize. He clenched his hands into fists and began to perform a set of military boxing. Boom, boom, boom. Every punch thrown out carried the force of wind and thunder, and the punches were as fast as lightning, making an air explosion sound formed by airflow and accompanied by gusts of airflow sweeping around. The whip kick also brought with it a series of thunderous sounds. Tear, tear. The ground and walls around were all cut by the airflow, leaving cracks. Crackling. Moreover, there were faint flashes of electric arcs on his fists and feet. Originally, the body refining method of wind and thunder rhythm would not generate real electric current at all, but now, because of the thunder breathing method, the two are combined to produce a wonderful effect. It's about time. I looked at the time on my phone, and it was already 9 o'clock. The appointment time is 10:30. After walking downstairs, he came to the other side of the road and took the number 18 bus directly. In about an hour, they arrived at the Guangya City Warrior Alliance Center. Standing at the gate and looking inside, you can clearly see the huge building with a peculiar shape. At the entrance of the building, you can clearly see a large number of people coming in and out. This is where all matters concerning warriors are handled, so the flow of people is very large. Over the past decade, every time he came here, he was always feeling uneasy, but this time his mood changed again. Walking inside, people passing by look towards the forest path from time to time. This person has qi and blood decline disease. If your hair is all white, then your energy and blood should be completely depleted, and you can no longer be a warrior, right? It's really pitiful. He should be around 30 years old, but he's already gone. Many people looked at Lin Dao's figure and whispered secretly. At this time, Lin Dao had already walked into the extremely spacious lobby and then walked towards the warrior testing area. In this area, a large number of people can be clearly seen picking up number plates for their test appointments at the workbench. Lin Dao took a number plate 208. Compared to last year, there are more people here. They are all unfamiliar faces. Punch force 3,500 kilograms. The blood value is 3,001. The overall combat capability is 3,019. Third level warrior. Wow, someone actually became a certified third level warrior. When I walked to the front with the number plate, I heard bursts of exclamations. Third level warriors are relatively rare in Guangya City. What's more, most of those who come for warrior level certification now are young people who want to be certified at the first level. Get out of the way, everyone. Don't block Brother Chang's way. As soon as Lin Dao approached, two men came out and pushed away the people standing nearby. Some people were even pushed directly to the ground. One of the men reached out to push Lin Dao's body away, but found that he couldn't do it at all. "Old man, get out of my way." The man was stunned for a moment, and at this moment he was a little angry and embarrassed and was about to push Lin Dao away. Lin Dao narrowed his eyes slightly, reached out and grabbed his wrist. Click, click, click. He didn't even use much strength, but the man's wrist bones were cracked. Ah! A scream like a pig being slaughtered was suddenly heard. "What you do? Let him go." Another man immediately shouted. For a moment, everyone's eyes turned over here. Some of the people who had just been pushed away and fell to the ground were secretly cheering in their hearts. "Be polite and don't push people," Lin Dao said calmly and released his wrist. The man took several steps back, his right arm still shaking. "The pain in my wrist feels like being stabbed by thousands of needles. What's going on?" At this time, a tall and strong man also walked out. "Brother Chang, this old man just hit me." The man also spoke up immediately when he was there. The man called Brother Chang is the one who has just successfully certified as a third-level warrior. His gaze now turned towards Lin Dao. Qi and blood decline? Looking at Lin Dao's white hair with a hint of silver, it was obviously not caused by dying, but a typical sign of qi and blood deficiency. Moreover, this hair color cannot be dyed even with hair dye. What's wrong? Then at this moment, the staff also came over from his side. Some of the people who had just been pushed down by the two men now lowered their heads and walked directly to the other side. The two men were both lackeys of Brother Chang. They didn't dare to say anything now. After all, they were afraid of retaliation from the other party. These two guys were just pushing people around randomly. One of the young college students couldn't help but speak out. The moment he finished speaking, the two men looked at him with fierce eyes. The others also shook their heads secretly. After all, they are college students, young and passionate, and don't think about the consequences at all. Brother Chang is a certified third-level warrior. Isn't he afraid of being beaten by the other party if he speaks nonsense now? Uncle Lin, a man wearing the work uniform of the Warrior Alliance, looked at Lin Dao and spoke respectfully. The people around were also stunned when they saw this scene. Even Brother Chang was a little surprised. The staff of the Warrior Alliance actually respect this person so much. Why is this person here? Chapter 16. One punch breaks 10,000. Come here to verify your warrior rank. Lin Dao nodded slightly and smiled. Because he is a former federal soldier and comes here every year, some familiar staff members are quite respectful to him. Recertify the warrior's rank. This staff member was also slightly stunned. He knew that Lin Dao suffered from qi and blood deficiency, and judging from his hair color, it has reached the acute stage. Under this condition, qi and blood will weaken to a very weak level and may even be life-threatening. I heard that during this period, warriors certified above level 3 will receive corresponding level rewards. Lin Dao now also smiled slightly. Phew. At this moment, some young men, not far away, couldn't help laughing as they listened to the conversation between Lin Dao and the staff member. Certified third-level warrior. A person who obviously suffers from qi and blood depletion actually wants to be certified as a third-level warrior. No matter how you look at it, it's impossible for him to be a third-level warrior. Still thinking about rewards? What a joke. Yes, there are corresponding rewards during this period. The staff member thought about it for a moment and nodded. He had just wanted to ask about Lin Dao's physical condition, but after thinking about it, he decided not to say anything. After all, when Lin Dao came for the annual inspection last year, his qi and blood values were already hovering around the passing line of the first level. This year, I'm afraid. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. You too, don't push anyone here. Whoever causes trouble again will be asked to leave immediately. The staff member now looked at the two men with a serious tone. We certainly won't cause trouble. The two men now quickly smiled. The staff of the Warrior Alliance are all official warriors, and they are all strong and talented, so they can't be provoked. By the way, Uncle Lin, there will be a lecture by a senior from the Federation Corps later. You can come and listen to the lecture. Retired soldiers will receive extra gifts. The staff members seemed to have thought of something and continued to speak to Lin Dao. Okay, Lin Dao nodded slightly. Number 208. At this moment, the sound of the broadcast came from the front. I'll go get certified first. Lin Dao took the number plate and walked toward the area ahead. Good. The staff member who had just talked to Lin Dao also nodded slightly. Now everyone's eyes were on him. It's his turn. Xiaoli, who is he? After the staff members walked away, one of the female staff members spoke out curiously. Uncle Lin is a retired soldier of the former Federation Corps. All the Federation soldiers from more than 10 years ago have walked out of mountains of swords and seas of fire. We can live in a relatively stable environment now, and it is also due to their efforts. The staff member called Xiao Li also spoke seriously at this time. He still has great respect for these retired soldiers. Uncle Lin used to be very strong. Xiao Li continued to sigh out loud. Although Lin Dao's spirit and energy seemed very good just now, judging from last year's situation, it would be difficult for him to maintain the energy and blood of a first-level warrior this year. Let's see if there are any policies and apply for some subsidies for Uncle Lin. Still, it's a bit strange. Lin Dao was supposed to come for the annual inspection of his warrior certificate, but it turned out to be a test of his warrior rank. He's just a retired soldier. Why are you pretending? This old man's strength is probably not even at the first level. The two men just now also looked gloomy. Go and have a look. Brother Chong was silent for a moment, then spoke. Brother Chong. The two men were slightly stunned at this moment. In their opinion, this old guy has white hair. How strong can he be? But now they didn't say much and just chased after him. The area leading to that end was already crowded with people. Several huge instruments are surrounded by iron fences. Number 208. The middle-aged man, wearing the Warrior Alliance uniform, now continued to speak loudly. Give. Lin Dao now walked over and handed over his number plate. The staff member was also slightly stunned when he saw his figure. After all, Lin Dao's white hair is too conspicuous. Number 208. Conduct the punching strength test first. He thought Lin Dao looked familiar and quickly realized what was going on. Isn't this the former federal soldier who suffers from qi and blood degeneration? I haven't seen him for a year, and his energy and blood have declined to this extent. Lin Dao didn't say any nonsense now and just stood on the punching strength testing instrument. The testing accuracy of this instrument is even higher than that of the martial arts gym, and the upper limit that it can test is also very high. There are 2 testing opportunities in total. Pay attention, adjust your breath, and punch with all your strength. The staff is now standing nearby and speaking slowly. Although there are 2 testing opportunities, it will be difficult to measure his high punching power based on his current physical condition. By the way, stand with both feet in the sensing area and don't use the charge to swing your fist, otherwise the test will fail. What a pity. If he was in good health, he would probably be a powerful warrior. I want to see how much punching power this old guy can test. The 2 men just now looked at this scene, and there was a gloating look in their eyes. Don't make noise. Brother Chong now has his arms folded across his chest, his eyes fixed straight ahead. He could feel that there was something unusual about this middle-aged man with white hair. At this moment, Lin Dao has held his breath and concentrated. He instantly exerted his strength, turned his right hand into a fist, and blasted out instantly like a fully drawn bow. Boom! The moment the punch hit the testing instrument, a loud noise was heard. The people around who had wanted to watch the show all covered their ears. Those who were closer had their heads buzzing with the shock. The numbers displayed above the testing instrument soared instantly. The punch force instantly exceeded 5 digits. Fuck. The staff nearby originally felt sympathetic towards Lin Dao, but when they saw the test results, they were completely dumbfounded. 13,008 kilograms. One punch weighed 13,080 kilograms. This is too exaggerated. His first reaction was, is the machine broken? Or is there something wrong with the machine? No, that horrifying sound of the fist exploding just now was made by him. That power and speed were real. How is this possible? The people watching around were now completely dumbfounded. His eyes were full of disbelief. Many people originally planned to laugh at the joke, but now they are completely shocked. Really? When Brother Chong saw this scene, his pupils shrank slightly. He just felt that this person's strength was extraordinary. I didn't expect that a punch could actually deliver such a high force. And now you're standing in a designated area, and at most you can stand or bend your legs, but you cannot charge forward or swing your fists. If the force brought by the charge and boxing martial arts are added, the destructive power will be even more terrifying. If this punch hit him, even if I have tempered my body, it is possible that it will be penetrated directly, right? Chapter 17. Terrifying Qi and Blood Power. Just thinking about this, Brother Chong's body trembled slightly. Is there something wrong with this testing instrument? More than 10,000 kilograms of strength. How is this possible? This must have reached the threshold of a 5th-level warrior. Everyone present now began to discuss. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. The scene they saw now was indeed too exaggerated and beyond their imagination. Mr. Lin, please wait a moment. The staff member took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and then spoke to Lin Dao. Lin Dao nodded slightly. More than 10,000 pounds of strength. It was still within his expectations. He even felt that he could deliver an even more powerful punch. After all, he had now cultivated wind and thunder rhythm to the 6th level. The strength of the whole body has reached a very high level. It can even unleash hidden power and cause even greater damage. Soon, Shaoli and others who had just met came over and helped him test the equipment. There is no problem with the instrument test. After Shaoli continued testing for a while, he also spoke slowly. His eyes were now filled with disbelief. Just now I was thinking that Uncle Lin could punch with a force of 1,000 pounds, which would be good. At least he has reached the minimum threshold and can maintain the level of a 1st-level warrior. But I never expected that more than 10,000 kilograms could be produced. It's simply too exaggerated. And there is no problem with the instrument test. Then, please test it again. The staff member who was in charge of the test records just now took several deep breaths, forced himself to calm down, and continued to speak. With the machine restarting, Lin Dao once again stood in front of the punching force testing instrument. Now the people around were staring at this scene intently, even holding their breath unconsciously. There was no problem with the punching strength test, which meant that he really punched out more than 10,000 pounds. A man in his 30s or 40s with a head full of white hair actually possesses such terrifying power. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would have thought it was nonsense. At this moment, Lin Dao used all his strength, and a powerful aura flowed through his body. Punch! This punch was like thunder and lightning, blasting out directly. Boom! Another loud bang was heard, and the target in the middle of the entire testing instrument began to vibrate. The numbers displayed on the screen above changed again. 116,003. Fuck. The people around watching this scene could only use these 2 words to summarize their shock. It's too exaggerated. Now, this number is really exaggerated. Xiao Li and other staff members were also standing aside, completely dumbfounded. This is the punching power that only a 5th-level warrior can achieve. Before Lin Dao, the highest level he had ever been certified, I was only level 3. Is that all right? Lin Dao spoke to the staff member who was in charge of recording. Yes. The staff member came to his senses instantly and nodded immediately like a chick pecking at rice. Next, please take the blood test. After calming himself down, he continued to speak to Lin Dao. If he had some suspicion that there was something wrong with the machine at the beginning, this time, he could be 100% sure that there was nothing wrong with the machine. At this time, Lin Dao had already walked to another instrument and sat down. His arms were placed on the table, and two instruments that looked like they were used to measure blood pressure were holding his arms. Soon, the instrument holding his arm began to shrink. The straight line on the screen next to it began to produce waves, constantly climbing upwards. Generally speaking, the health value of a first-level warrior is between 100 to 500, while that of a second-level warrior is between 1,000 to 1,800, that of a third-level warrior is between 3,000 to 4,000, and that of a fourth-level warrior is between 5,000 to 7,000. And now, the blood and energy value shown in the forest trail test has reached 7 or 8,000 at the beginning, and this value is still rising. Brother Chong, is this true or false? His chi and blood value is actually so high. The two men next to Brother Chong were now completely dumbfounded. They had never expected that the chi and blood value could be so high. And looking at the blood and chi value curve from this test, it is still rising. Don't make noise. Brother Chong's face was solemn, and his eyes continued to stare at the screen of the instrument in front of him. Soon the curve soared to 16,000. His pupils shrank slightly. His eyes were filled with shock. Impossible. How could there be so many? At this age, with the added buff of chi and blood decline, his chi and blood actually reached a terrifying 16,000. Shit, there must be something wrong with the equipment. Is your chi and blood value so high? Could it be because he took the chi and blood pill in advance? You are stupid. The blood and chi raised by the blood and chi pill can be accurately tested by the instrument. Didn't you see there are two curves? One curve represents the blood and chi value of the blood and chi pill, and the other one is his real blood and chi value. The people around were in an uproar. The punching strength test just now was outrageous enough. Who would have thought that the chi and blood values are so high now? Gurgle. Shally also swallowed secretly now. These instruments are the latest, and there is no way they could go wrong. And it is impossible for so many instruments to go wrong at the same time. It is obvious that Uncle Lin's own strength has reached this level. A health value of 16,000. Fifth-level warrior. An absolute fifth-level warrior. Test end. Chi and blood value of this round of test. 16,575. Soon, the machine test results appeared. Hearing the prompt from the machine, the recorder immediately reacted and recorded the value. But the hands that were recording the numbers began to tremble. Guangya City is not a big city, and there are not many fifth-level warriors. Now, there's actually a fifth-level warrior undergoing testing and certification here. The most incredible thing is that this person looks familiar to him. I vaguely remember that last year my chi and blood values were almost falling below the level of a first-level warrior, but now it has soared to 16,000. Next is the third test. Just stand inside the instrument. The staff member quickly came to his senses and continued to speak to Lin Dao. Good. Lin Dao looked at the large machine next to him and walked straight in. After standing in the space inside the machine, the hatch made of transparent glass began to slowly fall down and completely close. Preparation for comprehensive quality test is in progress. 3, 2, 1. Along with the machine's prompt sound, red rays of light shone on Lin Dao's body. The Federation's latest comprehensive quality testing machine is also the most advanced technology in the world. Look at the test results, and we'll know whether there's something wrong with the instrument or if this person really has this much ability. Brother Chong now also clenched his hands into fists. If this is true, it means that I have witnessed the certification process of a fifth-level warrior with my own eyes. Chapter 18 Test Results. Peak Level 5. Under the illumination of the red light, a lot of information soon appeared on the large screen of the instrument. The whole body membrane is tempered at once. All muscles in the body are tempered at once. All bones are tempered at once. Chi and blood value 16,800. Abundant energy in the body. Extremely strong life activity. Comprehensive combat effectiveness evaluation. 18,756. Strength estimate. Peak level 5. Fifth level peak. Some people's lips trembled as they read this information. The others now opened their eyes wide, and this time, they believed it completely. Even if there were mistakes in the punching strength testing instrument and the chi and blood value testing instrument, This instrument would definitely not make mistakes again. He really has this ability. Brother Chong. The two men standing next to Brother Chong were now trembling violently. His face turned extremely pale, with beads of cold sweat oozing out from his forehead. It's so scary. This person actually has such powerful strength. Why didn't you say it earlier? Test end. At this moment, along with the prompt sound of the machine, Lin Dao had already walked out. The test should be over here, right? Lin Dao came out and spoke to the recorder. Yes, yes. Take a rest. They will process your warrior certificate for you later. He immediately came to his senses and spoke quickly. Uncle Lin, we will handle it for you later. Xiaoli's tone also became excited. He had never imagined that Lin Dao's strength was so strong. This last machine is the most advanced machine in the world. The test results are 100% accurate, with a maximum error of only about 3% in the qi and blood values. Good. Lin Dao smiled slightly, then walked out slowly. The people around looked at Lin Dao coming out, and all of them subconsciously stepped back to both sides. You have good talent. If you practice hard, you will have the chance to become a good warrior. If you have any questions about cultivation in the future, you can come to me for help. Lin Dao walked to the front and saw the college student who had just spoken up for justice. He also said with a smile, Yes, yes. The young man is also very excited now. 5th level warrior. If you can get the appreciation or guidance of a 5th level warrior, that can't be bought with money. The others looked at this scene with red eyes of envy. Who could have thought that this middle-aged man with a head full of white hair, who looked like he was in the acute stage of qi and blood deficiency, would have such strength? Senior, please forgive me for offending you two brothers just now. Brother Chong is also in the front now. He kneels on one knee and makes a sound with his fist clasped. Please forgive me, Senior. His two younger brothers even knelt on the ground and kowtowed, and now they didn't dare to look up at Lin Dao. Thinking of what had just happened, they all wanted to slap themselves twice. A 5th level warrior, and he is a warrior at the peak of the 5th level. At this age, he has the potential to become a 6th level warrior. I was actually trying to push him just now. When I think of this, I regret it so much that my intestines turn green. Go away. Lin Dao glanced at the two of them and spoke lightly. Thank you, Senior. You are so generous. The two men now breathed a sigh of relief and subconsciously want to stand up. I said get out. Put your head in your hands and leave in a rounded posture. Lin Dao's voice continued to come. Did you hear that? Get out of here. Brother Chong turned around and shouted at the two of them. Yes, yes. The two men didn't think too much about it. They just put their hands on their heads, squatted on the ground, and rolled away. Ha ha ha. People nearby couldn't help but laugh when they saw this scene. After all, these two guys relied on Brother Chong's test result of level 3, and they acted arrogantly and domineeringly here, which made many people unhappy. Now they can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Senior, they have all left. Brother Chong now hurriedly continued to speak. The same to you. Lin Dao spoke calmly. Brother Chong was stunned. Then he gritted his teeth, covered his head with his hands, and rolled away. This made Lin Dao stunned for a moment. He thought that this guy would feel insulted and then get angry and say something rude, and he would just take the opportunity to beat him up. What a pity. Soon, he walked to the chair outside and sat quietly, waiting for the processing of his warrior certificate. Just now, all the original warrior certificates and identity documents were handed over to Xiaoli. Everything will be handled by them. All I have to do is sit here and rest. Bye. Reminder. Today's growth task has not been completed yet. Please complete it immediately to avoid missing out on the reward. At this moment, the system prompt came out again. Oh, I almost forgot. Lin Dao looked at the system prompt, then took out a bottle of children's milk from his pocket and drank it in one breath. Drinking 120 milliliters of milk for the first time every day can increase the upper limit of qi and blood strength, and physical strength will be greatly restored after each drinking of milk. 1-to-1. Mission completed. Increase the upper limit of qi and HP. After drinking this children's milk, the system prompt appeared at the same time, and he could also clearly feel that his energy and blood had improved a lot. The upper limit of qi and health has been raised again, and it feels like the increase is quite large. Lin Dao spoke secretly in his heart. The lecture will start in half an hour. I heard there will be random gifts this time. It's not easy to get a spot this time, so we are lucky. At this moment, many people can be seen walking in from the gate. There was excitement on their faces. Lin Dao. As soon as one of them walked in, he found Lin Dao with white hair sitting there. After all, his white hair was too conspicuous, and I recognized him after just a quick glance. Okay, Mr. Lin, you are here. The man stepped forward, emitting a powerful aura from his entire body. The deputy master of Xingyuan Martial Arts School, a third-level warrior, Du Ziding. He is here too. The other instructors in the martial arts hall also obviously noticed Lin Dao sitting here and walked over as well. Ow! Have you calculated my salary today? Lin Dao looked at him approaching aggressively, crushed the children's milk carton in his hand, and threw it into a trash can with recyclable waste labeled "Not Far Away." You still dare to raise your salary? Du Ziding laughed out of anger. This guy actually looked so relaxed and not afraid at all, which made him even more unhappy. Your salary for the past 3 months combined is not even enough to cover the deduction. Considering the damage you caused to the martial arts gym and the attack on 2 people in our finance office, it's already good enough that we didn't report you to the federal police. And you still want your salary? Du Ziding stared at Lin Dao. Chapter 19 New Certificate Obtained. The others also sneered as they listened to Du Ziding's words. And they also noticed Lin Dao's white hair. In just one day, my hair turned so white. It was obvious that his qi and blood deficiency had reached the acute stage and was deteriorating beyond recognition. If this continues, there's a possibility that I will die. I was originally planning to look for you, and now it just happens that I met you. Look at the bill yourself. Du Ziding now took out a bill from the backpack he was carrying and threw it directly to Lin Dao. Lin Dao looked at the charges shown on the bill, and his eyes narrowed slightly. In other words, do you think I have to pay you more than 200,000 yuan now? Looking at the various charges shown on the bill, Lin Dao also laughed. Certainly, 200,000 is a small amount. This does not include the cost of damaging the reputation of our martial arts school. Du Ziding sneered. If you are willing to settle privately now, you will need to pay an additional 150,000 yuan in damages for your reputation. Otherwise, I'll hire a lawyer to sue you for more than this amount. He continued to speak. This old guy's hair is so white now, he is probably half dead. I don't know how much money can be squeezed out of him. No matter what, just take whatever you can get first. Tear it up. But at this moment, Lin Dao tore up the bill. Want money? Ask that old dog Qin Xing to come over and kowtow. Maybe I can give you a few $dozen. He said with a smile. You're looking for death. Du Ziding looked at this scene, and his eyes suddenly widened. The old guy actually dared to tear up the bill directly, and they even dared to insult their owner. Anger surged in his heart, and Du Ziding subconsciously wanted to take action. Master Du, this is the Warrior Alliance. One of the young mentors now lowered his voice as well. After hearing his words, Du Ziding, who was about to take action, stopped instantly. You're lucky. If this wasn't the Warrior Alliance, I would have broken all your limbs. Du Ziding straightened his clothes and snorted coldly. If a fight breaks out here, too many people will pay attention to it. If you accidentally kill this old guy, you might even end up in jail. Moreover, they were attending a lecture today, and there would be high-level warriors coming. It would be too embarrassing if they were asked to leave because of this matter. I'm warning you again. Pay the fee to me, otherwise, Du Ziding also sneered now. In his mind, he had already thought of a way to deal with Lin Dao. But he knew that Lin Dao's wife was lying in the freezer. As long as he made a fuss about the freezer matter, the old guy would definitely come to his house and kneel down to beg for mercy. Thinking of this, Du Ziding became even more proud. The lecture is about to start. Let's go. He walked towards the other direction with a proud look on his face. The other people from the martial arts hall looked at Lin Dao and followed Du Ziding away. In their opinion, Lin Dao was seeking death by going against the martial arts school. Now he has insulted the owner and even torn up the bill, so the conflict is irreconcilable. Lin Dao will also end up in a very miserable way. Isn't it just a little bit of salary squeeze? It's not worth it. Now he's done. You still want me to pay you back? How cruel. Lin Dao narrowed his eyes slightly. After all, this is the Warrior Alliance. If I had beaten them half to death just now, I would have been taken to the federal police. It may also have an impact on my son at that time. But once you're outside, everything will be fine. And judging from the look in Du Ziding's eyes just now, there's no way this guy would let it go so easily. Maybe you'll want to find other ways to threaten yourself. It could actually threaten me. Freezer. He seemed to have thought of something, and his pupils shrank slightly. His wife's cryo chamber is owned by Xingyi Yuqing Company. In a small city like this, personal connections are often important. If Du Zeding has any personal connections that can affect the normal operation of the freezer, the situation would be a bit troublesome. Have to move on. We need to transfer to the cryo chamber under the Warrior Alliance. There are many companies around the world that are now launching cryo chamber businesses. The best of them are naturally those under the Warrior Alliance, which also have the best technology. But the amount of money required is also the highest. I didn't have enough money before, but now that I have reached the peak of the 5th level, it is not too difficult to earn money. After sitting here and waiting for a while, Xiao Li's men came over from the other area. Uncle Lin, your warrior certificate will be ready soon. Enter your fingerprint information and iris information into the machine to complete the verification. They also spoke respectfully. Before, Xiao Li was the only one who respected Lin Dao. And now, after the others knew the terrifying strength of the middle-aged man with white hair in front of them, they were all respectful when facing him. After all, in a world where martial arts is respected, this situation is very normal. Lin Dao has seen a lot of the ups and downs of human nature in the world, and his mentality is very normal. After following them to the verification instruments and completing the final verification, he received a brand new card. The card is also black, but it has 5 dragon patterns on it, representing a 5th level warrior. Uncle Lin, during this period of time, warriors who have passed the 5th level certification will be rewarded with 200,000 yuan in cash. It has been deposited into your bank card. In addition, you can choose any 3 items in the official Warrior Alliance Mall with a total price of less than 1 million yuan at a 30% discount. Moreover, the privileges of a 5th level warrior have been fully unlocked. You could travel for free anywhere in the world. Oh, and there's also a 3rd level beast crystal as a reward. As Xiao Li spoke, he handed Lin Dao a wooden box. Beast crystals are special crystals contained in the bodies of those exotic beasts, which are equivalent to their energy cores. A powerful warrior can extract the energy inside for cultivation. Okay, thank you for your help. After Lin Dao took it, he also smiled slightly. No trouble. Uncle Lin, please contact me if you have any questions. By the way, the advanced lecture will start in 10 minutes. Uncle Lin can take a look if he is interested. It is said that he is a warrior from the Federation Legion. Xiao Li smiled and continued to speak. Good. Warriors from the Federation Legion? He wasn't very interested just now, but now he is a little interested. I don't know how the current Federal Army has changed compared to before. My son is still in the Federal Legion, and now is a good opportunity to learn more about him. And even those people from Xingyue Martial Arts School went there. Uncle Lin, Uncle Lin! Under Xiao Li's guidance, he just walked towards the conference hall when a familiar figure appeared in front of him. Chapter 20 Brother, stop bragging. Xiao Zhang. Lin Dao looked carefully and saw that the person who appeared in front of him was Zhang Tao. But today's Zhang Tao was different from usual. He was wearing the uniform of the Federal Criminal Police Team and looked very imposing. Uncle Lin, we have now dealt with everything that happened last time. It's all thanks to you. Zhang Tao looked around and then spoke in a low voice. This time, Lin Dao eliminated this Class B wanted criminal, and the credit was given to him. To him, this was more valuable than a bonus. It's just a small matter. Lin Dao waved his hand. By the way, I have something that may trouble you. He seemed to have thought of something and continued to speak. Uncle Lin, please tell me. I want to apply for a cryo chamber in the Warrior Alliance. Is this too much trouble? Lin Dao said seriously. There was no other option before, so he had to use the freezers provided by private companies. But now, he clearly felt that it might be unsafe, and it would be better to move to the Warrior Alliance. However, he heard that the Warrior Alliance's cryo chambers were not only expensive, but also had complicated application requirements. No problem. I have a spot for a cryostat. I'll apply for it for you. Zhang Tao heard Lin Dao's words and spoke up immediately. He is now very willing to help Lin Dao solve some problems. After all, a great credit was given to him, and he still feels indebted. And this time, if he took action, he would most likely be killed by Dijun. Because that guy has banned drugs. After taking them, his strength will increase rapidly and he won't feel any pain. Then I'll trouble you. No trouble. No trouble. Zhang Tao immediately shook his head. By the way, Uncle Lin, you are here today for recertify your warrior rank and then attend some lectures. I heard that retired Alliance soldiers will participate and there will be gifts. Lin Dao smiled. Yes, this time the high-level warriors of the Federation Legion will give a lecture and retired soldiers can receive some extra gifts. The content of the lecture is about the training methods of warriors in the new era, the status of this S-level space rift, and the chi and blood degeneration disease. Having said this, Zhang Tao paused, because judging from the color of his hair, Lin Dao in front of him should have suffered from blood and chi decline to an irreversible level, but his strength was still so powerful. Now looking at him closely, I can still feel that he is full of energy and spirit. It's simply incredible. It looks like the lecture is about to begin. Uncle Lin, please. When Zhang Tao saw his cell phone suddenly ringing, he reacted immediately. Okay, you go ahead and do your work. I'll just find a seat and sit down. Lin Dao also nodded and smiled at this time. Okay, Uncle Lin, just call me if you need anything. This time he came here, he was also responsible for the security work. Soon, after walking into the conference room, it was obvious that the spacious conference hall was already full of people. Lin Dao submitted his information as a retired soldier and was able to enter directly. As for the rest of the social warriors, they had to enter by obtaining registration tickets in advance. The Federal Army. After Lin Dao walked in, he looked at the Federation Legion flag with cross swords and a dragon pattern in the background hanging on the podium above, and his eyes became a little dazed. It was as if I had gone back to more than 10 years ago. He found a seat and sat down. Brother, are you also a retired soldier? As soon as he sat down, several middle-aged men in their 40s or 50s next to him also laughed out loud. Right? Lin Dao nodded slightly. Your chi and blood decline is quite serious. We also have declining chi and blood, but we just haven't been diagnosed yet, alas. These people seem to be quite familiar with each other, and continue the discussion. But don't worry. This lecture seems to have new methods to teach us how to deal with chi and blood decline. Yes, the ones coming this time are high-level warriors from the Federation Legion. They also started discussing at this time. Master Du, that old guy's also come in. At this time, the people from the Xingyue Martial Arts School who were sitting on the other side also clearly saw Lin Dao sitting not far away. Snort. I just got in with my veteran certificate. Du Zitenges faz dakened. After the lecture, he will just wait and roll on the ground and beg for mercy. Thinking of this, a ferocious smile appeared on his face. After a while, people wearing Federal Legion uniforms walked in from the side area. Zhang Tao and others were also clearing the way ahead. Here it comes. Everyone was watching this scene, and everyone's eyes were looking forward. The originally noisy conference hall suddenly became quiet. Looking closely, one can clearly see 3 middle-aged men wearing Federal Legion uniforms and with a powerful aura, also standing on the podium. Everyone, today's lecture is about to begin. Let us welcome the 3 captains from the 108th Division of the Federal Corps. The host on the side also took the microphone at this time and spoke loudly with passionate words. Bang, bang, bang. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone started applauding. Hello, everyone. I'm Zhao Wendong. I am Sun Wuchang. I am Jian Molai. At this time, the 3 of them also introduced their names one by one. Zhao Wendong. Lin Dao looked at the familiar face, and his pupils shrank slightly. That's right. This person is Zhao Wendong, who was in his team back then. In my mind, the young man in Team 36 who used to get so anxious and scratch his head whenever something happened has now become so mature and calm. You know him. You were not under his command before, were you? The men sitting by the forest path were now laughing as well. We were in the same team before. Lin Dao nodded subconsciously. These people were stunned for a moment. They were just joking with Lin Dao at first, but they didn't expect that Lin Dao would say seriously that he and Zhao Wendong were in the same team. Ha ha ha. Brother, you're going to make me laugh to death. One of the middle-aged men couldn't help but laugh out loud at this time. Zhao Wendong is one of the most influential figures in the Federation Army. Although he is young, his strength has already reached the 5th level, and he has a lot of experience fighting against creatures from other worlds. Recently, he has also participated in the protection work around the S-level space rift. There is also a certain degree of research on chi and blood decline. At this time, he also described it in detail as if he knew everything by heart. Brother, stop bragging. The man beside him also patted Lin Dao's shoulder and laughed. Chapter 21, Super Ancient Relics. Do you believe me when I say I know the Commander-in-Chief of the Federation Legion? Haha. The others also smiled at this time. At this moment, the lecture has officially begun. Zhao Wendong and other active soldier captains of the Federal Legion have now begun to introduce some new age cultivation methods. We found that the crystal cores of the alien beasts can greatly improve our performance, especially for the secondary and even tertiary tempering of the skin, muscles, and bones of the whole body. The energy provided by the beast crystal is the main thing. In the past, to extract the energy of beast crystals, one needed to be a very powerful warrior or even a warrior with a certain talent to comprehend the method of extracting energy. But now, the Warrior Alliance has begun to develop a new type of training technique that can extract and absorb the energy of beast crystals. It should be fully launched in the near future. When that happens, it will mark another major step towards a new era of martial arts. After this, Sun Wuchang also introduced some of his latest research. Everyone present became a little excited after listening to his words. After all, in the past, the utilization rate of ordinary beast crystals was really not high. Although they contained a certain amount of energy, ordinary warriors had no means to extract them. So it can be considered as a decoration, but the price is quite good. What are really valuable are those high-level beast crystals. High-level warriors can extract the energy from that kind of beast crystal for cultivation and secondary tempering of their bodies. However, this kind of beast crystal is, after all, the product of killing strange beasts, and ordinary people cannot get access to it all. The price of the first-level beast crystals of the Warrior Alliance is not expensive. If we can really learn how to extract the energy of beast crystals, we can buy some and try it out. Don't even think about it. That kind of training method is probably very difficult, and it's still in the research and development stage. I don't know when it will be truly popularized to the whole nation. Tisk, when the promotion is fully launched, will you still be able to buy cheap beast crystals? I say you should stock up now. People around now began to whisper. Next, tell me about the recent situation of the S-level space crack. Next, it was Jiang Mo's turn to speak. S-level space crack. Lin Dao's pupils shrank slightly. I saw news about this on the subway before. It was said that a treasure that could cure all diseases had been discovered. This is something he still cares about very much. This time, the S-level space rift appeared in Southeast Asia, and a large number of alien creatures emerged at once, making them very difficult to deal with. Legions from all over the world, as well as top warriors, worked together to eliminate many of those alien creatures after more than 2 months, but they also paid a heavy price. Among them, a master-level warrior entered this space crack and discovered many super-ancient relics left over from another world. Jiang Mo paused when he said this. Super-ancient ruins? Hearing this, everyone was slightly stunned. Many people have never heard of this so-called super-ancient ruins. Although we have discovered many treasures in this relic, we have also discovered some terrible situations. Based on the information from the murals in the ancient ruins, it is very likely that there are still humanoid intelligent creatures in that otherworldly space. Everyone was shocked when they heard what he said now. Humanoid, highly intelligent creature. Because before, the alien creatures that appeared in these space cracks were mostly animal species, with occasional plants. But no humanoid creatures have ever appeared. If such a creature really exists, it would be a huge and unknown disaster for mankind. But there's no need to worry too much. This is just a guess from these ultra-ancient relics. Perhaps this kind of humanoid intelligent creature has died out many years ago. Jiang Molai's voice continued to come. Listening to his words, everyone now breathed a sigh of relief. This time, these Grandmaster-level warriors discovered many special treasures in this S-level space crack. It will be auctioned at the Sky City auction at the beginning of next year. The treasures discovered by the Federation Legion warriors will be used as public welfare funds to help people in poor communities across the country. When Jiang Mo said this, someone in the audience started applauding. Bang, bang, bang. Within a short while, there was thunderous applause. Next, our Captain Zhao Wendong will speak. After the applause died down, the host continued to laugh out loud. Captain Zhao Wendong joined the Federation Corps 15 years ago and served in the original 36th Squadron, known as the Shadow Vanguard, and achieved many military exploits. Shadow Vanguard. This name, to Lin Dao's ears, sounded so familiar, yet so strange. Zhang Tao, who was standing on the other side, was also stunned at this moment. 36 teams. The scene of yesterday vaguely emerged in my mind. Former Federal Regiment, 36th Regiment, retired soldier. Lin Dao's words echoed in his mind. Hiss. Zhang Tao took a breath of cold air. Could it be that he was from the same team as Zhao Wendong? Thinking of this, Zhang Tao felt even more shocked. The great hides in the city. Uncle Lin is the master hiding in a dilapidated neighborhood. You're being polite. What I did was just my job. It's not worth mentioning. At this time, Zhao Wendong also smiled. In the Federation Army back then, there were many seniors who sacrificed more than I did, but many of them died on the battlefield and never came back. When he said this, there was a hint of sadness in his eyes. Okay, today we will explain how to suppress the decline of qi and blood, and how to treat warriors suffering from qi and blood decline. Everyone here, are there any patients with qi and blood depletion? At this moment, Zhao Wendong's eyes also swept over the audience. Soon, his eyes caught sight of the figure with white hair. The moment he spoke subconsciously, his pupils shrank slightly, and then he stood up immediately. Then he walked straight down from the podium. Zhao Wendong's body was trembling slightly, and his face was full of excitement. Everyone present was stunned. I have no idea what is going on. Chapter 22, Captain. Even the host, looking into the distance, was confused. It turns out there are people with qi and blood depletion disease there. Your hair is all white. This must be the acute stage, right? How pitiful. It turns out that Captain Zhao Wendong wanted to invite this person to come on stage and explain how to treat qi and blood depletion disease. Many people looked toward the area ahead and could clearly see Lin Dao, a man with a head full of white hair, sitting at the back. After all, his white hair is too conspicuous. It seems that Captain Zhao wants to invite this gentleman to explain how to treat qi and blood depletion disease. The host now reacted quickly and tried to smooth things over with a smile. Jiang Molai and Sun Wuchang, who were sitting on the podium, were also confused. But they knew that Zhao Wendong couldn't be so excited suddenly. Could it be that? At this moment, Zhao Wendong walked to the front of the forest path and stopped. His eyes were a little red, and his body was trembling slightly. It's him. It's really him. It's really you. Zhao Wendong controlled his excitement and spoke slowly. Monkey, long time no see. Lin Dao now stood up as well and said with a smile. Monkey? He actually called Zhao Wendong a monkey? Everyone present was stunned. Especially the middle-aged men sitting next to Lin Dao were a little stunned, and even their bodies began to tremble. It's all over. This guy was so bold that he called the warriors of the Federal Legion monkeys in public. Bold! How dare you call Captain Zhao a monkey, you bastard! At this moment, Du Zeding immediately jumped up and cursed at Lin Dao. His heart was now blossoming with joy. I never expected that this idiot Lin Dao would actually call Zhao Wendong a monkey. Isn't this just seeking death? Shut up. As Du Zeding finished speaking, Zhao Wendong suddenly turned around and looked at him, and a powerful aura was released. Boom! Du Zeding felt as if his mind and heart were severely shocked. His legs went limp, and he sat down on the chair, frightened to the point of peeing. The others were also startled. The terrifying, murderous aura emanating from Zhao Wendong made them feel a chill down their spines. Team! He was now looking at Lin Dao with an extremely excited expression on his face. Let's talk later. Lecture first. Lin Dao smiled. Good. Zhao Wendong also reacted now, took a deep breath, and then spoke slowly. Don't you also have qi and blood decline? Just go up to the podium and let Captain Zhao take a good look at you. Lin Dao now looked at the middle-aged man sitting next to him and said with a smile. The man came back to his senses when listening to Lin Dao's words. But his thoughts were a little confused. What is going on? Lin Dao, who was sitting next to him, seemed to know Zhao Wendong. This, sir, please. Zhao Wendong now understood what Lin Dao meant and spoke to the man. Well, at this time, the man nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Soon after Zhao Wendong took him to the podium, he began to explain the origin of qi and blood decline disease and how to treat it subsequently. But in general, the current treatment method is still mainly for relief. There is no cure in the whole world. Zhang Tao, who was standing on the other side, was still in shock. Judging from the situation just now, Zhao Wendong definitely knows Lin Dao. They are indeed a team, and it is very likely that Uncle Lin was once the captain of that team. This news is so explosive. The lecture ended quickly. With the help of the people from Xingyue Martial Arts School, Du Zeding quickly left here. Lin Dao also received additional gifts with his retired soldier's ID. A bottle of qi and blood pills, and a bottle of body-tempering pills. Even though it's a small bottle, it's pretty good. Now, many people glanced cautiously towards Lin Dao as they left. They clearly felt that Zhao Wendong knew Lin Dao. Who is this person? Wendong, he is... At this moment, Jiang Molai and Sun Wuchang, who were on the podium, couldn't help but speak out. They had never seen the calm and steady Zhao Wendong with that kind of expression before. You all know that I once served in Shadow Vanguard. Zhao Wendong spoke slowly. The two men nodded. Wait, could the other party also be a retired soldier from that team? He's my captain. Zhao Wendong smiled. He is very excited now. He didn't expect that after so many years, he would meet the captain who had been through life and death with him. It's just that the captain's current situation. Team leader? Both of them had expressions of shock on their faces. It is said that the members of the Shadow Vanguard team back then were a group of crazy people who were willing to sacrifice their lives. Although the overall level was not high back then, it was extremely crazy to complete the task. And he was actually the captain of that team. After everyone in the conference room left, Zhao Wendong rushed directly forward. Team leader, haven't seen you for a long time. Zhao Wendong's eyes are also red now. Indeed, it's been a long time. It seems that you have grown a lot. Lin Dao laughed out loud. The tall and thin young man nicknamed Monkey has now grown to this size. Where? Captain, we haven't seen each other for so many years. Why haven't you contacted us? And your contact number has long been invalid. Zhao Wendong couldn't help but speak out. The captain who was so ferocious and led them to fight bloody battles now has completely white hair. This is obviously the acute stage of qi and blood deficiency. This made him feel very uncomfortable. He was originally involved in researching how to solve the problem of qi and blood deficiency. Now that his captain is like this, he can't help at all. Because once you reach this stage, the qi and blood can no longer be suppressed or relieved. Over the years, there had a lot going on. Lin Dao sighed. In order to make money, he joined the Federal Legion. Although his strength was only at the peak of the 3rd level and he did not have very powerful martial arts, his style of doing things was very ferocious and he was not afraid of death. He had suffered countless injuries of varying sizes. In the end, he survived. After he was diagnosed with qi and blood deficiency, he submitted his resignation to his superiors, and many people in the team were unaware of it. I'll take you to the Provincial Warrior Alliance Hospital. There are some of the best medical resources in the country. Zhao Wendong spoke directly. Monkey, do you think I look like a person with declining energy and blood now? Chapter 23, let him leave the city. Lin Dao smiled at him now. This, Zhao Wendong was stunned. Then he felt it carefully and his eyes widened. He could clearly feel that Lin Dao's life breath was still very strong. Moreover, he is full of energy and vitality and does not look like someone in the acute stage of qi and blood deficiency at all. Unbelievable. It's simply incredible. Maybe it's a blessing in disguise. This qi and blood decline disease tormented me for many years, and after the acute phase, it suddenly disappeared. Lin Dao then made up a reason and said with a smile, but this is half true and half false. I see. That's great. Zhao Wendong also smiled now. Come, let me introduce you. This is my captain, the former captain of the Shadow Vanguard, Lin Dao. He now looked at Jiang Molai and Sun Wuchang who were behind him and introduced them. These two are my current comrades in arms, Jiang Molai and Sun Wuchang. Hello. At this time, everyone shook hands with each other. Jiang Molai and Sun Wuchang looked at Lin Dao closely, and their hearts were filled with shock. After he entered the acute phase, his qi and blood deficiency syndrome completely disappeared. What's even more unusual is that he is now full of energy and spirit, more like a powerful warrior. I haven't seen you in so many years. We must find a place to have a good reunion. Zhao Wendong is still in an excited state. Meanwhile, Zhang Tao and other federal warriors involved in security work in the rear were now completely confused. They had never seen Zhao Wendong with this kind of expression. Good, but I have something to do now. Lin Dao smiled, but his expression turned serious. Freezer compartment. He now wants to transfer his wife's cryo chamber directly to the cryo chamber center of the Warrior Alliance. Xingyuan Martial Arts School. Uhu. Du Zeding returned and was now sitting on a chair, still panting. Now his face is still pale. Thinking about what happened today, his face became extremely ferocious. During that conference lecture, he was actually scared to death. Shame. This is such a huge shame for him. And when he thought of Zhao Wendong, he felt even more angry. This piece of shit. She actually knows Zhao Wendong. The look in his eyes is also changing. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, the cell phone he placed next to him suddenly vibrated. After feeling the vibration of the phone, Du Zeding picked it up immediately and answered the call. Master, what do we do now? Just now, Qianxing's phone couldn't be reached, so he sent him all the information about what happened today. Now I finally answered Qianxing's call. Lin Dao cannot be kept. Qianxing's voice also came over. He was still outside the city, and in the area beneath his feet, there was a huge beast that had been killed. There are obviously other warriors around. Master, what you mean is, let Lin Dao leave the city. I will deal with him after he leaves. Qianxing continued to speak. After he knew that Lin Dao had a relationship with Zhao Wendong, his expression became extremely ugly. After all, Zhao Wendong is a captain of the Federal Army and has the strength of the 5th level. If the other party knew that Lin Dao was owed wages by his martial arts school and was deliberately asking him to pay a huge sum of money, it would be troublesome. Perhaps his Xingyue martial arts school will be greatly affected. Even yourself may get into trouble. Since you can't solve the problem, then solve the person who caused the problem. Once the forest road is solved, all problems will be solved. But how can we get him out now? And he's most likely with Zhao Wendong now. Du Zeding also felt a severe headache now. According to the investigation data, Lin Dao's son has now joined the Federal Legion, and there is no way to threaten his son. Freezer, didn't I ask you to make a fuss about this before? Get the freezer out now. Ship it out of the city. Qianxing sneered. All right, I almost forgot about the cryo chamber. This old guy seems to pay a lot of attention to his wife lying in the cryo chamber. Du Zeding also reacted at this moment. Before, they had thought about threatening Lin Dao through the cryostat. But now we have to transport the freezer directly out. Xingyue Biotechnology Company. Don't we know someone there? We can use them to transport the cold storage out, then call Lin Dao and ask him to leave the city. He will definitely agree. When Qianxing said this, his expression turned grim. As long as Lin Dao leaves the city, he will be finished. There is no surveillance outside the city, so we don't know what happened if someone died. Before killing him, just threaten him and deal with anything related to yourself. Then there will be no suspicion on him. Okay, do it now and be quick. Good. Du Zeding now took a deep breath and responded immediately. Judging from the current situation, this is the only way. If we don't get rid of Lin Dao now, there will be endless troubles. After hanging up the phone, he immediately started preparing. Because they had been in contact with some people from that company before, and now that they had given the other party a large sum of money, the insiders of this company also began to help them transport the freezer. Are you sure this person won't cause me trouble? An hour later, inside Xingyue Biotechnology Company, a man in a white uniform spoke to Du Zeding, who walked in. Certainly. Haven't you read his profile? This guy always pays at the last minute. He's just a poor bastard. He might cause trouble for you. Du Zeding spoke as he walked. He was also wearing clothes from Xingyue Biotechnology Company and a mask. But this guy recharged a sum of money today and renewed his subscription for another year. The man took out his phone and looked at it, frowning slightly. Ow! You took so much money before, but now you don't dare to do anything? Du Zeding sneered. That's not what I meant. The man was stunned and immediately spoke out. He had lost a lot of money playing cards before, and Du Zeding paid for it all. Don't worry, I'll give you some money after the matter is done. And this guy will probably disappear in the future. In order to calm him down, Du Zeding lowered his voice and spoke. Good. The man also fully reacted at this time. The two men acted quickly, using forged freezer transfer records to directly transport the freezer with sequence X-101 away. This freezer is Lin Dao's lifeblood. As long as someone uses this as a handle, he's dead. Chapter 24, Kill Them All. This old guy shouldn't know in advance. While transporting the freezer compartment, Du Zeding was secretly speaking in his heart. He always felt that something was a little strange. Although the progress was smooth, for some reason, I still felt a little uneasy. Soon, he and the insider of Xingyue Biotechnology Company found the cryo chamber with sequence X-101. It's this cryo chamber. The insider looked at the records on the phone and spoke immediately. Transport this freezer out immediately. Du Zeding is also a little excited now. It seems that nothing unexpected happened. As long as we transport this freezer compartment out of the city, Lin Dao will definitely be able to get out as well. By then, this old guy will be finished. And then, just as he expected, the freezer was easily transported out of the city. Then he drove towards where Qianxing was. In this world, the areas outside the city are relatively dangerous because space cracks often appear throughout the world, and in those space cracks, there are also many powerful creatures from other worlds. Some space cracks were not dealt with in time, resulting in a large number of strange beasts rushing out. Over time, there were no wild animals in the wild areas, and the only ones that existed were strange beasts that escaped from space cracks. Some warriors would go outside the city in groups of 3 or 5 to hunt exotic beasts. After all, the fur and bones of exotic beasts can be used as materials, and things like animal crystals can also be obtained. Especially during this period, there have been discussions in the warrior forums about the latest research on the method of extracting energy from beast crystals, which has caused the value of beast crystals, which were relatively not that valuable before, to rise during this period. Therefore, more and more warrior teams went outside the city to hunt exotic beasts. At the same time, based on the location given by Qian Xing, Du Ziding also drove to his destination. Looks like they've arrived. Qian Xing is now holding a sword and cutting a strange beast under his feet. And beside him, several warriors can be seen. Master, it's already been shipped out. Du Ziding also got out of the car now. As soon as I got out of the car, I saw the corpse of a strange beast lying on the ground. Not only that, several corpses of warriors can be seen not far away. He swallowed secretly. It was obvious that those warriors were probably members of some warrior team. They probably had a conflict with Qian Xing and others, or some other situation, and were killed. Qian Xing, do you need to go through so much trouble to even transport the cryo chamber out? A tall and strong man next to Qian Xing also crossed his arms and laughed. Guangya City is becoming more and more stable now, and there are more and more surveillance. We can't just kill people in the city at will. Qian Xing said coldly. In the past, many people had died under his command. However, as the powerful monsters nearby were eliminated and the social environment gradually stabilized, he also opened a martial arts school to cleanse himself. At this time, the person from Xingyue Biotechnology Company had just got out of the car, and his legs became weak when he saw the situation ahead. Qian, Master Qian. He now also spoke out with courage. Your money is on this card. Qian Xing directly transferred the money to him through a bank card. Thank you, Master Qian. After the man took the card, he spoke immediately. He was originally feeling a little scared, but now he immediately became excited. With this money, he can continue to take risks. Bo Ibo's bicycle turns into a motorcycle. Maybe he can make a comeback this time. I lost so much before. I won't be willing unless I win it back. And in his opinion, it is impossible for a person to be so unlucky all the time. There will always be a time when he will win. If he wins big, then all his luck will come back. Call him. Qian Xing now also spoke to Du Ziding, who had spoken. Yes. Du Ziding dialed Lin Dao's phone number directly without any hesitation. The call was on speakerphone, and it went through after a short while. Lin Dao, look at the picture I sent you. As Du Ziding spoke, he stood at the back of the truck and took a picture of the location with the first number on the freezer compartment. He now seemed to be able to see Lin Dao's hysterical scene. Next, the other party would definitely rush over and kneel before him, begging for mercy. Thinking of this, Du Ziding's expression became even more ferocious. Don't you check the stuff carefully before you ship it out? At this moment, Lin Dao's voice also came. What's the meaning? Du Ziding was stunned. I never expected Lin Dao to react like this. Qian Xing now reacted extremely quickly. He rushed directly to the area at the rear and suddenly opened the lid of the freezer. I saw a dummy placed in the freezer. Grass. Qian Xing's face also became extremely ugly. Fell into a trap. They fell into the trap. Fake. Du Ziding and the insider of Xingyue Biotechnology also clearly saw this situation. Their eyes also became dull. Because of time constraints, they did not open the box for inspection during the transfer process. I just confirmed the serial number and took a quick look at the frozen person inside. I have seen this method more than 10 years ago. At this moment, a voice came from not far away. Everyone present turned around and looked over there, only to see two figures walking out from a small hill ahead. Forest Road. Zhao Wenong. How is this possible? Du Zitengis fasu dans l'itourned pas. They never expected that the other party had completely predicted their actions. More than 10 years ago, those bandit soldiers often threatened my family. I didn't expect you to do the same. Zhao Wendong looked towards the area ahead, and his expression became extremely cold. Kill him. Qian Xing came to his senses instantly picked up the gun next to him, and fired at Lin Dao and Zhao Wendong on the hillside. The rest of his team also reacted quickly and fired at the same time. Ordinary warriors, even if their bodies have been fully tempered, will not be able to resist this kind of special bullet. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, countless bullets rushed over. Monkey, kill them all. Lin Dao's figure flashed quickly, and he dodged directly. His whole body was now filled with adrenaline, and his reaction ability was extremely fast. He felt the feeling of the tip of a knife licking blood again. Chapter 25. The target is the castle in the sky. Good. Zhao Wendong also laughed out loud. He seemed to have returned to a dozen years ago. The passion I once had once again surged into my heart. Qianxing looked at them, rushing towards him at an extremely fast speed, and his pupils shrank slightly. Their bullets were fired wildly, but they were all dodged by the tall trees near the hillside that they were leaning against. Bullets can penetrate trees, but they rely on the resistance created by bullets penetrating thick tree trunks to form a perfect dodge. I never expected that their speed could be so fast. He knew that Zhao Wendong was a 5th-level warrior, but Lin Dao, why is he so fast? Whoosh! At this moment, a bald man behind suddenly fired a rocket launcher. He charged directly towards Lin Dao and Zhao Wendong, who were rushing over. Boom! The next moment, a huge explosion was heard, and the area ahead was suddenly filled with flashes of fire. Martial artists of this level have not yet reached the point where their bodies can resist bullets or even artillery shells. The bald man laughed out loud. Bump! The moment he finished speaking, his head exploded. The other people standing around were instantly startled. Looking closely, one can clearly see Lin Dao's figure appearing behind the bald man's body. The other person subconsciously pulled the trigger and shot towards Lin Dao. But he suddenly felt a hand holding his head from behind and then twisting it suddenly. Click! With a crisp sound, his neck was broken. Zhao Wendong. The other people reacted instantly and were about to shoot at him. Zhao Wendong reacted even faster. He swung his right hand violently, and spikes flew out from his sleeves, all hitting these people's heads. These people's eyes widened, filled with disbelief. The next moment, they all fell to the ground. Qianxing, Du Zidong, and the trader in the biotech company are all now terrified. This is a high-level warrior? This method is too horrible, being able to take so many heads under hail of bullets. At this moment, Lin Dao was also walking towards Qianxing's direction. You stop right there. Qianxing now had cold sweat on his forehead, and he didn't dare to pull the trigger of the gun he was holding. Everything that happened today was like a nightmare to him. Everything he had planned had already been discovered by the other party. What's even more outrageous is why Lin Dao, a man who is obviously suffering from qi and blood deficiency, has such powerful strength. Tell me, within 7 steps, which is faster, your gun or my fist? Lin Dao narrowed his eyes slightly. This time I'm wrong. I will compensate you and write off the previous debt. How about that? Qianxing now felt an extremely powerful sense of oppression. The hands holding the guns were now shaking violently. As he stepped back, he was struggling internally. At such a close distance, could he dodge the bullet? Kill him. Now we can only kill him. Otherwise, I will definitely die. Thinking of this, Qianxing's eyes flashed with ferocity, and he was about to pull the trigger. Crackling. In an instant, a flash of lightning appeared, and before he could see clearly what was going on, his head was blown apart by a punch. Du Zidong and the trader in the biotech company who was standing next to him were so scared that they screamed. That's Qianxing. The owner of Xingyue Martial Arts School was killed so easily. It seems that my punch is faster. Lin Dao spoke calmly. Qianxing's body also fell to the ground from its upright state. Lin Dao, I was wrong. Please let me go. Du Zidong also kowtowed immediately. I was just coerced. It's none of my business. The trader next to him also kowtowed and admitted his mistake. How do we solve this? Zhao Wendong walked over from not far away. Kill him. Lin Dao spoke calmly. Some things should either not be done, or if done, they should be done thoroughly. No. Bang. Du Zidong and the man raised their heads suddenly and ate 2 peanuts directly. A bullet hole could be clearly seen on their heads. Call. After dealing with these people, Lin Dao also let out a breath of air. Over the years, he thought that life had completely worn him down and that he no longer had the same vitality as before. Even if the blade of a precious sword is covered with dust, it will still be sharp after being unsheathed. Captain, can you tell me now what has happened over the years? Zhao Wendong now looked at Lin Dao and said seriously. Lin Dao came back to his senses and briefly recounted what had happened over the years. I see. If I had known about this situation, I would not have let it go, and you wouldn't have lived like this all these years. After listening to Lin Dao's words, Zhao Wendong also felt very uncomfortable. I didn't expect that my captain retired due to qi and blood deficiency, and I didn't expect that his life after retirement would be like this. But it's a blessing in disguise. The blood qi decline suddenly disappeared, and I had a breakthrough. Lin Dao smiled slightly. Really? But I didn't expect that you had a son who also joined the Federation Legion. I will take good care of you when I get back. Zhao Wendong smiled. He has good talent, but he doesn't need any special care. If jade is not polished, it cannot be made into a useful tool. As long as his life is not in danger, he should just receive good training over there. Lin Dao laughed. For now, the whole world is relatively safe. The Federal Army rarely has the extremely dangerous missions that it once did. Captain, have you ever considered returning to the Federation Legion? Mirror, Ergu, they all miss you very much. Zhao Wendong said seriously now. Not going back. Lin Dao shook his head. What happened in the past was in the past, and he had no desire to join the Legion again. Moreover, after joining the Federal Legion, many things were beyond his control, and he still wanted to live a free and easy life. What's more, he now has his own goals. Before the beginning of next year, I have to make my strength reach a level close to the 9th level. If it were before, he would definitely think that his idea was a fantasy. But now it's completely different. Why? Although the Shadow Vanguard has been disbanded a few years after you left, if you come back, you will definitely be able to lead the team again. Zhao Wendong's tone was a little excited. My current goal is to go to the Sky City and get the treasure that can cure all diseases. I owe her and Fei Tian so much over the years. Lin Dao looked up into the sky. He must go to the world's largest suspended city, the city in the sky. Chapter 26 Dragon Soul Martial Arts School. He must heal his wife. 2. Sister-in-law has paid a lot for you. We must find a way to wake you up and heal you. Zhao Wendong also nodded now. But that thing is probably going to be very expensive. Now the whole world is watching. When he said this, he couldn't help but sigh. That thing can not only cure all diseases. It is said that as long as the person is not completely dead, he can be resurrected. If this treasure wasn't obtained by the joint efforts of masters from all over the world to conquer the S-level space rift, it would not be possible to auction it in the Sky City. This is something that powerful and wealthy people in every country want to obtain. It is indeed very difficult to get this thing. Never mind that for now. I have to qualify to enter the Sky City first. Lin Dao's expression now became serious. The city in the sky is a suspended city built by countries around the world with a huge amount of energy, manpower, and material resources. The chosen location is the area in the world with the richest natural energy. It can be said that the speed of cultivation inside is much faster than outside, and those who can enter there need special qualifications. A large number of qualifications are released every year for people to compete. Those who donate a large amount of wealth can qualify. Those who have made outstanding contributions to the world can qualify, and warriors above level 9 can qualify. These are all relatively difficult. The more common practice is that every year, some random places are drawn in various cities around the world, and some people who win prizes in some martial arts competitions are selected. I can help you find a solution. Zhao Wendong spoke subconsciously. No, I'll do this myself. Lin Dao shook his head. So what are you going to do next? Zhao Wendong knew Lin Dao's character and knew that he would not easily change his decision, so he didn't say much now. Let's go to Dragon City first and see if we can join a big martial arts gym that can accept space rift missions. Let's make more money first. Also, there will be a martial arts tournament in 2 months. If you rank high, you can also get a spot in the Sky City. Lin Dao smiled. The fastest way to make money now is to complete the most dangerous tasks. That is the task of dealing with space cracks and killing strange beasts. As for that kind of mission, except for the official personnel of the Warrior Alliance and the Federal Legion, all other civilian organizations must be affiliated with the martial arts school. Even many dangerous missions can only be taken on by large martial arts gyms. And if you can take on the task of dealing with the space rift, you may be able to enter the world inside the space rift and obtain treasures. Longcheng is one of the largest cities in Daxia. The Warrior Alliance headquarters is also over there. Warriors who have reached level 6 or above and want to certify their warrior level also need to be certified at the Warrior Alliance headquarters. Good. Since you have made a decision, Captain, please tell me if there is anything. I will do my best to help you. Zhao Wendong also nodded. Although he felt in his heart that it was very difficult to obtain this treasure now, it could even be said that there was no hope. But since Lin Dao wants to do it, he will definitely not say anything discouraging. Next, after dealing with the matters of Qian Xing and others, he had dinner with Zhao Wendong, exchanged contact information, and prepared to say goodbye. My sister-in-law's cryochamber has been transported to the Central Cryochamber Center at the Warrior Alliance headquarters. Absolutely safe, no problem. Captain, if you want to go to Dragon City, I have a letter of introduction here. You can go to Lompa Martial Arts School in Longcheng. Before leaving, Zhao Wendong handed Lin Dao a letter of introduction. Lompa Martial Arts School. Is it Lompa Martial Arts School, one of the top 5 martial arts schools in the country? Lin Dao was slightly stunned, and at this moment, he immediately reacted. In the country, there are 5 major martial arts schools, which are ranked high in the world. Among them, Lompa Martial Arts School is also very famous. Right. My mentor is the deputy head of Lompa Martial Arts School. Zhao Wendong grinned. Yes, thank you. Lin Dao patted him on the shoulder. Fuck, thank you, Mao. If it weren't for you, Captain, I would have died a long time ago. Zhao Wendong smiled. I'm currently stationed in Tianan District. I will definitely come and get together when I have time in the future. There are others waiting for you too. When he said this, his eyes turned slightly red. We haven't seen each other for so many years, and after a few drinks tonight, he became a little sentimental. Don't worry. One day, we will meet again. Lin Dao smiled. Have you heard that the owner of Xingyuan Martial Arts School and others actually want to attack the people of the Federation Legion? These guys are really bold. Too many things have happened in the past 2 days. Zhao Hu and his men are dead, and the owner of Xingyuan Martial Arts School was shot for attacking the Federation Legion. Don't worry about them. This is actually a good thing for us. I heard that the federal government has sent people here to solve our housing problem. Will there be no second-hand landlords in the future? Can we connect directly with the real landlords? In the urban village of Xingyue District, many people were standing on the street corners, discussing things in groups of 3 or 5. After all, what happened in the past 2 days is even more exciting than what happened in the whole of last year. Xiaozhang, have you seen Lao Lin? I haven't seen him come down in the past 2 days. When Li Chong was discussing with some old friends, he saw Zhang Tao coming over and immediately spoke up. I met Uncle Lin today. He seemed to be quite busy in the past 2 days. He must have something to deal with. Zhang Tao also smiled casually. All right. I hope nothing happens. Li Chong also nodded. After all, we often saw traces of Lin Dao in the past, but it seemed to have disappeared in the past 2 days, which is indeed a bit worrying. It's over. Zhang Tao sighed as he walked. He originally thought that he would have to continue hiding here for a while before he could find any trace of the wanted criminal. I didn't expect that it would be solved in such a short time. Uncle Lin, he is such a powerful warrior. Thinking of today's situation, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Former Federation Team 36, captain of the Shadow Vanguard. Moreover, his current strength is at the peak of level 5. After knowing that Lin Dao had successfully certified this level of warrior certificate, he still felt very shocked. But the matter is over for now, but the group of people behind it is still difficult to track down. Maybe there will be danger. Zhang Tao thought about it for a moment and prepared to move forward. Chapter 27, Explosive Fist. At this time, Lin Dao, who had returned home, was already browsing some secret manuals and weapons on the official website of the Warrior Alliance. The $200,000 that the certified 5th-level warriors received, plus the unpaid wages of Xingyuan Martial Arts School, were settled by the federal government with a one-time compensation of $100,000. Xingyue Biotechnology's salary was refunded 180,000 yuan due to improper handling and the incident of an insider taking away the cryo chamber. An additional 120,000 yuan was compensated for mental damages. My current liquid capital is a total of 600,000. Lin Dao looked at the balance in his account, and his eyes lit up. It was Zhang Tao who helped apply for the Warrior Alliance's cryo chamber in the beginning. But after Zhao Wendong got involved, he used the quota he had obtained to upgrade the cryo chamber to the headquarters center cryo chamber. It's safer there. and you don't have to renew your membership fee for a year. Originally, Zhao Wendong wanted to renew Lin Dao's contract, but he refused. Now he is fully capable of renewing the contract. Bite. Growth task. Sufficient sleep can lead to better physical development. Accumulate 6 hours of deep sleep every day to gain additional training speed bonus and physical strength improvement. At this moment, the system prompt came again. Another growth-oriented task. This means it can be completed every day, which is equivalent to a daily task. Lin Dao's eyes lit up slightly when he saw this system message that suddenly popped up. It is already 10 o'clock in the evening. Going to bed now will not be considered good for the day. I'd better go to bed after 12 o'clock. He is now browsing the computer screen. Now, because of the reward for being certified as a 5th-level warrior, he can choose any 3 items with a total value of less than 1 million and get a 30% discount. As for martial arts, this explosive fist is pretty good, a B-level boxing technique, priced at 500,000. This boxing technique can stack punches. If the user comprehends the inner strength, the explosive power will be even greater. Moreover, the punch's power destroys from within. Even if the opponent's defense is very high, the powerful hidden power generated by this punch will directly cause the flesh and blood in the body to explode. After a careful look, this boxing style is one of the strongest among the B-level boxing styles. It's just because the difficulty of practicing this kind of boxing is so high that its sales volume is very average among B-level boxing styles. The boxing styles that I just found based on sales volume are all relatively easy to learn, but their power is relatively weaker. Just by this, Lin Dao narrowed his eyes slightly and added it to the shopping cart directly. It's not yet 12 o'clock. As long as you place an order before 12 o'clock, it will be delivered tomorrow. The next day delivery service of Warrior Alliance is still very good. With the remaining money, I can buy a B-grade knife. As for knife skills, I don't have enough money for the time being. Lin Dao took a look and chose an ordinary B-grade blade, which cost 250,000. Because there was a 30% discount for picking 3 items, he looked around and bought a box of Pei Yuan Dan for 150,000 yuan. The total price was 900,000, and I used the 30% discount card I got today, so the total cost was 595,000. Just about the same. After thinking for a while, Lin Dao entered the address and chose to place an order. Bite. When you were born a few days ago, you were curious about everything and tried to observe more things around you. Task reward, talent Eagle Eye. The system prompt appeared again at this time. Another mission. Lin Dao's eyes lit up. For this mission, all I have to do is look around. While thinking this, he glanced at everything around him. Mission completed. After a while, the task completion notification appeared. Eagle Eye, your vision is greatly improved. It was at this moment that Lin Dao clearly felt that his eyes became extremely cold. The vision suddenly became blurred. The number of photoreceptor cells in the eye is increasing. Generally speaking, there are about 200,000 photoreceptor cells per square millimeter of a human retina, but now, due to the crazy increase, the number has exceeded 500,000 and is still increasing. And other cellular changes occur throughout the eye. It's like the eyeball has evolved. This process is very fast. In just a moment, Lin Dao's vision returned to its original clarity and was becoming even clearer. So clear. Lin Dao was also shocked now. Now, if I look at tiny things farther away and focus my attention, I can see them clearly. This was completely unclear before. Good. If there are new tasks every day, it means I can make great progress every day. It should be a matter of time before we reach the 9th level. Wrong. His goal is not the 9th level, but the master. With his innate martial arts body, plus the rewards from the current system tasks, it should not be a problem for him to reach the Grandmaster level before the beginning of next year. It's even possible that it won't take that long. Thinking of this, he clenched his hands into fists and his face was full of excitement. This brat will probably be dumbfounded when he comes back and sees me again. Thinking of Lin Feiqian in the Federal Legion, Lin Dao also smiled. What on earth is this? It actually made me practice so fast. At the same time, on the other side, Lin Feiqian was sitting on the training ground, looking at a piece of copper in his hand, his eyes full of shock. After training yesterday, while visiting the ruins of the former battlefield and listening to the history of the Federal Legion, he stepped on this thing. Because there were already battlefield ruins there, he just picked up the little thing casually and didn't care about it, so he brought it back. Unexpectedly, during the practice today, he suddenly found that his practice speed had increased a lot. Then I found that my pocket was a little hot. I took it out and saw that my finger felt a needle-like pain. Blood oozed out of the wound instantly, and soon the copper piece was dyed red. The copper sheet that originally looked rusty has now become extremely smooth, and under the moonlight, one can clearly see many ancient characters on it. It doesn't seem to be any kind of writing in the history of this planet. This kind of text looked very strange. He had studied history before and was very interested in ancient historical texts, but this kind of text was different from anything he had seen before. Could it be that it was something that was brought out from the space crack back then? Treasure? But this thing doesn't seem to do any harm to me. On the contrary, it can speed up my cultivation. Thinking of this, he also became excited. I should be able to break through and become a formal warrior in a short period of time. When the old man finds out, he will be shocked. Chapter 28, The Initial Crack. If he can become a powerful warrior, he will be able to obtain more resources next time. Then there will be a chance to heal my mother. But why is there such a thing in this place? Lin Feiqian felt very curious. Take out your phone and start looking for information. The environment in the Federal Legion Academy is relatively relaxed now, and mobile phones can be used at ordinary times, but not during training time. According to the place he went today, he did a rough search and quickly found the relevant information. X-03 Ruins. There was once a terrifying space crack that was said to be comparable to an S-level space crack, or even stronger, but this is also a legend. The space crack that appeared here was one of the earliest space cracks. Powerful creatures appeared there. The federal government panicked and sent nuclear bombs to the area, turning it into ruins. Those monsters are all dead, and the space crack has disappeared as a result. The space crack here has not been raided either. Looking at this information introduction, his eyes were filled with surprise. He knew that this ruin had been bombed by a nuclear bomb, and he wore a radiation protection suit before going there. What no one expected was that the cause of the bombing was the appearance of a terrifying space crack. And it was the original space crack. What on earth is this thing? As he looked at the copper piece in his hand and muttered to himself, the words on the copper piece seemed to have completely disappeared because of his blood, and the entire piece of copper disappeared into the palm of his hand. Why is it gone? Uncle Lin, according to the information I have found, Zhao Hu and other secondhand landlords are all employees of a company called 5-in-1 Group, and the boss of this 5-in-1 Group is a third-level peak warrior named Lung Ling. This group is involved in the production of qi and blood pills on the Xingyue district black market. We have already tracked down the people who sold those poisonous qi and blood pills on the black market. All of them have been arrested, but Lung Ling has disappeared. At the same time, Zhang Tao on the other side had already arrived at Lin Dao's house. This was his first time coming here, and he was still very nervous. After all, after what happened before, he knew clearly about Lin Dao's powerful strength and his identity as the former captain of the Shadow Vanguard. Moreover, we also discovered that Lung Ling was deeply involved in the background. In addition to those counterfeit qi and blood pills, he was also involved in the research of CA-11. When Zhang Tao said this, his expression turned serious. CA-11, what is this? Lin Dao raised his brows slightly. When Di Jun was fighting you, he took a bottle of blue liquid. Do you remember that? I do remember that. He reacted quickly. When Di Jun fought him, he did take this special liquid. Moreover, after taking it, his strength became much stronger in a short period of time. That kind of thing can greatly increase a person's physical strength in a short period of time and even make them immune to pain. A few years after you retired, a research studio in the Alliance came up with this product. But this thing has serious side effects and was banned not long after it was produced. I don't know how it got out and was controlled by some people. According to speculation, it is possible that the bandit troops at the time were not completely wiped out, and now they are hiding in various cities, conducting various research in secret. Zhang Tao now told everything he knew. I see. Lin Dao also nodded slightly. Where there are people, there is the world. Even if those anti-human bandit armies were completely wiped out, new bandit armies would emerge. This kind of thing cannot be prevented. That Lung Ling should also be a member of the bandit army. And tonight, the Alliance has made new discoveries. Lung Ling and Di Jun are brothers. Zhang Tao said seriously. Brother? No wonder he was able to hide with Zhao Hu and his men. Lin Dao also reacted. Right. Their parents divorced early in life, and they each took their parents' surnames. After Dijun was shot dead this time, Lung Ling also disappeared. But last night, we discovered that the surveillance cameras in the Xingyue district had been hacked. Although the surveillance in that area is damaged, it is possible that the other party will find you through some clues. So you have to be careful. Zhang Tao nodded and continued speaking. I see. Thanks for the reminder. Lin Dao's eyes narrowed slightly. Judging from the current situation, it is possible that the other party will find some clues, suspect him, or even seek revenge on him. But he is completely different now than before. His wife's cryochamber was moved to the cryochamber of the Warrior Center, and his son was still in the Federal Legion. Even if the other party came looking for him, he would not have to worry about anything. You're welcome. I also want to thank Uncle Lin for taking action this time. Zhang Tao was flattered and spoke immediately. After Dijun was shot dead by you, this mission has been completed. I will leave Xingyue community tomorrow. If there is anything I can help you with in the future, please contact me, Uncle Lin. He stood up now too. If you encounter any difficulties and need help, you can also contact me. Lin Dao laughed. After Zhang Tao left, Lin Dao continued to sit cross-legged and began to absorb the vital energy of the surrounding heaven and earth to practice. The boss behind Zhao Hu and his men is Lung Ling, who is also the brother of the wanted criminal. I didn't expect that. However, his strength has now reached this level, so he is not afraid of the other party coming after him. On the contrary, Zhang Tao's situation may be more dangerous. After all, on the surface, it was he who shot Dijun to death. Time flies, and soon it is the next morning. Early in the morning, the courier from the Warrior Alliance delivered all the items ordered yesterday to the door. These express parcels are packed in special black metal boxes, and you can't tell what's inside just by looking at the outside. It can be opened using the password received on your mobile phone order. Snap! With a crisp sound, all 3 boxes were opened. A secret book, a knife with a scabbard, and a box of Peiyuan pills. After taking the Peiyuan Dan, a very strong heaven and earth energy will be generated in the body, greatly increasing the speed of cultivation. Many martial arts rely on the transformation of the vital energy in the body. Just like my thunder power, it also uses the energy of heaven and earth to transform into thunder. Lin Dao put the Peiyuan Dan aside and picked up the knife. Clang! When he suddenly drew out the sword, he could clearly see a dazzling, cold light. Nice knife. Chapter 29 Enlightenment Thunder Burst Fist. Although it is just an ordinary blade in Class B, it is still very good. The blade looks thin, but it still has a certain weight in the hand. And the blade is very sharp. With a blade of this level, combined with the infusion of aura, it will be no problem to cut through iron like mud. The reason why warriors all use cold weapons is because they can rely on the powerful vitality of heaven and earth in their bodies, infuse it into this special weapon, and form a special reaction. Makes ordinary weapons sharper. There are some powerful monsters that can withstand bullets, but they cannot withstand this kind of blade. The material of this blade is only found in the cracks in the space of another world, so the price is so expensive. It has been many years since I last held a knife, so the feeling on the forest trail is still very strange. Although he doesn't know any sword-related martial arts, he has a very solid grasp of the basic sword techniques. The sword techniques I learned back then were nothing fancy. They were all techniques for killing the enemies. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the sharp blade in his hand continued to swing, the sound of breaking through the air could be heard in the air. Good. After waving the blade for a while, Lin Dao felt very satisfied. He sheathed the knife and picked up the secret book to read it. Explosive Fist. The highlight this time is to learn a more powerful boxing technique. Although most people cannot resist him now with just the military boxing, the power he unleashes will be even stronger if he has the support of boxing weapons. No external transmission or secondary sale is allowed. On the cover of this boxing martial arts package, a line of warning words can be clearly seen. Many secret manuals were obtained by powerful warriors in the world within space cracks, and some are comprehended by oneself, all of which are the result of hard work. Therefore, after purchase, it can only be read by individuals and cannot be distributed to others at will. Of course, there are always some pirated martial arts being circulated and sold in the underground black market, but it is difficult to tell the real from the fake. Most people don't dare to take this risk. Even if you purchase a pirated secret book at a low price and learn it successfully, you will be in trouble if someone reports that you're learning pirated martial arts. As he flipped through the secret book, the words recorded in the book seemed to jump into his mind, allowing him to quickly understand the contents. The effect of the innate martial arts holy body is really too great. Lin Dao flipped through the pages one by one, and the words written on them seemed to be engraved in his mind. Not only did he remember all the contents of this martial art, but he also understood it all. Now, start clenching your hands into fists and slowly perform a set of boxing techniques. The speed of the punches was getting faster and faster, and every time a punch was thrown, a clear explosion sound could be heard in the air. According to the boxing technique's energy circulation route, the qi, blood, and vitality in the body began to flow in the arms. The power of the two fists became more and more terrifying. The fist exuded bursts of hot breath, and the airflow formed also flowed over the fist. This airflow is like an extremely sharp knife. Superimpose the punches. The closer the punches are to each other, the greater the power they unleash. When Lin Dao sensed this situation, his eyes widened. Moreover, at this moment, his thunder-breathing technique was still in operation. Crackling. At this moment, one could clearly see electric current flashing on his fist. And very quickly, this tiny electric current turned into a silvery white arc. Punch. Boom. Lin Dao threw a punch suddenly, and just as it was about to hit the wall, he immediately retracted his fist. He almost forgot that they were at home now. If he punched down with this punch, the whole wall would be blown up. But even if he retracted his fist in time, the terrifying force that was emitted from the fist instantly dented the center of the wall, and cracks spread in all directions. Call! I almost punched through the whole wall. Lin Dao couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief now. He looked at his fists, and now there was excitement on his face. B-level boxing skills were learned in such a short period of time. Not only that, it seems that this boxing technique can also be combined with my thunder-breathing technique. He seems to have understood something now. Old Lin, are you home? What happened just now? Did something explode? At this moment, the neighbors upstairs and downstairs came running over and knocked on the door. After all, the explosion caused by that punch just now was just like a gas tank explosion, which scared everyone going up and down the stairs. Innate. I forgot to check the pressure cooker while cooking porridge, and it exploded. Lin Dao shouted toward the outside of the gate. Although they felt a little strange, the explosion sound only lasted for a moment and soon disappeared. After they left, Lin Dao fell into a state of enlightenment. His current ability to comprehend is extremely terrifying. Soon, he gained inspiration from explosive fist and thunder breathing, and by combining the two, he also gained new insights. He tried to clench his right hand into a fist, and when he used the explosive fist, not only was there a strong airflow formed by the fist force, but there were also strong flashes of thunder and lightning. Moreover, this kind of punch force, as it is superimposed layer by layer, even the thunder and lightning become more and more intense. You can even faintly hear a roar caused by the whistling of air. Although he really wanted to punch and strike out, he didn't dare to try it now. Fortunately, the wall just now was not a load-bearing wall. If it had hit a load-bearing wall, the building would have become a dangerous building. Thunder Explosion Fist. From now on, this boxing skill will be called Thunder Explosion Fist. Lin Dao also had an excited look on his face. Now the punches are getting faster and faster, and in the end it is almost like the speed of sound. Even warriors of the same level would not be able to defeat him. He actually mastered a new boxing technique. You have to know that most of the martial arts techniques in this world were obtained from the cracks in the space of another world. Those who can create or comprehend the techniques on their own are rare. Besides boxing, the sword technique should also be able to be combined with the thunder-breathing technique. Thinking of this, Lin Dao also picked up the blade in his hand. With a thought, the vital energy in the body was transferred into the long sword in his hand. Under the thunder-breathing technique, the breath in his body began to slowly transform into thunder power. The air breathed out from the mouth seemed to produce an electric sound. One could even vaguely see a tiny electric arc forming in the air around the mouth. This is the true meaning of thunder in thunder-breathing technique. Use qi to transform into thunder. Draw your sword. Whoosh! The moment he suddenly drew out his sword, a blinding flash of lightning flashed out. Chapter 30 Lightning. Sword slash. In an instant, a strong arc of electricity burst out as the blade was pulled out. But at the moment the blade was pulled out, the arc began to weaken a lot, and only a tiny flash of current could be seen on the blade. Such a strong current cannot bring much increase. Looking at the blade in his hand that was filled with tiny electric currents, Lin Dao raised his eyebrows. Although I have just comprehended the thunder burst fist, it is a bit difficult to combine the thunder breathing technique with the swordsmanship. Try again. Lin Dao thought about it for a moment and put the long sword back into the scabbard. Hold the scabbard with your left hand and the handle with your right hand. Call. As he practiced the thunder breathing technique, his chest seemed to be surging with thunder, and even the air he exhaled carried the power of thunder. And at that moment, as his breath was transmitted to the blade in the sheath, the light of thunder surged in the sheath. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The scabbard held in the left hand began to tremble. More and more electric current emanated from the blade and was hidden in the scabbard. A strong electric light slowly began to flash out from the gap between the scabbard and the guard. Draw your sword. The moment the knife was drawn out, an extremely strong arc of lightning flashed out. Bump! The wall in front was directly cut diagonally with an exaggerated knife mark. Near the knife mark, many residual flashes of electric light could be seen. The entire wall was charred by electricity. It's done. Looking at this scene, Lin Dao's eyes were filled with great joy. This was an attack that he deliberately suppressed. Otherwise, the wall would have exploded long ago. Lightning, draw the sword and slash. Lin Dao spoke darkly. This is a new sword technique that I have learned. Although it was just one strike, the power of this strike was extremely terrifying. But practicing at home would cause too much noise. It's time to head to Dragon City. Whether it is to verify the identity of a warrior above level 6, or to earn more money, one has to go to Dragon City. After Lin Dao put away his knife, he tidied up the things at home and made some preparations. I put photos of myself and my wife in my backpack and prepared to go out. Before leaving, he drank a bottle of children's milk, completing today's growth task, and his chi and blood values increased a lot. It takes 6 hours to get to Longxing from here by taking the maglev train. He bought the train ticket in advance on his mobile phone. Old Lin, where are you going? As soon as I walked downstairs, I met Li Chong and others. Going on a long journey. Lin Dao smiled slightly. Old Lin, have you been practicing martial arts at home these 2 days? I'm telling you, Xingyue Martial Arts School has fallen. These guys are so brave that they actually dared to ambush the people of the Federation Legion. And Zhao Hu and his gang are birds of a feather, harboring wanted criminals. A lot of things have happened in the past 2 days. The others now spoke up excitedly. What happened in the past 2 days is indeed a bit shocking. Until now, many people are still talking about these things. Your hair. Everyone looked closely and found that Lin Dao's hair had turned completely white at some point. Qi and blood deficiency syndrome, acute phase. Lao Lin, are you feeling unwell? If there's anything I can do to help, please let me know. I have some private money hidden here. Li Chong also lowered his voice and spoke at this time. We have some here too. I'll give it to you later. Lao Lin, wait for me. Several others have now responded. In their opinion, Lin Dao is most likely in a period of blood and qi decline and needs to go to a big city for medical treatment. Don't go, I'm fine. You see, I look energetic and vigorous. Do I look like I'm in trouble? Lin Dao saw someone trying to go back to get the money and quickly stopped him. Everyone now came back to their senses and looked at Lin Dao carefully. Indeed, he did not look like a man who had become weak due to qi and blood deficiency disease. His spirit and energy were very good, even like a warrior in normal state. Maybe it's a blessing in disguise. After the acute phase of the past 2 days has passed, my qi and blood decline seems to have stabilized and has not continued to decline. Lin Dao made up a reason. Real. That's great. I told you. Good fortune comes with misfortune, and misfortune comes with good fortune. Lao Lin, you will be fine. Li Chong and others now also showed surprise. We are all from the same slum and have always had a good relationship. Now I feel happy for Lin Dao. By the way, Lao Lin, you were a mentor at Xingyue Martial Arts School before. They should have paid you the salary they owed you, right? Li Chong also continued. Now that Xingyue Martial Arts School has closed down, don't miss out on the money. Well, the government stepped in and solved it all. Lin Dao nodded slightly. That's good. Now Zhao Hu and his group of second-hand landlord are gone. The federal government has communicated with those landlords and arranged staff to deal with the phenomenon of arbitrary rent increases. Next, our rent should drop a lot. Having said this, Li Chong and others were also very excited. That's great. I might have to be away for a month or two. When the rent is due, Lowly, I'll transfer the money to you, and you can help me pay it. Lin Dao laughed. 1 or 2 months? So long. Everyone was slightly stunned. When they came to their senses and took a closer look, they saw that Lin Dao was wearing a long black coat, carrying a backpack and knife. Well, Xingyue Martial Arts School closed down. I'm going out to see if there are other martial arts schools and find something to do. Lin Dao laughed. Yes, with your qualifications, you can definitely be a mentor in a martial arts school. The others nodded as well. Lao Lin, have a safe trip. After chatting for a while, everyone waved and watched Lin Dao leave. Goodbye. When we arrived at the train station, ticket checking and boarding had just begun. Hello, please show me your ID. No one who is not a registered official fighter in the federal government can carry a weapon on board. A man at the ticket gate looked at Lin Dao's figure and stopped him. Just as Lin Dao was about to take out his ID, someone cut in line from behind. This is our warrior certificate, second-level warrior. Two tall and strong men were about to stand behind Lin Dao and hand his warrior certificates to the front. Young man, you need to get in line. Lin Dao just raised his right foot and blocked their way. Official warriors have priority, don't you know? I'm in a hurry now. Let me go first. One of the men frowned. Hello, please let these two official warriors check in first. The ticket inspector thought about it for a moment and spoke to Lin Dao. I'm a formal warrior. Lin Dao spoke calmly and was about to take out his warrior certificate from his pocket. You bastard. The man was a little annoyed, and when he was about to say something, the ticket inspector saw the warrior certificate that Lin Dao took out. The ticket inspector's eyes widened. Although it was just a glance, he could clearly see that on the warrior certificate, there were several dragon patterns. Chapter 31, he is really level 5. Terribly sorry. I'll check your ticket right away. One could also clearly see beads of sweat on the ticket inspector's forehead, which were constantly flowing out. He took the warrior certificate and swallowed secretly when he saw the 5 dragon patterns on it. 5th level warrior. This white-haired man is actually a 5th level warrior. Don't judge a book by its cover. What? The two men just now were also stunned when they saw this scene. He's just an old guy with white hair. Is it necessary for the ticket inspector to be so surprised? Subconsciously, their gazes turned towards the warrior ID card. Their eyes widened, and they seemed to be frozen in place. 5th level warrior. Is this warrior certificate real or fake? Whoa. One of them reacted immediately. He was about to say something when his companion covered his mouth. This senior, we are blind to the truth. The man's companion now also looked apologetic and spoke up quickly. He had sensed that this person was unusual just now. Now that I see this warrior certificate, I can't say it's fake without thinking. My companion is a little bit crazy. Drop. Verification passed. But at this moment, as the ticket inspector swiped the warrior certificate, the machine prompt sounded immediately. Verification passed. The man's eyes widened and his body trembled slightly. He is truly a 5th level warrior. He was just like being woken up by a bucket of cold water, and now he was also shocked. Young man, don't cut in line at will in the future. Lin Dao smiled slightly and walked forward. The train was about to leave, and he didn't have time to bother with these people. Hoo-hoo. As Lin Daogang walked in, they were both sweating profusely and gasping for breath. Level 5. In this small place, what does level 5 mean? That's a master. Brother, don't cut in line in the future. The man's companion now also gritted his teeth and smiled. Yes, you can't cut in line. The man just now was nodding continuously like a chick pecking at rice. He has already memorized deep in his heart that he cannot cut in line. From now on, he must not cut in line. Who knows next time? It might be just a random old man who is also a master. This was just a small episode, and Lin Dao quickly got on the maglev train and found his seat. Because there were not many tickets left, he could only buy tickets for a 4-person box. As soon as I walked in, I could clearly see that 3 people were already seated. There were 2 women and 1 man, all carrying long swords as weapons. Among them, there was a man and a woman sitting together who looked to be around 25 or 26 years old. The woman standing next to Lin Dao looked younger, probably about 13 or 14 years old. But Lin Dao knew at a glance that she was also a formal warrior. It seems that the silver-white hair is caused by qi and blood deficiency. The girl looked at Lin Dao, who walked in and spoke curiously. Lingling, The young woman sitting opposite also glared at her at this time. "Excuse me." She immediately apologized to Lin. Although I could see at a glance that the other person had this symptom, it was still very rude to say such abrupt words. Children speak without restraint. Lin Dao smiled slightly and didn't say much. According to the latest reports, the speed at which space cracks appear has begun to increase in recent years, and the pattern of their appearance has begun to change. There are many space cracks that appear suddenly, causing a large number of creatures from other worlds to rush into our world. As the train started moving, the latest news began to be broadcast on the screen hanging next to it. Seeing this scene, Lin Dao frowned slightly. Over the years, the Warrior Alliance has figured out some patterns in the appearance of space cracks, and even has special instruments that can detect the appearance of space cracks in certain areas, so they can send people there in advance. But if the current space crack appears suddenly, it will be difficult to defend against it in advance. It is indeed a bit troublesome. Uncle Lin, would you like some fruit? Lingling peeled an orange, then thought for a moment and handed one to Lin Dao. The train had been running for a while, and during the casual chat, they got to know each other's identities. They are brother and sister. The oldest man is called Wang Yu, the younger woman is called Wang Qingqing, and the younger girl is called Wang Lingling. No, thank you. Lin Dao smiled. Now, there are more and more creatures coming from other worlds, and it is becoming more and more difficult to deal with them. I really don't know what's going on. Wang Yu is now looking at the news broadcast on the screen with a frown on his face. For us, this is both a challenge and an opportunity. After all, the cultivation technique for extracting beast crystals is about to be developed, and we will need more and more beast crystals. Wang Qingqing also spoke slowly. The two siblings are now chatting casually. Lin Dao is also resting his eyes now. He also wanted to know the method of extracting energy from animal crystals. After all, if the body wants to be tempered a second time, the speed of tempering it using only the power of qi and blood and the essence of heaven and earth is not fast enough. Only the pure energy of beast crystals, which is different from the power of blood and the essence of heaven and earth, can have a better effect when tempered. This is also the main method for high-level warriors to temper their bodies for the second or even third time. After settling down in Dragon City, he would also find time to try and see if he could comprehend the practice of extracting energy from beast crystals. Boom! Just then, the train began to become bumpy. Brother, sister, look, this is where the Federation Army once fought against those strange beasts. It is said that this place was a city more than 10 years ago. I never thought that it would become a ruin now. Wang Lingling was looking at the scene outside the window and was a little shocked. She looked outside and saw ruins everywhere and many skeletons. Tianhai City. When Lin Dao heard her scream, he slowly opened his eyes and saw the ruins outside the window and the huge city gate in the distance that was more than half broken. Uncle Lin, do you know? Wang Lingling spoke out of curiosity. She only knew that a confrontation had taken place here many years ago, but she had no idea what city it was. I came here when I was young. Lin Dao smiled slightly. When you were young? Uncle, you must have fought here before, Wang Lingling is more outgoing, and now she also starts joking. As soon as she finished speaking, the train began to shake even more violently. Boom, boom. What's going on? Lin Dao frowned and immediately grabbed the handrail beside him to steady himself. The next moment, the train suddenly braked, and the strong inertia almost made people fly out. Chapter 32, Space Crack on Track. Wang Lingling flew out and crashed into her sister Wang Qingqing's arms, and Wang Yu also felt his body suddenly hit the corner. Although they're all warriors, their levels are not very high, and it is still difficult for them to react and stabilize their bodies due to the impact force caused by the sudden breaks. It hurts. Wang Lingling rubbed her head. The three siblings quickly came to their senses, only to find that Lin Dao was still sitting steadily and was not blown away by the impact at all. Lin Dao looked out the window and could clearly see a dark blue light shining from not far away. Seeing this scene, Lin Dao's pupils shrank slightly. Plop, plop. He felt his heart beating faster. Without any hesitation, Lin Dao put on his backpack, picked up his long knife, and rushed out. Sister, what happened? Wang Lingling is also full of doubts now. Something happened. Go out and take a look first. Wang Yu and Wang Qingqing looked at each other and spoke immediately. Their expressions now became very solemn. Generally speaking, it is impossible for a maglev train to break so suddenly. Something must have happened on the road ahead. As soon as Lin Dao walked out, he could clearly hear wailing coming from outside. Many people were caught off guard and injured, some with bleeding heads, some with broken bones, and the scene was very chaotic. The gate not far away had been open at some point. Lin Dao rushed out of the train directly, and his eyes widened as he looked towards the distance. I saw a huge space crack appearing in the area where the train was going to pass. A dark blue light emanates from the crack in space, and it is constantly expanding. Space crack. A spatial crack actually appeared, and it happened so suddenly. Thinking of the news he had seen on the train before, Lin Dao's face became extremely solemn. Soon after, many people came out one after another. There are still quite a few warriors on this train to Longshan. Train C17888 encountered a space crack, requesting support. The conductor not far away was also making contact on the phone. It was just because the sudden appearance of this space crack caused a certain amount of signal interference, and the phone call could not be connected normally for a while. Damn it. Many train police gathered on the train to discuss countermeasures. Other crew members and doctors on board also provided emergency treatment to the injured. Based on my experience, this is at least a sea-level space crack. Right now, the crack hasn't opened completely. If it did, creatures from another world would surely rush out. So we should go in and kill the monsters inside before the space crack is completely opened. The flight attendants walked to the group of warriors in the front and spoke slowly. They're also having a huge headache now. This kind of situation has never been seen in all these years. A space crack suddenly appeared on the maglev train track. Now the train has no way to move forward, and there are so many injured people in the train. Once those creatures from another world rush out, the situation will be very troublesome. So many lives. This is a sea-level space crack. The creatures inside are at most level 6. If we go in, we'll die. A middle-aged man now also shook his head. Generally speaking, the danger level of space cracks, from low to high, is divided into 6 levels: E, D, C, B, A, and S. In every space crack, a leader-level creature from another world will appear. Among them, E-level space cracks are the least dangerous, and the leader-level creatures are at most level 2, which is entry-level. At level D, there will be leader-level creatures up to level 3. C-level, up to level 6 boss creatures can appear. Level B, up to level 8 boss creatures can appear. A-level, up to level 9 leader-level creatures can appear. In S-grade, there will definitely be 9th-order alien creatures. There is even the possibility that alien creatures above the 9th level may appear. There may not necessarily be a 6th level. According to the information in the database, the leader-level creatures in sea-level space cracks are generally around level 4, accounting for 60%, and level 5 creatures account for 35%. There is only a 5% chance that a level 6 leader creature will appear. The flight attendant now spoke seriously. Moreover, leader-level creatures usually carry treasures. When he said this, the expressions of the warriors present changed slightly. That's quite true. Every year, many large and small space cracks appear all over the world. Generally speaking, except for emergency response situations, in many areas where it is detected that a space crack is about to open, various martial arts schools will bid to deal with the creatures in the space crack. Because the different world connected to the space rift is actually more like a miniature world. After defeating the strongest boss-level creature inside, the space rift will soon close. Moreover, those leader-level creatures will also carry some special treasures. Different treasures have different effects, and these are what everyone dreams of. Haha. If it was before, this space crack would only be visited by a medium or large-sized martial arts gym as a team. Now that it appears in front of us, isn't it a godsend opportunity? At this moment, a group of warriors walked over from not far away. People from the Blood Mist Martial Arts School. Some people couldn't help but exclaim when they saw the 5 or 6 warriors coming over. The Blood Mist Martial Arts School is a medium-sized martial arts school in Longshan, which houses many high-level warriors. The crack is just beginning. If we don't go in now, those strange beasts will come out soon. The bald man in the lead is now grinning. He was wearing a vest that revealed his extremely strong muscles, and he had a machete on his back. He looked very strong. I'm Scar from the Blood Mist Martial Arts School, at the peak of the 4th rank. The bald man glanced at everyone present and continued to speak slowly. The peak of the 4th level. Many warriors gasped when they heard him reveal his identity. I didn't expect that there would be such a warrior on this train. The gap between the peak of the 4th level and the 5th level is not that big. The appearance of this kind of warrior will undoubtedly give them a reassurance. Among the people present, there should be quite a few at level 3. And you two should also be 4th level warriors. He looked at the man and woman standing on the other side. The couple looked to be in their early 30s, and their clothes were rather simple. Right? The two of them looked at each other and then nodded. The other warriors were also filled with surprise. I never expected that these two men and women, who looked ordinary in appearance and clothing, were actually 4th level warriors. The three of us working together should be able to deal with the leader-level creatures here. The rest of the people are responsible for dealing with ordinary monsters. What does everyone feel? Scar continued to look at the people around him. Old man, why are you going over there? Are you looking for death? At this moment, several warriors saw a figure with white hair walking to the entrance of the space crack. Chapter 33, Cave Space. Lin Dao stood at the mouth of the space crack and could clearly feel the surging air coming out from it. The dark blue light reflected on his body. The entrance of a sea-level space rift. Lin Dao looked at this scene and narrowed his eyes slightly. He didn't expect that a space crack would appear in this area. And, judging from the current situation, it is still a sea-level space crack. Is it possible that a 6th-order leader-level creature could appear at the highest level? Uncle Lin, not far away, Wang Lingling and others were walking out and saw Lin Dao standing in front of the space crack. Their eyes widened as well. This is the opening of a space crack. Powerful creatures may rush out from inside at any time. If you're not careful, you will die. That gentleman. It's very dangerous here. Please evacuate immediately. Several flight attendants also spoke up. I'll take care of it. Lin Dao glanced at them and smiled faintly. Stop joking. This is really dangerous. They were stunned for a moment, then shouted out loud. It was at this moment that Lin Dao leaped directly into the space crack. He's just a lunatic. Scar from the Blood Mist Martial Arts School couldn't help but shake his head when he saw this scene. Although he was considered quite crazy in the past, he would not be so desperate as to just rush in and die when he saw this terrifying space crack. Uncle Lin, Wang Qingqing and others also rushed up, looked at this scene, and sighed. After all, the person who was in the same carriage with them just now looked like an honest man, but he actually jumped in and died. It's too late. I'll take the lead in dealing with the leader-level creatures inside. You guys deal with the rest of the beasts. Whoever kills the beast will get the beast crystal. The new cultivation technique will be launched soon, and the price of beast crystals will soar. It's up to you whether you want to go or not. Scar was shouting now too. The warriors around now started discussing with each other, and soon many of them had certain ideas. What do we do now? Wang Lingling looked at the situation ahead, and now looked at her brothers and sisters. This sudden situation made her a little overwhelmed. 3 4th-level warriors are leading the team, and there are quite a few 3rd-level warriors among them, so we should be able to go. Besides, if we didn't go, more people on the train would have died. Wang Yu thought about it for a moment, looked at Wang Qingqing, and made a decision. Because of the sudden break, just now, many ordinary people were injured. Now if they want to evacuate, they cannot do so in a short time. Before the support troops arrive, the strange beast should have already appeared. Get ready to go in now. At this moment, Scar has led a large number of people and is ready to enter the space crack. At the same time, Lin Dao had already entered the world at the mouth of the space rift. Cave. As soon as he entered, he found himself in a cave. Around the cave, there are many mosses that emit dark blue light, providing a certain lighting effect. Each space crack links to a special microspace. As long as the strongest leader-level creature is defeated in this space, the space crack will slowly disappear. Until now, no one knows the reason why this space crack appeared. Continuing to walk towards the front area, he soon saw 3 forks in the road. No one knows where each fork in the road leads to. Squeak, squeak, squeak. As Lin Dao looked around, he clearly heard strange noises coming from the passage on the left. Here we come. Lin Dao obviously sensed something, and at this moment he rushed in at a lightning speed. In the passage inside, one can clearly see huge and strange beasts that look like wild boars. They have sharp and thick fangs and a pair of eyes that emit blood-red light. Level 3, Crazy Pig. He had nothing to do before and had read a lot of illustrations of exotic beasts, so he easily recognized these exotic beasts. Seeing Lin Dao rushing over, These crazy pigs let out a low growl and pounced over as well. Slow. Too slow. With the help of eagle eyes, even in this dark environment, everything he saw was extremely clear. And in his eyes, the speed of these crazy pigs is very slow. Crackling. At this moment, Lin Dao clenched his right hand into a fist, and thunder and lightning emanated from his fist. Just right, let me give you a try. He was excited now too. Before, when I was at home, I didn't dare to practice freely, but now that I'm here, it doesn't matter. Thunder burst fist. The fist, with a dazzling electric light, instantly made close contact with the head of the wild pig that rushed over first. Boom! The extremely strong airflow, accompanied by the power of thunder, crushed and exploded the huge head of the mad pig. One punch. Just one punch. At this moment, several dark shadows rushed over from all directions at the same time. Lin Dao narrowed his eyes and drew his sword instantly. A blinding cold light flashed, and the mad pigs that pounced over were split into two halves in midair. Blood spurted out. This third-level monster is too weak for him now. After getting rid of the crazy pigs in the passage, he used a blade to cut up their bodies, and then took out something that looked like a crystal. Beast crystal. 6 third-level beast crystals. Not bad. This kind of thing is also quite valuable. And now that a new cultivation technique is about to be released, the price of beast crystals is also rising. After throwing these things into his backpack, Lin Dao continued to run towards the inner area. The further you run inside, the higher the level of the creatures you find inside. Level 4, One-Horned Crazy Pig. The long sword in Lin Dao's hand was flashing with lightning, and he instantly killed several 4th-level monsters. His expression now became solemn. These 4th-level unicorn horn mad pigs are definitely not leader-level creatures. Moreover, among those who killed their way here, the weakest were all at level 3. Judging from the current situation, this leader-level creature is definitely above level 5. It is very likely that it will be level 6. After taking out the beast crystals of these exotic beasts, his backpack was already bulging with stuff. Now, looking forward, I can vaguely see fire at the exit of the passage. Fire? Lin Dao raised his eyebrows and continued walking forward, only to find that the cave passage seemed to have reached an end. Looking inside, it is a very spacious space. The ground was paved with bluestone slabs, and there were fires burning in the corners. There are humans coming in. A tall figure was walking towards them from the dark area ahead. When Lin Dao heard the voice, his pupils shrank slightly. A talking monster? Chapter 34. Talking Beast. If you look closely, you can clearly see that it is a humanoid figure. Its entire body was extremely strong, with thick, long black hair like needles, a huge pig head, and extremely terrifying fangs. In his right hand, he held a huge hammer. This kind of humanoid beast was the first time he had seen it. What's more, it can talk. Who are you? Lin Dao's expression also turned serious. It let out a strange laugh and ignored Lin Dao's words. At this moment, extremely terrifying power burst out from its whole body. It stomped the ground hard and rushed in front of Lin Dao in an instant. He swung the huge war hammer and was about to hit Lin Dao's head, when the long sword with lightning in Lin Dao's hand was swung out directly, and it collided with the war hammer. As the weapons collided, lightning flashed wildly. At the same time, under the leadership of Scar from the Blood Mist Martial Arts School, a large number of people also entered the space crack. The cave. Scar looked at his surroundings, and his face suddenly darkened. The spaces connected by the space rifts, large and small environments, are completely different. Some are very dangerous, while others are relatively safe. In an environment like the cave, the field of vision is limited, and the blue light emitted by the moss is not enough for illumination. We carry powerful lights. We have it too. At this time, some people immediately took out their high-intensity flashlights and shone them forward. Suddenly, everything became bright. Good. You're responsible for lighting the back. Let's go. Scar was relieved now. It's different when someone brings a high-powered flashlight. He now held the blade tightly in his hand, walking in the front with the other 2 4th-level warriors, and a large group of warriors followed closely behind. Why did that old man disappear after he came in just now? Has it been eaten? Many people have now started discussing this. After all, many people had just seen Lin Dao leap into the space crack. Uncle Lin really didn't see it. Wang Lingling's eyes also looked around. Uncle Lin's strength may be extraordinary. Wang Yu pondered for a moment and spoke slowly. He remembered that when the train braked suddenly at the beginning, he was caught off guard and couldn't keep his body steady. But Lin Dao was like an old monk in meditation, not moving at all. Soon, everyone arrived at the 3 huge forks in the road. Except for the passage that Lin Dao was walking on, huge figures began to rush out from the other 2 passages. Level 3. It's a 3rd level crazy pig. Careful. At this moment, a cry of surprise came from the area ahead. Everyone became nervous at this time. A 3rd level alien beast. A 3rd level monster appears at the beginning. Wang Yu and the others' faces changed drastically. If you encounter a monster of this level at the very beginning, then the leader level monster will most likely be of the 5th level. Damn it, Scar was the first to be hit, and now he was slashing wildly with the sword in his hand. But this mad pig had thick skin and flesh, and could not be killed with 1 strike. And the number of these guys is too much. Scar. And there's the unicorn pig. While the 2 4th level men and women were dealing with a mad pig, they clearly discovered that there was another 4th level unicorn mad pig rushing out from inside. Oh no! Scar's face turned pale in an instant. Level 4 unicorn crazy pig. This type of strange beast has thick skin and flesh, making it very difficult to deal with. And, judging from the current situation, there may be more than one. A leader level monster is definitely above level 5. Train C-17888 encountered a space rift. The Federal Army will immediately provide support as quickly as possible. 10 helicopters have been dispatched to the Guangya City Legion base at the fastest speed, and they are expected to arrive within half an hour. At this moment, the news that a space crack had appeared on the train track had already been spread. The nearby Federal Army and Warrior Alliance have already sent out support troops. On the other side, in the freshman training camp of the Federal College, the freshmen who had just arrived a few days ago were now standing straight and lined up in several rows. Train C-17888 encountered a space crack. Many people are injured on the train now. We are relatively close to there now and need to complete the support mission. The tall and strong instructor glanced at the Federal recruits present and spoke slowly. Don't worry, you are not even official warriors now, so I won't let you die in vain. The crack that appeared this time is a sea-level crack. The Federation Army and the Warrior Alliance have already sent people to fight against the monsters. We only need to rescue the civilians on the train in the rear. The instructor continued to speak. Do you understand? Clear. Louder. Haven't you eaten yet? Clear. All the Federal recruits are a little excited now. This is the first time to come into close contact with a space rift, and we may also see scenes of humans fighting against alien beasts. These scenes could only be seen in videos before. When you really face them up close, you will feel a little scared but also a little excited. Very good. This time is also a great experience for you. When you go to the battlefield in the future, you'll have to face space cracks and those strange beasts. Now, put on your gear and get ready to board the plane. The instructor glanced at everyone and continued loudly. Yes, everyone spoke in unison, their voices as loud as a bell. They're a little nervous and excited at the same time. Fly. This time, we're going to see the opening of the space rift. The little fat boy who was with Lin Feiqian also spoke excitedly. I didn't expect that this space crack would appear on the track. Lin Feiqian also nodded, and the two immediately rushed to the changing area, quickly took off their clothes, and were about to put on special armor. This type of armor is the latest product of the Federal Legion. It not only has strong defensive capabilities, but also can assist the user and indirectly increase strength. The disadvantage is that the current armor cannot fit the whole body like clothes. For stronger warriors, wearing this kind of armor will appear bulky. Feiqian, you've been practicing very fast recently. This tendon meat, this muscle definition. The other person looked at Lin Feiqian, who was changing clothes, and couldn't help but sigh. It's okay. Although it was a joke, Lin Feiqian knew that his cultivation speed during this period was not just very fast, but extremely fast. However, since the day the copper piece suddenly disappeared, it has not been seen again until now. What is going on? Chapter 35, I can't stand it anymore. Lin Feiqian still feels a little strange now. Although the copper piece disappeared, his cultivation speed was still much faster than before. It seems that the speed at which he absorbs the vital energy of heaven and earth is much faster than that of ordinary people. Hurry up, ready to go. At this moment, accompanied by the sound coming from outside, Lin Feiqian didn't think much about it. He put on his armor and prepared to set off. This was his first time carrying out such a mission, and he still felt a little nervous. It's not just him. It's the same with all these freshmen. After all, no matter what, they are still teenagers. Damn it, I put it on really quickly when I tried it yesterday. Hurry up, it's too late. Many people are now anxiously wearing armor. Although they had trained yesterday, time was tight, and they were a little flustered for a moment. It didn't take long before they were all dressed and ran to the heliport. Military helicopters are ready to take off. Lin Feiqian also quickly entered one of the helicopters. This is my first time on a plane. Some people also looked a little pale. They had just started training and were directly sent on a helicopter to complete the mission, which made many people excited but also nervous. Lin Feiqian, who was sitting in the middle, looked outside. As the helicopter took off, the thing seen below seemed to become smaller and smaller. He thought of his father. Was he this nervous when he took a helicopter for the first time? Lin Feiqian's eyes now became firm. With his current training speed, he will soon reach the old man's level. Ding, ding, ding. At this moment, in the deepest part of the cave at the mouth of the space crack, Lin Dao was waving the long sword in his hand, fighting frantically with the humanoid monster. The blade and the hammer collided violently, making loud noises. Strong electric light flashed continuously and was transmitted to the body of this humanoid beast through the collision of weapons. Although it has thick skin and flesh, under the impact of these strong electric lights, its body also emits a burnt smell. Roar! Damn humans! The pain in its body made it furious. Its eyes glowed red, and it smashed out madly with the hammer in its hand. The look in Lin Dao's eyes changed slightly, and the moment he dodged sideways, his terrifying war hammer smashed right at the spot where he had just stepped. Boom! In an instant, the entire ground exploded. Treasure. Every leader-level monster has a treasure on it, and its treasure should be the war hammer in its hand. When this hammer hits the ground, it will produce a special shock wave, causing greater damage. Level 6. Lin Dao narrowed his eyes slightly and jumped back directly to the back. As he put the long sword in his hand back into the scabbard, his powerful aura continued to be transmitted to the blade. The scabbard began to vibrate, and a strong electric current was brewing inside the scabbard. Roar! It looked at the forest path that had jumped to the back, roared, and continued to charge forward with the war hammer in its hand. Lin Dao slightly bent his body, holding the scabbard in his left hand and the hilt of the knife in his right hand, standing in place without moving at all. Every time he breathed, there was a strong sound of thunder in his chest. The breath exhaled from the mouth also had slight flashes of electricity. Die! This kind of humanoid beast roared, and was about to smash Lin Dao's body with a hammer held in both hands. Here we come. This is the moment he has been waiting for. At the moment when the war hammer in its hand came down, Lin Dao suddenly grasped the hilt of the knife with his right hand and pulled it out directly. At this moment, a strong electric current surged out from the scabbard. Lightning sword draw. This knife, with an extremely dazzling electric light, formed a crescent-shaped slash in an oblique direction and rushed out directly. The strange beast opened its eyes wide, but before it could react, its thick arms holding the war hammer were cut off in an instant. Blood also spurted out from the broken wound. Roar! The intense pain made it roar, and its strong body retreated backwards. This time, its roar seemed to have some kind of penetrating power, transmitting to the area outside this space. Lin Dao also felt that his head was a little painful because of the roar. But now he can't care so much. His leg muscles were tensed, and a powerful force caused a dent in the stone slabs beneath his feet, and his body burst out at an extremely terrifying speed as he rushed forward. No! When a strange beast saw this scene, its eyes were filled with fear. It had never expected that this human, who seemed to be weaker than itself, could actually burst out with such strength. But now that its arms were cut off, it had no way to fight back. Now it couldn't even dodge. It couldn't dodge. The next moment, Lin Dao's figure appeared in front of it. However, he did not swing his sword to kill it directly. Instead, he turned his left hand into a fist and hit the chest of the strange beast with thunder and lightning. Boom! A powerful explosion was heard, and a bloody hole instantly exploded in its chest. The huge body flew out and hit the ground not far away. Roar! At this moment, in the passage outside, one could clearly see a large number of level 3 mad pigs and level 4 unicorn mad pigs rushing over at an extremely fast speed. Because of the roar just now. Seeing this scene, Lin Dao frowned slightly. Crackling. The long sword in his hand emitted lightning and thunder. Looking at the strange beast rushing towards him, he held the long sword in his hand and chopped it wildly. There are no fancy moves, just basic sword techniques. However, under the crushing of the same level realm, the speed of killing these strange beasts is as easy as cutting paper. I can't stand it anymore. There are too many strange beasts. At this moment, Scar, who is outside the cave, also let out a roar. He already has many wounds on his body. Those fourth-order unicorn pigs we just dealt with were indeed very difficult to deal with, and there were quite a lot of them, as many as 5 or 6. He fought desperately with 2 other 4th-level warriors, but only managed to kill one in a short time. The ones that follow cannot be killed at all. Moreover, there are too many 3rd-level mad pigs. Although the other warriors have killed quite a few of them, the number is still not enough to completely eliminate them. Now everyone is starting to get hurt and exhausted. If this continues, all of these warriors might die here. Damn it! Are they going to die without even seeing the leader-level monster? But at this moment, these strange beasts that were originally extremely violent and attacking them madly seemed to feel the call of something and turn around and fled. What happened? Chapter 36. This is the 6th-level beast crystal. These strange beasts ran away. Many people present have now clearly noticed this strange situation. Why did you run away suddenly? Wang Yu and his 2 siblings are now a little out of breath. Just now they surrounded and attacked a 3rd-level mad pig together in the back, and it felt very thrilling. This creature has thick skin and flesh. Although we killed one at the beginning, it would be very difficult to kill the subsequent wild pigs. And just now it was obvious that there were too many of them, and we were obviously in trouble, but in the end, I didn't expect that they actually turned around and ran away. Scar was stunned when he saw the 4th-level unicorn pig that had just attacked him madly suddenly run back to the depths of the passage. Call! Now everyone on this battlefield couldn't help but take a deep breath. Many people just lay on the ground. I was really exhausted after the battle, just now. I thought I could kill some level 1 or 2 monsters, but I didn't expect the lowest was level 3. I was almost killed by these damn crazy pigs. Worn out, many are still gasping for breath. It was a life-and-death situation just now. Everyone was nervous, and with the adrenaline rushing, there was no time to think too much. Now that I have relaxed, I can clearly feel the severe pain and fatigue throughout my body. What on earth happened? Scar looked into the depths of the passage, the expression in his eyes changing constantly. What do we do now? The other 2 warriors, who were also at the 4th level, also spoke subconsciously. The current situation is indeed a bit weird. Take a break and go in, and take a look later. Scar thought about it for a moment, then gritted his teeth and spoke. Do you still want to go in? Will it be too dangerous? The 2 men and women thought about it for a moment and spoke subconsciously. Although they're all 4th-level warriors, those one-horn mad pigs are also 4th-level monsters. Furthermore, the leader-level creatures here are most likely level 5 or even level 6. Now they can't even deal with the unicorn. If they continue to go in, wouldn't that be courting death? The rest of the people from the Blood Mist Martial Arts School are now also looking towards Scar. It's too dangerous. If this continues, we low-level warriors might die. Let's go. We're going out first. Some low-level warriors no longer dare to stay here. After all, the situation here is really a bit scary. I can't leave now. Once you enter the space crack, unless the leader-level creature rushes out, otherwise, if it is not dead, the people who come in will not be able to get out at all. Even if you see that the space crack is open, you just can't get out. Scar now glanced at everyone present and spoke in a deep voice. Many people listened to his words and reacted instantly at this moment. Many people have heard about this information before, but they just forgot about it for a while. And what do we do now? Everyone started to panic. They looked deeper into the passage, an area illuminated only by dark blue moss. It's still very weird just looking at it this way. Stay here and wait for the reinforcements to come in. Or come with me and take a look inside. Scar now pondered for a moment before continuing to speak. You want to go inside? The moment he finished speaking, everyone's faces changed drastically. If they continue to go inside, it would be very dangerous for them, and they might lose their lives. There must be a reason why those strange beasts suddenly ran away just now. It is very likely that something happened inside. Scar said in a deep voice. As he spoke, he dug out the beast crystal of the 4th-level alien beast he had just killed. This thing was killed by the 3 of us. I'll take it first, and we can divide it after we get out. How about that? He glanced at the 2 men and women next to him. King. The 2 men and women also nodded slightly. After all, Scar made the greatest contribution this time, and he was also a member of the Blood Mist martial arts school, so there was no way he could escape. Do you want to go in? Scar looked at them. The 2 men and women looked at each other and then shook their heads. For them, the area inside was indeed a bit too dangerous, and they did not dare to take the risk and continue going in. If you don't want to go in, I'll leave first. People from the Blood Mist martial arts school, follow me. Scar waved his hand and walked straight in with a group of people from the Blood Mist martial arts school. The rest of the people all stayed in this area, waiting for support. Crackling. In the space where the leader-level creature was located, many arcs of electricity could be clearly seen flashing on the ground around it. The long sword in Lin Dao's hand had a line of blood flowing along the blade slowly to the tip, then forming a drop of blood and dripping onto the ground. A large number of corpses of strange beasts can be clearly seen on the ground around. The strange beasts that rushed towards him, whether they were the 3rd-level Mad Pig or the 4th-level One-Horned Mad Pig, all died under his sword. After all, the level he was certified at before was the peak of level 5, and after this period of improvement, he already had the strength of level 6. Killing these strange beasts is as easy as killing a chicken. He now held a long sword in his hand and walked forward step by step, and soon stood next to the leader-level humanoid monster. You should not be dead yet. Tell me, how come you can speak our human language? Lin Dao stepped beside its body and spoke softly. There was a bloody hole in its chest, but it was not completely pierced. Humans, you all, must die. This kind of humanoid beast stared at Lin Dao with its eyes fixed, but did not directly answer his words. His entire body trembled, and his internal organs exploded. Dead. Lin Dao's brows twitched slightly when he saw this scene. The reason why he didn't kill this guy directly just now was because he wanted to see if he could pry some useful things out of the mouth of this strange beast. I didn't expect this guy to die like this. A strange beast that can speak human language. Lin Dao narrowed his eyes slightly. He remembered the news he had seen before, that in the super ancient ruins discovered in the S-level space crack, there were records of some humanoid intelligent creatures. A real humanoid. Could it be that these space cracks were most likely created by humans with higher technological levels? He also feels very confused now. Never mind. This kind of thing is currently being researched by the Warrior Alliance. Now, he just wanted to earn more money as quickly as possible, obtain the treasure that was about to be auctioned, and save his wife. While thinking about it, he used a long knife in his hand to cut open the body of the leader-level monster, and then took out a beast crystal emitting purple light. This is the 6th-level beast crystal. Chapter 37, A Rich Harvest. Lin Dao could clearly feel that the energy contained in this beast crystal was extremely rich. This 6th-level beast crystal should be very valuable. Without thinking too much, he threw the thing in his backpack. Originally, the super wear-resistant mountaineering bag he was carrying had a large space, and he didn't put anything in it. Now, most of the area was filled with the beast crystals he had just obtained. This thing should be the treasure of this leader-level beast. Lin Dao now picked up the warhammer. As soon as you get it, you can clearly feel the heaviness of this weapon. The material is also very special, and when it hits the ground, it will produce a strong shock. He held the warhammer and smashed it hard on the ground. Boom! An explosion was also heard at this time. A dent was smashed into the entire ground. This thing is good. Unfortunately, I don't use a hammer. Lin Dao sighed with emotion. Many of the weapons obtained from the mouth of this space crack have special abilities, which are incomparable to weapons forged by humans. It should be able to sell for a good price. Take it back first. He looked at the corpses of the strange beasts around him, continued to chop their bodies in half, and then took out some beast crystals from them. The pair of slender fangs of the leader-level creature were also its most valuable parts, and he threw them all in his backpack. In a short while, the entire backpack was completely full. At this moment, Lin Dao clearly heard footsteps coming from the passage outside. Scar led the people from the Blood Mist martial arts school to the entrance. As soon as you walk in, you can clearly see a large number of corpses of strange beasts on the ground. The corpses of crazy pigs and unicorn crazy pigs are everywhere. The ground around was covered with blood. Hiss! Just looking at this scene, they couldn't help but gasp. Now the air they breathed was also filled with an extremely strong smell of blood. Brother Dao, look ahead. One of them looked forward and could clearly see Lin Dao standing there. The head full of white hair was very conspicuous. Wait, he is... Scar's gaze obviously noticed the situation ahead, and his eyes widened. Isn't this person the one who jumped into the space crack at the beginning? He killed all the strange beasts here. Hiss! How is this possible? Everyone was in a state of great shock, because what the eyes saw was really too outrageous. At this moment, Lin Dao, who was standing in front, turned around and looked in his direction. He exuded an extremely strong aura from head to toe. High-level warrior, and the level is very likely above level 5, or even reaching level 6. Before, everyone had misjudged him. Who could have thought that this man was so strong? Senior. Scar looked at Lin Dao's eyes, and his body trembled slightly, and he spoke subconsciously. He now has no idea who the other party is, and whether he has any ill intentions towards them. The others trembled and subconsciously tightened their weapons. How about making a deal with you guys? Lin Dao looked at them and spoke lightly. Please go ahead. Scar now took a deep breath and spoke immediately. The others now looked extremely nervous as well. The bones, fur, and horns of these exotic animals can all be sold as materials, right? Lin Dao smiled slightly. Right. Scar nodded. I can't collect so many things by myself. If you help me sell them, I'll give you 30%. Ow! Lin Dao continued to speak. There were too many corpses of these strange beasts, and he couldn't handle them all by himself. And because the leader-level monster is dead, the space crack will close soon. No problem. Scar agreed immediately. Now he was relieved too. It would be great if the other party has no ill intentions. And this matter is also very beneficial to them. They can get 30% profit from the sales, which is already very good. Very good. Then I'll leave this to you guys. When they're sold out, send me a message. Lin Dao and Scar also exchanged contact information. Although there is no internet here, mobile phones can still be used. Good. Scar nodded immediately. There's also excitement on his face now. High-level warrior. He now has the contact information of this high-level warrior. Good. Scar and the others were stunned for a moment. Then they reacted and nodded. Well, see you outside. Lin Dao now walked directly towards the exit of the passage. Work! Scar did not hesitate at all. He took out a sharp dagger and began to deal with the corpses of these strange beasts. The others also took out their daggers and did the same. This group of people from the Blood Mist martial arts school often kill strange beasts, and they do a lot of work in dealing with the corpses of strange beasts, and they can complete it quickly. The valuable fur and the harder bones in their bodies were all separated out, especially the skeleton of the 6th-level alien beast, which looked even harder, almost like a special metal. If you bring this thing back, you can earn a lot of money. We can get out of the space crack now. We can really go out now. Could it be that Scar and the others have dealt with a leader-level monster? At the same time, the people outside have clearly discovered that the space crack that was originally impossible to get out of can now be rushed out at will. What is even more shocking is that the crack in space is slowly shrinking. This means that the leader-level creature inside must have been killed, and the space crack will slowly disappear. Did they really get rid of the leader-level monster? The 2 4th-level men and women now looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock. Just now they were afraid that there might be more powerful leader-level creatures inside, so they didn't dare to go any deeper. Who could have thought that the situation would be like this now? Uncle Lin seems to have really disappeared. Wang Lingling now looked at the large group of people behind her who were walking towards the space crack, but still did not see any trace of Lin Dao. Go out first. Once the space crack closes, we will stay here forever. Wang Yu also spoke up immediately. He is still full of doubts in his heart. According to what he had just observed, Lin Dao should be very strong. Logically speaking, if so many people are fine, he should be fine too. Soon, a large number of warriors were constantly walking out of the space crack. The space crack is starting to close. The conductor and the trained police outside all had their eyes wide open. Originally, everyone thought there would be a big battle, But who could have imagined that the space crack that had expanded extremely exaggeratedly was now slowly closing at a speed visible to the naked eye? Chapter 38, Dad. Soon, warriors came out one after another. What's the situation? The few flight attendants who remained at the entrance of the space crack also hurriedly asked the warriors who came out. Now the crack in space suddenly stopped expanding and instead shrank. It was as if the leader-level monster inside had been eliminated. But this speed is a bit beyond imagination. The warriors who are going to provide support have not arrived yet, and the battle here seems to have ended. Ordinary alien beasts are at least level 3 and are very difficult to deal with. We don't know why we can come out suddenly. It seems that the people from the Blood Mist Martial Arts School have killed the leader-level monster. The warriors who came out now started talking at once. The corpses of some strange beasts that they had just killed were also carried out by everyone. The bodies of some dead warriors were also carried out. Now, many helicopters have also stopped in the direction not far away. You are responsible for carrying all the seriously injured onto the helicopter. Be careful not to cause secondary damage. As soon as the freshmen of the Federal Legion Academy got off the helicopter, they began to carry out rescue work under the guidance of their instructors. Lin Feiqian also got off the helicopter soon after. Hiss! Feiqian, see that? That's the opening of the space crack. The young man standing next to Lin Feiqian took a breath as he looked at the situation in the distance. A huge space crack actually appeared on the train track ahead, emitting a dark blue light that reflected on everyone's bodies. Lin Feiqian also looked over there, his eyes full of shock. This was the first time he had seen such a situation. And these people are all official warriors, right? It's really powerful to be able to enter the space cracks and hunt strange beasts. The young man next to him continued to sigh. Really? Lin Feiqian watched many people coming out from inside and vaguely saw a figure with white hair. Date. He was stunned for a moment. But after he looked carefully, he found that the figure had disappeared. Did you see it wrong? He continued to look over there, but he didn't see the figure anymore. 2. My father should still be at home. Moreover, with the old man's current strength, it is impossible for him to run into the space crack here. He must be overthinking it. Those people behind, don't just stand there in a daze. Hurry up and catch up. At this moment, the instructor's voice came from the front. Yes. Lin Feiqian also reacted immediately and rushed forward. Although it was the first time he did such a thing, he reacted quickly and followed the main force to treat the wounded. The high-speed maglev train suddenly braked, causing many ordinary passengers to be thrown out, and some were seriously injured. Because they were wearing armor, they were able to pick up the wounded easily and in a very stable posture, thus avoiding secondary injuries to a large extent. All the seriously injured were sent on helicopters to the hospital for treatment. Lin Dao had just walked out quickly from the depths of the cave, mixed in with this large group of warriors without anyone noticing, and left this space crack together. Although you don't have to hide it deliberately, you can't be too high profile either, because this will definitely attract a lot of unnecessary attention, and someone might even investigate his information, suspecting whether he has obtained some treasure that caused his rapid growth and strength. After going through so much, he is still very cautious. Be high profile in your work and low-key in your life. You're not dead. A middle-aged man looked at Lin Dao's figure and couldn't help but exclaimed. He just remembered that at the beginning, the man with white hair was standing at the entrance of the space crack and suddenly walked in. I originally thought that this person was definitely dead, but who would have thought that he was still alive today? Luckily survived. Lin Dao said with a smile. You are really tough. The middle-aged man couldn't help but sigh. Uncle Lin. At this moment, a voice came from the side. Uncle Lin, I thought you were dead. Wang Lingling spoke out excitedly. Lingling, Wang Qingqing, who followed behind, also glared at her. Although her sister didn't mean any harm in her words, it sounded very rude. Well, I'm lucky to have survived. Lin Dao smiled. Uncle Lin, when you also came over and greeted politely. He was a little surprised now. He didn't see Lin Dao at all when he was inside just now, but he appeared again at this time. And if you look closely, you can clearly see that in addition to carrying a long sword on his back, he also holds a long-handled war hammer in his hand. This war hammer is a little unusual. By the way, Uncle Lin, where are you just now? The underground world in the crack is really dangerous. Wang Lingling continued to speak, her eyes full of curiosity. Not only her, but even Wang Qingqing and Wang Yu seem to be hesitant to talk. After all, we just met by chance, and our relationship is not that good. It would be a bit impolite to ask others rashly. Wang Lingling was young and used to speaking her mind, so she asked directly about their doubts. I went to the depths and killed all those strange beasts. Lin Dao smiled. Tisk, you're just bragging. Wang Lingling looked at Lin Dao's smile, which seemed like he was teasing a child, and she no longer believed it. Wang Qingqing and Wang Yu looked at each other in confusion. Although the other party's tone seemed to be a joke, it felt like it was real. The crack is about to disappear. At this moment, the exclamations of the warriors were heard from the rear. Everyone present looked forward. The space crack, which had expanded exaggeratedly, was now slowly tightening and closing. Scar! It's Scar! And at this moment, Scar and others rushed out, carrying exaggerated packages on their backs and holding a large amount of bone materials in their hands. They were a team specialized in killing alien beasts, and they carried compressed packages on their bodies. Once unfolded, these packages would become very large and could hold a lot of things. Moreover, the warriors are very strong and can carry it. Many people were dumbfounded when they saw the people from the Blood Mist Martial Arts School rushing out with huge packages on their backs. It turned out that someone from the Blood Mist Martial Arts School killed him. Hey, Uncle Lin, you can't fool me. Wang Lingling looked ahead, her eyes full of curiosity. The packages they carried must have been the corpses of exotic animals or processed materials. But with so many people, all carrying so many things, how many strange beasts did they kill? Hoo-hoo. Scar came out, also panting. He threw the package directly onto the ground. Too many. There are too many bone materials from these strange beasts. Brother Scar, did you kill the leader-level beast inside? Chapter 39, The Function of the Mysterious Copper Plate. Some warriors looked at Scar and spoke out with great excitement. Just now, when they saw Scar rushing deep into the cave, they thought they were doomed. After all, those strange beasts are often at the 3rd or 4th level, and it would be even more dangerous if you go deeper into them. Bullshit. Do you think I have the ability to do this? Scar cursed with a laugh. That is. These warriors were also stunned when they heard his words. No. Who could that be? Be high profile in work, low profile in life, and be a great hermit in the city. Scar spoke meaningfully. He would definitely not deliberately publicize such things. After all, judging from the way our predecessors handled things, they were very low-key people. Deliberately publicizing it might make him unhappy. Is there an expert? No wonder this space crack can be solved so easily. There really is an expert. I don't even know who it is. The warriors around were now also constantly sighing. The several flight attendants here couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. They had just prepared for the worst, but they didn't expect the situation had been resolved. And now the space crack in front of him has completely closed and disappeared. Never appeared the same. But they were also a little curious. Which expert solved it? Report. The sea-level space crack encountered by the C-17888 train has now disappeared. They also quickly reported the news. Some combat troops that came from afar are now returning on the way. The rest were used to repair the train and rescue the wounded. The warriors were distributing the spoils they had just obtained in the cave. Many of the corpses of the strange beasts were purchased by the Federal Legion. Fly. See? This is the corpse of a strange beast. After they sent many wounded soldiers onto the helicopter, they also saw that not far away, the instructors of the Federal Army had collected many exotic beasts. Lin Feitian, who was standing next to Xiaopeng, also nodded at this moment. At a close distance, you can clearly see these strange beasts that look like wild boars. What's different from the wild boar is that the hair of this strange beast is coarser, almost like needles, and its skin looks thicker. The eyes were still blood red. Everyone did a great job treating the wounded this time. At this moment, the instructor of their class came over from not far away. Did you all see the space crack just now? The instructor looked at everyone present. Yes. Everyone nodded. They also saw the space crack slowly closing and disappearing. I have only seen these things in some video materials before, but this is the first time I have seen these conditions in reality. Inside the space crack is a special world. Rather than calling it a world, it's better to call it a large, special space. In this space, there will be a most powerful creature, which we call a leader-level creature. Once it is killed, the space crack will slowly close and disappear. And generally speaking, this kind of creature will have treasures on its body. The instructor looked at them and spoke slowly. Although everyone had roughly understood this news before, they had different feelings when they heard it again today. It was truly shocking to see the space crack from such a close distance today. These exotic beasts were all purchased by the Federation Corps and will be transported back later. Next, I will explain to you the weakness analysis of the exotic beasts or perform an autopsy on them. The instructor's voice continued to be heard. These strange beasts are not simple. You can take off the armor on your hands and touch and look at the corpses of the strange beasts. The instructor had a wicked smile on his face. Some of them now plucked up the courage to remove the armor covering their arms and reached out to touch it. It hurts. This hair is like thorns that prick people. This fur is too thick. This strange beast seems to have full muscles all over its body. Let me see if this strange beast is as thick as mine. The people around are also very excited now. The moment Lin Feiqian reached out and touched the strange beast, he was suddenly stunned. In an instant, a dazzling light entered my eyes. He seemed to appear in a special world. In this world, everything around is white. In the middle, a huge piece of copper is suspended. The disappearing copper piece. Lin Feiqian, who was watching this scene, also had a look of surprise in his eyes. This copper plate looks very large, and the words that were seen on it before have completely disappeared. Now, in the blank space, a line of text slowly began to emerge. Level 3. Crazy Pig, Low-Level Strength Talent. What's this? Lin Feiqian was also a little surprised when he saw this scene. Slight increase in strength. In the next moment, everything that had just been seen disappeared in an instant. At this time, the other students were still excited about facing the strange beast for the first time. What happened just now? He is still a little confused now. However, he did remember the words displayed on the bronze plate. Low-level strength talent. Strength increase? He felt his own strength a little and found that his arms had become much stronger than before. And now, as his mind moved, the copper piece seemed to appear in his mind again. On the copper plate that had become extremely smooth, the words that had been seen before were clearly visible. Try again. His eyes were now directed towards the corpse of the other unicorn pig. In an instant, a ray of light appeared on the copper plate in his mind, and a line of text slowly appeared again. Level 4. One-horned crazy pig. Intermediate and lower level strength talent. Slight increase in strength. At this moment, Lin Feiqian clearly felt that his strength had increased significantly. He continued to try and found that the corpses of the same type of these exotic beasts were useless. Only different types of corpses could obtain the innate abilities of these exotic beasts. It seems that when you first gain a talent, your abilities in all aspects will also improve slightly, depending on the talent you gain. What on earth is this copper piece? The more he thought about it, the more shocked Lin Feiqian was. It seems like I have obtained something extraordinary. All right, start carrying the bodies back. The instructor's voice continued to be heard at this time. Yes. Soon, everyone came to their senses, unfolded their armor to cover their hands, and began to carry the corpses of these strange beasts. This hair is really hard. If we weren't wearing armor, it would probably pierce our skin. Nonsense, this is a 3rd-level beast, and the one over there is a 4th-level beast. Everyone, be careful and don't get hurt. During the transportation process, many people discovered that the fur of these exotic animals was extremely hard. Lin Feiqian was also carrying the corpse of a strange beast. Although he was wearing armor and his arms had mechanical assistance, allowing him to lift objects weighing several hundred pounds, the body of the mad pig was too large and required 2 people to lift it, one in front and one behind. Could this strength talent help me to increase my strength faster when I practice in the future? Lin Feiqian is still thinking about the copper piece. Chapter 40, The Best Among the Best. Lin Feiqian and others quickly moved a large number of exotic beasts into the helicopter. After the rest of the helicopters had transported the wounded, they were ready to leave. Those who are not injured or do not need treatment and want to continue to Dragon City can get on the bus now. Let's continue the journey now. The train attendants were now also shouting around. They are all warriors, so their voices sound very penetrating. It spread to the surrounding areas in an instant. Although the space crack appeared above the track ahead, it did not cause any damage to the track, so all the injured were sent to the nearest city for treatment. After the train was inspected, it was able to set off again. Call. Finally, the train departed. Let's go quickly. This time, I almost lost my life. At this time, many warriors also boarded the train. Some personnel from the federal government and the federal army chatted with Scar and others for a short time and left. After all, space cracks are constantly appearing all over the world, and warriors or civilians often die near them. So this kind of thing has become commonplace in this era. Unless a relatively large disaster occurs, it will cause a great shock. Call. Scar couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief after watching them leave. Just now he had gritted his teeth and made up a story about how he and his companions had killed the leader-level monster in the space crack. Although the federal government felt a little strange, they had no choice but to believe what they said in the end. Captain, what do you think of Senior Lin's strength? A warrior from the Blood Mist martial arts school looked around and then lowered his voice. The others also looked toward Scar. After all, what we just saw in the cave was really shocking. So many strange beasts were all killed by one person. The strength of that leader-level beast should be level 6. To be able to kill a 6th order leader-level beast, this strength must be at least at the peak of the 6th order. But I feel that it may be above level 7. Scar thought about it for a moment and said in a deep voice, "Hiss." Hearing his words, everyone present couldn't help but gasp. Above level 7. What on earth is this? Just thinking about it is shocking. He is going to Longsheng. He might be from Longsheng Martial Arts School. An expert among experts. The more Scar thought about it, the more he felt that Lin Dao was unfathomable. It was so cool that he could get a share of the profits from the corpses of these strange beasts thanks to this mysterious and powerful being. At this time, Lin Dao also walked into the train and sat down in a random seat. Now, many wounded have gone to nearby cities for treatment, so there are much fewer people here and the seats are very empty. Phew, it was a safe bet. Wang Yu and the others also sat in the seats next to them. The seat here is quite spacious and the view is quite good, so I decided not to sit in the private room. Yes, this is the first time I've seen this space crack appear before my eyes. Wang Lingling also lay on the chair and sighed. Uncle Lin, are you also a warrior from Dragon City? She seemed to have thought of something now and spoke out of curiosity. No. Lin Dao shook his head slightly. I just heard that there are many martial arts schools in Longsheng, so I want to join one and work there to earn some money. He smiled slightly. Joining the martial arts school? We are from Tianqing Martial Arts School. Hey, do you want me to introduce us? Wang Lingling was also very excited at this time. By the way, Uncle Lin, if you want to join a martial arts school, you can come to our Tianqing Martial Arts School. After Wang Yu and Wang Qingqing reacted, they spoke at the same time. They're different from Wang Lingling, who is carefree and naive. From the situation just now, it is obvious that Lin Dao's strength is definitely extraordinary. He even vaguely felt that just now in the cave, he was very likely to have killed those powerful monsters. No, a friend recommended a martial arts school to me. Lin Dao shook his head slightly. That's a shame. What martial arts school did your friend recommend? Wang Lingling's eyes widened slightly, and she spoke out curiously. Lompa Martial Arts School. Lin Dao said casually. Lompa Martial Arts School? When Wang Yu and others heard the name of this martial arts school, their eyes widened slightly. Ha ha ha. Brother, you are not kidding. Do you know that Lompa Martial Arts School is one of the top 5 martial arts schools in the country? The warriors sitting in the back also laughed out loud as they listened to the conversation between Lin Dao and others. You old man, what can you do by joining Lompa Martial Arts School? Are you going to sweep the floor? A warrior in the front turned around and looked behind him. After seeing Lin Dao's head full of white hair, he also burst out laughing. After all, a top-level martial arts school like Lompa Martial Arts School is out of reach for them. That's enough. Who are you looking down on? Wang Lingling glared at them. Although she also didn't believe that Lin Dao could join Lompa Martial Arts School, the contemptuous attitude of these people was really annoying. There's nothing to look down on. Everyone, please stop joking. Haven't you heard of don't bully the poor middle-aged? Maybe the other person is really a hidden master, and you are screwed. The warrior just now continued to laugh, with a sarcastic tone in his voice. Shut up and stop talking nonsense. Didn't your teacher teach you to be polite? Several of the warriors, now listening to that man's words, frowned and glared at them. Since entering the era of high martial arts, many masters have been low-key. They had just discovered that although Lin Dao had a head full of white hair, he was full of energy and his eyes were bright. It was obvious that he was not an ordinary person. Snort. The two men's expressions changed slightly, and they felt a little embarrassed for a moment. Senior. At this moment, 2 warriors who happened to be walking from the aisle in front also clearly saw Lin Dao's figure. They trembled suddenly and spoke respectfully. They are the two warriors who cut in line at the ticket gate before. I never expected to meet Lin Dao again here. Lin Dao glanced at them and responded faintly. The two warriors are now feeling a little scared. Even though the opponent doesn't show off his abilities and even has a head full of white hair, he is actually a 5th level warrior. Zhao Xingyang. He's a boaster, and you call him a senior? The warrior who spoke in Yin and Yang obviously recognized one of them at this time and couldn't help but speak up. Shut up. The warrior called Zhao Xingyang now gave him a big punch. Bang! The warrior was beaten so hard that stars appeared in his eyes, and one of his teeth was knocked out. How dare you hit me? He quickly came to his senses, and suddenly his face turned pale, and he roared. He and these two people are just friends. Who could have thought that the other party would actually hit him? You are disrespecting your seniors. Are you looking for death? Zhao Xingyang and his younger brother's faces suddenly darkened. Both of them are warriors at the peak of the 2nd level, while this man is only at the 2nd level. The man also reacted and his face changed suddenly, but he didn't dare to move. When the other person saw the situation develop into this, he immediately shut up. Senior? Really an expert? Senior, he was rude, and we have taught him a lesson. Can you forgive him? Zhao Xingyang quickly spoke to Lin Dao. Well, forget it. He spoke calmly. Senior is generous. Zhao Xingyang also breathed a sigh of relief. He is still very nervous. If he hadn't slapped the idiot just now, the idiot would have been killed. The opponent is a 5th level warrior. Do you think others are some old men? Then, senior, shall we take our leave first? The two were very nervous. The warriors next to them were even more stunned when they saw how respectful Zhao Xingyang and the other man looked. Even Wang Lingling and the others were stunned for a moment. Chapter 41, Mysterious Senior. The two of them spoke quickly and left the carriage. After they walked far away, they breathed a sigh of relief, their legs softened, and they sat down on the seats next to them. I just heard that a warrior with white hair jumped into the space crack first. It must be the senior. They looked at each other now, still feeling very nervous and excited. Didn't Scar from the Blood Mist Martial Arts School just say that a master is taking action? I feel like it's the senior. Zhao Xingyang now patted his chest and sighed. Brother, you are right. The man next to him also nodded like a chick pecking at rice. They now felt more and more the mysterious power of Lin Dao, and were a little fortunate that the other party did not treat them badly when checking tickets before. Otherwise, if the other party wanted to crush him to death, it would be as easy as crushing an ant. At the same time, the man whose face was swollen after being slapped by Zhao Xingyang was now running towards the other area. Soon, he found the carriage where Zhao Xingyang and his younger brother were. The surname is Zhao. We are friends after all. How dare you hit me just for an old guy? He now clenched his fists and looked at Zhao Xingyang with anger. Shut up. Zhao Xingyang's face changed, and he grabbed the man by the collar. If the senior hears this, you're dead. He grabbed the man and pulled him to the other side. Do you know what level of warrior the one you just faced is? Zhao Xingyang also lowered his voice now. Although they were some distance away from the carriage over there, he was still afraid that their conversation would be heard by others. How many levels can this old guy have? The man shouted angrily and tried to hit Zhao Xingyang's hand away. Level 5. At this moment, Zhao Xingyang also gritted his teeth and spoke. Isn't it just the 5th level? What did you say? As soon as the man finished speaking, he came to his senses in an instant. His eyes widened, filled with disbelief. Level 5? A 5th level warrior? What is the concept? Among so many warriors just now, there was not a single 5th level warrior. Are you kidding me? The man's voice was a little trembling now, but he couldn't help but speak out at this time. To scare you. Don't you think about it? The Scar from the Blood Mist Dojo is only level 4 at best. Can he really lead a team and clear a sea-level space rift alone? In this space crack, the common beasts have all reached the 4th level, but what about the leader-level beasts? Think about it carefully. Zhao Xingyang also said this in a cold voice when he was here. Moreover, I saw with my own eyes the warrior certificate he showed at the ticket gate. That was a 5th level warrior certificate. He continued in a deep voice. There is no doubt that the other party is a 5th level warrior. The angry man just now slowly came to his senses at this time. His eyes now seem a little dull. After all, the news he heard now was simply too shocking for him. The middle-aged man with a head full of white hair, who looked like he had a serious case of qi and blood decline, was actually a 5th level warrior. Just thinking about it makes my scalp tingle. You really saw his warrior certificate with your own eyes. He couldn't help but speak out. Nonsense, we saw it with our own eyes. If it wasn't for Big Brother's action just now, you would have been dead. You just lost a tooth. Isn't it good to save your life? Zhao Xingyang's younger brother spoke up from the side. Now the man felt a chill down his spine. Indeed, if the opponent was really a 5th level warrior, his actions just now would be enough to kill him 10,000 times. Can you use your brain a little bit? Look at the other warriors. Have they said anything? You're the only one who doesn't have a brain. At this time, Zhao Xingyang also began to educate him with the tone of an experienced person. Brother Xingyang, what should I do now? He was now extremely pale. Thinking about how he had just provoked a 5th level warrior, he wanted to slap himself a few more times. Damn, you really have water in your brain. After all, he had just been certified at the 2nd level a few days ago, and when he was thinking how awesome he was, he became a little too proud and arrogant. It should be fine. The senior seems to be a generous person and won't bother with us. Apologize to him, and the matter should be over. Zhao Xingyang thought about it for a moment, and then spoke slowly. Okay. I'll be there right away. The man now reacted, and like a chicken pecking at rice, he nodded quickly. There is still a chance to save it. Remember, when you go out in the future, you must keep a low profile, respect the elderly, and love the young. Also, remember, don't cut in line. Zhao Xingyang also gave this reminder at this time. The man now had no idea what Zhao Xingyang meant by cue cutting, so he hurried back. The whole body was still shaking a little. The shock of the news he just received made him forget the pain in his mouth. At this moment, the man had returned to the same carriage. Senior, I was rude just now. Please forgive me. He looked at Lin Dao and quickly bowed his head and clasped his fists. Now he is still very nervous. Thinking about what the other party had just said about a friend introducing him to Longpa Martial Arts School, he felt even more afraid. Now it seems that everything the other party said is true. And the person who can introduce the other party to Longpa Martial Arts School must not be an ordinary person. If he provokes someone with a powerful background like this, he'll be dead. For the other party, dealing with him would probably be as easy as stepping on an ant. Just thinking about it made his body tremble violently. He also remembered that he had been too proud and arrogant in the past few days. Some of his lackeys used to always agree with him, making him a little dizzy. Now many of the warriors present did not say anything at all and had just warned him. It is obvious that others have already seen that the other party is not simple. Never mind. Be careful with your words next time. Lin Dao didn't expect that this guy would come back and beg for mercy. After thinking about it for a while, he figured it all out. I guess those 2 guys told him something. Thank you, senior. But now he spoke out in excitement. After standing up and saluting Lin Dao, he left the area. The others are now also sitting upright. Lin Dao is also a little helpless now. There may be more such things in the future. After all, after the acute phase of qi and blood decline, the hair will turn completely white, even with a silver tint. Moreover, at this time, the hair quality has changed and it cannot even be dyed. The same thing happens to the new hair that grows after you shave your head. Let's see if there's any way to solve this problem. Otherwise, even a dog might bark at you when seeing this head of white hair. Chapter 42, Tianxing Martial Arts School. What on earth happened? How come things suddenly turn out like this? These warriors were completely confused. The expressions on the faces of those warriors who had been laughing mockingly just now were changing constantly. They were also a little afraid in their hearts. After all, people kept calling this middle-aged man with white hair senior. Could it be that the other party is really some powerful person? If this is true, then they just responded with ridicule. Wouldn't that be offending people? Senior, we were the ones who offended you just now. Please forgive us. One of the men now quickly stood up and spoke up. Senior, I'm sorry. It was our fault just now. Yes, it was us who were mean just now. Please forgive me, senior. The others also reacted one after another. Now, looking carefully, the opponent's momentum seems to be very powerful. Moreover, the slender war hammer placed beside him was obviously not forged with ordinary materials. Looks like a very advanced weapon. If he was just an ordinary warrior with qi and blood deficiency, how could he use such a good weapon? Combined with what happened just now, everyone has now determined that Lin Dao must be a warrior with a background. Slap yourself once, and the matter will be over. Lin Dao glanced at them and spoke lightly. Thank you, senior. At this time, you threw a big punch at the rest of the people, then clasped her fists and left. Wang Lingling and her two siblings are now stunned. I never expected that things would turn out the way they did. These guys are really mean. Wang Lingling also felt happy when she saw this scene. Really, Wang Yu and Wang Qingqing also felt a little emotional at this time. Who could have thought that this matter would end so suddenly? Moreover, the other party seemed to know Lin Dao's special identity and began to be afraid. They are now becoming more and more curious in their hearts. Uncle Lin, what is your identity? Uncle Lin, you're not really going to join Lompa Martial Arts School, are you? Wang Lingling didn't think too much about it. She was now speaking her mind and spoke directly. Go check it out first. Lin Dao smiled slightly. If that place isn't good, you can consider our Tianqing Martial Arts School. My father is the vice master of the martial arts school. Wang Lingling also spoke with a bit of pride at this time. Wang Yu and Wang Qingqing originally wanted to stop her from revealing the information, but since the other party was Uncle Lin, after thinking about it, they didn't say much. Because the other party's identity may be even more mysterious and powerful than theirs. Maybe it has a great origin. Although their Tianqing Martial Arts School is a medium-sized martial arts school, it is still incomparable to Lompa Martial Arts School, one of the top 5 martial arts schools in the country. Good. If there is a chance, I will consider it. Lin Dao also nodded slightly. Uncle Lin, excuse me, did you get your weapon in the cave? Now seeing that there are no warriors around in this carriage, Wang Yu feels a little bit suffocated. He had a lot of doubts in his heart, and it was hard for him to say anything with so many people around. But now all those people have left, and Uncle Lin seems to be relatively easy to talk to. What do you want to say? Lin Dao narrowed his eyes slightly. Uncle Lin, my brother means no harm. Wang Qingqing spoke immediately at this time. She clearly felt that Lin Dao's aura was a bit strong, and the other party must be a very strong warrior. And every warrior has his own secrets. Some warriors don't want to expose their strength, and some have secrets. It was indeed a bit too much for my brother to ask such a question rashly. You were curious about what I did in this cave just now, right? Lin Dao's voice continued to come. Wang Yu has now come back to his senses, feeling a chill down his spine, and for a moment he didn't dare to respond. He was just too impulsive. Judging from the other party's mysterious identity, there must be something he doesn't want to be exposed. It was very presumptuous of him to ask such a question. Yes, Uncle Lin, I saw you jump directly into this space crack before. It was so scary. Wang Lingling didn't think so much about it. Lin Dao gave him a very friendly feeling, just like a very familiar elder, so he spoke directly. Wang Yu and Wang Qingqing's expressions suddenly changed. Lingling, don't ask nonsense questions. They spoke up immediately. It's okay to tell you, actually. Just don't tell anyone else. Lin Dao spoke calmly. I went to the cave inside this space crack, killed some strange beasts, and then obtained this war hammer. He smiled. It is indeed a weapon obtained from the space inside the space crack. Hearing his words, Wang Yu and Wang Qingqing were even more shocked. Do you want this weapon? Lin Dao looked at Wang Yu. He could see that the other party was very interested in this weapon. This war hammer has no effect on him at all, and he also wants to find an opportunity to attack it. If you sell it directly to those auction houses, the commission will be a bit high and the money you get will be less. The other party is from Tianqing Martial Arts School. If he really wants to purchase this weapon, the price he offers should be relatively high. Uncle Lin, to be honest, I am very interested in this kind of weapon, and I also want to buy one of these weapons obtained from the space crack. Wang Yu would then slowly relax, and his expression would become extremely serious. He had practiced hammer techniques in the past, and was quite good at it. Now he seems to be very fond of Lin Dao's warhammer. And this is a weapon obtained from the space crack. It's like a treasure. It's even possible to have some special abilities. Generally speaking, it is a rare opportunity to obtain the treasure or weapon you desire. So just now, he also spoke up bravely. After saying this, his face looked a little uneasy. King, it's a sale to anyone anyway. Lin Dao smiled slightly. Listening to his words, Wang Yu also showed a hint of surprise on his face. Thank you, Uncle Lin. I will definitely satisfy you with this price. After we go to Dragon City, we will give you 20% more according to the price given by the Warrior Alliance. How do you feel about that? Wang Yu immediately gave his own solution. Sure, no problem. Lin Dao nodded slightly. Generally speaking, the Warrior Alliance will repurchase these treasure weapons appraised at this price. Then most of the repurchased treasures will be sold at a premium of about 10 points. Wang Yu directly offered a 20% premium, which was considered quite sincere. Chapter 43, Arrival. Thank you, Senior Lin. Wang Yu is also extremely excited now. I never expected that Lin Dao agreed so quickly. You're welcome. We just get what we need. Lin Dao smiled slightly. The train is now running normally and will arrive in Longqing in a while. Bite. Growth task. Observing the surrounding things more often can exercise the flexibility, adjustment, and focusing abilities of the eyeballs. Observe the distance for 1 hour every day to improve vision and visual capture ability. At this moment, the system prompt sound suddenly came into Lin Dao's mind. A new growth mission? His eyes lit up slightly. These current growth tasks are still very simple and can be easily completed. He was now looking towards the area outside the window, looking into the distance. About an hour later, the system prompt appeared again. Mission completed. As the completion prompt appeared, Lin Dao could clearly feel that his eyesight, which was already very good, had become much stronger, and the ability to capture things is much stronger than before. As he concentrated his attention, everything that was speeding outside seemed to slow down a little. It's really amazing. And before long, the train had already started to pull into the station. Dragon City is coming soon. Wang Lingling was also a little excited when watching this scene. We're finally here. Wang Qingqing and Wang Yu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After all, what happened before makes people feel numb when they think about it now. They had never heard that a space crack would appear on the train track. However, space cracks appear randomly. Just because they have not appeared before does not mean they do not exist now. We have arrived at Longqing Station. Passengers who are preparing to get off, please take your belongings with you. You are welcome to take the Federal Express next time. At this moment, the voice broadcast also came out. Arrive. Lin Dao also stood up slowly. Let's go to the Warrior Alliance and have this war hammer appraised. His eyes looked towards Wang Yu. Good. Wang Yu also nodded immediately. Soon, the group walked out of the train. As soon as he walked outside, Lin Dao could clearly see a large number of people getting off the train. The train station in Longqing looks much wider than the one in Tianhai City. If you look far away, you can see many maglev tracks. Uncle Lin, come this way. The area in front of Wang Lingling also waved. Lin Dao nodded slightly and followed them towards the exit. Finally arrived at Dragon City. Next, you can join the martial arts gym normally and then carry out the mission. Although the auction will be at the beginning of next year, it seems there is still plenty of time. But for him, time is quite tight. He must ensure that he has enough strength and financial resources by then. It seems like the strength has really increased a lot. At the same time, Lin Feitian had already returned to the Federal Legion Academy. He is now in the training room, feeling the changes in his body, his eyes full of disbelief. He had just tried a set of basic boxing techniques and found that his punching power had become much stronger than before. Every punch he threw out carried a force at least 2 or 3 times greater than before. This is simply shocking. And as soon as he thought about it, the piece of copper appeared in his mind. There are 2 lines of words clearly written on the smooth copper plate. Level 3, Crazy Pig, low-level strength talent. Level 4, One-horned Crazy Pig, intermediate and lower-level strength talent. Can I gain the talents of those strange beasts just by touching them? Lin Feitian talked to himself in his heart. He also feels very excited now. It feels like I have obtained an incredible treasure. He vaguely remembered that when he obtained the talent of this strange beast, some attributes similar to the talent would also be enhanced accordingly. That's why his power has become so strong now. Now, I have obtained the highest mid to lower level strength talent. Could it be that by practicing martial arts related to strength, or that as one grows up, the strength gain will be greater? He is also very curious now. Without thinking too much, he continued his boxing training in the training room. Feitian, it's rest time now. Are you still practicing? Some students came over from outside and couldn't help but speak out when they saw Lin Feitian still practicing his boxing seriously. Practice more when you have time. I want to become a warrior as soon as possible, he said casually. With his current training speed, it seems that it will be a very short time for him to become a formal warrior. I won't tell my father for now. After I become a formal warrior and obtain the warrior certificate, the old man will definitely be shocked. Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth curled up. Fuck, you're so curly? No, I have to practice too. The others also hurried to practice at this time. I heard that in a few days, the people from the Federation Corps will guide us to practice, and they will give us a special training method for the core. There's no point in practicing basic boxing techniques now. You might as well take a good rest. There were 1 or 2 students who felt that there was not much point in training here now, and it would be better to wait until the real training method was revealed before practicing. Ordinary boxing and training methods can also make you slightly stronger, and laying a foundation is also useful. Xiaopeng shook his head. The common method of cultivation is to absorb the vital energy of heaven and earth to practice, and this method can be found on the internet. As he spoke, his eyes turned to his good friend and roommate Lin Feitian. In just 1 or 2 days, I always feel that Lin Feitian seems to have become a lot stronger. This speed of cultivation is quite amazing. At this moment, Lin Feitian didn't care about anything else and continued to practice basic techniques. He was very eager to improve his strength. After all, the cryo chamber needed money, and if he wanted to cure his mother, he would also need a lot of money, and he himself must have a certain level of strength. If it were before, he would feel that his wish was very slim. But now it's different. After he obtained such a treasure, he should be able to gain the talents of different types of exotic beasts as long as he touches them. It is said that there are some museums that contain the corpses of powerful alien beasts. I don't know if there's a chance to get in. If I touch the corpses of those powerful beasts, will I be able to gain their talents? Chapter 44 Warrior Alliance Acquisition Center. While thinking of this, Lin Feitian became even more excited. But this matter is a secret. For the time being, you can't tell anyone except yourself. At the same time, Lin Dao, Wang Yu, and others had walked out of the train station and took a train to the headquarters of the Dragon City Warrior Alliance. Standing in front of the gate and looking around, you can clearly see the huge buildings standing in front. These buildings are very majestic and magnificent. In the courtyard ahead, you can see many warriors walking around wearing various special combat uniforms and carrying weapons. Big cities are really different. After Lin Dao glanced around, he couldn't help but sigh. The warriors moving around now all seem to be quite powerful. Moreover, these warriors were all very well equipped. Some of them were holding special weapons and walking towards the acquisition center of the Warrior Alliance. The purchasing center here purchases various weapons, treasures, and animal crystals obtained from space cracks. As for the corpses of exotic beasts, generally only those above level 6 will be collected here. After all, there are too many corpses of low-level exotic beasts. Moreover, the purchase price here may be slightly lower than those of martial arts schools, which can be regarded as setting a minimum standard for the value of various things. This is the acquisition center of Dragon City. Everything can be appraised and priced here. You can choose to sell it to the Warrior Alliance, or you could choose to find a channel to sell it yourself. Generally speaking, if you sell it to a martial arts school that needs it, the price will be a little higher. Wang Yu spoke as he led Lin Dao to the area ahead. As soon as you walk to the gate of the acquisition center, you can see many warriors coming in and out. After some warriors identified the prices of treasures in the area ahead, some people began to trade with them on the spot. It looks very lively. I see. Lin Dao also nodded slightly. They took a number plate and then started queuing up for identification. Brother, did you get this from the space crack? At this moment, a group of warriors who had just walked out also saw the warhammer in Lin Dao's hand. Lin Dao glanced at them and responded casually at this time. This thing doesn't look very good. Why don't you just sell it to us, and we can recycle the things in the space cracks? The man in the lead also grinned at this time. He just glanced at Lin Dao. It seemed that this old guy was not very strong, and no one knew how he got such a good thing. Pick up a bargain? After all, many times, when entering a space crack, some special situations will occur. After the high-level warriors destroyed the leader-level monster, they were seriously injured and died in battle, which allowed some low-level warriors to take advantage and obtain the treasures inside. Some people even plot against seriously injured warriors just to seize the treasures. Mason, Wang Yu, and the others on the other side also obviously recognized this man. The man called Mason was concentrating on the warhammer and did not notice Wang Yu and others sitting on the side. Wang Yu, why are you 3 siblings here too? The man called Mason looked at the 3 of them, and his expression turned gloomy. Why do you want to cheat me again? You have the guts to do this in the Warrior Alliance Repurchase Center. Wang Yu also sneered at this time. There had been conflicts between them before. Don't think you are so great just because you are from Tianqing Martial Arts School. There was also a fierce look in Ma Sun's eyes. The warriors beside him also had cold eyes and looked as if they were on the verge of a fight. Ow! Want to take action? Wang Yu also snorted coldly. This is the Warrior Alliance's acquisition center and the territory of the Warrior Alliance. Anyone who dares to fight here is seeking death. Mason did not respond. You can think about it carefully. Don't sell it casually. He looked towards Lindao with a fake smile. Let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, he led a group of people away. Uncle Lin, those people just now were from the same martial arts group. I often hunt exotic animals in the wild, and sometimes I take on some low-level space crack missions. Once before, I found out that they were trying to force others to buy or sell treasures. I couldn't stand it, so I stepped in. It could be considered a bit of a grudge. Wang Yunao also explained to Lindao. I see. Lindao nodded slightly. These damned fellows. Wang Lingling also spoke out indignantly. What happened just now was just a small episode. The queue moved quite quickly, and it was his turn soon. This hammer. It doesn't seem to be an ordinary thing. The middle-aged man in charge of the appraisals' eyes lit up slightly after he took the warhammer. He identified a lot of things today, but many of them were obtained from some low-level space cracks. After all, every leader-level monster may have some special treasures on it, but the lower the level, the weaker the effect, so the value is correspondingly not high. The material is very good. I'll give it a try. The appraiser stood up and began to swing the hammer in the wide space next to him. 5th level warrior? Lin Dao watched his movements, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. I didn't expect that the staff at the Warrior Alliance Acquisition Center actually had the strength of the 5th level. Boom! At this moment, as the staff member smashed the ground with a warhammer, a huge explosion sounded instantly. At this time, it also attracted the attention of many warriors. What kind of weapon is this? A hammer. A hammer. It seems that this hammer is not simple. Is it a treasure obtained from a high-level space crack? Many people have begun whispering now. It's good. It's a B+ grade weapon, and it also has a shock effect. If my guess is correct, it was obtained from a level 6 leader creature, right? Soon, the appraiser came back and smiled at Lindao. He was also feeling surprised in his heart. Just from standing there and taking a look, I vaguely felt that Lindao seemed to have some health problems and his strength should not be strong. But now, looking closely, the other party is full of energy and vitality, and does not look like an ordinary warrior at all. Chapter 45, Who is this person? Something obtained from 6th order leader-level beast. Hearing his words, the warriors around him were also filled with shock. Level 6. Even Wang Yu and Wang Qingqing were stunned for a moment. Before, they thought that the most likely possibility was to obtain the warhammer by killing a 5th order leader-level creature. But now, this appraiser actually said that it was obtained from a 6th level exotic beast. Gurgle. Wang Yu couldn't help but swallow his saliva. It seems that Uncle Lin is much stronger than he imagined. I guess so. Lin Dao smiled faintly. Sure enough, I guessed right. The appraiser smiled, and in his heart, he felt even more respect. The opponent's physical condition does not seem to be good, but he can still hunt down a 6th order leader-level monster. His peak strength is estimated to be even stronger. This weapon is forged from top-grade B-grade materials. And the special shock effect it adds is something that humans cannot impart to weapons of the same level. So the final estimated grade is B+, with a value of about 1.2 million. The appraiser took a deep breath at this time, and then spoke slowly. Weapons with special effects can only be found in the space cracks. The other weapons made by the Warrior Alliance themselves, although the hardness of the materials can be almost the same, are all ineffective. 1,200,000. So expensive. When some warriors nearby heard the news, they looked envious. Even Lin Dao himself was a little surprised. The B-grade blade he bought earlier only cost him 200,000. This B+ grade hammer only has one special attribute, and is actually worth 1 million more. It's really surprising. Senior, we can buy it here at this price. The appraiser continued to speak. No. Lin Dao shook his head slightly. You can always come back if you need anything. The appraiser smiled slightly. The prices they pay for things from a Warrior Alliance are actually not that high. They just buy everything and pay you right away. So a lot of people choose to sell to the Warrior Alliance. Lin Dao nodded, then turned and looked at Wang Yu. How about this hammer? Certainly. Wang Yu nodded immediately. Uncle Lin, our teaching martial arts school is willing to purchase this weapon for 1.5 million. What do you think? He also lowered his voice at this time and continued to speak. The value of this weapon was indeed a little beyond his expectations. However, the more valuable the treasure is, the rarer and more valuable it is. And it's this hammer that has additional attributes. This special attribute ability can only be possessed by treasure weapons obtained from space rifts. The weapons forged by humans using the bones of those exotic beasts and other materials are as sharp and hard as those treasure weapons, but they're all like blank slates and do not have any special abilities. So relatively speaking, weapons of the same level will be much more expensive if they have additional attribute abilities. No problem. Take it. Lin Dao threw the hammer directly to him. Wang Yu took it subconsciously, and just as he held it in his hand, he felt a heavy feeling. So heavy. But this feeling of heaviness actually made him feel quite surprised. He needs this kind of heavy weapon. It's fun to use. Ching Ching, tell Dad to transfer the money. Wang Yu now also looked at Wang Ching Ching. Good. Wang Ching Ching nodded. By the way, help me see how much this thing can be sold for. At this time, Lin Dao also took out the fangs of the leader-level monster from his backpack. While he was taking things, some sharp-eyed people saw that there seemed to be a lot of animal crystals in his backpack. Who is this person? How many strange beasts did you have to kill in the space cracks to get so many beast crystals? Is this the fang of a 6th-order leader-level monster? The appraiser took the pair of fangs and spoke subconsciously. Right? Lin Dao nodded slightly. I really killed a 6th-order leader-level monster. Hiss. Wang Yu and his sister couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. It seems that the speculation about the matter may be the same as what they thought. Almost all the strange beasts in that sea-level space crack should have been killed by Uncle Lin. This strength, could it be level 7? Thinking about it this way, it is even more shocking. 500,000. After the appraiser took a careful look, he gave a price. Your martial arts school doesn't usually collect materials, right? Lin Dao looked at Wang Yu. Generally, there are not many martial arts schools that collect materials, and our martial arts school does not have the ability to forge them. Wang Yu also came to his senses at this time and spoke immediately. Senior, if you choose to sell it directly in the Alliance now, the appraisal fee can be free. The appraiser continued to speak. Okay, you guys buy it. Lin Dao nodded. The value of 500,000 was indeed a little beyond his expectations. Therefore, high-level warriors can make money quickly. But if he had worked as an ordinary instructor in an ordinary martial arts school, his annual salary would not have been much. But at the same time, if you want to continue to improve and become stronger, you will need to buy a lot of expensive elixirs, as well as martial arts and weapons. This is also very high. After he sold the pair of fangs, he did not deal with the remaining animal crystals for the time being, because he wanted to try and see if he could absorb the energy in these strange crystals. Okay, I'll take care of it for you right now. After Lin Dao gave out his bank card account number, the Warrior Alliance quickly transferred 500,000 yuan into his account. Soon after, Wang Yu and his team's 1.5 million also arrived. In such a short period of time, his total income reached 2 million. But don't think that 2 million is a lot. The selling prices of those top-level weapons and treasures are easily in the hundreds of millions. Uncle Lin, please come to our teaching martial arts school when you have time. When they parted, Wang Lingling also waved to Lin Dao. Uncle Lin, you must come and play when you have time. Wang Yu and Wang Qingqing also laughed. Good. Lin Dao nodded. After parting with them, he took out the map navigation on his mobile phone and headed towards the Lompa Martial Arts School. Judging from the map, Lompa Martial Arts School is only 2 or 3 kilometers away from here. He just happened to walk around and take a look at the current Dragon City. He hadn't been here for many years. Looking around, he could clearly see tall buildings all around. Among the pedestrians passing by, there are many warriors. It is indeed a big city. His eyesight is very good now, and he can see everything in the distance very clearly. Soon, he arrived at his destination and stood in front of a gate with a huge dragon sculpture. Lompa Martial Arts School, have we arrived? Chapter 46 Martial Arts School Interview. There are now many parents bringing their children in and out of the martial arts hall. At the front, one can see some people wearing Lompa Martial Arts School uniforms sitting at the registration booth, conducting qualification checks on some teenagers. Sorry, to sign up for martial arts training, you need to be a formal martial artist or above. You have to be a first-level warrior at the age of 16. This is too strict. Only first-level warriors are eligible to register. I have money. Can I just give money? There was a hustle and bustle ahead, and Lin Dao could also see a banner hanging there that said, Youth Training Camp Admissions Office. For a training camp alone, only students under the age of 16 who have reached the level of formal warriors are accepted. Lin Dao walked in and looked at the posters over there and couldn't help but sigh. When he was an instructor at the Xinghua Martial Arts School, it was a rare sight to have a first-level martial artist in the school, not to mention the age limit. "Hello, are you here to register your child?" Just then, a young man came over and said to Lin Dao with a smile. The man was wearing the work clothes of Lompa Martial Arts School, and there was curiosity in his eyes. After all, Lin Dao's white hair is too conspicuous. No matter where you go, you will attract a lot of attention. "No." Lin Dao shook his head slightly. "Then you." "I'm here for an interview to join Lompa Martial Arts School." "Join Lompa Martial Arts School?" As soon as he finished speaking, many people standing nearby also looked over. As one of the top 5 martial arts schools in the country, Lompa Martial Arts School have a lot of warriors who want to join every year. But because it is a large martial arts school, the review process is very strict. Brother, to join Lompa Martial Arts School, the current minimum review requirement is to be a 3rd-level warrior. And there are age requirements. You're already old, so go back. Several warriors nearby also said with a smile at this time. I guess he just came from the countryside. This is Lompa Martial Arts School. Not just anybody can come in. At this time, some warriors walked towards the area ahead and laughed a few times. Lompa Martial Arts School is so huge that many warriors come here every year. If you're not a talented warrior or a high-level warrior, it is impossible to join Lompa Martial Arts School. I have a letter of introduction. Lin Dao took out the letter and handed it to the staff member. Letter of introduction. Looking at the letter of introduction, the staff was slightly stunned. "Zhou Chao, what's wrong?" At this time, the rest of the staff also came over from the nearby area. This senior said he wanted to join our Lompa Martial Arts School. The man called Zhou Chao also spoke to the 2 men and women who were walking over. "Join our martial arts school?" The 2 men and women were stunned for a moment, and, at this time, they also looked at his figure. Lin Dao's clothes looked very ordinary, and he was carrying an old mountaineering bag and a knife. The most striking thing is his white hair. One of the female staff members also came to her senses at this time, picked up the letter of introduction, and looked at it carefully. There is actually a letter of introduction. Some warriors were a little surprised. It's just a letter of introduction. It only says that he knows some high-level warriors, but to really get in, you have to rely on your own abilities. Some warriors nearby also didn't take the so-called letter of introduction seriously. What's the use of having a letter of introduction if you don't have the ability? That still means you can't get in. Even if you really get in, you won't be able to stay for long. Introduced by someone from the Federation Legion. After they carefully looked at the letter of introduction, they were also a little surprised. Level 5? And after looking carefully, I found that the letter of introduction said that the other party's level was 5. This really shocked them, but it was only a little shocking. After all, as one of the largest martial arts schools in the country, there were many talented warriors coming here every year, and there were also many high-level ones. Zhou Chao, take Senior Lin to the interview area. The 2 men and women also took a deep breath and spoke to Zhou Chao. Yes. Zhou Chao was stunned for a moment, but now he quickly came to his senses. "Hey, can I enter the interview without any test level or qualification review? Is this some kind of shady operation?" "Fuck, he can go directly to the interview area." The warriors who were watching the show nearby were also slightly stunned at this moment. They originally thought that this so-called letter of introduction was completely useless, but they did not expect that the other party could actually enter directly for an interview. You have to know that ordinary warriors who want to join the Warrior Alliance need to undergo a qualification review first. "Senior Lin, you meet the requirements." The 2 staff members glanced at them and didn't say much. "Senior, this way please." When Zhou Chao was there, he led Lin Dao towards the area ahead. He was now a little curious about Lin Dao's background. Snort. Even if I get the interview like this, I won't be able to join. Several of the warriors now looked a little unhappy. "Let's go in too." "Wait a minute. The interview is about to start." Soon, under the leadership of Zhou Chao, Lin Dao entered the spacious area on the other side of the martial arts hall. As soon as you enter here, you can clearly see that there are already a large number of warriors standing around in this wide training ground. As soon as he came over, many people looked at him. Many people frowned. A middle-aged man with a head full of white hair was actually able to get in for an interview. An expert. One of the men took one look at Lin Dao and immediately reacted. Don't judge a book by its cover. What he paid attention to was not the other person's hair color, but the other person's eyes. His eyes were bright and lively, and it was obvious that he had a very high level of cultivation. Senior, this is your number plate. Just follow the interviewer's instructions and do the interview. Zhou Chao quickly took out a number tag and helped stick it on Lin Dao's clothes. 233. Number 233. Thanks. Lin Dao also smiled slightly. Just before coming to the interview area here, he also saw the review area in the lobby in front. The number of warriors undergoing data review reached hundreds and even thousands. If the flow of people is this high every day, it would be too exaggerated. You are welcome. Senior, if you have any questions, just call our staff directly. Zhou Chao also said with a smile. Good. After Zhou Chao left, Lin Dao's eyes also swept over the warriors present. He didn't expect that there were so many people being interviewed here. With his powerful perception ability, he could also clearly feel the strength of the warriors present. The lowest is level 3, there are quite a few level 4s, and there are also level 5s. It is worthy of being a big martial arts gym. Even when recruiting some ordinary martial arts school members, the minimum requirement is to be above level 3. And judging from the situation, it's just an ordinary 3rd level. There's no hope at all, unless you're young and talented. At the same time, the warriors who had just made mocking remarks also came over. He hadn't noticed it just now, but now Lin Dao took a quick look and clearly noticed the number plates on their shoulders. There are also warriors who can enter the interview area. Brother, you just arrived? At this moment, a man looked at Lin Dao and smiled. From your appearance, I can tell this is your first time here. I'm an old hand here, having been here several times. He said with a smile. Please introduce yourself. Li Tiansheng. This outgoing man looked to be in his early 30s and was rather tall and thin. Lin Dao. Lin Dao also spoke indifferently. Haha. An old man who seems to be losing energy and blood, and a talent who has failed several interviews in a row. It's really a useless duo. At this time, some warriors who were just outside also walked in, and 2 of them couldn't help but smile. After all, they had had some friction with Li Tiansheng before, so it was natural that they felt unhappy seeing the 2 of them standing together. Shut up. Lin Dao glanced over there. His eyes were extremely sharp, and the look between them caused the bodies of those warriors to tremble slightly. What are you pretending for? These warriors were a little frightened inside, and when they came to their senses, they retorted stubbornly. He didn't dare to look Lin Dao in the eye again. Brother Lin, don't worry about those people. They are also the ones who failed the second interview. Li Tiansheng also glared at them at this moment. Interviews are difficult. Chapter 47 test officially begins. Lin Dao is also a little curious now. Judging from the fact that these people are so prepared, this interview is probably not going to be easy. Of course, it's difficult. From Monday to Wednesday every week, we review documents and conduct interviews. And the number of people who have registered for review over the past 3 days has reached hundreds. But only 300 people can actually enter the formal interview. If you fail the interview, you will have to wait at least a month before you can have another review interview. Li Tianxin couldn't help but sigh at this time. I failed several interviews in a row before. It actually depends on luck. If there are no strong candidates interviewing at the same time, and Lompa Martial Arts School is short of manpower, we have a great chance of passing the interview. Don't be fooled by the large number of people now. We will only recruit 10 people in the end. He seemed to have opened a chatterbox and continued to speak at this time. Then, Li Tiansheng stretched out a finger. It seems that the competition is still quite fierce. Lin Dao couldn't help but sigh. 30-1 probability. Certainly. Look at those over there. They're all level 5. Pei Ruing, nicknamed the Lone Wolf, and Zhang Dali, who is extremely powerful, and he seemed to be very familiar with the people here, and he knew their nicknames and names easily. Those of them who have broken through to the 5th level will definitely be able to pass this interview. That takes up 3 or 4 spots. Also, there are 1 or 2 very young warriors who have already reached the 3rd level. These people have better talents and are very likely to succeed. The remaining ones are for those of us who are neither too young nor too old, but neither too strong nor too weak to fight for. Li Tiansheng is also feeling emotional now. I originally thought that after a month of hard work, my strength would be able to reach the 5th level, so I would be more confident of getting in. What a pity. If I still can't make a breakthrough, in another year or 2, I'll be even older and there will be even less hope. When he said this, there was a hint of loneliness in his eyes. This is in stark contrast to his cheerful personality just now. It should work. Lin Dao smiled. Don't worry, bro. Everyone has a chance. Li Tianxing now also patted Lin Dao's shoulder. He now has a head full of white hair and is obviously in poor health. He even vaguely feels like he has an incurable disease. The possibility of passing this interview is almost zero. But while thinking this, he still felt very curious in his heart. If he was able to pass the review and interview like this, then how strong was his original ability? There's someone else coming. Just as he was thinking this, he saw another group of people coming over and collecting number plates in the area ahead. These people also glanced at Lin Dao. This made Lin Dao feel a little helpless. His white hair was so conspicuous that no matter where he went, people would always stare at him. It's like a firefly in the dark night. How about a hat to wear? Time passed about an hour later, and the 300 warriors who passed the review were all in the interview area. At this moment, a tall and strong middle-aged man also walked over from the area in front. Here it comes. As soon as he came over, everyone's expressions became nervous. Lin Dao glanced at the man. The man was wearing a black combat uniform with the dragon pattern of Lompa Martial Arts School on it, and he was full of momentum. Next to him was a young assistant who recorded the data. Level 7? There was a hint of surprise in Lin Dao's eyes. It was the first time that he saw a warrior who had reached this level in real life. More than a decade ago, high-level warriors were rare. Later, after he returned to Guangya City, he never encountered a high-level warrior again. The captain of one of the teams at Lompa Martial Arts School, and also one of the instructors at the school, Zhao Zhendong. It is said that his strength has reached the 7th level. Li Tianxing also lowered his voice now. Brother Lin, let me tell you, Lompa Martial Arts School has a lot of teams. The team led by Zhao Zhendong is an elite team in a martial arts hall. His chatterbox nature came into play again, and he kept talking nonstop at this time. Everyone, please be quiet. Zhao Zhendong walked over and glanced at the warriors present. His gaze lingered on Lin Dao for a moment, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Let me introduce myself. I am Zhao Zhendong, the interviewer for this interview. His voice was full of energy, and now everyone's eyes were looking towards him. After all, he is a 7th level warrior, and no one present dares to look down on him. Today we will select 10 warriors to join our Lompa Martial Arts School. Many people are not coming here for the first time. As he spoke slowly, he also walked toward the area in front. Hurry up and follow me. The young assistant looked at the interviewees and spoke to them at this moment. Good. Everyone reacted and followed him towards the area ahead. The area covered by Lompa Martial Arts School is really too large. When you walk to the area in the front, you can clearly see a huge testing instrument placed here. Judging from the appearance, this instrument seems to be similar to a general punch strength testing instrument. Didn't we just test our punching strength? Does this need to be tested? Hasn't the data already been recorded? Many people watched this scene and began to whisper. When we were conducting the qualification review outside, just now, in addition to checking their warrior qualification certificates, we also conducted some simple tests. After all, the warrior qualification certificate is reviewed every year. Some people's strength has declined, but the level of the qualification certificate has not changed. This is not an ordinary punch strength tester. Zhao Zhendong's current voice continued to come over. The first stage of today's interview. It is to test your attack capabilities. Zhao Zhendong spoke slowly. As soon as he finished speaking, he took out a remote control and pressed it, and the large testing instrument slowly started up. If you look carefully at this time, you can clearly see that the instrument in front slowly extends a row of steel plates. This steel plate is forged from special materials obtained from the Time Rift. It is very hard. You can use any means to attack this steel plate. But be careful. You only have one chance to attack. I will assess your score for this level based on the damage your attacks cause to the steel plates. He spoke slowly. The people around him listened to his words and began to whisper. The content of each test here is different. You can ask any questions you have now. Zhao Zhendong continued to speak. Senior Zhao, I want to ask, is it true that any attack will work? Can I use the weapon directly? One of the warriors couldn't help but speak out at this time. Sure. You can use any weapon you want, even guns. Of course, missiles won't work. Zhao Zhendong smiled. Ha ha ha. The people around them also laughed out loud. The atmosphere seemed to ease a lot. Brother, do you have any opinion on this test? At this moment, the group of warriors who had mocked Lin Dao before suddenly shouted in a sarcastic tone. At this moment, many people followed their gaze and looked towards Lin Dao. Lin Dao was seen standing in the area in front of the instrument, with his arms folded across his chest, staring at the steel plates with a slightly frowned brow. If you have any questions, just ask. Zhao Zhendong also grinned. Others may not be able to feel it, but he can feel it, this middle-aged man with white hair. The strength may be extraordinary. The other party's aura was extremely restrained, and without seeing his information, he couldn't feel his specific strength. If you punch through the steel plate, how many points can you get? Chapter 48, Indestructible Steel Plate. Lin Dao's voice also came at this time. Punch through steel plate? Puff. Don't be ridiculous. Didn't you hear what Mr. Zhao said just now? This is forged from special materials. It's extremely hard. How could it be possible to penetrate it? Some warriors also laughed out loud at this time. In their opinion, what Lin Dao said was simply nonsense. Full marks, 10 points. Zhao Zhendong looked at Lin Dao and smiled slowly at this moment. Okay, I understand. Lin Dao nodded slightly. Number 001, Qian Ruji. Number 002. At this moment, the assistant next to Zhao Zhendong had already started reading out the tester's numbers. This testing instrument has a total of 10 upright special steel plates, which can allow 10 people to be tested at the same time. Because there's a certain amount of space between them, it generally does not interfere with people who are taking tests nearby. The people whose number plates were in the front also stood directly in front of the steel plates. If you can use weapons to attack, then the better the weapon, the bigger the difference. Li Tianxing now also revealed a bitter smile. The weapon he's using now is a machete, which looks okay, but isn't actually a very good weapon. Among these warriors, some have wealthy families and may be able to purchase better weapons. I might suffer a loss in this test. Not only he thought so, but others also thought so. Drink! At this moment, the top 10 interviewees have already begun attacking the steel plate. Some of them use knives, some use swords, and some directly use brass knuckles to attack. Ding ding ding. Accompanied by the sound of metal collision, it can be clearly seen that some people's attacks have caused some damage to the steel plate. But some people's attacks only caused a few scratches on the steel plate. So hard. Shit, he just made a scratch with his knife. He is a warrior close to the peak of the 3rd level, and the weapon in his hand is quite sharp. The test of the first batch of warriors was quickly completed. The faces of the warriors surrounding the area turned ugly when they saw this scene. I never expected that these steel plates would be so hard. It was beyond their expectations. From this point of view, this interview is not easy. How is that possible? How is it possible that my attack only caused a few scratches? One of the interviewees looked at the scratches on the steel plate and growled at this time. At this moment, he swung his blade and wanted to continue slashing. You only have one chance. If you disrupt order, you'll be disqualified immediately. The young assistant glanced at him and spoke calmly. The interviewee also reacted at this moment and stopped what he was doing instantly. Beads of sweat were already appearing on his forehead. No, be sure to stay calm. Otherwise, you will be disqualified from the interview. Mr. Zhao, may I ask, how many points did I get for what I did just now? He took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and looked towards Zhao Zhendong. Hearing his words, the warriors around him subconsciously looked over there, waiting for his next words. 0 points. Zhao Zhendong said lightly. 0 points. The man was stunned for a moment. Then his eyes widened, his face turned pale, and he sat down on the ground. The others listened to his words with expressions of disbelief. Because it wasn't just him, the other 2 or 3 warriors only caused a few scratches on the steel plate. As for the remaining people, although they caused a little damage, they only caused a few cracks on the surface. This test is too strict. Don't worry, everyone. There are several tests this time, and this is just one of them. Zhao Zhendong also laughed slowly and spoke. Don't worry, if everyone gets this score, there won't be much of a gap. Those people just now were all 3rd level warriors. Next, we just need to see how the 4th level and 5th level warriors perform. Yes, we are all the same. What are you afraid of? At this time, people around also slowly started discussing. After all, now the ranking is not based on just one test, but a comprehensive test is required to determine the 10 selected warriors. Next, as the young assistant continued to read out the numbers, one warrior after another continued to take the test. Bump! When the test reached number 100, one of them directly cut the steel plate with a knife, leaving a deep crack. Fuck, this is too strong. How is this done? Nonsense. This person is Pei Ruiying. Level 5 Lone Wolf, Pei Ruiying. There was an uproar at the scene. Good. Zhao Zhendong also nodded slightly at this scene. Pei Ruiying looked to be only 27 or 28 years old. Although he was taciturn, the power he unleashed with his sword was indeed a bit astonishing. Boom! At this moment, a piece of steel plate next to it was dented by a punch. This tall and strong man wore special brass knuckles on his hands. The power of a punch is very strong. Zhang Dali also dented the steel plate. As expected of a 5th-level warrior. Within this short period of time, the warriors around became even more excited. The test continued, and soon, Li Tiansheng also came on stage. He used all his strength in holding the machete, even resorting to martial arts, and did inflict a certain amount of damage to the steel plate, leaving an obvious knife mark on it. Hoo-hoo, with such a shallow cut, I guess you won't be ranked high enough. He looked at this scene and smiled bitterly, because there are at least 20 people ahead of him who have better results than him. Don't worry, didn't we just talk about comprehensive tests? Lin Dao smiled faintly. He still looks very calm. Haha, I'd like to see how much he can achieve later. The group of warriors who had mocked Lin Dao at the beginning felt unhappy when they saw that Lin Dao was still calm and composed. He just said that he could penetrate the steel plate. If he could, I would eat the steel plate. One of the warriors also sneered at this time. Number 233. At this moment, the person in front had finished the test, and Lin Dao's number was finally announced. Brother Lin, do you want to use a knife? My knife should be okay. Chapter 49. Break through directly. Li Tiansheng took a look at the knife used by Lin Dao. He could tell from the scabbard that it was a standard B-grade blade, and it's the most common kind. Although the knife he used was also a currency forged by the Warrior Alliance, its sharpness reached B+, which was very good among ordinary warriors. No, I don't need a knife. Lin Dao shook his head slightly, then put the blade and backpack directly on the ground and walked forward. Li Tiansheng was also slightly stunned when he was there. How to test it without weapons? Could he just hit him with his bare hands? Although there were many people who attacked with their fists just now, they were either wearing special metal boxing gloves or brass knuckles. But there was nothing on Lin Dao's hands. And we're not really going to do the test with our bare hands, are we? Isn't this courting death? Based on the hardness of this steel plate, if I punch it hard enough, I'm afraid even my bones will be shattered. Many people around who had already completed the test focused their eyes on Lin Dao. The people who were just tested used a variety of weapons. But no one would go over and do the test with bare hands. This is equivalent to giving up this test directly. You're going to punch this steel plate directly? Let me make it clear first. This steel plate is extremely hard. The young assistant looked at Lin Dao's figure and couldn't help but speak at this time. If the opponent attacks the steel plate with all his strength, the recoil force of the steel plate may have a huge impact on his fist. The fist may become bloody, and even the bones may be broken. Zhao Zhendong now has his arms folded across his chest, looking at Lin Dao with a smile on his face. Yes, I know. Lin Dao nodded slightly. At this moment, the testing instrument has automatically replaced the steel plate with a brand new one. This time, the 10 people also stood in the area in front of the steel plate. Drink! Those warriors holding weapons such as swords have now adjusted their body's aura and started to attack with martial arts, striving to inflict the greatest damage. Why hasn't the old guy arrived yet? You don't dare, do you? I thought he was so strong, but it turns out he was just pretending. Many warriors also laughed at this time. Snort! Li Tiansheng glared at these people, but he is still a little worried. How is it possible to punch through the steel plate with his fist? At this moment, Lin Dao's aura began to flow. A powerful aura instantly burst out from his body. He is indeed a master. Zhao Zhendong also reacted at this moment, and his eyes brightened slightly. From the very beginning, he felt that Lin Dao's strength was a little bit extraordinary. I didn't expect it to be true. At this moment, cracks appeared on the ground under Lin Dao's feet, and some broken stones were shattered by the aura he exuded. In an instant, he burst out with extremely terrifying speed and rushed to the area ahead in an instant. The right hand pulled the bow like a bow, and then suddenly blasted out. Boom! The punch directly hit the fixed steel plate, causing a huge explosion. The terrifying force instantly penetrated the steel plate. Pierced through. The steel plate was directly pierced by his fist. The warriors in the back who had been thinking about watching the show now widened their eyes, their gazes filled with disbelief. It's so horrible. The situation we see now. It's simply too terrifying. What these people just couldn't do was now accomplished by someone. What's even more terrifying is that he punched through the steel plate with his bare hands. How is this possible? Some warriors also began to mutter to themselves at this time. All the eyes of those 5th level warriors were focused on Lin Dao. Level 6. The person in front of me is definitely not an ordinary warrior. His strength must have reached the 6th level. It seems that I just made a mistake. Zhang Dali also grinned at this time. At the beginning, he thought that the other party was just an ordinary warrior, or even weaker than an ordinary warrior. After all, the other party's aura was too restrained. If it weren't for the terrifying momentum that burst out when he swung his fist just now, and even broke through the steel plate in the end, he would never have thought that the opponent's strength was so powerful. I knew it. There was no change in Pei Ruiying's expression, but she was still shocked inside. After all, he noticed Lin Dao when he was outside. Among all the people, he felt that the strongest one should be this middle-aged man with seemingly white hair. Fuck, Brother Lin, you are awesome. After Li Tiansheng realized what was happening, he couldn't help but speak out. This steel plate? Is there something wrong with this steel plate? How could he possibly break through this steel plate? The group of warriors who had mocked Lin Dao before now had trembling voices after they came to their senses. They have just been tested. Even with their full force attacks, the weapons they used were unable to cause much damage to the steel plate. Who could have thought that Lin Dao could actually blow up the steel plate with just one punch with his bare hands? Fake. It must be all fake. There must be something wrong with the quality of this steel plate. Stop talking nonsense. Just now I heard you say that I want to punch through this steel plate, and you want to eat it up. Now go and eat. Lin Dao looked at one of the warriors and spoke softly at this time. The warrior's face suddenly fell. How could he have imagined that the other party actually had such strength? And asking him to eat steel plates, how is that possible? Now everyone's eyes were looking towards him. It's fake. All this is fake. I don't believe you are that strong. At this time, this person also became angry and embarrassed. He growled, swung his fist, and punched directly at Lin Dao, who was approaching. Lin Dao narrowed his eyes slightly. His reaction speed is also very fast. At this moment, they punched out at the same time. Boom! When they all collided, a huge noise broke out. The man's arm bones exploded instantly. At the same time, a wailing scream was heard. The intense pain caused his entire body to fall to the ground, rolling around wildly. Does anyone else want to try it? Lin Dao glanced at these people. The aura he exudes now is truly astonishing. They quickly shook their heads. The head shakes like a rattle. Saying that the quality of steel plates is fake is simply deceiving yourself. The opponent's strength is indeed very strong. Far beyond them. If you still think it's fake, then you've lost your mind. Chapter 50. Terrifying body movements. Those people who were there at the beginning are now regretting it to death. Who could have thought that the other party's strength was actually so strong? At this time, Lin Dao ignored these people and went straight back to where he had just stood. Brother Lin, your strength. Li Tiansheng finally reacted and swallowed secretly. He had never expected that Lin Dao's strength was so strong. Certified level 5. Lin Dao smiled. Level 5. I really misjudged you. Li Tiansheng couldn't help but sigh at this time. Continue testing. Zhao Zhendong's voice continued to be heard at this time. He also felt a little surprised in his heart. The strength that Lin Dao unleashed was indeed beyond his imagination. This time, there is actually such strength. Good. Following his suggestion, the assistant also wrote a 10 under the score. Those people supported the man with a broken hand and wanted to leave quietly. Not to mention that they don't stand much of a chance. Besides, now that they have offended Lin Dao, they dare not continue to take the test here. Giving up the test is equivalent to giving up. The young assistant looked at this scene and spoke slowly. Abstain. We abstained. Several warriors cried out in panic, then left the place without looking back, taking the man with his exploded arm. After the video test was completed, the reaction test began under the leadership of Zhao Zhendong. The reaction test is to dodge specially made plastic bullets in a special testing room. Even though it's a plastic bullet, it will still hurt if you get hit by it. Each time, 300 bullets will be fired randomly. The more you dodge, the higher your score will be. Zhao Zhendong also stood aside and spoke slowly. The expressions of the remaining 200 or so testers also turned serious. This reactionability test is not that easy. Especially for some people, it is very unfriendly. Forget it. I'm definitely not going to pass this test. My score on the first test was so low that I felt like I wouldn't be able to pass it. No matter what, let's test it first. It's good to have some experience. The warriors around were now whispering. There are several testing rooms here where testing can be done simultaneously. The test rooms are surrounded by transparent high-strength glass, so the scene inside can be clearly seen. Lin Dao was also watching the testing scene inside. Gun muzzles would randomly pop up from the floor and ceiling inside, firing plastic bullets. This type of plastic bullet is fired at a very fast speed. If the bullet head is specially treated, it can easily penetrate the body of an ordinary person. Number 01, 6 points. Number 02, 2 points. The testing speed is quite fast, and the results will be automatically announced in these testing rooms very quickly. The assistant next to Zhao Jindong also immediately recorded the scores. Don't be nervous. Lin Dao, who was standing on the other side, spoke slowly to Li Tianxing next to him. Good. Li Tianxing nodded. He now took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. After all, his scores in the first phase of the test were not very high, so in the following tests, his scores must be kept at the top. Not long after, it was Li Tianxing's turn. The test score is 7 points. This actually made him feel relieved. In terms of physical skills, he is relatively good. Number 233. Soon, it was Lin Dao's turn to be tested. Everyone's eyes were focused on him. The scene of the punch that shattered the steel plate just now seemed to reappear in everyone's mind. This person is definitely the dark horse of this interview. Not only these warriors, but even Zhao Jindong looked at him with interest. Lin Dao's punching power is very strong, and the boxing martial arts he uses are also extraordinary. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to punch through the special steel plate with one punch. But I don't know how the reaction ability test will turn out now. Pei Ruiying, do you think he can get full marks? Zhang Dali's eyes also turned to Pei Ruiying, who was standing beside him. Both of them are at level 5, and their strengths are similar. But one focuses more on strength, while the other focuses more on speed. The test results of the two people were, one got 8 points, and the other got 9 points. It could be considered a very good result. Very likely. Pei Ruiying spoke lightly. Although there was not much change in his expression, he was still very curious about Lin Dao's next test. At this age, this kind of strength is incredible. At this moment, Lin Dao has already walked into the testing room. As soon as I walked in, the door closed automatically. This test is extremely dangerous. Please check whether you are wearing protective clothing and safety helmets. After confirmation, you can continue to start the test. Lin Dao also heard the machine's reminder. On a nearby table, some protective clothing and helmets were clearly placed. This is to protect the safety of some lower-level warriors during the test. For Lin Dao, it doesn't matter. Sure. Just as Lin Dao finished his words, some pitch-black gun muzzles suddenly appeared on the ceiling or the ground nearby. Looking at this scene, I didn't feel any fear at all, but was filled with excitement. After possessing the innate martial arts holy body, his reaction nerves are much stronger than when he was young. What's more, his strength has improved a lot during this period of time. Bang, bang, bang. His eye capture ability had improved a lot before, so along with the sound of bullets being fired, Lin Dao could clearly see the trajectory of those bullets slowly being shot out from the muzzle. At the moment when these plastic bullets were about to hit his body, he slightly tilted his body and dodged. Gun muzzles kept appearing and firing bullets from the ground and ceiling all around. But all the forest paths in it dodged it. How is this possible? What kind of body movement is this? When Zhang Dali saw this scene, his eyes widened. The opponent was inside, and he just leaned slightly to the side, and the bullets flew past him. This feeling is like dancing on the edge of a knife. This reaction ability is exaggerated. Zhao Zhendong had expected that Lin Dao's performance would surprise him. I just didn't expect that the other party's reaction speed would be so fast. He could also dodge these 300 bullets, but he couldn't do it like Lin Dao. Chapter 51, Show Your True Strength. The opponent faced these bullets as if he was strolling in a garden and dodged them completely in a short time. This reaction ability has reached an extremely terrifying level. It reminded him of his master, the deputy master of Longpum Martial Arts School. But the deputy museum owner's strength has reached the 9th level. Test completed. Number 233, 10 points. Soon a prompt sounded. The test is over. Everyone's eyes were on Lin Dao's figure as he walked out. What is the origin of this? This definitely can't be just level 5, right? After all, Zhang Dali and others present were also at level 5, and it was impossible for them to dodge all the bullets. Even if you can dodge it, it won't be that easy. Is this still a human being? Number 224. Number 225. The assistant reacted quickly, recorded the data, and continued the test. Now the little helper's face didn't seem to have much expression, but his fingers were trembling slightly. Both tests were full marks. What kind of monster is this interviewer? After the reaction speed test, the next step is to conduct the defensibility test. This test is relatively simple, and basically everyone who takes the test can get a very high score. Lin Dao also got full marks without a doubt. Attack ability, reaction ability, defensibility. After these 3 major ability tests, it is the last test. Before this, the assistant had already started announcing the elimination list. Number 001, eliminated. Number 002, eliminated. Because judging from the comprehensive scores of the 3 major items, these people are at the bottom. It's impossible to pass the interview. So all of them were eliminated. Although many people had unwillingness on their faces, they knew that there was no hope for them to continue competing, so they just gave up. As people continued to leave, Li Tiansheng clenched his hands into fists and looked very nervous. I'm also very afraid of reading my own number. Fortunately, his number was not read until the last eliminated person's number was called out. This made him feel relieved. In a short period of time, there were only 25 warriors left. The competition is still very fierce and cruel. Next is the last test. Zhao Zhendong smiled slightly. The test was conducted at a training ground outside. The site is all open-air dirt land, and it can be clearly seen that there are many gullies and pits on the ground around it. Obviously, these are traces left by other people's previous combat training. This one test is easy. Just use your best martial arts in front of me. Zhao Zhendong crossed his arms, glanced at everyone present, and spoke with a slight smile. The best martial art? Mr. Zhao, let me test it first. He just walked out. Zhao Zhendong nodded slightly. At this moment, Zhang Dali directly exerted his strength, and the breath in his body floated up in his muscles like a little mouse. His arms also began to become extremely strong. What a strong momentum. After the people around sensed this situation, their eyes widened slightly. Drink! Zhang Dali shouted loudly. His right fist turned red in an instant, and then he slammed it down on the ground. This is the Chi punch. Get out of the way. The warriors present also reacted at this moment and dodged directly to the rear area. His punch hit the ground directly. Boom! Suddenly, there was an extremely loud noise. The ground shook violently, and a dent was blasted out. At this moment, the gravel splashed in all directions. What a powerful martial art. Mr. Zhao, what do you think of this? After Zhang Dali finished all this, he looked at Zhao Zhendong. 9 points. Zhao Zhendong smiled with satisfaction. The others also came to their senses at this time. Many people took a deep breath, calmed themselves down, and prepared for the next presentation. Pei Ruiying also walked out now, drew out his long sword, and performed a set of sword techniques. After this sword technique was performed, strong whistling sounds of air were heard in the surrounding air. The ground was also cut with deep marks. Swift wind sword technique. This is an A-level martial art. When Li Tianxing saw this scene, he couldn't help but exclaim. He also uses a knife, and he had seen similar martial arts when he directly purchased knife-related martial arts. However, this martial art was of a level, expensive and difficult to learn, so he had no choice. I didn't expect that the other party not only knew how to do it, but also could practice it to this level. After watching his swordsmanship, Zhao Zhendong's eyes showed approval and surprise. This man's swordsmanship is very powerful. Even he was a little surprised at the proficiency of the knife skills. And he is only in his 20s. The quality of the newcomers this time is really too high. It's actually 10 points. The warriors around were now in an uproar. Relax a little. Do not be nervous. Lin Dao stood there, looking very relaxed and contented. Li Tiansheng, on the other hand, clenched his fists and looked obviously nervous. Good. Listening to Lin Dao's words, he took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Soon it was his turn. What he displayed was a set of sword skills, which looked very sophisticated. Although Li Tianxing's strength is not very conspicuous, it is very balanced. 7 points. After reading it, Zhao Zhendong also gave his own score. 7 points, not bad. Hearing the final score, he breathed a sigh of relief. 7 points is pretty good for him. After all, among those who took the test, there were quite a few who only scored 5 points. Next, everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Dao. Why this middle-aged man with a head full of white hair is so powerful is something that no one can understand. And what martial arts will he demonstrate next? As Lin Dao slowly walked out, the people around him subconsciously took several steps back. This person is so powerful that if he uses martial arts with too much power, the damage caused will affect them. Let's get started. Zhao Zhendong smiled slightly. He is now also very curious about what the opponent's strongest martial arts skills are. At this moment, the corners of Lin Dao's mouth curled up, and as he breathed, crackling sounds began to be heard. Dazzling arcs of electricity appeared on his body. Lightning flashes and jumps. Chapter 52, Mentor Lin Dao. This is... When Zhao Zhendong saw this scene, his pupils shrank slightly. The whole body began to tremble slightly. What's wrong? Why is Mr. Zhao so excited? Everyone watched this scene, their eyes filled with curiosity. But if they looked closely, they could also see the lightning and thunder emanating from Lin Dao's body. Why does he seem to have flashes of lightning? One of them couldn't help rubbing his eyes. Use qi to transform thunder. Zhao Zhendong stared at the arc of electricity between the 5 fingers of Lin Dao's right hand. Among all the martial arts secrets, the most difficult type of martial arts are those with attributes. The vital energy of heaven and earth absorbed into the human body can be converted into the driving force of martial arts. Some of these martial arts require the use of the body's vital energy to be reversed into various attribute powers. Use the vital energy to transform into fire, water, ice, thunder, and so on. Among them, the simplest is wind. For example, sword energy also belongs to this type. The simplest way is to let the energy in the body be conducted into the weapon and then burst out through the weapon. But even with this method, it is not easy to master it. Is this okay? Lin Dao smiled faintly. Certainly. Very. After Zhao Zhendong calmed himself down, he spoke directly. This is the test finished. Why is he so good? Stupid. That's using qi to transform into thunder. The warriors in the back also began to whisper at this time. Many people's eyes were filled with shock. Use qi to transform thunder. Pei Ruiying and Zhang Dali's pupils also shrank slightly. Using the vital energy of heaven and earth to reverse it into the power of thunder is an ability that only true high-level warriors can master. Moreover, even among high-level warriors, not all of them are capable of this method. Who is he? Brother Lin, congratulations. Li Tiansheng also spoke excitedly at this time. He had never expected this. At the beginning, he thought that Lin Dao had no chance of winning the interview. Who could have thought that his strength was so outrageous? This time, the interview was definitely successful. After all, every test was full marks. Congratulations, Brother Lin. Congratulations. At this time, the others also clasped their fists to Lin Dao. This is an advanced congratulations. Zhao Zhendong also discussed in a low voice with his assistant for a while. The look in the assistant's eyes changed slightly, and then he nodded. The test is over. The 10 candidates who succeeded in this interview are number 054, number 088. At this time, he also began to announce the list of selected candidates. Hearing these numbers, some people were happy, while others were disappointed. However, many people roughly guessed their own results based on their previous scores. Although they were disappointed, they quickly accepted this reality. Only one person left. It seems that I was not selected this time. Not hearing his own number, Li Tianxing smiled. He had anticipated this outcome and was quickly relieved. Number 188. When the last number was announced, Li Tiansheng was slightly stunned. Li Tiansheng was stunned and subconsciously pointed at himself. Yes, number 188, Li Tiansheng. The assistant glanced at him and then nodded. Shouldn't this be Brother Lin? Li Tianxing spoke immediately. At this moment, everyone's eyes were looking towards the young assistant, and their expressions were full of confusion. Just now, everyone thought that the last spot must belong to Lin Dao. After all 4 tests were full marks. Congratulations to the 10 of you for becoming new members of our Lompa Martial Arts School. The rest of you don't have to be discouraged. There are still opportunities for interviews next month. At this time, Zhao Zhendong smiled and spoke to everyone, then walked in front of Lin Dao. The eyes of the other warriors were all fixed on this scene. Especially stronger warriors like Zhang Dali and Pei Ruing, they also felt that there was something wrong with the situation. There is no way that Lin Dao failed the interview. Mr. Lin. Zhao Zhenyang stood in front of Lin Dao with a look of respect on his face. On behalf of Lompa Martial Arts School, I invite you to become the instructor of the school. He said seriously. Martial arts instructor. All the warriors present now opened their eyes wide, with shock in their gazes. Invite Lin Dao to become the martial arts school's instructor. This portion is really too heavy. You should know that this is not an ordinary martial arts school, but Lompa Martial Arts School, one of the top 5 martial arts schools in the country. The founder and owner of the martial arts school is one of the few master-level martial artists in the world. Anyone who can become a martial arts school instructor has extraordinary strength. Even though martial arts schools have youth training camps, the teachers in those camps are not formal instructors. A true mentor is one who guides the members of Lompa Martial Arts School. Tutor. Lin Dao was stunned. He was a little surprised just now, but now he has realized what is going on. The fighting power he just demonstrated was beyond Zhao Zhendong's imagination. So they didn't want him to be an ordinary member, but directly invited him to become a mentor. What is it like to be a mentor? Just when everyone thought Lin Dao was going to agree immediately, he suddenly smiled and said. Zhang Dali also widened his eyes. This guy, doesn't he know what it means to be the instructor of Lompa Martial Arts School? If it were him, he would have agreed right now. Every month, I can receive resource rewards from Lompa Martial Arts School. The basic monthly salary is 500,000, and it will continue to increase based on the tasks completed and the length of service. And every year, they can participate in the internal evaluation. Outstanding tutors can receive personal guidance from the head of the museum and receive material rewards. Also, if you can lead a team into the spacecraft contracted by the martial arts school, all the treasures you get, except for the basic materials, will belong to you personally. Zhao Zhendong now knew everything like the back of his hand and spoke slowly. There was also a hint of pride in his words. As one of the 5 major martial arts schools, the treatment at Lompa Martial Arts School is also very good. Hearing that he could lead a team into the space rift alone and also contract the treasures, the look in Lin Dao's eyes changed slightly. This is what he needs most. Nowadays, most of the spacecrafts that appear are contracted and handled by major martial arts schools. After all, in every spacecraft, after killing those strange beasts, the resources obtained are really abundant. Moreover, the treasures of the leader-level monsters can also be owned by individuals, which is also very cool. Before his own strength has fully grown, having the identity of Lompa Martial Arts School is definitely the best choice. Good, but you can make the decision to become a mentor. Lin Dao looked at Zhao Zhendong and spoke slowly. Chapter 53, A-Level, 9 Thunderstyles. Cannot. Zhao Zhendong shook his head. Li Tiansheng, who was standing not far away, suddenly widened his eyes. If you can't make a decision, then what can you say? He couldn't help but complain in his heart. I will tell the deputy curator about this situation. And then they make a resolution. I'm sure you can do it with your ability. Zhao Zhendong spoke seriously. How long will it take? Lin Dao smiled faintly. It is indeed a good thing to be the instructor of Lompa Martial Arts School. Much better than ordinary members. Give me half a day. I'll give you a reply before 7 p.m. Zhao Zhendong spoke immediately. He is still a little excited in his heart. Lin Dao is not too old, and if he has such strength, it would be a good thing for him to join a martial arts school. What made him feel a little confused was what was going on with Lin Dao's head, full of white hair. Did he have that kind of disease? Or was he just trying to look cool? In some of the anime his nephew watched, there were many characters with white hair who were very powerful and pretentious. Okay, Lin Dao nodded slightly. After the test, everyone had walked out. Very good. After so many attempts, I finally succeeded in joining Lompa Martial Arts School this time. Brother Lin, can I invite you to dinner? Li Tiansheng is still very excited. After all, he had participated in so many interviews, and each time he failed quite a bit. I originally thought that today I was doomed. Who would have thought that I would get through by luck? After becoming a member of Lompa Martial Arts School, the treatment you can get is also very good. Moreover, you can also attack the spacecrafts together with the people in the martial arts hall. No, I'll wait here for a moment. Lin Dao laughed. He was not hungry. Now that he had some time, He wanted to continue practicing for a while. That's fine. I'll go back first. See you next time. Li Tiansheng still looks excited. Good. After he left, Zhang Dali, Pei Ruiying, and others also clasped their fists respectfully towards Lin Dao. Senior, if you have time, please give me more advice. After this test, they were able to clearly see that the opponent's strength must be above theirs. And now he is very likely to become a martial arts school instructor. Maybe next time, when the martial arts school members are in class, it will be the other party who provides guidance. Don't talk about teaching, just communicate with each other. Lin Dao also smiled slightly. After those people left, Lin Dao also came to the lobby where he had reviewed the documents before, sat on one of the chairs, and waited for news from Zhao Zhendong. He took out his cell phone and checked. There was still a balance of 2 million on the bank card that was linked to his Warrior Alliance account. See if there are any suitable sword techniques or martial arts. He entered the Warrior Alliance's app store and started searching. Soon, he found one that suited him best. A-level, a 9 Thunder Styles, Volume 1, 1.5 million. At first glance, he thought it was a cultivation of mental skills, but in fact, it was a set of swordsmanship. There are 9 sword techniques, and the power of each style is cumulative, making it extremely powerful. 1.5 million. A-level knife skills are really expensive. And this is just the first volume. Lin Dao glanced over and found that many A-level secret books were divided into 3 volumes: upper, middle, and lower. The first volume is an introductory book. After all, this method is too expensive. Some people buy the whole book and find it difficult to even get started. Moreover, if it is divided into 3 volumes, it will allow people with limited budget to buy the first volume first, learn how to read it, and then slowly earn money to buy the last 2 volumes. This is actually a good idea. This knife technique has requirements. You need to master the method of transforming qi into lightning before you can learn it. Because it is so difficult, there are not many people practicing it, so among the same type of sword techniques, the price is actually a bit cheaper. This first volume now records the first 3 moves of the 9 thunder moves. Although this knife technique is difficult, it is indeed more suitable for me. Just buy this. He directly added this knife technique to the shopping cart. Once you are confirmed to become a tutor and have decided on your place of residence, you can place an order directly. Longsheng is a first-tier city, and almost everything from the Warrior Alliance can arrive on the same day. He now began to close his eyes and rest, absorbing the vital energy of heaven and earth in the air around him. Now, some warriors come here from time to time and fill in information in the area ahead. I don't know how much time has passed, but some warriors in groups of 3 or 5 also came over from behind. The list of successful interviews this time is out. The guy named Lin Dao didn't even make the interview. From this point of view, his strength must not be that good. Damn it. At first I thought he was pretty strong. He blew up Ah San's arm with 1 punch. It scared me. What a pity we shouldn't have left then. While they were discussing with each other, they soon noticed Lin Dao sitting on the chair over there. Brother, it's him. One of the men reacted instantly at this moment. He pointed at the forest path over there and spoke with gritted teeth. It was he who broke Ah San's fist. Originally, they thought that if the other party could become a warrior of Longpa Martial Arts School, the matter would be over. When I and others face him, I guess we will have to keep our tails between our legs. It seems like he really hasn't left yet. The expressions in the eyes of the others also became fierce. It was so embarrassing to give up and run away just now. I originally thought that the other party would definitely pass the interview, but now it seems that he is very likely to be strong on the outside, but weak on the inside. After all, they had just observed that the white hair did not seem to be dyed. It was most likely caused by the decline of qi and blood. The power he unleashed was short-lived and had no sustainability at all. Is this the old fellow? His hair is white with silver, and he is obviously in the late stage of qi and blood deficiency disease. Is this the person who scared you so much? The man in the lead was tall and strong, with a long scar on his face, and he looked very fierce. His name is Su Quangfeng. He is very powerful. Although he has not joined any martial arts school, he has a group of martial artists. We were just intimidated by him. Everyone nodded at this time. Every warrior who passes the interview will be displayed on the big screen outside. None of the 10 people saw the other party's photo and number, so he must have been eliminated. A bunch of rubbish. At this time, Su Quangfeng walked directly forward. He stood in front of Lin Dao in an instant. Su Quangfeng, why is he here? That old guy is probably going to get beaten up. Should be quiet, stay away. Not far away, some warriors who were filling out some registration information in front of a machine were suddenly startled. "Old fellow, I heard that you were crazy." Su Guangfeng looked at Lin Dao, who was resting with his eyes closed, and smiled. Then he reached out and grabbed his collar. Chapter 54, Making Trouble, Bump. But at this moment, a hand grabbed it directly. He grabbed Su Guangfeng's wrist in an instant. Su Guangfeng's pupils shrank slightly, and he subconsciously began to struggle. But at this moment, he found that his wrist seemed to be clamped by an iron clamp, and he could not move at all. "What's the matter?" Lin Dao slowly opened his eyes and spoke softly. "Get out of here!" The pain in his wrist and the gazes from people around him made Su Guangfeng a little angry and humiliated. Originally, he wanted to capture Lin Dao. After all, if a fight broke out in Lompa Martial Arts School, it would definitely have some consequences. But now he can't care so much. At this moment, he formed his left hand into a fist and punched directly towards Lin Dao's head. The warriors around watched this scene, their eyes filled with fear. If this punch hits you in the head, your head might explode. Even if he could survive, he would probably become a vegetable. Bump. But Lin Dao's reaction speed was also very fast, and his left hand instantly grabbed his fist. Su Guangfeng opened his eyes wide, and just as he was about to exert force, a terrifying force suddenly came. "Brother!" When the others saw this scene, they immediately rushed over and were about to attack. "Roll!" Lin Dao glanced at them and spoke lightly. Crackling. In an instant, a powerful aura flashed out along with a dazzling arc of electricity. The bodies of these people were all blown away, and even their skin was slightly charred by the electric shock. Puff! They fell to the ground, and now spat out blood. Su Guangfeng's body was also hit by the thunder energy released by Lin Dao. His whole body was paralyzed, and his skin was stinging. His eyes widened, and were automatically filled with disbelief, using chi to transform into thunder. He seemed to have thought of something very scary, and there was a trace of fear on his face. But at this moment, Lin Dao's hands, which were grabbing his wrists and fists, burst out with powerful energy and force, twisting his arms violently, instantly twisting them into a knot. His bones shattered like exploding bamboo. Lin Dao suddenly raised his foot and kicked him in the abdomen, sending him flying. Bump! His body hit the wall in front of him, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The warriors not far away were all terrified when they saw this scene. Just now I thought this middle-aged man with white hair was going to die. After all, the other party is Su Guangfeng. Su Guangfeng has reached the 5th level. Who could have thought that in such a short period of time, he didn't even have the ability to resist? Even his arms were broken. He's beating people up for no reason. At this moment, a warrior, accompanied by the staff of Lompa Martial Arts School, walked in. He was also a member of Su Guangfeng and others, but he did not go up just now. After discovering that Su Guangfeng and others were no match for him, he immediately called people over. Now looking at the scene around him, the man's body began to tremble continuously. It's so scary. Originally, this time, they wanted their eldest brother to come and find Lin Dao to help. Who could have thought that the opponent's strength was so terrifying? If he is really that strong, why didn't he interview for Lompa Martial Arts School and become a member? Mr. Lin, Zhou Chao also followed in. He looked at the situation around him and was stunned for a moment. It was him. He beat us up innocently. This guy is causing trouble at Lompa Martial Arts School. Arrest him. The men who had just fallen to the ground slowly woke up from their dizziness. After seeing the staff from Lompa Martial Arts School arrive, they also spoke up. There was an expression of extreme fear in their eyes. Especially when thinking about what just happened, it makes people feel their scalp tingling. My hand! My hand! Su Guangfeng looked at his arms and kept roaring. The intense pain seemed to make his eyes red. This gentleman, you are in our Lompa Martial Arts School. Anyone who beats up other warriors will be punished. The staff of Lompa Martial Arts School also shouted loudly at this time. The forest road was surrounded. I wonder if there is some misunderstanding. Zhou Chao thought about it and decided to speak out. Judging from the brief contact today, the other party doesn't seem like someone who would suddenly beat up others. Moreover, these people looked very familiar to him. Aren't they the warriors who mocked Lin Dao today? No, a misunderstanding. He was the one who started it. The warriors just now also pointed at Lin Dao and shouted, I can't care so much now. If they can't deal with Lin Dao, let the people from Lompa Martial Arts School do it. As long as you bite Lin Dao to death and hit others, this matter will never end. After all, if you fight or hit someone in Lompa martial arts school, the other party will have to pay the consequences no matter what. At this moment, Lin Dao also looked at these warriors, his eyes narrowed slightly. You still want to hit someone? They were startled and now subconsciously retreated to the back. Just check the surveillance and you'll know. Lin Dao looked at the middle-aged man standing in front of him. The middle-aged man was wearing the work clothes of Lompa martial arts school and looked aggressive. No need to check. From the current situation, it's clear that you are beating others here. You are simply courting death by causing trouble in our Lompa martial arts school. The middle-aged man said coldly. Take him down. He showed a fierce look and growled. If the other party dares to resist again, he can ask the people from the martial arts school to shoot him to death. This is also legal. Su Chanfeng, who are you going to capture? But at this moment, a voice came from the side. The middle-aged man named Su Chanfeng turned around and looked towards the area behind him and saw Zhao Zhendong and several men and women. The uniforms these people wore were obviously more upscale. Teacher Zhao, Teacher Zhang, Teacher Qian. Su Chanfeng looked at these people and was stunned for a moment. This guy is trying to kill someone here. Quickly catch him. He thought that Zhao Zhendong and others knew what was happening here and came to provide support. After all, if so many tutors suddenly came here, if it wasn't for this reason, what other reasons could it be? This guy is dead. What is this guy? Zhao Zhendong stepped forward. From now on, you have to call me Teacher Lin. Chapter 55 Debut. Teacher Lin. Su Chanfeng was stunned for a moment. How can he be a mentor? He pointed at Lin Dao and couldn't help but speak out at this time. Not only him, but everyone else was also completely shocked at this time. Lin Dao is actually the mentor. The expressions of the warriors who were in Su Quangfeng's group also changed drastically. Hiss! They couldn't help but gasp at this moment. No wonder I didn't see the notice of his interview just now. It turns out he was interviewed to be a mentor. This has hardly ever happened before. Before, they couldn't have thought of this level. I just felt that the other party was not selected because he looked strong on the outside, but was weak on the inside. I don't like it when people point fingers at me. Lin Dao stared at Su Chanfeng with his eyes slightly narrowed. A powerful aura emanated from his body. Puff! At this moment, Su Chanfeng was directly pushed back to the rear area. He felt a pain in his chest and a sweet taste in his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The deputy gym leaders have discussed it just now and approved Lin Dao to become the instructor of Lompa Martial Arts Gym. Zhao Zhendong spoke calmly. Hearing his words, the warriors' bodies trembled slightly. It's true. They heard it right. This time I really hit a wall. Su Chanfeng, this man is your brother, right? As Zhao Zhendong spoke, his eyes looked towards Su Chanfeng. Aye. Su Chanfeng, who was holding onto the wall, suddenly changed his expression when he heard his words. From the surveillance footage, it was him and these warriors who came here first to cause trouble. And he took the initiative. He walked to the computer in front and called up the surveillance footage. As a member of the martial arts school, you openly let them in to provoke you. And you even wanted to attack our martial arts instructor. After you did it, you still wanted to cover it up. Speaking of this, Zhao Zhendong's face turned gloomy. The other mentors also stared at Su Chanfeng. At this time, Su Chanfeng's body began to tremble. He wanted to explain, but something stuck in his throat. He originally thought that this matter could be easily handled. After all, they're just some ordinary warriors. As a member of Lompa Martial Arts School, it is not easy for him to deal with these people. But I never expected that this person would become a mentor after the interview. You can go now. I will now deal with you according to the rules of the martial arts school. You are no longer a member of our Lompa Martial Arts School. Zhao Zhendong spoke calmly. Su Chanfeng wanted to say something at this time, but when he looked at the instructors around him, their eyes were equally cold. Okay. He gritted his teeth and spoke. At this time, he turned around and left the area with Su Quangfeng and others who were wailing. Brother Lin, I'm sorry. I didn't expect this to happen. Zhao Zhendong now looked towards Lin Dao with an apologetic look in his eyes. Fine. Lin Dao shook his head slightly. He had experienced this kind of thing many times before. Ever since my energy and blood started to decline, I've been looked down upon a lot. I didn't expect that the member of the martial arts school was actually a brother of Su Quangfeng. These people have provoked me again and again, and from the murderous intent in their eyes, I can tell that they are a group of vengeful people. It is very likely that he will hold a grudge and find ways to take revenge on me later. A word emerged in his mind, cut the grass at its roots. Thinking of this, his eyes narrowed slightly. These three are also the instructors of our martial arts school. They're Zhao Ming, Lin Bai, and Shun Yi. Zhao Zhendong continued to introduce. I just heard from Zhendong that there is a very strong person among the interviewees this time. After meeting him today, I found that he is indeed extraordinary. At this time, they also smiled and shook hands with Lin Dao. Brother Lin, let me help you enter the data first. After getting to know these people, Zhao Zhendong now takes Lin Dao with him to enter the data. It didn't take long for his information to be completely entered. Every month, your salary will be deposited into the vanguard account you submitted. If you have a tutor course, we will arrange it for you. Of course, if you have your own things to do, you can choose to adjust the time. The internal app of Longpa Martial Arts School has also been successfully registered. You will see the message sent by the martial arts school on it. After all the information had been entered, Zhao Zhendong handed the card representing his tutor to Suo Lindao. This instructor's card has certain permissions, allowing him to freely enter and exit almost 90% of the places in the martial arts gym. You can also use any training facilities in the martial arts gym at other times. Also, this key is the key to number 69, Riverside Villa. As long as you're still a member of Longpa Martial Arts School, the house is yours, and the martial arts school will pay for all the property management fees, water, and electricity bills. He continued to take out a bunch of keys and handed them to Lin Dao. Good. Lin Dao didn't act pretentiously and took it directly. He was a little surprised now. He didn't expect the treatment in this big martial arts hall to be so good. Have a good rest. According to the rules, as a new mentor, you need to lead a team to capture a space rift in 3 days. This is called the first show in our martial arts school. I look forward to your performance then. Zhao Zhendong patted Lin Dao's shoulder and said with a smile, "No problem." Lin Dao smiled. This is what he wanted most. One of the biggest reasons why he joined the martial arts school was that he wanted to gain the qualifications to attack the cracks in space. Because it is difficult for an individual team to obtain the qualification to enter the space rift, they can only enter together in the name of a martial arts school. This is because in the past, a large number of warriors entered the same space crack, and then many people fought among themselves, resulting in countless deaths and injuries. Later on, with the constant revision of the rules, it became very difficult for an individual to enter the space rift without being affiliated with a martial arts school or some groups, unless the space rift suddenly appeared in front of an individual warrior. It was like the space crack that appeared on the train track. Over the years, more and more space cracks have appeared. Even though all the major martial arts schools are constantly conquering space cracks one after another, manpower is still very scarce. Zhao Zhendong was now driving the car, chatting with Lin Dao while sending him to his residence. I heard that many masters around the world have conquered an S-level space rift before. Lin Dao, who was sitting in the passenger seat, also spoke up at this time. Right, our owner has gone too. It was only this time that even the gym owner was seriously injured. It was simply impossible before. It is said that a lot of treasures were discovered in the space crack. Zhao Zhendong continued to speak. Listening to the so-called treasure, Lin Dao's breathing became heavy. Chapter 56, New Mission, Cloud-Turning Body Skills. Because one of those treasures is the one that can cure all diseases. That's his goal. I saw on the news that there are some treasures that can cure all diseases and bring the dead back to life. Is it really so miraculous? Lin Dao deliberately pretended to be very curious. I think so. There are some treasures in the space crack, and their effects are very strange. It is impossible to imagine how these treasures appeared. Zhao Zhendong nodded. This time, because it was conquered by masters from all over the world, the treasures obtained from it will be auctioned in the Sky City. It will definitely be another bloody storm by then. He couldn't help but sigh out loud at this time. After all, many treasures are extremely precious. It is estimated that all major families and countries around the world would want to compete for it. There will definitely be open and covert struggles. Why? Brother Lin, you are interested in this. Zhao Zhendong laughed as he drove. I'm a little curious whether the treasure from this S-level space rift is really that magical. Lin Dao also laughed casually. Neither have I. But I heard there is some very bad news this time. It was in this space crack that the super ancient ruins were discovered. It is said that the murals of those super ancient ruins recorded some humanoid creatures. Zhao Zhendong continued to speak. Is it a humanoid beast? Listening to his words, Lin Dao also thought of the humanoid monster he had dealt with in the sea-level space crack. The body structure of the beast was similar to that of a human, but it had a pig's head and could speak. No, humanoid beasts have actually appeared before, but they are much less common. What is truly shocking this time is that the humanoid creatures recorded in these ultra-ancient relics look almost exactly like us humans. When Zhao Zhendong said this, his expression became serious. We suspect that it could be some ultra-ancient humans from the ultra-ancient times, and we still can't figure out the reason for the appearance of the space crack. Compared to the vast universe, humans are so insignificant. With our current knowledge, we cannot know the truth about many things. He couldn't help but sigh when he said this. I see. Lin Dao also nodded slightly. Now the secret of this space crack is indeed an unsolved mystery for mankind. Drip. Soon, it started to drizzle, and the raindrops hit the car windows. He looked outside. Everything seemed to be very prosperous on this street, full of lights and nights. But this prosperity is also maintained by the soldiers of the Federal Legion and countless warriors. If a powerful monster appears that cannot be dealt with by the current strength, it will be a horrible disaster. Arrive. It's right here. After passing that bustling area, we arrived at this villa area, which seemed much quieter. It's actually raining. I wanted to invite you to dinner, but I have a lot of tasks to do now, so we can only do it next time. After Zhao Zhendong stopped the car, he smiled at Lin Dao. Fine. There will be plenty of time later. Lin Dao smiled faintly. Come in first, it's raining. The basic furniture is fully available, and you can buy whatever you need yourself. It is very convenient to buy things in Longqing. As long as you go early, they will usually arrive on the same day. Zhao Zhendong continued to speak. Good. After parting with him, Lin Dao also stood inside the door of the villa. In just a few days, I actually live in this kind of house. Standing in front of the door, Lin Dao was a little dazed. If only I could have let my wife live such a good life back then. But it will be soon. I will definitely make you sober and heal. Lin Dao now also clenched his hands. Snap! He took out the key and opened the door easily. Snap! After turning on a light switch, the whole room lit up. The lobby looks big and has some basic sofas and chairs. There's even a dedicated training area. Good. Looking at this scene, Lin Dao's eyes lit up slightly. He took out his cell phone and took a few pictures of the surroundings. Son, your father has recovered his strength now. I will become the instructor of Longpa Martial Arts School, and I can live in a new house in the future. He sent the photos directly to Lin Feitian. Hey, this brat will probably be dumbfounded. Lin Dao laughed. Now put the backpack and weapons aside. I took out my cell phone and checked the time. It was already past 6 in the evening. If you place an order now, it should be delivered on the same day. We should be able to arrive before 11 o'clock. In addition to purchasing the 9 Styles of Thunder sword technique, you also need to buy a laptop computer and some household appliances. Now the balance in the card is very sufficient, so buying these things is not a problem at all. Bite. Just after he placed the order, the system prompt sounded again. You were born with a martial arts body, so you're naturally different from ordinary babies. Your body is developing very fast, and you have already started trying to lift your head and turn over. Host, please try to raise your head, then try to turn from supine position to side position, then to prone position to complete the turning action back and forth 10 times. Reward, cloud flipping body skill. Looking at this latest task, Lin Dao's eyes widened. This task, isn't it easy to accomplish? Without any hesitation, he lay on the ground and started the task directly. Although this action looks a bit funny, it is very simple to do. Mission completed. Reward distribution. Fanyan body technique. A top-notch body technique that is as elusive as mist when in use. As the system prompt appeared again, Lin Dao could clearly feel that a lot of information appeared in his mind. And it was as if my consciousness suddenly came to another world. In this world, he continues to practice his body skills, year after year, until you have mastered it completely and reached the state of great perfection. Call. The scene just now was like a kaleidoscope of light. In a short moment, Lin Dao was pulled back to reality, and then he let out a breath. It's done. He now also began to practice his body movements. At this moment, the whole body seemed to have turned into a series of afterimages. At this moment, in another area, a man was looking at a photo on his mobile phone with a sinister expression. Chapter 57. My dad is bragging. This guy. Su Changfeng looked at the photo of Lin Dao entering the riverside villa on his phone, and his expression became extremely ugly. It was because of him that his brother Su Quangfing's arms were broken. After going to the hospital, there was no way to save his arms. I can only look for an opportunity to see if I can connect to the latest robotic arm. What made him even more angry was that he was expelled from Lompa Martial Arts School. Elder brother, you must help me get revenge. Su Quangfing was now lying on the bed next to him, with an extremely ferocious look on his face. Arms. He lost both arms. You don't have to tell me that. Su Changfeng said in a deep voice. Now his eyes turned to the several warriors standing on the other side. These warriors suffered internal injuries from the powerful aura emitted by Lin Dao, and their skin was also charred. They looked at Su Changfeng's gaze, and their bodies trembled slightly. After all, today's incident was caused by them. If they hadn't been so mean and sarcastic, and hadn't wanted to ask Su Quangfing to stand up for them, this situation wouldn't have happened in the end. Have you finished the task assigned to you? Su Changfeng stared at these people and said in a deep voice. It's done. They'll be here soon. These warriors now quickly spoke up. Very good. Su Changfeng now also revealed a sinister smile. Lin Dao, right? You can only hold the position of mentor tonight. At the same time, at the Federal Legion Academy, dormitory A2505. Old man, Lin Feiqian had just finished training and took out his mobile phone to check it. He was shocked to see a message from his father. Looking at the pictures, his eyes widened as well. Although he was shocked by the environment in the room, his father's head full of white hair made him very worried. He originally had qi and blood decline, and now his hair has turned so white. Could it be that he has reached the acute stage? Thinking of this, he became anxious. At this time, he didn't care about anything else and quickly dialed the phone number. Beep, beep, beep. It wasn't long before the call was connected. Old man, what are you doing? Are you still taking that qi and blood pill? I am now a student at the Federal Legion Academy, and my strength is improving rapidly. I will find a way to save my mother. Don't take those qi and blood pills just to become a mentor. Lin Feiqian's eyes now turned red. Although he said that he and Lin Dao didn't get along well, he was also very excited when he thought about his father who was in the acute stage of qi and blood decline. When this qi and blood deficiency disease occurs acutely, accidents may occur due to the sudden decrease of qi and blood in the body. What are you so excited about, little brat? I've stopped taking those crappy pills a long time ago. Lin Dao had just tried out his latest physical skill bonus and was now taking a hot bath in the bathtub. He knew from a message he had just sent to his son that the brat would be very excited. Especially my hair. It is too conspicuous. Then your hair. Hearing his father's powerful voice, Lin Feiqian was slightly stunned. The sound of the voice certainly doesn't sound like someone who is very weak due to the acute stage of qi and blood deficiency. So what is the reason? After the acute phase of qi and blood deficiency disease passed, it was a blessing in disguise and seemed to be under complete control. Besides, my strength has improved a lot now. Lin Dao laughed. Lin Feiqian is a little confused now. Just hearing what his father said now, he still felt very unbelievable. Is it true? Don't lie to me. Lin Feiqian spoke up immediately. Why would I lie to you? Lin Dao didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but there is still a warmth in my heart. Xingyue Martial Arts School seems to have closed down. Which martial arts school are you working as a teacher in now? Lin Feiqian also saw the news that the owner of Xingyue Martial Arts School was arrested and shot for committing crimes. The Xingyue Martial Arts School also closed down because of this. And his father used to be an instructor in this martial arts school. I'm in Dragon City now. Become a mentor at Lompa Martial Arts School. Lin Dao spoke slowly. Lompa Martial Arts School? Why does it feel a little familiar? Lin Feiqian was slightly stunned. He felt that the name of this martial arts school was very familiar, but he couldn't seem to remember it for a moment. Feiqian? Are you talking about Lompa Martial Arts School? That's one of the top 5 martial arts schools in the country. The roommate next to him also spoke up subconsciously at this time. That's right. Lompa Martial Arts School, one of the top 5 martial arts schools in the country. He had heard of it before. I just didn't remember it for the moment. Old man, stop bragging. Lompa Martial Arts School is one of the top 5 martial arts schools in the country. To be a mentor there, one must be a martial artist of at least level 5, right? Or even more than that. Lin Feiqian didn't speak in a good mood at this time. My father didn't listen to my advice before and took those poisonous qi and blood pills. I didn't expect that you would become fond of bragging now. But after thinking about it carefully, his eyes softened. His childhood sweetheart Luo Ling had told him before that his father clearly knew that those qi and blood pills were poisonous. The reason for taking those blood-sucking pills is to maintain the stability of qi and blood, so as to pass the annual review of the warrior certificate. After all, if even the qualification certificate of a formal warrior is revoked, there will be even less money. I tell you, you don't have to worry about money. I should be able to become a formal warrior soon. When that time comes, you can just brag with Mr. Lee and the others every day. Forget about your health. I will take care of the money, Lin Feiqian said seriously. Because of the secret of the copper piece, he now found that his cultivation speed had become much faster. It will probably take just 1 month to become a formal warrior. Haha, you're saying that you want your father to retire early? Lin Dao couldn't help but laugh out loud at this time. Don't worry, my strength has recovered now. The Sky City know. Next year, there will be an auction of a treasure that can cure all diseases. I will revive your mother and cure her disease. He continued to speak at this time, and his expression became serious. Okay, I see. If you don't have enough money, tell me. The college now provides a monthly allowance. Make sure mom's cryo chamber is renewed regularly. Lin Feiqian felt that his father was just bragging. Maybe it was to reassure him. Don't worry, Lin Dao laughed. The father and son suddenly fell silent for a while. After all, we don't communicate much with each other under normal circumstances. Although the relationship seems to have eased a little now, there's some things that I always feel a little awkward to talk about. Okay, I'm going to practice. Lin Feiqian thought about it for a moment and then hung up the phone. Although he didn't know what his father was doing now, he knew that his father had always been very concerned about his mother's cryostasis chamber. If there is no money, he will definitely say it. Feiqian, do you have any friends who have entered Longpa Martial Arts School? Chapter 58 tonight, kill. The fat boy next to him couldn't help but speak out at this time. The other people in the dormitory also looked in his direction. Fuck, is this true or false? Longpa Martial Arts School is one of the top 5 martial arts schools in the country. Those who can enter are either high-level warriors or extremely talented young people. The others now gathered around, their faces filled with excitement. No, Tinteng. I have a friend who boasted that he became a martial arts instructor. Lin Feiqian originally blurted out, my dad, but he quickly changed his words. He is a little helpless now. Although the old man may have deliberately sent himself photos of himself living a good life in order to reassure himself. But this is an exaggeration. It would be fine if he said he was going to be an instructor in other martial arts schools in Guangya City, but he actually went to Longpa Martial Arts School in Longqing to be an instructor. It was obvious that this was a joke. After all, this sounds too fake. Haha, turns out you were just bragging. That's right. How can there be so many people who are so powerful and able to enter one of the top 5 martial arts schools in the country? TSK, I thought it was really that awesome. I also want to ask about the 5 major martial arts schools in the country and what it's like to train there. Everyone couldn't help but sigh at this time, and then left to do their own things. I'm going to practice outside first. If you want to sleep, just turn off the lights and lock the door. I have the key with me. After Lin Feiqian changed his clothes, he went out directly. So hard. Fuck, you kid. You don't want to become a formal warrior this semester. The roommates couldn't help but speak out after listening to Lin Feiqian's words. And he soon arrived at the playground outside. Glancing towards an area not far away, one can clearly see that many people are still doing independent training in nearby areas after completing training at the academy. Many of the people who joined the Federal Legion came from poor families. Now that they have the opportunity to practice in the academy, they want to work harder. After all, after becoming a warrior, the allowances you receive will increase exponentially. Especially for high-level warriors, their salaries in the Federal Legion are also very high. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, the cell phone in his pocket also vibrated. He took out his cell phone and saw that it was his father who had just sent him a message. Tell me your address, and I will mail you a cultivation secret book. According to your current cultivation progress, you should be able to try to cultivate. The old man's secret book? Lin Feiqian was slightly stunned when he saw this message. He remembered that his father did have a pretty good martial arts training technique. At first, his father wanted to teach him this art of cultivation, but because his strength was not enough, he found it very difficult to learn. It seems to be called something like feng lei. He murmured to himself. After thinking about it for a while, he also sent his address. It really felt very difficult to understand in the past. It feels like there's no way to get started. But now it's different. He clearly felt that his training speed and comprehension ability seemed to be stronger than before. New changes are happening every day. After turning off his cell phone, he found a place and slowly began to perform a set of military boxing. Boom, boom, boom. After performing this set of military boxing, each punch seemed to carry great power. Every time a punch is thrown, you can hear a loud explosion. This strength talent is indeed very good. My punches are much more powerful than before. And now that I'm practicing, my muscles seem to be getting fuller. After completing this set of boxing techniques, Lin Feiqian looked at the changes in his body, his eyes filled with excitement. Moreover, he could clearly feel that in the near future, his strength would definitely reach the level of a formal warrior. Then you'll be able to get your warrior qualification certificate certified. As long as I touch those strange beasts, can I obtain their talents? Now, I have obtained strength talents, and they're still relatively low level. If I can touch the corpses of some powerful beasts, can I gain more and stronger talents? He thought about what happened that day and couldn't help but mutter to himself. And now he discovered that as long as he had a thought, he could enter a state of introspection and see the copper piece in his body. There are still 2 lines of words on the picture. Level 3, Crazy Pig, low-level strength talent. Level 4, One-horned Crazy Pig, intermediate and lower-level strength talent. The lower middle-level strength talent has such a huge impact on me. What if it's intermediate or advanced? The more I think about it, the more excited I feel. Castle in the sky. Can I possess the treasure that can cure all diseases? Thinking of what his father had just said, he clenched his hands. If I could really get this thing, I could save my mother. Thinking of this, his breathing became heavy. Old man, next year, when I go to the Sky City, you will be shocked. Lin Feiqian now has his own goal. With his current cultivation speed, if he could obtain the talents of those exotic beasts, his cultivation speed would become faster and faster. Before next year, he is confident that his strength will surpass that of his father at his peak. Thinking of his father's astonished look when he saw his strength, the corners of his mouth curled up. No matter what, practice first. We must race against time. This brat. I thought I was bragging. Lin Dao looked at the address his son sent him and was now at a loss whether to laugh or cry. However, now that he has been training at the Federal Legion Academy, his training speed should gradually increase. However, within the Federal Academy, the skills practiced should be unified. Ordinary martial arts are definitely not as good as his own rhythm of wind and thunder. Now he just needs to annotate the rhythm of wind and thunder and then send it over. But before that, I have to go over there. Lin Dao took out his mobile phone and found Su Chongfeng's information on the internal app of Lompa Martial Arts School. Because he had just been expelled from Lompa Martial Arts School, he didn't even have time to delete the information. He easily found Su Chongfeng's address. This kind of person has a very strong revenge mentality and will definitely find ways to take revenge on himself. It's not just him. The same is true for the warriors who are with him today. If you don't remove the roots of the grass, it will grow again in the spring breeze. Lin Dao stood up from the bathtub at this time, and countless water drops fell down his body. Tonight Kill. Chapter 59, Blood Evil. Lin Dao changed into a long coat with a black hood. The long coat is polyurethane coated to make it waterproof. Carrying a long knife, he walked out from the backyard of the house. When he just came back, he found that there were surveillance cameras in the area in front of the gatehouse. He didn't want anyone to find out what he was going to do tonight. Drip, drip. It was raining heavily outside, and there were thunder and lightning in the sky. Lin Dao walked out of this area at an extremely fast speed. He had just looked at the map, and with his extremely strong memory, he had memorized the map completely. Cloud-flipping body technique. When he used this skill combined with his current strength, he could move through the darkness like a shadow. Especially now that it is raining. Unless he is an expert, no one can find his trace under normal circumstances. Su Quangfeng. Although doing this tonight might arouse suspicion, the other party is very likely to have already begun planning against me. After Lin Dao left the riverside villa at a very fast speed, he went straight to the address he had just found along the small path. He is not a fool, waiting for others to come and seek revenge. This kind of threat must be crushed at the outset. After all, it was not easy to attack in the martial arts gym, but now, the situation is different. In the darkness, he continued to display his cloud-flipping body skills and disappeared into the streets and alleys. Suddenly, there is a madman sharpening his knife at night. The Imperial Star is floating high in the sky. Tonight, he is going to take action. Bang, bang, bang. At the same time, there was a knock on the door in the detached villa where Su Changfeng lived. Here I come. When Su Changfeng heard the knock on the door, his eyes widened slightly. Let's go open the door. The other warriors present also quickly stood up. Because of what happened today, they also knew that it was caused by them, and they were very afraid that Su Changfeng would blame everything on them, so they were being very diligent now. Squeak! As the door opened, several men in black raincoats could be clearly seen. Su Changfeng, I didn't expect you to come to us. The middle-aged man in the lead now raised his head slightly, revealing a face with several scars on it. Come in first. No one saw it just now. Can you guys come over? Su Changfeng looked at them and spoke immediately. Certainly. Before doing anything, I had my men hack all the surveillance cameras in this area. The middle-aged man smiled faintly and walked in. The people behind him looked grim and filled with murderous intent. The warriors who opened the door are now sitting upright. These people are not ordinary warriors. It's a killer. In this world, there are official martial arts alliances, martial arts schools, and naturally there are also some organizations hidden in the darkness. That's good. Su Changfeng also nodded now. Oh, this is your brother whose arms were crippled? The middle-aged man in the lead looked at Su Quangfeng who was lying on the bed not far away. Help me kill him. You must help me kill him. Su Quangfeng looked at them and gritted his teeth and spoke at this time. Although his wounds have been treated, he has the physique of a warrior and it does not need to be hospitalized. But the pain in the wound still exists. Moreover, without arms, even if a robotic arm could be installed, it would be a fatal blow to a warrior. This means that there is no way for him to continue improving in the future. Whenever I think of Lin Dao, I hate him to the core. The middle-aged man in the lead narrowed his eyes and did not directly answer his words. But what is the strength of the other party? Is it really just level 5? He looked towards Su Changfeng. This is the information I found. It may be a little stronger than the 5th level. Your blood evil organization's intelligence capabilities are so strong. You should have found out by now, right? Su Changfeng did not answer him directly, but spoke slowly. His strength was indeed certified as level 5 by the Warrior Alliance some time ago. Also, this guy used to serve in the Federation Army. The specific information is actually encrypted. It's really interesting. The middle-aged man now also smiled. Whatever regiment he served in. I want him to die now. Can you do it? Su Changfeng's expression now became serious. It's a bit difficult. According to your description, this guy is able to become the instructor of your Lompa martial arts school. His strength must be more than just level 5. Both his parents are dead, his wife is in the Warrior Alliance's cryostasis chamber, and now he only has one son, who is still in the Federation Legion. Trying to threaten the people around him won't work. The middle-aged man shook his head at this time. What do you mean? You bloody devil. You can't even do this. Su Quangfeng, who was lying on the bed, became excited as he listened to his words. This killer organization is the largest killer organization in the world. Every country has their own organization. An event that once shocked the world was that this killer organization ambushed a master-level warrior, and he succeeded in killing the other party. This killer organization is now being tracked down by federal governments around the world. Once you get involved with them, you could end up in jail. But now they can't care so much. Shirazawa, what do you mean? Su Changfeng's eyes were now also looking at him. This person was one of his companions back then. He knew long before that the other party had joined the Blood Evil organization. That's why I just asked my men to contact them. Even if they are investigated later, they could be used as scapegoats. It costs extra money. The middle-aged man called Shirazawa spoke softly at this time. No problem. As long as we can kill him. Su Changfeng gritted his teeth and spoke. He knew that hiring a blood killer was very expensive, but now he couldn't care less. The hatred for his brother's destroyed arms and for being expelled from Lompa Martial Arts School filled him with infinite hatred. There is one more condition besides this. You come with us. Shirazawa looked at him and continued speaking. Aye. Su Changfeng was stunned. Don't you want to kill your enemy with your own hands? Besides, you have already been expelled from Lompa Martial Arts School. Isn't this a good opportunity for you to join us, Blood Demon? Changfeng, just like we did back then, you and I will fight side by side. And my current strength growth rate is much faster than yours in Lompa Martial Arts Hall. Shirazawa continued to speak. But the look in Su Changfeng's eyes is also changing constantly. Indeed, He has now been expelled from Lompa Martial Arts School, and it is troublesome for him to find a new martial arts school. More importantly, Shirazawa's strength is indeed very strong now. A friend who had similar results to me back then has now almost reached the 7th level. Good, I promise. After thinking about it for a while, Su Changfeng's expression became ferocious. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, the door was suddenly knocked again. Anyone else? He looked toward Shirazawa. Chapter 60, Under the Dark Night. At this time, Baize's pupils shrank slightly. No. His low voice came over, and his right hand was already on the hilt of the knife. The faces of everyone present suddenly changed. Who is knocking on the door at this moment? I just ordered takeout. Maybe it's takeaway food. One of the warriors also raised his hand tremblingly at this time. He was now turning pale. He had forgotten that people from the Blood Evil organization would come here and do such a stupid thing. Go open it. Come back when you get it. Su Changfeng stared at him intently and even wanted to kill him. Not capable of accomplishing anything, but capable of causing trouble. Well, his body was now shaking violently, and he walked towards the area near the door. Is it the delivery guy? He spoke subconsciously while standing at the door. Right. Your takeaway has arrived. A voice was heard at this time. Call. He breathed a sigh of relief, and the moment he opened the door, a cold light flashed. The man's pupils shrank slightly, and before he could react, a line of blood appeared on his neck. His head flew out in an instant and landed at Su Changfeng's feet. This sudden scene shocked everyone present. Who? Snap! And the power supply in the entire room was cut off instantly. The entire villa was plunged into darkness. At this moment, Baize and others drew their swords. However, sudden situations will cause the eyes to fall into a state of sensory adaptation. To put it simply, when we suddenly enter a dark state, the photopixels of the eyes suddenly cannot sense the light, and the dark pixels need time to take over the work of night vision. They couldn't see clearly at all for a moment. Shirazawa's perception ability is relatively strong, and he jumped to the rear area in an instant. The several Blood Evil members who came with him didn't even have the chance to react before their heads were chopped off. The speed of the knife was so fast, it was as swift as the wind. Shirazawa. It's him. Su Changfeng also retreated to the rear area the moment he fell into darkness. At this moment, accompanied by a flash of lightning, he saw the figure wearing a black robe and a hood. His eyes were cold and blood was flowing down the edge of his hand, turning into a blood bead at the tip of the knife. The exposed long white hair made him recognize the man at a glance. It was Lin Dao. Su Changfeng now clenched the long sword in his hand, and his body trembled instinctively. Lin Dao ignored his words and rushed forward with his sword in hand, fast as thunder. At this moment, Baize's pupils shrank slightly, and he reacted extremely quickly and chopped out with the blade in his hand. At this moment, his long sword collided with Lin Dao's blade, and a violent metal collision sound broke out. Wind, fires flying everywhere. The powerful impact caused both sides to be pushed back. Level 6 peak. Baize steadied his body and felt a little pain in the base of his right hand holding the knife. Blood Evil Organization. I heard that it was founded by the bandit army after they fled to various parts of the world. Lin Dao planted his feet firmly on the ground, looked towards Baize, and spoke softly. His innate martial arts body allowed him to restrain his internal aura. When he was outside the door, just now, he had already heard their conversation. This so-called Blood Evil Organization is a killer organization. I have seen related news before. Unexpectedly, this guy hooked up with people from this organization in order to kill himself. It turned out that I came at the right place. Once this kind of person is released back into the mountains, he will definitely think about how to take revenge on me. Waiting for danger to come and let others take revenge on you is the act of a fool. Old man, you know a lot. Killing so many of my people. Do you know what the consequences will be? When Baize heard Lin Dao's words, his face became ferocious. Hold him. Give me 5 seconds. He growled out. Although I feel that the opponent's strength may be at the peak of level 6, according to this situation, my strength should be comparable to that of the opponent. But I don't know why, there's always an instinctive sense of fear in my heart. This old guy is not easy to deal with. Good. Come on, all of you. While Su Changfeng growled at the other warriors, he now bravely picked up his sword and rushed forward. Because he knew that tonight, either Lin Dao would die or they would die. Shadowless sword technique. He growled and slashed out with a long sword in his hand at an extremely fast speed. Brother, kill him. Su Kuangfeng, who was lying on the bed, was so frightened that he also shouted loudly. Now that they have adapted to the darkness, they can still see clearly. After all, there were thunder and lightning outside, and light was constantly shining in. Su Changfeng rushed forward and began to use his martial arts. His sword skills seemed very fast, but in Lin Dao's eyes, it seemed to be many times slower. Slow. It's too slow. A cold light flashed, and Lin Dao's body passed by him. Su Changfeng's body seemed to be frozen in place, his eyes wide open. How was it possible? His eyeballs trembled slightly, and his eyes were full of disbelief. The next moment, a bloodline appeared clearly on his neck. The entire head fell off the neck in an instant. Blood spurted out like a fountain. The warriors behind did not rush over at all, but tried to escape to the other side. They are terribly scared now. After all, the opponent is so powerful. If you rush forward, wouldn't that be courting death? Crackling. Just as they were about to break out of the window nearby, a flash of thunder appeared, and a terrifying aura, accompanied by the power of thunder, crushed the bodies of these people to the ground. It happened so quickly that everything just now happened in a short moment. Shirazawa took out a test tube of blue liquid from his arms, and when he was about to open it and swallow it, Lin Dao's figure appeared in front of him. Not good. Bai Zai's face changed drastically, and he subconsciously raised his knife to resist. But Lin Dao's knife was too fast. Although he tried his best to dodge, the blade still passed through his arm, holding the test tube of blue liquid. His arm was chopped off to the ground in an instant. Shirazawa roared and retreated repeatedly. Who on earth is he? Since joining the Blood Evil organization, he has no idea how many people he has killed. He has also been walking on the brink of life and death. But it has never been like today, as if there is no power to resist at all. Crackling. At this moment, with every breath Lin Dao took, the power of thunder flashed in his mouth, as if both his eyes were filled with the light of thunder. The blade in his hand burst out with a domineering arc of thunder, using chi to transform into thunder. Shirazawa's face turned pale. Chapter 61. The matter is over, and I am leaving. Utilize the vital energy of heaven and earth in the body and transform it into the power of thunder. Many warriors know this practice, but it is extremely difficult to actually do it. Generally, only powerful high-level warriors can do this. Bai Zai now has no other choice but to hold the blade in his hand and resist forcefully. When the blade in Lin Dao's hand collided with his blade once again. The collision of weapons produced a violent sound of metal collision, and the strong thunder was transmitted to his body through the collision of weapons. The intense stinging pain caused the skin on Shirazawa's right hand, which was holding the knife, to turn black due to the electric shock. I am from the Blood Demon. If you dare to kill me, the organization will not let you go. Under the strong threat of death, Shirazawa's body began to tremble. I'm going to kill you, the Blood Demon. Lin Dao sneered, and swung the long sword in his hand at an extremely fast speed. Boom! Along with the thunder coming from outside the house, the lightning shining and made the blade emit a strong, cold light. The blade instantly cut off Shirazawa's sword-holding arm, and then instantly pierced into his chest. The blood instantly dyed his clothes on his chest red. Bai Zai looked down at the long knife that was stuck in his chest. His eyes widened and blood flowed out of his mouth. As the long knife was pulled out from his chest, the blade was already stained red with blood. This is what is meant by white knife in, red knife out. At this moment, Lin Dao's eyes were looking towards Su Kuangfeng, who was lying on the bed. Don't come over here. Don't come over here. Su Kuangfeng's eyes were now filled with fear. In his heart, he just wished that Lin Dao would be cut into pieces. Even after these people from Shueisha came over, he still fantasized that Lin Dao's head would be chopped off and brought to him. But who could have thought that things would turn out like this? His strength, why is it so strong? People like you. Death is not a pity. Lin Dao walked slowly in front of him, raised his sword and killed him directly. After getting rid of him, he shook the long sword in his hand violently, and all the blood on it splattered all around. The blade looked smooth and flawless again. Sheath the knife. He looked at the warriors on the ground who were trying to escape through the windows. Their internal organs were damaged by the thunder and aura he had just released. He has now fallen to the ground, seriously injured, and is in a coma. It's almost time to linger. The villa was built with wood, and Lin Dao set it on fire before leaving. On a rainy night, the fire raged into the sky. He also took advantage of the night to leave the place. Using all his strength to perform the Fanyan body skill, Lin Dao quickly came back through the window from the backyard of the villa area. The lights in the house were never turned off, so it looked as if the environment inside was still bright. Blood Evil Organization. I didn't expect that Su Changfeng would collude with the people in this organization. Fortunately, we acted in time tonight. Otherwise, not only would we be in danger at any time, but even our son might be targeted. Thinking of this, Lin Dao's face became solemn. After the death of this member of the Blood Evil Organization, their organization will definitely continue the investigation. By then, it is possible that the investigation might be traced back to me. What should I do? Lin Dao frowned. If you can't solve the problem that creates it. Killing all the members of the Blood Evil Organization should solve the problem, right? He thought about it for a moment, then began to talk to himself. Ding dong. At this moment, the doorbell rang. Boo. Hello. The items you purchased from the Warrior Alliance Mall have been delivered. Please go out and receive them. A man's voice also came from outside. So soon, Lin Dao raised his eyebrows. With his powerful perception ability, he was able to sense that the person at the door was actually an ordinary warrior. He should be just an ordinary delivery man from the Warrior Alliance. He walked out directly, and after opening the door, it was the man wearing the uniform distributed by the Warrior Alliance. After signing for them, I returned to the hall with 2 large password boxes. I took out my cell phone, found the pickup password on the order number, and then opened the 2 boxes directly. What he bought this time was a box of Pei Yuan Dan and the A-level swordsmanship. Just like before, the plastic bag containing the sword-fighting secret manual was marked with a warning. Do not pass on or resell. After tearing the plastic bag apart, he suddenly saw 4 large gold-plated characters on it. 9 styles of thunder. He took the secret book and began to read it. This 9-style thunder sword technique has a total of 9 levels, and the power of each level will become stronger and stronger. Moreover, those who practice cultivation must be able to transform chi into lightning, and it must be able to withstand the power of thunder. Many times, when practicing to transform chi into lightning or fire, the user is required to first try to make his or her physical body have a certain resistance to the attribute power of this aspect. The so-called hurting oneself first and then hurting others is also the first step in a kind of gasification attribute. Because of the influence of thunder breathing technique, his breathing seemed to be able to produce thunder at every moment. It has great resistance to thunder. The first 3 moves are the foundation of this sword technique, collectively known as thunder. When a sword is swung, lightning and thunder will appear on the blade, and there will be a sound of thunder. The power of thunder will continue to accumulate as the sword is swung, which is called the stacking of thunder force. He kept flipping through the secret book. The words on the secret book seemed to him to be alive, constantly jumping into his mind. As he possesses the innate martial arts holy body, his ability to comprehend martial arts techniques is extremely strong. This kind of swordsmanship is a bit obscure and difficult to understand for high-level warriors, but for him, it is very easy to comprehend. You can learn it at just one glance. Now, after reading it all, he memorized the first volume of 9 Styles of Thunder completely in his mind. With his memory ability, if he could return the items without giving any reason within 7 days, he would probably have learned all the secrets of the Warrior Alliance. He drew his sword and began to practice. The powerful aura was transmitted through the hand holding the knife to the weapon in the hand. In an instant, many arcs began to flash on the blade, and the arc flashing sound that appeared this time was different from the previous times. Boom, boom, boom. He seemed to hear bursts of thunder coming from the blade. It was as if the knife was screaming. The blade in his hand now began to tremble slightly. This feeling made Lin Dao feel a little surprised. He was excited now, too. It is indeed worthy of being an A-level swordsmanship. The effect is outstanding. He didn't have any further thoughts now and was completely immersed in practicing this set of swordsmanship. At this moment, a large number of people have gathered outside the villa where Su Changfeng lives. Chapter 62, First Edition, Cultivation Technique. What on earth is going on? Why did it suddenly catch fire? The owner of the villa area seems to be the instructor of Longpa Martial Arts School. This huge fire that shot up into the sky was truly shocking. It soon attracted a lot of people. Although it is raining now, the rain is too light. Such a big fire cannot be put out by rain alone. It was unknown how long it took before the federal fire truck arrived to put out the fire. It was soon the second half of the night. Zhao Zhendong and other mentors who were still in Longsheng have gathered in the conference room. Looking at the information in their hands, their faces became extremely solemn. Squeak! At this moment, the door outside was pushed open. An old man walked right in here. Mr. Fong. Everyone looked at his figure and stood up immediately. Sit. Fong Ping waved his hand slightly. He is one of the deputy masters of Longpa Martial Arts School, and his strength has reached the 9th level. You have all seen the information we have investigated, right? He looked at everyone present and spoke slowly at this moment. Everyone nodded. Based on the bodies found in Su Chongfeng's home, several of them have been confirmed to be members of the blood evil organization that the FBI has been pursuing. Fong Ping continued to speak. Based on the information of some warriors in the house and the contact information on their accounts, it seems that Su Chongfeng used them to contact the people of the blood evil organization. As soon as he finished speaking, the faces of everyone present became extremely solemn. Su Chongfeng actually colluded with the people of the blood evil organization. Zhao Zhendong's face now became extremely ugly, and he has already guessed a possibility. With so many members of the blood evil organization in his house, they definitely weren't there to kill him. It was very likely that he had commissioned these people to do something. Could it be that he wanted to kill Lin Dao? After all, Lin Dao destroyed his brother's arms and caused him to be expelled from the martial arts school, so he had a deep hatred with him. Now it is possible the FBI will handle matters related to the blood evil organization. But what makes us curious is who killed them. Fong Ping narrowed his eyes slightly when he said this. To be honest, the situation that happened today also involved their Longpa martial arts school. After all, Su Chongfeng used to be a member of the martial arts gym, and he was expelled less than a day ago. His collusion with the people of the blood evil organization would also have an impact on the martial arts gym. It seems that he was killed with a knife. Su Chongfeng is quite powerful, and the people from the blood evil organization must be even stronger. From the bones of the corpse we found, we can judge that the other party has almost reached the 7th level. One of the men looked at the information in his hand and spoke slowly at this time. Zhendong, do you think it could be Lin Dao? His eyes looked toward Zhao Zhendong. Everyone came back to their senses after listening to Fong Ping's words. It's unlikely. I'll take him back to the villa area. Although he is very powerful, he probably can't reach Su Chongfeng's residence in a short time and kill them along with the members of the blood evil organization. Zhao Zhendong was slightly stunned. When he thought of Lin Dao's figure, he immediately shook his head. It's unlikely. Although his aura is very strong, I feel that his strength should be around the peak of the 6th level. The other instructors who had met Lin Dao looked at each other at this time, and then spoke slowly. If it's him, then his strength is more than just this. I want to meet him when I get a chance. Fong Ping smiled. Although he was also one of the people reviewing Lin Dao's qualifications as a mentor today, this kind of review was not particularly strict at the beginning. They only needed to know the real information and make a judgment and decision. After all, deputy directors were very busy, and successfully reviewing and becoming a mentor is just the beginning. The first show will be in 3 days. If you don't have real skills, you'll be fired as the instructor of Longpa Martial Arts School. The biggest impact of this incident on us is that Su Chongfeng is a member of our martial arts school. So in the next few days, you must carefully investigate whether there are any people in our martial arts school who are colluding with the blood evil organization. Fong Ping placed his hands on the table and glanced at everyone present. Yes. At this time, everyone immediately responded. Time flies, and soon it is the next morning. Daily mission completed. Accumulate 6 hours of deep sleep. Increase cultivation speed and physical strength. Comfortable. I practiced sword fighting until about 3 in the morning yesterday. Now, when I woke up, it's already past 9 o'clock. I slept for 6 hours and just completed my daily tasks. And at this moment, he could clearly feel that the muscles in his body became increasingly tough. He picked up a bottle of children's milk and drank it in one gulp. Daily mission completed. The upper limit of each chi and blood force increases slightly, and physical strength is greatly restored. Okay, check-in completed. Wait a minute and go out for a stroll. Look into the distance, and then you can complete another growth task. A new day. It started again. He now poured out all the animal crystals in his backpack. These animal crystals contain powerful energies, but ordinary people have no way of utilizing these energies for their own benefit. Ding dong. Hello, the items you ordered from Lompa department store have arrived. While he was thinking, the courier's voice came from outside the door again. Some electrical appliances that I ordered last night were not delivered in time due to the rain, and they were only delivered now. After opening the door and signing for it, he opened a brand new laptop and turned it on. This time the boot time was 0.1 seconds. Congratulations on beating 99% of the people in the country. Just after turning it on, the firewall software automatically installed by the system popped up a small prompt. Compared to previous computers, it's like riding a rocket. After Lin Dao complained, he entered the official forum of the Warrior Alliance. Nowadays, new computers are very convenient. Just place the Warrior certificate on the touchpad of the laptop and log in directly. In this official forum, warriors from all over the country are posting the latest news every moment. The first version of the cultivation technique has been released. We are now recruiting experts from all over the world to work together to supplement and improve the cultivation technique. At the same time, Lin Dao saw a post that caught his eye. The latest practice technique, a cultivation technique that can extract energy from beast crystals. At this time, he clicked directly to check it out. Can't you see? But when I just clicked in to take a look, I found out that I did not have enough permissions. Lin Dao was stunned for a moment. What did this mean? Chapter 63, Opening the Meridians. Lin Dao took a closer look and discovered that all warriors who wanted to participate in this initial edition of the training technique had to be at level 6 or above. That is, only high-level warriors can participate. His current certified warrior level is only level 5, which is not good enough. Faint. Lin Dao, who was watching this scene, felt a little helpless at this time. Originally, he was very interested in this latest cultivation technique. That's fine. This time I just want to re-verify my warrior level. Based on the current situation, my level will definitely be able to reach level 7. The corners of his mouth also curled up. The innate martial arts holy body is really too strong. Now the speed of cultivation is rising like a rocket. Make an appointment for certification first, then practice for a while. After making an appointment for the afternoon level certification test on the computer, Lin Dao took out all the Peiyuan pills. Then he kept stuffing it into his mouth. In an instant, he could clearly feel that there was a majestic heaven and earth and vital energy surging out of his body. Under normal circumstances, it is simply not possible to practice like this. The Yuan Qi of heaven and earth contained in these Yuan Dan is extremely rich. Taking so much at once will overload the body and may cause you to explode and die. Of course, this is for ordinary warriors. For him, it can be completely absorbed. He sat cross-legged, digesting the energy brought by the Peiyuan pill in his body while absorbing the vital energy of heaven and earth from the outside world. And at the same time, start to mobilize the vital energy in the body and impact the meridians in the body. Generally speaking, as long as one's qi, blood, and strength meet the requirements, one can become a first-level warrior. To continue to improve, you need to temper the bones in your body. Generally, second-level warriors temper their skin membranes, third-level warriors temper their muscles, fourth-level warriors temper the bones of their upper and lower limbs, and fifth-level warriors temper their torso bones, which is considered to be the completion of full-body tempering. Because the skull is special and dangerous, it is risky to temper it, and only high-level warriors will temper it. Generally, it is only tempered to the scalp. Warriors above level 6 begin to open up some meridians in the body and focus on tempering the meridians. The meridians in the human body can be divided into 12 meridians and 8 extraordinary meridians. Among them, the 12 meridians are connected to the internal organs of a human body. After tempering the meridians, not only will the breath flow more smoothly, but the internal organs will also become stronger. Among the 8 extraordinary meridians, qi cannot flow through them, and they need to be impacted, which is called opening the meridians. For warriors from level 6 to level 8, their main task is to open up the 8 extraordinary meridians, temper the meridians, and even temper the skull and internal organs. It would be best if it could be tempered a second time, but this requirement is too high and most people cannot do it. And once all of these are accomplished, we will be heading towards the 9th level. At this moment, Lin Dao began to frantically mobilize the vital energy of heaven and earth in his body, circulating it through the meridians in his body. While tempering his meridians, he used the energy of heaven and earth to stimulate his 8 extraordinary meridians. Within a short period of time, Lin Dao could clearly feel a stinging pain. The stinging sensation became more and more intense. It really hurts to temper the meridians. I don't know if I can directly open the 8 extraordinary meridians this time. There were now obvious beads of sweat beginning to appear on Lin Dao's forehead. Although tempering the meridians is a very dangerous thing, with his current powerful control ability, no mistakes will occur at all. Moreover, the energy in his body is now beginning to impact the 8 extraordinary meridians. As long as these meridians are opened, his ability to absorb and mobilize vital energy will become even stronger. While he was immersed in a deep state of cultivation, the vital energy of heaven and earth in the air around him was rushing towards his body at an extremely fast speed. He was practicing this. Moreover, many warriors in this villa area have already felt this terrifying absorption speed. Their faces changed immediately, and they stood on the roof of their villa, looking towards the area in the distance. Those who can live here are all warriors with relatively strong strength. Their perception ability is also very good. After scanning the surroundings, they determined the direction in a short while. The vital energy from all around gathered towards that area. That villa area is number 69. Who is the person inside? Old Zhao, do you feel it? One of the middle-aged men stood on his roof, looking at the middle-aged man on the rooftop of the building next to him. I feel it. This speed of absorbing vital energy is a bit scary. Could it be a warrior above level 8? The man called Lao Zhao also spoke slowly at this time. His eyes were also filled with surprise. In the Riverside Villa District, almost all the more powerful warriors live here, but the 7th level is rare, let alone the 8th level and above. Villa number 69. Hasn't it been empty before? The man just now also had a curious look in his eyes. That property is owned by Lompa Martial Arts School. It's someone from Lompa Martial Arts School. Old Zhao thought about it for a moment, and then continued speaking. Could it be the new master has joined Lompa Martial Arts School? He muttered to himself. No matter what, living here means you live in the same community. Moreover, the other party is such a master. I should find time to visit him. There are many people who share the same idea as him. At this time, Lin Dao was immersed in cultivation. The 8 extraordinary meridians are the Du Meridian, Ren Meridian, Chong Meridian, Dai Meridian, Yangwei Meridian, Yinwei Meridian, Yinxiao Meridian, and Yanxiao Meridian. It is not easy to open every meridian. For high-level warriors, this is also a hurdle. It is safer to be led by an expert. However, for him, who possessed an innate martial arts saint body, opening his meridians was as easy as drinking water. At this moment, the Du Meridian, Ren Meridian, Chong Meridian are continuously opened by the breath in the body. As these meridians were opened, his aura instantly surged into the 8 extraordinary meridians. These vital energies seemed to have entered a dried-up ocean and were being continuously poured in. Now there were beads of sweat on Lin Dao's forehead. This time's practice is a little more difficult than before. He also had to concentrate. If he relaxed, the meridians in his body would be broken, and he would become a cripple. Almost there. He could feel that he was frantically opening up one meridian after another. The last Yin Xiao Meridian and Yang Xiao Meridian. Open it for me. Chapter 64, Father and Son's Separate Cultivation. Lin Dao's eyes suddenly opened, and at that moment, a powerful aura directly opened the last 2 meridians in one go. Boom! In an instant, it seemed as if a huge explosion came from his body. The Yuan Qi of heaven and earth that had just been emitted by the Peiyuan pill, as well as the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth that he was now continuously absorbing into his body, were all rushing madly toward his 8 extraordinary meridians that had been completely opened. The meridians were immediately filled with powerful vital energy. As the 8 extraordinary meridians opened, he felt that his whole spirit suddenly became better. Moreover, these 8 extraordinary meridians are also connected to the other meridians in the body, and the vital energy of heaven and earth begins to flow continuously through each meridian. It makes the breath in the body stronger and can contain more vital energy. The vital energy of heaven and earth emitted by the Peiyuan pills that I had just taken had already been completely absorbed. Lin Dao thought about it and continued to madly absorb the energy of heaven and earth in the air. The vital energy of heaven and earth is still flowing into his body continuously. And this time the absorption speed is even more terrifying than just now. Fuck, who exactly is this person? The vitality of the heaven and earth in this area has been sucked away. How can we practice cultivation here? All the warriors in this area now opened their eyes wide, with shock in their eyes. Many warriors already knew that the energy of heaven and earth was heading towards Villa area number 69. They're now very curious. Who is the warrior living there? At this time, Zhao Zhendong, who was driving over, also clearly felt the changes in the vital energy of heaven and earth in the air. As a high-level warrior, his perception ability is still very sharp. Even when sitting in the car, he can feel the changes in the vitality of the world outside. Is there an expert practicing in the Riverside Villa? As he drove into the neighborhood, he started talking to himself. Without any hesitation, he continued to move forward. The purpose of his coming here this time was to find Lin Dao. After all, he still needed to have a good talk with Lin Dao about what happened last night, etc. He just parked the car in front of Lin Dao's house, and the moment he got out of the car, his eyes widened. The changes in the vital energy of heaven and earth that I have just felt along the way seem to have originated from here. Brother Lin, are you practicing? Zhao Zhendong is now completely confused. He could clearly feel that all the energy of heaven and earth in the air had been absorbed and entered into the villa. Number 69. That's right. Is the absorption speed so terrifying? Hiss. Zhao Zhendong couldn't help but take a breath. Zhendong, who lives in number 69, this absorption of the heaven and earth's vital energy is too terrifying. The heaven and earth's vital energy of the entire area has been absorbed. Not far away, a middle-aged man standing there looked at Zhao Zhendong's figure and waved his hand and spoke at this time. They obviously knew each other. The new instructor of our Lompa martial arts school. Zhao Zhendong also grinned at this time, with a proud look on his face. After all, this time, he was the one who strongly recommended Lin Dao to become the martial arts school instructor. The stronger Lin Dao is, the more willing we are to make him proud. Send him a message first. However, feeling that Lin Dao seemed to be practicing, he did not knock on the door to disturb him. Instead, he directly sent a message with his mobile phone and then sat down in the area near the door. Now that I feel up close, I feel even more shocked. Just practicing can cause such a big commotion. Could it be that his level is above level 7 or even close to level 8? Just thinking about it is even more shocking. While Lin Dao was training, Lin Feitian, who was at the Federal Legion Academy, was in the training room, following the instructions of his instructor after completing basic training. This time I'm going to teach you the Tiger Fist. It's an improved version of the previous one. You should watch it carefully and learn it well. If you don't understand anything, please tell me. The instructor spoke while performing a set of boxing techniques. This boxing technique is based on strength. The process of practicing will increase the strength of your arms. If you can cultivate your punches, the power you unleash will be even stronger, especially suitable for students who are strength-oriented. Of course, no matter which aspect you focus on, you must master this set of boxing techniques. The instructor's voice continued to be heard. Lin Feitian stared at this scene intently. He now felt that not only had his cultivation speed increased, but his comprehension ability seemed to have become much stronger, and even his memory ability was extremely strong. He just watched it once and recorded the entire set of boxing techniques. If you have any questions, ask me. I'm going to take a call first. As soon as the instructor walked out of the door, the students present began to practice more slowly. Although this style of boxing is not particularly difficult, it is not easy for these students to start practicing it. It takes time to hone. Lin Feitian? You can't learn it, right? Some students now looked at Lin Feitian, who was still sitting there, and laughed out loud. Now many students have started practicing, but Lin Feitian has been sitting there, looking a little dazed. In their opinion, this meant that Lin Feitian had not remembered the set of boxing techniques that the instructor had just demonstrated. It should be okay. I just remembered something. Lin Feitian stood up as he spoke casually. The scene of the instructor demonstrating this boxing technique just now appeared in his mind, and he also concentrated and began to practice this set of boxing techniques. Although this boxing style is not fast, it is very methodical. So leisurely. A student looked at Lin Feitian's actions and spoke out with a sour tone. In the past few days, Lin Feiqian's training attitude was really exaggerated. He practiced nonstop every day. He also became the best student in the class and was often praised, which caused dissatisfaction in some people. But at the same time he spoke, Lin Feiqian's boxing skills began to slowly increase in speed. After becoming familiar with this set of boxing techniques, he felt a sense of satisfaction when fighting. Moreover, under the influence of his strength talent, the power released by his boxing became even more sufficient. Bump, bump, bump. Now every time I throw a punch, I seem to be able to hear a dull sound. The students next to him were a little confused for a moment when they saw Lin Feiqian suddenly speeding up. Looking at Lin Feiqian, he seemed to have turned into a tiger. Chapter 65 Genius, Lin Feiqian. The more Lin Feiqian practiced, the more powerful his arms felt. And this set of boxing techniques is becoming more and more familiar. Tiger boxing. It really is worthy of being called Tiger Fist. He is getting more and more excited now. And this set of boxing techniques is so powerful and refreshing. The effect of strength talent is fully revealed at this time. Feiqian, I've learned this. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes were stunned. The set of boxing that Lin Feiqian was performing now was exactly the same as the one the instructor had just performed. And he seems to be becoming more and more proficient from being unfamiliar at first. The instructor gave him some special treatment. The faces of the students who had just laughed at him turned ugly when they saw this scene. In their opinion, it was impossible for Lin Feiqian to learn so much in a short time. Obviously, I had secretly studied it before, and it is very likely that he has been training so hard during this period just to secretly practice this set of boxing techniques. This made them feel even more uncomfortable. Why can he practice boxing first? If they could practice first, they would definitely be no worse than Lin Feiqian. Who's doing boxing? At this moment, the instructor, who had just finished a phone call outside, came in. He had just apparently heard someone inside punching with great force. He could even hear the wind. Coach Zhang, you're being unfair. Lin Feiqian has already learned the Tiger Fist. A student spoke up as he saw the instructor walk in. His tone was also a bit sour. In his opinion, Lin Feiqian must have learned this boxing technique early, which was very unfair to them. Why is it him? What's the meaning? I've never taught this Tiger Fist to anyone before. Instructor Zhang frowned. The students present were also stunned for a moment. Instructor Zhang. Lin Feiqian, isn't it because you learned the Tiger Fist in advance that you are so proficient now? A student also spoke up subconsciously at this time. As soon as he finished speaking, Instructor Zhang also looked towards Lin Feiqian. During this period of time, among all the students in this class, Lin Feiqian was the one who worked the hardest in his practice. But even so, he had not taught the other party any boxing techniques in advance. Lin Feiqian, have you learned the Tiger Fist? He looked at Lin Feiqian and continued to speak. I just saw the teacher's demonstration and imitated it to learn from it. Lin Feiqian didn't think much and spoke directly. He wasn't lying. Just now he was just imitating and learning, but unexpectedly, it seemed very easy to learn. In particular, the fierce and powerful boxing style, such as Tiger Fist, is very suitable for him. Imitation learning? How is this possible? Many students nearby still had expressions of disbelief in their eyes. How can one imitate it so vividly just by imitating it like this? Show me another set of boxing moves. Instructor Zhang's expression now turned serious. Fight seriously. Just now outside, he clearly heard the wind generated by the punch. He thought someone was coming in from the back to guide this group of students. Good. Lin Feiqian nodded at this time. He took a deep breath and then slowly began to perform the Tiger Fist technique. After fighting a few times, he has obviously become much more proficient in this set of boxing. Every punch looks precise, and every punch carries a strong sense of power. The students standing nearby also subconsciously took a few steps back, because when watching the other person boxing, it was like seeing a tiger, which was a bit scary. Did you really just imitate me? Instructor Zhang couldn't help but speak out now. The situation he saw now was truly shocking to him. Although Lin Feiqian's boxing skills are not yet very smooth, each punch looks so powerful. It's just so shocking. I'll only get here. After performing this set of boxing, Lin Feiqian also nodded. Because the boxing skills that Instructor Zhang just demonstrated were incomplete, he couldn't continue fighting. Good. Instructor Zhang now also has an excited look on his face. Wizards, this is definitely a genius. Continue. Everyone keep practicing. Next, I will continue to demonstrate boxing techniques and see if you can learn them too. Instructor Zhang took a deep breath at this time, looked at the students around him, and slowly spoke at this time. Yes, the students also reacted immediately. They're now also stimulated by Lin Feiqian's performance and look very enthusiastic. Instructor Zhang continued to demonstrate the boxing technique from beginning to end. The main purpose of his doing this was actually to let Lin Feiqian take a closer look at the boxing techniques from beginning to end. After all, the opponent was able to achieve this level before he had even finished demonstrating the whole set of boxing techniques. After watching it this time, will he remember all of this boxing techniques? If I could really remember it. There's a very talented person in their class. This made him very excited, because martial artists with better talents have always gone to martial arts universities. Those who went to the Federal Legion Academy were either from poor families or had poor talents. Therefore, it is very difficult to train a powerful warrior in the Federal Army. It is extremely rare. But if Lin Feiqian's talent is so strong, then he could help the Federal Legion Academy get some relief. After all, at the end of every year, the Federal Legion Academy would hold a national freshman competition with the rest of the martial arts universities. In the absence of the ability to use hot weapons, the Federal Legion Academy is almost at the bottom of the list. This is the Tiger Fist. Lin Feiqian, on the other hand, didn't think so much about it. His attention was now entirely on Instructor Zhang. He wants to learn this set of boxing. This kind of rigid boxing style is perfect for him now. At the same time, in Longsheng, at the Riverside Villa, have you finished your training? Zhao Zhendong sat at the door waiting for a long time, and suddenly felt that the vitality of heaven and earth that was gathering from all directions was becoming weaker and weaker. It seems that the other party has stopped absorbing. The door is not locked. Just come in. And Lin Dao's voice also came at this time. Good. Zhao Zhendong reacted immediately and stood up. He was now filled with doubts and shock. The speed of absorbing the vital energy of heaven and earth that I just felt was really a bit exaggerated. It seemed that the ability that the other party showed during the interview test on that day was not his true ability. What is his real level? Chapter 66, the opponent, is a powerful master. When Zhao Zhendong pushed the door and walked in, the warriors outside who were paying attention to the situation here couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Finally stopped practicing. When the other party was practicing just now, all the vital energy of heaven and earth in this area was sucked away. They wanted to practice, but they could not absorb much of the vital energy of heaven and earth. It's simply too exaggerated. Lompa Martial Arts School. What kind of monster has come? Some warriors looked in the direction of Villa number 69 and muttered to themselves. At this moment, Zhao Zhendong just walked in and saw Lin Dao, who had finished practicing and washed up. At this moment, Lin Dao changed into a new set of clothes, and his whole body was full of energy and spirit. One could even vaguely feel a strong sense of oppression emanating from his body. It seems to be even stronger than what I saw yesterday. Did he just have a breakthrough? Sit down. There's no tea in this room, either. Lin Dao looked around, then picked up a bottle of children's milk and threw it to Zhao Zhendong. You drink this? Zhao Zhendong looked at the bottle of children's milk in his hand, and his face suddenly became frowning. Fine. Sufficient nutrition, replenish physical strength. Lin Dao laughed. Okay. Zhao Zhendong hesitated for a moment, then took out a straw, poked a hole in it, and took a sip. After all, the other party had already given it to him, and it seemed a bit inappropriate to just not drink it. Sweet and sour. The taste seems to be okay. Ow! You came to see me so early in the morning. Maybe there is something going on. Lin Dao smiled. He still looked very relaxed and free, without any sign of nervousness. He is still in a very good mood now. When he was practicing just now, his extremely powerful aura directly opened up all the 8 extraordinary meridians. Now all the vital energy of heaven and earth in the body is flowing through the 8 extraordinary meridians and the 12 regular meridians. The flow rate has become faster. Moreover, the vital energy of heaven and earth contained in the meridians is several times more than before. This is very helpful when unleashing the power of martial arts. After all, the method now used is to transform thunder into gas, which consumes the vital energy of heaven and earth in the body for transformation. Every time it is used, it will consume a lot. It is very difficult to absorb the vital energy of heaven and earth during a battle. However, he possesses an innate martial arts holy body, so this situation is not so bad. Su Changfeng was killed last night, did you know? Zhao Zhendong looked at him and said seriously. He wanted to see if he could see some clues from Lin Dao's eyes. Oh, how could he be killed? Lin Dao frowned slightly. There was no sign of panic in his expression. Lin Dao, who didn't make a move? Zhao Zhendong thought about it for a moment and spoke out. I was practicing last night. How could I possibly go and kill him? Lin Dao shook his head. He had faced countless things before when he completed missions in the Federal Legion. This psychological quality is still there. So there was no sign of panic at all. That's good, because the bodies of the Blood Evil organization were found in Su Changfeng's home. If others think that you did it, the people from the Blood Evil organization might be angry with you. Zhao Zhendong couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief now. What he was most worried about was actually getting associated with the Blood Evil organization. The other side are a group of lunatics. Once they kill members of their Blood Evil organization, more people from the Blood Evil organization will retaliate. Blood Evil organization. Is it the legendary killer organization? Lin Dao also showed a look of surprise, as if he found it very incredible. Right? That organization is full of anti-human guys. You serve in the Federation Army. You should be familiar with the battles against the Bandit Army, right? Zhao Zhendong nodded and continued to speak at this time. Certainly. How could he not be aware of these battles? Because he personally killed a lot of bandits back then. Back then, those bandits took advantage of the space cracks to start a war. Although they were all wiped out in the end, some bandits still survived around the world. And these surviving bandits formed an organization called the Blood Evil Organization. When Zhao Zhendong said this, his expression became extremely solemn. This organization is spread all over the world and is currently the biggest headache for federal governments around the world. Moreover, there are also master-level warriors in this organization. It's very troublesome to deal with. At this point, he couldn't help but sigh. There is actually a grandmaster-level existence. Lin Dao frowned. More than 10 years ago, the warriors on Earth had not yet fully developed the space rifts. After he retired that year, with the emergence of more and more warriors, space cracks were continuously conquered, and many warriors obtained treasures from them. With the help of treasures, more and more space cracks can be solved. Under this positive cycle, the strength of all warriors has been greatly improved. And if it weren't for his chi and blood depletion disease, he would definitely be able to catch up with this wave. But there is no point in saying all this. There is no turning back or regret in life. All we can do is keep moving forward. It has nothing to do with you. The federal government is currently tracking down clues about these Blood Evil organizations. But Su Changfeng contacted the people from the Blood Evil organization in order to kill you. I wonder if the people from the Blood Evil organization also know this information. There is still a little potential risk. Zhao Zhendong thought about it for a moment and spoke at this time. This time, things were really weird. I have no idea who did it. And even the people from the Blood Evil organization were killed. I'll be careful. By the way, who did it? Can we find out? There was also curiosity in Lin Dao's eyes. I don't know, because a fire burned away all traces. But it is certain that the other party is a powerful master. When Zhao Zhendong said this, there was excitement on his face. To be able to kill so many members of the Blood Evil organization, including a peak 6-level warrior, his strength must be extremely strong. And he must have been killed within a short period of time. So strong. I'm really curious about the other party's purpose in killing them. Lin Dao couldn't help but sigh out loud now. Oh, it's almost time. I'm going to go out. He looked at the time and saw that it would be time for the scheduled test soon. Where are you going? Zhao Zhendong was slightly startled and spoke subconsciously. Test. Chapter 67 Wuji Martial Arts School, Ma Shangfeng. Test. Zhao Zhendong was stunned. Warrior level certification. Lin Dao smiled, then took out a secret book from inside and put it into the box that the Warrior Alliance had delivered to him. He had already annotated the key points of each practice step for this rhythm of wind and thunder before. After seeing this, Lin Feiqian thought that it shouldn't be difficult to learn. But if you really want to learn it completely, it takes a lot of time and also requires a certain amount of talent. Although his son has good talent, it is very difficult for him to fully master the secret. Let's take it one step at a time. If I become stronger in the future, maybe I can get some special treasures to help my son improve his strength. Come on, I'll drive you there. Zhao Zhendong is now also very curious about Lin Dao's true level. Good. Lin Dao nodded slightly. The other party is more familiar with Longsheng, so it would be fine to have him lead the way. Soon, he went to the Warrior Alliance's express delivery station and sent the package out. Although the cost of using Warrior Alliance Express is much higher, the security is absolutely guaranteed. Unlike some ordinary couriers, if there is any problem when sending some valuable items, they will blame you. This is the headquarters of the Dragon City Warrior Alliance. It's quite impressive, isn't it? After Zhao Zhendong drove Lin Dao to the Warrior Alliance, he also laughed. Yeah, I've been here once. Lin Dao nodded slightly. I see. Zhao Zhendong also smiled a little awkwardly. Soon, the two of them walked straight in. The last time he went was to the Warrior Alliance's acquisition center, and this time he went directly to the testing hall. Compared to the flow of people in the acquisition hall, there are a lot more people here. Warriors were coming and going everywhere. Mr. Zhao. Meet Mr. Zhao. Along the way, many people recognized Zhao Zhendong and kept greeting him. After all, he is the instructor of Lompa Martial Arts School and has participated in many missions, so it is normal that many people look familiar to him. The people who greeted him also looked at Lin Dao with curiosity in their eyes. Old man? Not really. Apart from his hair, he looks like he is in his 30s. I'll be there soon. The test should be completed soon. After Lin Dao got his number plate, he looked at the big screen in front of him and saw that there were only a few people ahead of his number. Brother Lin, come on. Your basic salary will also increase when you get a higher grade in the test. Zhao Zhendong laughed. He was still very curious in his heart. Because as a level 7 person, I can feel that Lin Dao's strength is very impressive, and it is definitely impossible that he is only level 5. But the upper limit is unclear. He nodded slightly. Zhao Zhendong, you're here for the test too? But judging from your appearance, it doesn't look like you have broken through to the 8th level. At this moment, not far away, a group of people wearing well-equipped equipment were walking towards them. The leader was a middle-aged man with a beard who looked very imposing. He was wearing silver-white armor, and on the cloak behind him were the words Wuji. Ma Shangfeng. What's going on? Have you guys at Wuji Martial Arts School recruited any new members? Zhao Zhendong sneered. Wuji Martial Arts School is also one of the top 5 martial arts schools in China. They also don't get along with their Lompa Martial Arts School. After all, as one of the 5 major martial arts schools, the competition for resources is very fierce. You are right then. This is our newcomer, 20 years old, a 5th level warrior. At this time, Ma Shangfeng patted the young man next to him on the shoulder and laughed out loud. My name is Lei Yibin. Nice to meet you, Mr. Zhao. The young man also smiled and clasped his fists. When the people around heard what they had said before, they couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Level 5 at the age of 20. This kind of strength is too terrifying. If one can reach this level at such a young age, his future will be limitless. Lei Yibin heard the exclamations from all around him, and at this moment, a look of pride appeared on his face. Being so young and having such strength, he really has the capital to be proud. Zhao Zhendong also nodded slightly. Although he was not on good terms with their Wuji Martial Arts School, he did not give them a hard time because he did not want to offend someone who smiled at him. Moreover, the other party's age and strength are indeed a bit surprising. He reached the 5th level in his early 20s, which really makes him a genius. This patient in the late stage of qi and blood depletion is here for testing. At this time, Ma Shangfeng looked towards Lin Dao. He could tell at a glance that Lin Dao was a patient suffering from qi and blood deficiency, and his hair became like this after the acute phase. It's just a bit curious how this patient can look so energetic, and the aura is very restrained. It turns out to be qi and blood decline disease. I just said it. It's impossible to diet like this. It's such a pity. She's not that old, but she has this incurable disease. I don't know what the people Zhao Zhendong brought from Lompa Martial Arts School are going to do. He's here for the test. Didn't you see the number plate in his hand? People around were also whispering. Compared with the previous test hall in Guangya City, there are more people in the test hall here. There are also many warriors of higher levels. Now, with so many eyes staring at us, most people would still feel a lot of pressure. Let me introduce you to Lin Dao, the new instructor of our Lompa Martial Arts School. Zhao Zhendong also laughed out loud when he was around. The moment he finished speaking, the whole audience was in an uproar. The new instructor of Lompa Martial Arts School. Isn't this a patient with qi and blood deficiency? How can I become the new instructor of Lompa Martial Arts School? Are you kidding? Or a relative? Zhao Zhendong. Even if our Wuji martial arts school has recruited a talented newcomer, you don't have to get angry and deliberately play tricks on us. Ma Shangfeng looked at him and sneered. Although Lin Dao does look like a relatively strong warrior, how strong can a sick warrior be? I'm not kidding you guys. Zhao Zhendong spoke calmly. Lin Dao, right? I am the instructor of Wuji martial arts school, Ma Shangfeng. Ma Shangfeng narrowed his eyes slightly and stretched out his hand towards Lin Dao. Lin Dao. Lin Dao also smiled and stretched out his hand to shake it. Click, click. At the moment when the two sides shook hands, they could clearly hear sounds like frying beans. That's the sound of bones rubbing against each other. Ma Shangfeng's face changed drastically. Chapter 68. This must be a disease of increased qi in blood. Originally, he deliberately extended his hand to shake hands with Lin Dao to test the other party. But I never expected that the power of the opponent's palm would be so strong. He felt as if he was being clamped tightly by an indestructible pair of iron pliers. His finger bones were also rubbed under the constant crushing of that terrifying force. The severe pain made his face turn pale. Mr. Ma, it's our first meeting. Thank you for your guidance. Lin Dao smiled slightly. Okay, you let go first. Ma Shangfeng spoke up quickly now. The people from Wuji Martial Arts School behind him were also stunned for a moment. What's going on? Just now, they clearly saw that Ma Shangfeng wanted to intimidate the other party. But who could have thought that things would suddenly turn around? On the contrary, Ma Shangfeng seemed a little unbearable. Especially those crisp sounds just now, which are obviously the sounds produced by the hand bones being pinched and rubbed together when shaking hands. Number 325, please get ready. Just at this moment, the voice of the radio broadcast came from the front. I'll go test it first. After Lin Dao let go, he said something to Zhao Zhendong and walked straight forward. Good. Zhao Zhendong nodded, then looked towards Ma Shangfeng. Is it fun? He grinned. Seeing Ma Shangfeng being humiliated really made him feel refreshed. At this moment, he also walked forward quickly. Quick, go see him test it. Did you see that just now? Ma Shangfeng seemed to be defeated. Is this person very powerful? It seems that even Ma Shangfeng is afraid of him. Shoo, keep your voice down. Don't let the people at Wuji Martial Arts School hear you. People around were also whispering. Although their voices were very soft, Ma Shangfeng heard them clearly. His face now turned gloomy. Teacher Ma, Lei Yibin also looked at Ma Shangfeng. Go and have a look. Ma Shangfeng said in a deep voice. He still feels severe pain in his hand bones, but the shock in his heart made him seem to forget the pain for a moment. Forest Road. How come he had never heard of such a person? And judging from the brief handshake just now, the other party's strength is definitely above his. Can a person with qi and blood depletion disease be stronger than him? If someone had told him this before, he would have thought it was bullshit. But now he had experienced it firsthand. At this moment, the people from Wuji Martial Arts School once again returned to the testing area, ready to watch people being tested. Hello, please punch me hard. Be careful. You cannot use martial arts. And you only have 2 chances. Standing in front of the latest strength tester, the recorder next to it was constantly explaining the precautions. He looked at the other person's appearance and couldn't help but shake his head secretly in his heart. With the qi and blood declining to this extent, what's the point of taking the test to certify the warrior's rank? Bang! Just as he finished speaking, Lin Dao had already thrown a simple punch. This punch didn't seem to have any charge. It was just a simple punch. The numbers on the strength instrument rose rapidly in that instant. It broke through 5 digits in an instant. Finally, it settled at 22,150. More than 22,000 kilograms. Fuck. 7th level warrior. He is really a 7th level warrior. Oh my god, I just thought it was an old man from somewhere. How dare you call a 7th level warrior an old man? Are you courting death? The crowd around was suddenly in an uproar. The current situation is truly shocking. This casual punch actually produced such a high value. The recorder was dumbfounded. All right, I'm going to get my blood tested. Lin Dao spoke calmly. Okay. After the recorder realized what was happening, he nodded like a chick pecking at rice. He was also swallowing saliva violently now. That's crazy. Just now I thought that the other party was just an ordinary patient with qi and blood deficiency, but I never expected that a casual punch could exert a force of more than 22,000 kilograms. This is definitely the level of a 7th level peak warrior. What's even more terrifying is that the opponent didn't even accumulate any strength at all. It was just a simple punch. Qi and blood value 78,800. The whole body membrane is tempered at once. All muscles in the body are tempered at once. All bones are tempered at once. The body's energy is extremely abundant. Extremely strong life activity. Extremely fast nerve response. Successful meridian tempering at one time. The 8 extraordinary meridians have been opened. Next, Lin Dao began to test various physical qualities. With today's large machines, the body can be scanned directly and a large amount of information will appear continuously. The tester was completely dumbfounded when looking at these values. The blood value is too high. Is this fucking machine stupid? Ma Shangfeng's eyes widened as he looked at the blood and energy values displayed on the machine. Not only him, but the other martial artists in Wuji Martial Arts School and even the surrounding martial artists were all dumbfounded when they saw the terrifying qi and blood value. Is this a patient with qi and blood decline syndrome or qi and blood increase syndrome? How can this qi and blood be so strong? Yes. Is there something wrong with the machine? Something must have gone wrong. How can this qi and blood value be so high? Many people listened to Ma Shangfeng's words and protested when they arrived. The qi and blood value is too outrageous. The level of qi and blood value is almost that of an 8th level warrior. It's so terrible. How can a machine like this break down so easily? Stop being funny, okay? Zhao Zhendong crossed his arms across his chest and looked at everyone present with a sneer in his eyes. He is also very excited inside. The values obtained from the Lin Dao test this time are simply shocking. The casual punch, just now, was able to produce such a high force. Moreover, Lin Dao could have punched with even greater force, but he didn't seem to take it seriously. What's even more outrageous are the physical fitness tests that follow. The blood and qi values scanned out actually reached a terrifying 70,000. This kind of qi and blood value is definitely that of an 8th level warrior. He also noticed that Lin Dao's meridians have been tempered and all 8 extraordinary meridians were opened. Thinking of this, a bead of sweat appeared on his forehead. What kind of monster is this? Lompa Martial Arts School had done a background check on Lin Dao. He was formerly a soldier in the Union Regiment, and there is indeed a syndrome of qi and blood decline. I came here through a letter of introduction from a captain of the Federal Legion. Could it be that the other party has been hiding his strength? Before his qi and blood declined, could he still be at the 9th level or even a grandmaster? Hiding in the city? Chapter 69, Score Control. The more Zhao Zhendong thought about it, the more shocked he felt. At this moment, some staff members nearby came over and started discussing with the recorder. Because the situation this time is indeed a bit weird. For them who are experienced, they can be sure that the other party must be suffering from qi and blood deficiency. And it's a very serious one. But why do patients with qi and blood deficiency test out such exaggerated data? Could it be that there's really a machine malfunction? The more they thought about it, the more incredible it seemed. In addition, many warriors around began to make a fuss and question. Mr. Lin, I'm sorry. Could you please test it again on the testing machine over here? At this moment, the recorder also spoke up. The opponent's strength must not be underestimated. But is it really that outrageous? Even the qi and blood value reached a terrifying level of 78,000. It's outrageous. This level of qi and blood is about to reach the level of an 8th level warrior. King, Lin Dao said calmly. With so many people questioning, these staff members are under a lot of pressure. He didn't want to offend Lin Dao, but he had no choice but to retest. Now that I heard that he agreed, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Lin Dao moved to the fist strength testing instrument next to him. Are you sure the machine isn't broken this time? Lin Dao smiled. Certainly. The recorder also spoke up immediately. Bang! The moment he finished speaking, Lin Dao suddenly punched out. A dull explosion sounded instantly. The numbers on the screen above were also spinning wildly at this moment. 29999. Everyone looked at the words on the screen with their eyes widened, their eyes filled with disbelief. The warriors who had just been shouting that there might be something wrong with the machine now had dazed looks in their eyes. 29,999 kilograms of strength. 8th rank warrior? Ma Shangfeng of Wuji Martial Arts School was also shocked. A punching force of 30,000 kilograms is the strength of an 8th level warrior. How the hell is this test getting higher and higher? And this punching power of 29,999 Should this guy be controlling the points? The control of punching power has not reached the level of an 8th level warrior. The more he thought about it, the more horrified he became. Continue the test. Lin Dao smiled. Mr. Lin, this way please. After these staff members came to their senses, they spoke up immediately. Under their guidance, they entered into that special large machine. Qi and blood value 79,100. The whole body membrane is tempered at once. All muscles in the body are tempered at once. All bones are tempered at once. The body's energy is extremely abundant. Extremely strong life activity. Extremely fast nerve response. Successfully tempered the meridians at one time. The 8 extraordinary meridians have been opened. A large amount of information began to appear again. The HP value is higher than before. The warriors present were completely confused at this time. However, there are some fluctuations in the test of Qi and blood values, and the results were the same on 2 consecutive machines. It is impossible that all the machines are broken down. In other words, the opponent's strength has really reached this level. Let's go. Ma Shangfeng now took a breath of cold air, took a deep breath, and then spoke to the people around him. It's so fucking perverted. If he has such strength in this situation, then his previous strength must have been even more terrifying. What kind of person did the people from Lompa Martial Arts School recruit? Within 1 hour, I want all the information about that Lin Dao. After the people from Wuji Martial Arts School followed Ma Shangfeng out of the door, he suddenly stopped. He turned around and spoke to the people behind him. Yes. These people looked at each other and nodded subconsciously. Forest Road. I've never heard of this person before. When did this person emerge? Surprisingly, Lompa Martial Arts School got there first. At this moment, the faces of those who had just raised doubts turned pale. After many people saw that the people from Wuji Martial Arts School had left, they chose to run away. The machine may fail the first time, but it is impossible for all machines to fail. Besides, now that they have calmed down, they know that it must be true. The opponent's strength is so strong. What a pity. You meet the test requirements in other aspects, except for your punching power, so you could be assessed as an 8th level warrior. The recorder also came to his senses at this time and smiled. He said so, but deep down, he had a feeling. The other party seemed to do it on purpose. The punch force was deliberately stuck at this point in order not to directly certify the 8th level. But if that's the case, it's too outrageous. The punching force of 29,999 kilograms is just 1 kilogram short. Is it really possible for someone to control the force so precisely? The more I think about it, the more unbelievable it becomes. It doesn't matter. I saw on the official website today that there are rewards for successfully certifying a 7th level warrior, right? Lin Dao said with a smile. Right. This week, warriors who are certified as level 7 will receive a monetary reward of 300,000 yuan, and will also have a free spot in the martial arts tournament in a month. The recorder also reacted now and spoke immediately. After he said this, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He vaguely felt that the other party seemed to be suppressing his strength deliberately in order to obtain the reward of being certified as a 7th level warrior. This way, please. We will replace your ID now. At this time, other staff members also spoke up respectfully. It is extremely rare to find someone who has reached the 7th level of certification and is about to break through to the 8th level. Good. As Lin Dao walked out, the people around him immediately made way for him. A strange warrior with white hair has arrived at Lompa Martial Arts School. His chi and health are very high, and he is now certified at the peak of the 7th level, becoming the new mentor. Many people looked at Lin Dao's back as he left and began chatting with other netizens in their social groups. At the same time, in another abandoned building, several men were sitting on some concrete pipes, with changing expressions in their eyes. One of them was a middle-aged man with a tattoo on his neck, playing with a lighter, repeatedly lighting and extinguishing the cigarette. Shirazawa, he died just like that. Was it someone from the Federation who did it? Chapter 70 Lung Ling's Revenge. When he said this, his face turned extremely cold. Brother Crow, we have checked the news now. It seems that the federal government has not taken any action. The cause of death of Shirazawa and the others is now being investigated even by their own people. One of the women, who was wearing hot clothes, was operating her mobile phone and looking at the content on it while speaking. Who is that? The man nicknamed Crow now frowned. Nothing. I have no idea who did it. And now the people from Lompa Martial Arts School are also investigating. The woman looked up at him and spread her hands helplessly. The other 3 men present also looked very solemn. After all, Shirasawa is a member of their organization. This time he actually died in Longsheng, and it is still unclear who did it. The top leaders of the organization are now very angry about this matter. Their dignified, bloody killer organization now looked more like they were being assassinated by someone else. It's a slap in the face. However, Su Changfeng and his team asked Bai Zhe to complete the task of killing a man named Lin Dao. Could this matter be related to this person? One of the men seemed to have thought of something at this time and spoke slowly. As soon as he finished speaking, the pupils of the middle-aged man sitting in the corner shrank slightly. You said that person's name is Lin Dao. The middle-aged man looked up and spoke immediately. His tone seemed a little excited, which made the rest of the people present stunned for a moment. Lung Ling, why are you so excited? There was also curiosity in the crow's eyes. Because Lung Ling usually looks very calm. But now I'm so excited. Right? His name is Lin Dao. According to the information we have collected, he just became the instructor of Lompa Martial Arts School yesterday. Then I became enemies with Su Changfeng because I crippled his arms. After Su Changfeng was expelled from Lompa Martial Arts School, he held a grudge and asked our people to kill him. The man explained the whole story. Is he from Guangya City? Or a former soldier of the Confederate Legion? Lung Ling took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and spoke slowly. Right? The man nodded. It's him indeed. Crow, this matter may be related to him. I'm going to apply to kill him. Lung Ling spoke immediately. His eyes were now filled with deep hatred. I can't wait to take action. Not necessarily. Crow raised his brow. Do you have any grudge against him? He wondered out loud. Not only him, everyone else's eyes were looking towards Lung Ling. Because judging from the attitude Lung Ling is showing now, something is obviously not right. It was as if there was some deep hatred between them. It's possible that he was one of the accomplices who killed my brother Di Jun. Lung Ling also calmed down a little at this time. Di Jun is his biological brother. He had committed a crime and was fleeing, so he was taken in by Zhao Hu. But he never expected that he would not only be caught by federal murderers, but also killed. Although there was no surveillance on the nearby street, he checked the surveillance in other areas and found that during that period of time, there were only 2 people who walked towards that area, and there were also warriors. One is Zhang Tao, and the other is Lin Dao. Both of them were on his kill list. No matter whether Lin Dao was involved or not, any warrior who went to that street that day would die. I did hear that your brother was caught by the criminal squad. The crow also nodded slightly. For us, the blood demons, if we want to kill someone, we will just kill him. What's more, he might be involved in this matter. It would be best to pry some information out of him and see if we can get some clues about who killed the members of our blood evil organization. When he said this, his expression turned cold. The reason why their blood evil organization is feared all over the world. It's because their organization is vindictive. If anyone dies during the mission, other members will continue to retaliate against this target. But the other party is now the instructor of Lompa Martial Arts School, so it may be difficult to attack him. The hot woman just now looked at the messages summarized on her mobile phone and frowned slightly. Although their blood evil organization is notorious, the opponent is, after all, a mentor of the Lompa Martial Arts School, so it is not so easy to attack him. I checked. Lompa Martial Arts School will have a debut event. Every time a new mentor is appointed, he will lead the team to the area outside the city to defeat powerful monsters 3 days later. He will definitely leave the city, and that will be our chance. Lung Ling also spoke up immediately. Haha, Lung Ling, it seems that you have already investigated everything clearly. The crow also laughed out loud at this time. Okay, let's go check it out. If we can kill this man, it would be considered as establishing our authority. When the crow said this, his eyes narrowed slightly. Although Lompa Martial Arts School is one of the 5 major martial arts schools, they're not afraid at all. The Blood Evil organization is already notorious throughout the world, and it doesn't care about establishing more rival martial arts schools. On the contrary, it will increase their prestige. Hey, this is an opportunity, just kill that guy. Another man who looked tall and strong also looked up with a crazy smile on his face. He was addicted to killing, and no one knew how many people had died at his hands. The thought of killing someone again made my body tremble with excitement. Kill you first. Let me find that guy from the Federal Crime Squad again. No one can escape. Lung Ling's face has now become extremely ferocious. Brother Lin, when you tested your punching power just now, were you doing it on purpose? At the same time, after replacing the new warrior qualification certificate and receiving the reward, Zhao Zhendong on the side couldn't help but speak out. When he thought about the 29,999 displayed by the punching force testing instrument just now, he still felt shocked. Moreover, the other party did not show any regret at all for almost being certified at the 8th level. Instead, he went straight to claim the reward. It was as if he was deliberately controlling his punching power and getting stuck at level 7 to receive the reward. After all, this time, rewards are only given to those who have reached the 7th level of certification, and in another week, rewards will be given to those who have reached the 8th level of certification. This kind of phased activity is often held by the Warrior Alliance. It can be considered a benefit for warriors. Do you think I'm strong enough to control the power of my punches? It was just luck. Lin Dao smiled. As he looked into the distance, the system prompt suddenly appeared again. Mission completed. Chapter 71, I did it. Observe the distance for 1 hour every day to improve vision and visual capture ability. Completed. With the appearance of the system prompt, Lin Dao could clearly feel that his eyesight had further improved. The clarity of the objects he could see was more exaggerated than before, and he could also see farther away. When he looked carefully, he could clearly see that things around him seemed to slow down. He was also a little surprised when he felt these conditions. The ability to perceive and capture at high speed. 2. But you will soon be at level 8. One more test. I think I'll be at level 8 soon. Zhao Zhendong also laughed at this time. He still seems a little excited now. After all, Lin Dao's strength was indeed beyond his imagination. And this is what he strongly recommended to become a mentor. Thinking of this, a smug look appeared on his face. Let's test again after a while to see if there are any rewards for successfully certifying the 8th level. Lin Dao withdrew his gaze from the distance. Now he has a participation card for the Dragon City Martial Arts Tournament. Because there are so many people who have registered, but the number of places to participate is limited, in order to obtain the qualification to register, in addition to the direct invitation from the Martial Arts Conference, you need to compete with a lot of warriors for registration places online. Now that I have this competition card, I can directly get a place, which seems a lot easier. I think so. Zhao Zhendong nodded. Really? The more I think about it, the more it seems like the other party is deliberately controlling me. Deliberately let your level stop at level 7. Soon, Lin Dao returned home. He turned on his computer and logged into the Warrior Alliance forum. The information in the forum has obviously been updated. Next to his ID, there is a level 7 icon. Very good. That way you can read that post. He is also very interested in this cultivation technique. Before, because of his low level, he didn't even have the qualifications to view it. But this time, he clicked on the pinned post about cultivation techniques and was able to read it. Is this the practice method to extract the energy of beast crystals? It does look a bit complicated. Ordinary warriors would not understand this at all. As Lin Dao continued to scan, his expression became serious. Compared to the wind and thunder rhythm he had learned before, this practice seemed more troublesome. But it's just a little more troublesome. With his innate martial arts saint body, comprehending this practice method is as easy as drinking water. There are so many questions. It's like a bug. Lin Dao quickly finished reading the cultivation technique and was able to annotate each line of words in this post. Not many people are commenting on it now. After all, there are not many people who want to understand this cultivation technique. It's too difficult. Who wrote it so hard? It's such a simple thing. Lin Dao thought about it for a moment and responded at this time. Because according to what is said here, this new version of the practice technique will also receive a large number of points as rewards based on merit and contribution. The points accumulated in the forum can be exchanged for many treasures that cannot be purchased with money. Try it first. After thinking for a while, he took out a piece of animal crystal from his backpack and placed it in the palm of his hand. As he practiced the cultivation technique he had just learned, within a short period of time, he could clearly see a lot of energy flying out of the crystal. These flying energies were like thin lines, constantly entering into his body. What a strong energy! Feeling this situation, Lin Dao was also a little surprised. However, although this energy can enter the body, it cannot remain in the body for a long time like the vital energy of heaven and earth. So now we can only use this energy, gather it at a certain part of the body, and temper the body. Without any hesitation, He directly controlled the energies to cover the membrane of his body, and then carried out secondary tempering. After being tempered by the vital energy of heaven and earth, the body has become extremely tough. Now, after the second tempering, he could also feel the tingling sensation coming from the membranes all over his body. It really works. If it's just a crystal, the energy in it is not high. Lin Dao picked up the rest of the crystals and placed them beside him. After practicing the technique, he began to absorb the energy in these crystals. He can extract any energy from the crystals around him. More and more energy flew out, then covered the surface of his body, continuing to temper the membrane. Although the process was extremely painful, Lin Dao not only did not show any sign of pain, but was rather a little excited. This feeling of pain proves that the tempering now is completely effective, but the energy of this crystal is consumed quite quickly. 6th level beast crystal, absorb it directly. He picked up the 6th level beast crystal he had obtained earlier and continued to lift the crystals inside. The energy inside the crystal stone was like countless silk threads, continuously radiating out and covering the surface of Lin Dao's body. The tingling sensation all over my body is getting stronger and stronger. You can even clearly see the skin turning red and bleeding. Very good. This kind of beast crystal is powerful enough. Lin Dao is also excited now. Secondary tempering is actually very difficult using only the energy of heaven and earth. Because it has already been tempered once with the yuan qi of heaven and earth, the concentration of the yuan qi of heaven and earth must be much higher during the second tempering process, so the effect of the tempering is also limited. However, using beast crystals, which are completely different and have corrosive energy properties, is best to perform a second, or even the legendary third, tempering process. Time passed by every second. As night fell, Lin Dao's eyes opened slightly. There was a lot of coagulated blood on his skin. It's done. I did it. With a thought from Lin Dao, a powerful aura emanated from the pores of his body, directly dispersing the coagulated blood on the surface of his skin. His membrane is now tougher than before. Secondary tempering is a very difficult task, but with his talent and ability, he completed the tempering in just a few hours. This speed is already exaggerated, but just tempering the membrane has consumed all the energy of these crystals. Looking at the crystal stones under his feet that had turned into transparent glass, he couldn't help but sigh. And through today's practice, he has gained more insights in his heart. After taking a hot bath to wash off the remaining bloodstains on his body, he changed into pajamas and sat in front of the computer again. Start annotating. If we change it this way, not only will the effect be better, but it will also become simpler. Lin Dao's mouth curled up slightly. He just took a look and found what he wanted among the treasures that could be exchanged on the forum. He needed the points reward from this event. Chapter 72. This person is a great god. Lin Dao placed his hands on the keyboard and made comments at a very fast speed. At this moment, many discussions about the new version of cultivation techniques are taking place in the forum. I'm telling you, this practice is extremely difficult. This new version of the cultivation technique that is about to be announced is very difficult. As a 6th level warrior, I simply can't understand it. Also, almost all those who can offer suggestions are 9th rank bosses. Fuck, this is too much. I thought you guys could learn it at level 6. In the past, only top warriors could master the method of extracting the energy of beast crystals, but it was not that easy. Many people continued to discuss this in the forum. Those who couldn't view it because of insufficient level are now also very curious. However, they were now very surprised to see those warriors at level 6 or above wailing about the difficulty of this training technique. If it is so difficult, it will be even more difficult for them to learn. Only someone with extremely strong talent can learn it. Shit, this is so hard, even I can't understand it. At this moment, Ma Shangfeng was sitting in front of his computer, looking at the latest training technique, and now he felt a bit of a headache. He picked up the water cup beside him and took a sip of water, and the scenes that happened in the Warrior Alliance today emerged in his mind. Lin Dao, how can this person be so strong? Thinking of the data from today's Forest Trail test, he felt a little scalp tingling. Although the opponent is about 38 years old, and at the peak of the 7th level, he is considered quite strong. What's more, the opponent's true strength is definitely not just level 7. Even the 8 extraordinary meridians have been opened, but the punching power is still 1 pound short of the 8th level. How is this possible? Could it be that he had already reached the level of Grandmaster before retiring from the Federation Legion? Just thinking about it made him gasp. Moreover, when the people from Wuji Martial Arts School were looking for his information today, they found that some of his information was classified as confidential by the federal groups. There was no information about the team he had previously been in. This made him even more curious. Could it be that the other party was a very powerful and mysterious existence in the Federal Legion back then? Where on earth did this Lompa martial arts school recruit such talents? Ma Xiangfeng couldn't help but sigh now. The excitement of recruiting a talented young man is now somewhat gone. After all, their Wuji Martial Arts School and Lompa Martial Arts School were at odds with each other, and he and Zhao Zhendong had often fought with each other since they were young, and neither of them would give in. When they grew up, they joined different martial arts schools. No, I must learn the cultivation technique so that I can improve my strength further. He now perked up and continued to watch the training content on the screen. Just as he was studying it carefully, he found that there was suddenly an additional annotation next to him. This comment was made by a warrior with the number 999,567, who did not even change his form ID. 7th level warrior? This 7th level warrior's comment couldn't have been written randomly, right? He was a little surprised, and now he was talking to himself. And is it that simple? If you write nonsense, it will pollute the page. Wait, this seems to work. Fuck God. After trying to practice for a while, Ma Xiangfeng immediately stood up with a start. He suddenly felt that if this practice was modified according to this person's comments, it would not be that difficult. Master 666, can you continue to explain how to change the following? He immediately left a message below. The other party did not reply, but one more line of words could be seen below. He is still continuing to annotate. Line after line of comments continued to appear at this time. Ma Xiangfeng, watching this scene, was completely shocked. From this point of view, this new version of the practice has become much simpler. And while it becomes simpler, it seems that the final effect is the same. Extract and absorb the energy in the beast crystal and then temper your body. This is too exaggerated. This person is definitely not just a 7th level warrior. It is very likely that he is a hidden Grandmaster level warrior. Otherwise, it is impossible for him to have such a deep understanding of these cultivation methods and be able to make modifications and annotations. It's like creating a new martial art from scratch. Now that Ma Xiangfeng had calmed down, he began to mutter to himself. He was so excited that his body was shaking a little. Great God. Absolutely great. Don't tell me he's some Grandmaster in disguise. He thought of an even more shocking possibility. The other party hasn't even changed his ID and is using the system's initial ID. It is very likely that he is that powerful. Above the Grandmaster is the Grandmaster. There are only a handful of people in the world who can reach this level now. At the same time, some warriors on the other side discovered that someone was constantly annotating this practice technique and put forward their own suggestions for revision. At first, many warriors thought that the comments written by this 7th level warrior were just some assumptions. After all, the top warriors in the country are now watching the new version of the training technique. It is difficult for ordinary warriors to even try to learn, let alone come up with any insights. Moreover, many of those who proposed revisions were big shots. Now, suddenly an ID with the 7th level title appeared and kept issuing comments and revisions, causing many people in front of the screen to frown. Who on earth is this person? Fuck, he's annotating every line. This guy's a bit exaggerated. I just saw that there were not many comments, but now there are comments on every line. Could this person just write randomly? Yeah, ask the administrator to ban him. Could he be a robot? Shit, is this polluting the page? Writing so much. Wait, these comments and opinions he wrote seem to be really useful. Don't scold me yet. I feel like I can practice according to his ideas. At first, many people subconsciously questioned it, but soon, some people discovered that this latest annotated practice technique seemed a little unusual. Even many passages that had confused them suddenly became clear to them. The overall difficulty of cultivation suddenly dropped by more than one level. At the same time, Lin Dao was still typing on the keyboard and then pressing enter. Done. Get some sleep first. 6 hours of deep sleep a day. You can't get less than that. After Lin Dao finished all this, he turned off the computer and prepared to rest. What he didn't know was that in the next few hours, many high-level warriors would be dumbfounded. Chapter 73 call from Beijing headquarters. Come and see. This cultivation technique seems to have been modified to be even simpler. Which boss took action? Comments from a 7th level warrior. More and more warriors have now paid attention to this incident. After they tried to practice according to Lin Dao's instructions, they obviously found that practicing was not as difficult as before. Who is this? 999,567. Zhao Zhendong is now sitting in front of the computer at home, looking at the words on the computer screen. His eyes are wide open, and his eyes are full of shock. He had already tried to practice this technique to extract energy from beast crystals before. After all, his entire body has been tempered once. If he wants to continue tempering, he must absorb the power of the beast crystal for tempering. However, this practice is extremely difficult to get started with, and it is not that easy to learn. This is also one of the things that has been bothering him for some time. However, after reading these annotations today, he clearly found that many of the questions that he did not understand before became clear at this moment. The more he practiced according to the comments and suggestions left by the other party, the more he felt he was becoming more proficient and on the right track. 7th level warrior. There is no information. The registration time was more than 10 years ago. Who on earth is this person? After Zhao Zhendong clicked to check the historical information of the ID, 999567, he found that the other party had not sent any reply at all. 7th level warrior. Suddenly, a figure appeared in his mind. Forest Road. It shouldn't be possible. After thinking about it for a while, Zhao Zhendong shook his head. Although Lin Dao's current fighting ability is very strong, his understanding of warriors is extremely profound. Even an 8th level warrior cannot have this level of understanding. Could it be the secondary account of some grandmaster? He thought so. The more I think about it, the more likely it seems. Whatever. Try to practice it first. You must master this practice technique. The 2 days pass quickly. In the past 2 days, Lin Dao has been practicing at home, preparing for his first debut. However, the warriors in the villa by the river were complaining bitterly. After all, as soon as Lin Dao started practicing, all the vital energy of heaven and earth in the entire area was sucked away. It's simply too exaggerated. In the evening of that day, Lin Dao finally came back to his senses from his training. All the Peiyuan pills that had been taken before had been consumed. Call. He slowly opened his eyes and exhaled. The strength has improved a lot. In the past few days, I have been trying to fall into deep practice just like many years ago. As he continued to absorb the vital energy of heaven and earth through cultivation, the vital energy of heaven and earth contained in his body became much more powerful than before. Moreover, he could clearly feel that as his strength continued to increase, the effect of thunder breathing not only did not weaken, but became even stronger than before. Every time he breathed, it seemed as if thunder was emanating from his mouth, and even his eyeballs were filled with the power of thunder. As soon as he stood up, a powerful aura emanated from his entire body. Boom! The furniture around him was instantly blown away by the strong airflow. The strong airflow formed by the terrifying breath kept circulating on his body's surface. His white hair was flying, and many electric arcs were constantly flashing on his body. The overall strength has increased a lot compared to before. 8th level peak? Or has he reached 9th level? Feeling the changes in his entire body, Lin Dao's eyes widened, his eyes full of surprise. As expected, he is worthy of being called the Innate martial arts saint body. After all, the debut will be tomorrow. The location is in some dangerous area outside the city. Although I'm much stronger now, I can't take it lightly. It's always right to stay vigilant and not be arrogant. Fullness brings harm. Arrogance brings regrets. The sun is bright at noon, and the moon waxes and wanes. He now looked at the furniture in disarray around him and felt a bit of a headache. I still can't let go of my breath at will at home. After I tidied up the furniture, I realized that my cell phone had run out of battery and was turned off. After charging, I found that I had missed calls 99 plus. Fuck, so many missed calls? Seeing this scene, his eyes widened. I was so absorbed in cultivation these past 2 days that I forgot to charge my phone when it ran out of battery. When I opened the call list, I could clearly see that the numbers calling me were all unfamiliar. However, some of the phone numbers are marked as the official phone numbers of the Warrior Alliance. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just then, the phone started vibrating again. The incoming call number was clearly marked on the phone as being from the Warrior Alliance. What do you want me for? Lin Dao was a little curious. Wait, Is this a question about cultivation techniques? After thinking for a moment, he answered the phone directly. Hello. Excuse me, is this Mr. Lindau? As soon as the phone was connected, an excited voice came over. Right. Excuse me, who are you? Lindau spoke subconsciously. Hello. Let me introduce myself. I am Liao Jun, a member of the Warrior Alliance's Beijing headquarters. Finally got in touch with you. Members of the Warrior Alliance's headquarters in Beijing? Lindau was also a little surprised when he heard the other party's self-introduction. Dragon City, Capital City, and Magic City are the 3 largest cities in the country. Moreover, the 5 major martial arts schools are also located in these 3 cities. Among them, the Infinite Martial Arts School, which has the strongest overall strength, is located in the capital. The capital city is also the city with the largest number of high-level warriors. I've been in seclusion for the past 2 days and haven't looked at my phone. Is there anything I can help you with? Lindau laughed. We have seen the comments and suggestions you posted on the Warrior Alliance official website forum regarding the new version of cultivation technique. Excuse me, are you free in the next 2 days? We would like to invite you to come to the headquarters of the Beijing Warrior Alliance and explain to us the ideas behind the new version of the training technique. Liao Jun also spoke cautiously at this time. In the past 2 days, the comments and suggestions about ID999567 have caused heated discussions among high-level warriors in the forum. Of course, the top leaders of the Warrior Alliance also discovered this situation. Many people were also extremely shocked. After trying out, these senior leaders discovered that this new version of the practice technique was very easy to get started with. And not only did the effect not weaken, it seemed to have become stronger. The speed of extracting beast crystal energy has increased a lot compared to before, which is simply incredible. Judging from the other party's registration information, he is a warrior who has just been certified as a 7th level warrior. But how could a warrior who had just been certified as 7th level possess such a strong reserve of knowledge? You know, this new version of the cultivation technique was derived by masters from all over the world. It is now at a stage where optimization is very difficult. So each country's forum is seeking help from high-level warriors to see if they can provide any good suggestions or inspiration. Who could have thought that the other party had optimized this new version of the cultivation book to the extreme? Sorry, I'm busy right now. Chapter 74, Dragon Slaying. Lindau was stunned for a moment, then came to his senses. He also has a headache now. The day before yesterday, in order to obtain a large amount of points to exchange for treasures, I submitted all the comments and suggestions on this cultivation technique. Looking back now, it seems like it was a bit too much. It is estimated that it has attracted the attention of the Warrior Alliance headquarters. Liao Jun was also stunned at this time. He actually refused the invitation to a lecture from the federal headquarters in Beijing. Mr. Lin, there's a reward this time, and I will definitely not let you down. I'm sorry, I have an event to attend in the next 2 days, so I can't go for the time being. Lindau smiled. Besides, it takes a long time to travel from Longsheng to the capital, which is too long. At this moment, Liao Jun, who was at the headquarters of the Beijing Warrior Alliance, looked at the warriors sitting around him. All of these are warriors above level 8. Moreover, even the deputy leader appeared here. Ask him when he's free and we'll go over. Looking at Liao Jun's eyes, the old man with gray hair, sitting in the middle, also smiled. Liao Jun also nodded immediately and continued talking with Lindau. In 3 days. If nothing happens in 3 days, it's fine. Lindau's voice continued to come. Good. Then Mr. Lin, see you in 3 days. Liao Jun also breathed a sigh of relief now. By the way, I hope you won't expose my identity on the forum. Lindau thought about it for a moment, then spoke slowly. After this incident, it is estimated that many people are keeping an eye on his ID. Before his strength reached the top level, he didn't want to make himself too conspicuous, otherwise something might happen. Okay. After ending the call, he continued to look at everyone present. He still feels a little nervous now. After all, everyone present is an important person to him. Mr. Luo, is this person really that strong? According to the information we found, he should have just joined Lompa Martial Arts School not long ago, and he was also certified as a 7th level warrior a few days ago. And according to his experience, he has been living in a small town since he retired. In all these years, his highest level was only level 3. The reason for his retirement was that he suffered from qi and blood decline disease. At this time, an 8th level warrior couldn't help but speak out. The others also looked towards the old man. The old man is one of the 5 deputy leaders of the Warrior Alliance. No one knows his real name, and everyone calls him Mr. Luo. His strength is that of a master-level warrior. Anyone who can optimize his cultivation technique to this extent is definitely not an ordinary person. And didn't the other party just say that? Don't reveal his identity for the time being. Does the hermit know? Among the common people, there are some masters who rarely seek certification of their martial arts rank, even if their strength has reached a very strong level. If he still has such strong strength despite suffering from chi and blood degeneration, then it proves that his previous strength was only stronger. Mr. Luo spoke calmly. After listening to his words, everyone looked at each other in confusion. It sounds like it does make sense. He must have joined the martial arts school for some reason now. If my guess is correct, it's because of the treasure from the S-level space rift. Mr. Luo narrowed his eyes slightly. Treasure? Everyone was stunned. 3 days later, come with me to Dragon City. Mr. Luo did not say anything more. Yes. At the same time, Lin Dao had already logged into the Warrior Alliance forum. Fuck. As soon as you log in, you can clearly see a bunch of private message reminders in the background. Master, please look familiar. Awesome. The cultivation technique can actually be optimized to this extent. Boss, would you like to accept me as your disciple? I am 28 years old, and I am at the 7th level. A large number of high-level warriors kept sending him private messages. In the past few days, high-level warriors who read the forum post have gone crazy. Who would have thought that in such a short period of time, the comments and suggestions made by one person on this new version of the practice technique actually greatly reduced the difficulty of the practice technique? It's simply incredible. Although he was labeled as a 7th-level warrior, these people regarded him as a hidden master, even a hidden grandmaster-level warrior. Lin Dao looked at these private messages and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After closing the private messages, he found many system notifications. You received 10,000 points for your comments and suggestions on the new version of the cultivation technique. You received 10,000 points for your comments and suggestions on the new version of the cultivation technique. There's so many system notifications that it's a bit dizzying. But they're all the same, which is to increase his forum points. Fuck, 1,000,000 points? After Lin Dao looked carefully, he found that his points had reached 1,000,000. You know, it's not easy to get points in the forum. You have to post quality posts to get points. Now that 1,000,000 points are given out at once, there are many things that could be exchanged. He swallowed his saliva and opened the redemption interface of the forum. What a pity. It would be nice if I could exchange it for that kind of treasure. As he looked at these treasures, the first thing that came to his mind was the kind of treasure that could cure any disease or even was rumored to bring the dead back to life. Lin Dao clenched his hands into fists. No matter what, I must get that treasure at the Sky City auction. He took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and continued to scan the exchangeable treasures. Finally, his eyes fixed on one of the knives. Slay the dragon. This knife only has 2 words on it, and the redemption points are exactly 1,000,000. It is the most expensive exchange treasure in the forum. It is rumored that this knife was made from the hardest bones in the body of a red-winged dragon that was killed in an S-level space rift. The weight of this knife is so terrifying that when you hold it, you can even seem to hear the whispers of an evil dragon. Ordinary people can't use it at all. That's it. Lin Dao looked at the other treasures, but none of them suited his taste. This is the only treasure that makes him feel the best. As soon as he clicked the redemption button, a prompt window popped up. To redeem this item, you must go to the area where the blade is located in person. Only those who can pick up the blade can be considered to have successfully redeemed it. Do you need to pick it up in person? Looking at this prompt window, Lin Dao's eyes were filled with surprise and curiosity. It also requires someone who can hold a knife to successfully redeem it. Is this thing really that mysterious? Chapter 75, The Father of Those Days. The more he looked at it, the more curious Lin Dao became. Wait until the debut is over, then go and see it. He thought about it for a moment and then turned off the computer. At this moment, the phone suddenly rang again. Zhao Zhendong. Lin Dao answered the call directly. Brother Lin, finally got through to you. As soon as I answered the phone, I heard Zhao Zhendong's excited voice. I've been practicing in seclusion for the past 2 days, and my phone is out of battery. Lin Dao smiled slightly. I guess you were in seclusion, so I didn't disturb you. Zhao Zhendong also smiled. He hadn't been able to get through to Lin Dao on the phone for 2 consecutive days. He had originally wanted to come to his house to take a look, but when he came, he felt that all the vitality of the heaven and earth in this area was being absorbed towards villa number 69. He also realized that Lin Dao must be practicing in seclusion. Tomorrow is the day of your debut. Meet at Subway Line 1, X1101 Ruin Station at 8 a.m. Zhao Zhendong continued to speak. No problem. Oh, there's one more thing. Do you know the latest cultivation technique? It's a cultivation technique that can extract and absorb the energy of beast crystals. He seemed to have thought of something at this time and continued to speak. No. Lin Dao was stunned. He didn't expect Zhao Zhendong to bring up this matter. That mysterious person with ID 999,567 is really too exaggerated. He was able to optimize this initial version of the cultivation technique to this extent. Speaking of this, Zhao Zhendong was also very excited. During the past 2 days, rumors about 999,567 have been circulating among high-level warriors. Many people think that he is a mysterious god, so strong. Lin Dao is now at a loss whether to laugh or cry. If even Zhao Zhendong was so surprised now, I guess my ID must be famous in the martial arts circle. Right, I feel like the other party is definitely a master-level expert. I guess he's wearing that 7th-level warrior label. Zhao Zhendong also immediately continued to speak. He now admires the mysterious man very much. After all, when he first tried to learn the cultivation technique, he found it extremely difficult, and even the simple entry level was extremely difficult. But this time, it was much simpler. After 2 days of practice, he was able to get started and even try to extract the energy from the beast crystal. Brother Lin, have you practiced? How does it feel? Excited, he continued to speak. Yeah, it feels okay. Lin Dao smiled. Haha, I won't bother you for now. See you tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, Lin Dao was still a little confused. He knew that the optimization of the cultivation technique he released would definitely shock many people. But the extent of this impact seems to be beyond my imagination. The problem is that, in his opinion, this is not difficult. The innate martial arts saint body is still too terrifying. That's talent. Lin Dao couldn't help but sigh at this time. He picked up a bottle of children's milk, drank it, and then prepared to go to bed. After all, 6 hours of deep sleep every day is essential. Lin Feiqian, someone is calling you. At the same time, inside the Federal Legion Academy, a voice suddenly came from the door. Who is it at this late hour? Lin Feiqian, who was washing clothes in the dormitory, was also a little curious at this time. Have no idea. It seems he is your father's comrade in arms. He looks like a warrior. The roommate at the door also spoke with some excitement at this time. Former Federation 36th Team, Shadow Vanguard. Hey, we were right, weren't we? Several roommates, sitting next to his computer desk, also joked at this time. After this joke was spread by the roommate Xiaoping last time, it has now become a joke in the dormitory to tease Lin Feiqian. They have a pretty good relationship, so it's nothing serious. Get lost. Lin Feiqian glared at them unhappily and walked out at this time. After walking downstairs, I saw a middle-aged man standing in front of me with a black box in his hand. Hello. Excuse me, who are you? Lin Feiqian walked over and spoke out of curiosity. Although the middle-aged man in front of him was wearing casual clothes, his aura looked extraordinary. Warrior. And he's a very strong warrior. Moreover, at this time, anyone who can come here must be a member of the Federal Legion. Is he really the old man's comrade in arms? Lin Feiqian, right? He said with a smile. Lin Feiqian nodded. Let me introduce myself. My name is Zhao Wendong, your father's comrade in arms. Zhao Wendong smiled. Sha. Good. The two of them quickly walked out of the takeaway area and came to the playground area. The playground is very wide, and you can clearly see many people practicing not far away. Give. Zhao Wendong handed the box to Lin Feiqian. This is a package from your father. He should have told you about it. He spoke slowly. Thank you, Uncle Zhao. Lin Feiqian nodded, and then subconsciously took the box. The secret book in the box was obtained by your father because of his great contributions in the Federation Army. It's called Wind and Thunder Rhythm. Although this technique is not considered a very powerful one now, those who could obtain it back then were not ordinary people, and it also represented a kind of honor. When Zhao Wendong said this, there was a look of nostalgia and respect in his eyes. Lin Feiqian on the side was also a little curious. Was the old man really that powerful back then? And looking at Uncle Zhao's appearance, it seems that he respects him very much. Then, Is he really that powerful? Lin Feitian thought about it for a moment and couldn't help but speak out. Certainly. Otherwise, how could he become the captain of Team 36? And that's the team called the Shadow Vanguard. Speaking of this, Zhao Wendong's face was filled with pride. Flying. Back then, your father did something wrong. But after so many years, he is still trying to make up for his mistakes. In the team, he is always the most desperate. He once told me that he wanted to rescue his wife and make enough money to give his son a good life. Maybe he's not good at expressing himself, but I'm sure your father cares about you very much. Zhao Wendong stood in front of Lin Feitian and spoke slowly. Listening to his words, Lin Feitian also fell silent. Since leaving home, he gradually began to understand his father's mood. Many things that happened before seemed to be gradually becoming clear to me. Although he knew in his heart that his father loved him, it's just that many things will not be expressed directly, and some words cannot be said directly. Haha. As a man, you may not show your emotions, but it's enough to understand. Zhao Wendong looked at him and patted him on the shoulder. Uncle Zhao, can you tell me about what happened to him back then? Lin Feitian was silent for a moment, then looked at him and spoke. Chapter 76, Go to the Ruins of X1101. Sure. Back then, your father was the most fearless person in the team. I remember when I first came here, many people were very dissatisfied with him. For example, I even had a fight with him. But in the end, he was completely subdued. Although your father looks very fierce, he actually takes good care of us in many cases. I remember one time, the two sat on a lawn on the other side, and Zhao Wendong began to reminisce about the past. Lin Feitian, who was standing by, became more and more surprised as he listened to his story. He seemed to have never understood his father's past. All I know is that my father was obsessed with martial arts and eventually killed my mother. The night is deep and the stars are shining. Zhao Wendong spoke with great interest, and Lin Feitian listened attentively. I originally wondered why he suddenly retired. It turns out that he is suffering from qi and blood decline disease. You must have had a hard time these years. But your father is such a person. If he contacts us, we will definitely help. Having said this, Zhao Wendong also sighed. Qi and blood decline syndrome. Is there any way to cure it? Lin Feitian looked up at him. In theory, there is no way to deal with it, but it can be alleviated. Zhao Wendong thought about it for a moment, then shook his head. He specializes in studying qi and blood deficiency disease, but over the years he has not yet developed a method that can directly cure it. But you don't have to worry. Your father's qi and blood depletion disease should have been cured. Zhao Wendong also laughed at this time. In his opinion, the condition of the forest road was simply a miracle. But he was also very happy to have such a miracle. And judging from the message sent by Lin Dao, he has successfully entered Longpa Martial Arts School. It's also very good to become a member of Longpa Martial Arts School. Alright, Lin Feitian was stunned. Doesn't this mean that there is no cure for qi and blood deficiency? He could be a miracle. Zhao Wendong smiled. Well, it's getting late, and I have to go back to the Legion first. He stood up. Just now, both parties have added each other as friends on the communication software, so it is very easy to get in touch. Good. Thank you, Uncle Zhao. Lin Feitian also stood up. Don't be so polite. You don't have to send me off. Anyway, if anyone dares to bully you in the Federal Legion Academy, come to me. Or, if you have anything, you can come to me. Zhao Wendong smiled. He waved his hand and left the area. Lin Feitian is now standing there, still a little dazed. After listening to so many stories tonight, he never thought that his father had such charisma back then. Qi and blood decline syndrome. Once I become stronger, I will definitely find a real solution. At this time, Lin Feitian also clenched his hands into fists. In his opinion, everything Zhao Wendong had just said was probably just to comfort him. Because he had read relevant information before, qi and blood deficiency syndrome cannot be cured. Miracle. Would there really be a miracle? His eyes looked a little dazed. After being stunned for a while, he sat on the ground and opened the box according to the code that Lin Dao had sent him before. Snap! After the box was opened, it was obvious that there was a yellowed secret book inside. This secret book is the reward that his father received for his great contributions in the Federal Legion. He remembered that his father had wanted to teach him in the past, but he was extremely rebellious at that time and simply disdained the request. Call. He took a deep breath and began to read under the moonlight. At first glance, the secret book is indeed obscure and difficult to understand. However, it can be clearly seen that there are a lot of comments above. Learning through these annotations seems to become much easier. Lin Feiqian was also a little fascinated by what he saw at this time, and then began to try to practice. Moreover, during the process of cultivation, the vital energy of the surrounding heaven and earth began to flow into his body. Then use the vital energy of heaven and earth to temper the skin membrane of the body. Within a short period of time, waves of tingling pain spread all over the body. The tempering of the physical body is indeed very painful at first, but it is the necessary path for warriors. Time flies, and soon it is the next morning. After Lin Feiqian came back to his senses from his practice, he clearly discovered that the strength in his whole body seemed to have become much stronger. I accidentally practiced all night. Seeing that the sky was now turning pale, there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. A whole night of practice did not make him feel tired, but instead made him feel energetic. The membrane tempering was successful. I thought it was very difficult to temper the body. Lin Feiqian is now feeling his skin becoming extremely tough and is very excited. The first step to becoming a formal warrior is definitely to temper the skin membrane. I originally thought that this process was not that simple, but who could have imagined it would be so fast? With the blessing of wind and thunder rhythm and tiger fist, plus my strength talent. In the future, our strength should improve even faster. But the most important thing now is to find a way to touch the bodies of other powerful beasts and gain more talents. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. The future is promising. Old man, when I become stronger, I will definitely find a treasure to heal Mom and you. He looked up at the sky and became expectant. Meanwhile, early in the morning, Lin Dao had already taken the Metro Line 1 and arrived at his destination. My physical strength has increased again. Now the 3 growth tasks every day can improve a lot. After sleeping for 6 hours last night and drinking milk, he had completed his daily tasks. Sitting in the seat, watching the scene passing by outside. This subway line 1 is different from other subway lines. This line has only one destination, and the end point is the X1101 ruins. The whole journey takes 2 hours. After driving out of the city, you can clearly see that the area outside the city is all wilderness. There are many collapsed buildings in the distance. Since the space rifts appeared, many cities have been reduced to ruins due to fighting. Moreover, the cities that became ruins were almost never rebuilt. This area is relatively safe. There should be an extremely huge city wall built further away. As the subway moved forward, Lin Dao could clearly see a tall city wall in the distance. Under the city wall is the final stop of this trip. Mission completed. At this moment, the system prompt appeared again. Chapter 77, Meeting Scar again. Observe the distance for 1 hour every day to improve vision and visual capture ability. Completed. As this line of prompts appeared, Lin Dao felt that his vision seemed to become clearer. Not only the vision is improved, but also the visual capture ability is improved. His eyes were now like a high-speed camera. As long as he concentrated, even everything he saw seemed to slow down. Coupled with his strong nerve reaction ability, he can dodge bullets very easily. Easier than before. At this moment on the subway, many people were looking towards Lin Dao. After all, Lin Dao with his head full of white hair still looks too conspicuous here. The train will arrive at the station during this period. Please prepare your luggage to avoid missing it. At this moment, the sound of the broadcast also came. Many warriors approached the boarding and alighting area of the train. This time, we must kill those strange beasts. Gather as much money as you can. Don't keep Senior Lin waiting for too long. I will call Senior Lin in a moment and explain the situation to him first. At this time, a group of people were walking over from the front. They looked a little bruised and had a lot of injuries on their bodies. Scar's face now looks very ugly. Just as he walked towards his side, he clearly saw the figure sitting in front of him. He recognized the white hair at a glance. Lin, Senior Lin. Scar's voice was trembling now. Not only him, but the other people in the Blood Mist Martial Arts School also clearly saw Lin Dao's figure. Hello, Senior Lin. Their faces changed, and they spoke out at that moment. The warriors nearby were also a little confused by this sudden situation. What's going on, Senior? They actually respected the warrior, who looked like an old man from the back so much. So you're here too? Lin Dao smiled faintly. Senior Lin, something went wrong earlier. We will be ready within the next few days. Scar now also spoke up. He really didn't expect this kind of situation to happen, and he was very annoyed inside. But there's no way. Get out of the car first. Lin Dao waved his hand. Yes. Scar also noticed that the warriors around him were paying attention to the situation on this side, and he immediately nodded in response. The train arrived at the station very soon. This site is an extremely wide space. Within this area, one can clearly see a large number of warriors coming in and out. There were also many warriors setting up stalls on the ground around, selling all kinds of materials, and even some secret manuals. Senior Lin, I'm very sorry, but we have a problem. I think it will take a few days for the money for the materials to be transferred to you. We will pay interest, please forgive me. Scar and the others stood in front of Lin Dao, their voices a little trembling. They originally wanted to call Lin Dao, but they didn't know how to say some things, so they were struggling. I was just thinking about making a phone call when I got off the bus, but I never expected to meet Lin Dao in the car. Go ahead. What on earth happened? Lin Dao narrowed his eyes and spoke softly. At this time, everyone looked at each other, and for a moment, they felt like there was something stuck in their throat. Was he robbed? Lin Dao raised his eyebrows. Judging from their current appearance, it is obvious that they were beaten and their injuries were serious. To be honest, we originally wanted to sell these materials, and some of them are collected by the martial arts gym. But after we returned, the deputy museum owner's son took all the materials for himself. We wanted to confront him and ask him to hand it over, but in the end we were framed. Having said this, Scar clenched his fists and his body began to tremble. The others also gritted their teeth at this time. They never imagined that their people, who had stayed in the blood-mist martial arts school for so long, would one day be framed. What's more, the owner kicked them out of the martial arts gym without any reason. After hearing their story, Lin Dao's face darkened. Someone actually wanted to hack his stuff. Is what you said true? Lin Dao spoke calmly. Absolutely true. I guarantee it with my life. One of the men also spoke up immediately when he was there. Thinking about the situation he encountered that day, he still feels very aggrieved. What's that man's name? Lin Dao continued to speak. The others also looked at Scar. Senior Lin, I don't want to cause you any trouble. Scar also smiled bitterly at this time. The reason why he was afraid to tell Lin Dao about this matter was that he was afraid that there would be a conflict later and Lin Dao would be the one to get into trouble. No matter what, that man is the son of the deputy master of the Blood Mist Martial Arts School, and the deputy museum owner is an 8th level master. But you can say it. Lin Dao's voice continued to come. In Tianyi. That man's name is In Tianyi. Scar listened to Lin Dao's words and now spoke through gritted teeth. In Tianyi. Lin Dao raised his eyebrows. Okay, I'll go find him next. You don't have to pay back the money. He continued. It's all our fault this time, Senior Lin. We are willing to compensate you with an equal amount. Scar and others also spoke up immediately. I said no, then no. But I have a task for you. Follow me today and help me process another batch of materials. Lin Dao laughed. This? Scar and others were stunned. I never expected Lin Dao to be so easy to talk to. Ow! No! While they were stunned, Lin Dao's voice came again. Willing. We do. Scar and the others also spoke up immediately. Now they're also very excited in their hearts. They never expected that Lin Dao would be willing to trust them again. Let's go. I'm going out of town today to hunt some exotic animals. While Lin Dao was speaking, he took out his cell phone. On the exclusive app of Lompa Martial Arts School, you can already see his first mission of the day. Lead 8 martial arts gym members, set out from the ruins of X1101. Kill the 7th level Goldhorn monster in Area B13 and eliminate 25 Silverhorn monsters. Note, you need to bring back the body of the Golden Horn monster and the 7th level Beast Crystal, a 7th level exotic beast. It shouldn't be a problem for him. Moreover, he now opened a map tool of the Warrior Alliance and was able to check what other powerful monsters existed in the areas near the X1101 ruin station. Over the years, in addition to the world inside the Space Rift, many strange beasts have escaped and are living in various areas on the Earth. Most warrior groups would hunt these exotic beasts in the area outside the city to obtain materials. There is actually an 8th level exotic beast nearby. Chapter 78, Golden Horn Monster. Looking at the markings on the map, Lin Dao's eyes lit up slightly. Now that his cultivation technique has reached perfection, he also wants to obtain more beast crystals to temper his body a second time. After all, It is only the membrane of the body that has been tempered twice. If one wants to temper the entire body a second time, a huge amount of beast crystals will be required. Brother Lin. Soon, Zhao Zhendong's voice came from the nearby area. Looking closely, one can clearly see that Zhao Zhendong and the members of Lompa Martial Arts School are gathered there. Walk! Lin Dao also spoke to Scar and others behind him and walked directly forward. Yes. Scar and others nodded immediately. When their eyes looked at the uniforms worn by Zhao Zhendong and others, their eyes widened. Lompa Martial Arts School. These people seem to be from Lompa Martial Arts School. That person seems to be Zhao Zhendong. The man next to Scar also reacted instantly at this moment. Zhao Zhendong, one of the instructors of Lompa Martial Arts School. There's still quite a few people who know him. Hiss. Scar couldn't help but take a breath at this time. When I was on the train over there before, I seem to have heard that Lin Dao was going to join Lompa Martial Arts School. Now it seems that he is already a member of Lompa Martial Arts School. Moreover, Zhao Zhendong seemed to be very enthusiastic towards Lin Dao. Senior Lin's strength is unfathomable. Scar also spoke secretly in his heart. Judging from the attitude shown by Zhao Zhendong, Lin Dao's strength must be extraordinary. Although he was already very shocked when he was in the space crack before, the shock was now even greater. Brother Lin. Among the members of Lompa Martial Arts School, Li Tiansheng was also there. Zhang Dali, Pei Ruiying and others are also here. So you're all here. Lin Dao walked over, looked at them, and smiled slightly. I didn't expect that the members who will lead the team this time are also the members who joined last time. Brother Lin, all the members this time have passed the last interview. You lead them over there so that we can test the strength of the new members and get used to each other. After all, there are still quite a few tasks within the martial arts hall. Zhao Zhendong said with a smile. Don't call me Brother Lin. It sounds weird. Just call me Lin Dao. Lin Dao also said with a smile when he was there. Haha, no problem. Zhao Zhendong also smiled. Hey, I call you Brother Lin. Li Tiansheng also smiled at this time. He is also very excited now. Today, Lin Dao's mentor made his debut and took them to kill strange beasts. He still remembers the interview scene that day. The strength displayed by Lin Dao is so strong that I wonder what kind of actual combat ability he will show when fighting against the strange beasts. By the way, these people are... Now Zhao Zhendong's gaze was directed towards Scar and the others, with curiosity in his eyes. Scar and the others are also a little nervous now. They're my friends. Help me deal with the bodies of the monsters we killed later. Lin Dao smiled. Well, that's good. With more people, we can get more materials. Zhao Zhendong also nodded. Scar and the others won't be able to breathe a sigh of relief now. I'm still a little excited inside. Senior Lin said they are friends. It's about time. Lin Dao, do you know today's mission? Zhao Zhendong now looked at the time on his watch, and his expression became serious. Kill that golden horn monster, right? Lin Dao smiled faintly. Right. This is a 7th level exotic beast. It has been lurking there for quite some time. People from other martial arts schools have tried to suppress them, but they have not been successful. There are many strange beasts in that area, and their activities are all in the ruins of those tall buildings, so we must be careful. Zhao Zhendong continued to speak. No problem. Then see you after you complete the mission. Lin Dao waved his hand. He led everyone towards the area ahead. Now this site is equivalent to a transit station and supply station. You need to go to the front and buy a ticket for the designated area. Then an armored vehicle will come to lead everyone to the designated area. But there are certain risks in sitting in this armored vehicle. Although the routes avoid areas where strange beasts appear, there is no guarantee that some strange beast will suddenly appear in the middle of the road. Lin Dao and others bought tickets and boarded 2 armored vehicles, heading directly to the 13 area. A 7th level beast. Based on Lin Dao's strength, it shouldn't be a problem to solve it. It's just that there are more exotic beasts in that area, and it's adjacent to the area of another 8th level exotic beast. I hope nothing unexpected happens. Zhao Zhendong also spoke secretly at this time. This is Area B13. There will be many strange beasts ahead. Be careful. The armored vehicle that Lin Dao was riding in also stopped after driving for half an hour. The driver's face now looked a little serious. After all, driving here is extremely risky, and you are very likely to be attacked by strange beasts. Good. Now everyone in the car got off directly. I haven't been to a place like this for a long time. Just after getting off the car, Lin Dao also took a deep breath. The past slowly reappeared in my mind. Back then, he had no idea how many times he had fought against strange beasts in the wild. Similar situations can easily trigger people's emotions. Brother Lin, should we make some plans first? Zhang Dali now looks at Lin Dao. The others also looked over at the same time, originally wondering what he was saying. Need not. Just go straight over there. Lin Dao shook his head. Isn't it too risky to just go there? Pei Ruiying frowned slightly. He used to be more rigorous in doing things. Generally speaking, people don't take risks until they have made a detailed plan. When he was hunting exotic animals in the wild area, the entire team was almost destroyed because the captain did not make a detailed plan. There's no point in planning for this kind of area. The terrain is too complicated. What's more, this is only our first training today. Just allocate the battle plan during the actual combat. Lin Dao smiled, then took a step forward and walked forward. Everyone was stunned for a moment, but without thinking too much, they just followed him forward. The ground in front was all broken bricks and stones, and I saw many exposed steel bars and iron frames. Many high-rise buildings are full of holes and covered with ivy. Roar! Not long after stepping forward, a low roar was clearly heard. Chapter 79 debut begins. There's a strange beast. Li Tiansheng reacted immediately and drew his long sword. Clank, clank, clank. The same goes for the rest. The skin of many of these exotic beasts is extremely indestructible, and ordinary bullets have no effect on them at all. Therefore, all higher-level warriors use cold weapons. After all, this kind of cold weapon is forged with special materials, and a special reaction caused by the transmission of the vital energy of heaven and earth into the weapon can break the defense of those strange beasts, and the efficiency of killing is much higher. There are 2 level 5 monsters on the right. Li Tiansheng, the 3 of you go over there. There are about 4 alien beasts on the left. All of them are level 5. Zhang Dali, Pei Ruiying, the 5 of you go over there. Lin Dao glanced to the left and right and immediately made a judgment. His eyesight is very good, and coupled with his perception ability, he can easily understand the current situation. Everyone was a little confused listening to his words. They only heard a low roar of a strange beast and did not see any trace of the beast. How did Lin Dao determine the direction of those strange beasts? Walk. They didn't think much about it now and went to both sides according to Lin Dao's instructions. Senior Lin, just follow me. Lin Dao spoke calmly. He stepped directly forward. Plop, plop. Now he could hear the sound of his own strong heart beating. It's been too long since I fought in this wild area. The passion I once had seemed to suddenly surge in my heart again at this moment. The moment he discovered the area ahead, he leaped over in one leap. Roar! At this moment, an extremely huge black figure leaped out. This is a wolf-like creature, the size of a wild boar, and has 2 silver horns on its head. A 5th-level silver horn monster. A man behind Scar also exclaimed at this time. He had never expected that a 5th-level monster would appear here. This is not a 5th-level silver horn monster. It's level 6. Scar clearly discovered that this silver horn monster did not have a single horn, but 2 horns. The double horns are the symbol of the 6th level. He was only a 4th-level warrior, but he encountered a 6th-level monster. This has never been apparent before. Crackling. Then at this moment, Lin Dao, who was standing in place, did not intend to dodge at all and directly drew his sword. The moment the sword was drawn, an extremely strong force of thunder also erupted at the same time. Lightning, sword draw. Clang. The body of the 6th-level silverhorn monster was split into 2 halves when it pounced down. Blood and organs were splattered all over the ground. Bang! Its body fell heavily to the ground. A pair of huge eyes were still wide open, as if he didn't even know how he died. Lin Dao walked over, picked up a beast crystal, and threw it into his backpack. Let's deal with these corpse materials. He turned and looked at Scar and others behind him. Well, Scar and the others are now terrified. Level 6. The 6th-level monster was killed in an instant. This is too outrageous. Before, when they were in the underground space, they knew that Lin Dao had killed a 6th-order leader-level monster. Although they were shocked at that time, they also felt that it was not so easy for Lin Dao to kill it. But today, he clearly discovered that he could kill the 6th-level monster instantly with just one sword. What level of strength is this? Scar and the others were shocked, but they quickly disposed of the corpse of the strange beast. It would be nice if we could drive a car over here. If we kill a lot of monsters later, it will be troublesome to transport the materials. Lin Dao couldn't help but sigh at this time. There were armored vehicles for sale at that station just now, but the price was too expensive. Senior, we can look for it over there. There may be some vehicles left behind by warriors. As he listened to his words, Scar spoke while dealing with the corpse of the alien beast. After all, every day there are a lot of warrior groups going out of the city to hunt exotic beasts and seize materials. Many of the warrior groups drove cars, and some died here, so these vehicles were naturally left behind. Let's look for it later. Lindau nodded slightly. Boom, boom, boom. Now, huge explosions were heard from the areas on both sides. At this time, they were obviously fighting with other strange beasts. Damn it. Zhang Dali and others are now dealing with 4 5th-level silverhorn monsters. The 5 of them were dealing with 4, and it was very difficult. And the scene was extremely chaotic. Zhang Dali, Du Fei, Li Si, the 3 of you specialize in physical training and are good at close combat. Go to the front and attract the attention of the monster first. Ma Ying, Pei Ruing, retreat to the rear and find an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. Lin Dao walked over slowly, watched the 5 of them fighting, and spoke slowly. Good. Zhang Dali and his 2 companions are now directly standing in the front, attracting the attacks of the 4 silverhorn monsters. Pei Ruing and Ma Ying are also retreating to the back. The 2 of them clenched their weapons and had the urge to rush forward. You 2 don't have to be so anxious. Their bodies are well-tempered, so even if they are attacked, they won't suffer fatal injuries. All you have to do is find the weaknesses of these alien beasts in the gaps between their spaces and deliver a fatal blow. Lin Dao walked forward and spoke softly. Good. Pei Ruing and Ma Ying also nodded. Their attention is now all focused on the strange beast in front of them. The 5th-level monster is still very powerful, and its attacks are very swift. Zhang Dali and others are now struggling to resist, but fortunately their lives are not in danger. Did you see that? The jaws of these strange beasts are relatively weak right now. You can try to attack their weaknesses. And places like the eyeballs and anus are also typical weak spots. Lin Dao spoke calmly. Pei Ruiying and Ma Ying knew all this, of course, but suddenly faced with these 5th-level monsters, they seemed a little flustered. Now that he had calmed down, he found an opportunity and took advantage of it to rush out. Pei Ruiying's dagger pierced directly into the jaw of one of the strange beasts, and then cut open its mouth. At the moment when the strange beast felt pain, Ma Ying pierced through the beast's eyes at an extremely fast speed, and then continued to pierce into its head. Boom! But after they did all this, the rest of the strange beasts flew over and knocked them all away. The response speed is not enough. Continue. Lin Dao sat on a rock nearby. Only fighting on the brink of life and death can greatly stimulate your upper limit. Chapter 80 approaching. Zhang Dali and others also quickly got up. As 5th-level warriors, they had dealt with strange beasts before, but the strength of the beast today was indeed a bit too strong. And there are a lot of them, and they're all level 5. Not good. At this moment, one of them was knocked away by the silverhorn monster and fell heavily on the ground not far away. The other one-horn monster also flew over directly. Du Fei. The others saw this scene out of the corner of their eyes and growled. Finished. Du Fei was lying on the ground, feeling extreme pain all over his body. The moment he wanted to turn over, he saw the silver-horned monster appear above his head. Whoosh! But at this critical moment, a silver-white light flashed by. The head of this silver-horned monster was chopped off directly from the neck, and the entire body instantly fell to the ground nearby. Boom! This is... Du Fei was still a little confused when he saw this sudden scene. When the others discovered the situation, they were also shocked. The one who just drew his sword was Lin Dao. One hit. With just one strike, the 5th-level monster was killed. What are you all standing there for? Continue. Lin Dao spoke calmly. Yes. Zhang Dali and others also reacted immediately. Continue to deal with the remaining 3 silverhorn monsters. Now that there is one less tiger, their pressure is much less. Thank you, Brother Lin. Du Fei now got up, a little out of breath. That moment just now was truly terrifying. I almost died. Go on. Lin Dao waved his hand. Yes. Du Fei now took a deep breath and continued to join the battle. Li Tiansheng attacked its right side. At this time, Lin Dao walked to the other side, looked at the people who were in a tough fight, and continued to speak. Good. Li Tiansheng, who was originally in a tough battle, immediately responded at this time. Under his powerful visual capture ability, the movement speed of these strange beasts seemed to be very slow. At this moment, under his command about half an hour later, all these 5th-level Silverhorn monsters were eliminated. Scar and others at the back were all stunned. This powerful 5th-level monster was destroyed so quickly. The speed was simply amazing. And most importantly, Lin Dao seemed to have completely seen through the movements of those strange beasts and perfectly commanded and mobilized everyone. There's a car here. At this time, Li Tianxing on the other side also found an SUV abandoned here. The front of the car had been hit and looked a bit broken, but the key was still there. When I started it, I found that it was still running normally. Very good. Put all the collected materials on it. Lin Dao also smiled. He took out the map on his mobile phone and continued to look at the area ahead. According to the markings on the map, the activity track of this golden horn monster should be behind the dilapidated building in front. Next time I have money, I'll have to buy a car, otherwise it will be too troublesome to get in and out. Lin Dao looked at the shaky off-road vehicle and couldn't help but sigh. The group continued to move forward. Perhaps because of the sound of the off-road vehicle, just as he walked to the front, another silver horn monster appeared. When killing this kind of strange beast, there is no need to panic too much. Look for an opportunity and attack their weaknesses. It's just like this. Lin Dao stepped forward, and at the moment when the silver horn monster rushed over, Lin Dao turned his body to the side and suddenly punched the silver horn monster from bottom to top, hitting its jaw. The weakest part of this strange beast is its lower jaw. Boom! With a dull sound, its lower jaw exploded, and its entire mouth rotted away. Feeling the pain, the silver-horned monster retreated again and again. Roar! It roared, put its front legs on the ground, and its whole body trembled. Clang! Lin Dao drew out his long sword and walked forward step by step. Roar! The silver-horned beast let out a low roar, and there was a whimper in the roar. The huge body began to tremble slightly. When Zhang Dali and others saw this scene, they couldn't help but swallow their saliva. This punch broke the monster's mouth. It's just horrible. Moreover, this strange beast actually showed a look of fear. They had never seen such a situation before. Your strength is actually comparable to these beasts, but you are not calm enough in battle, which makes it difficult to deal with them. Don't be afraid of them. Want them to be afraid of you. The moment Lin Dao finished speaking, he rushed forward, rushed to its front with lightning speed. The strange beast was seen with a flash of cold light, and its head was split into 2 halves. A simple, swift strike. Scar gathered the materials. Lin Dao turned around and looked behind him, speaking softly. Yes. Next, the group continued to move forward and soon arrived at the area where the golden-horned monster appeared. A lot of corpses. As soon as he arrived at this area, Li Tianxing felt his scalp tingling when he looked at the situation around him. On the ground here, you can clearly see a lot of corpses, and on these bones you can still see some pieces of meat that have not been eaten cleanly. It should be the group of warriors that came in the past 2 days. Pei Ruing looked at this scene, and her expression became serious. Judging from the condition of these bones, it is obvious that they belong to a warrior who has tempered their bones, so the level cannot be too low. They are all dead. It seems that the golden horn monster should be nearby. Du Fei and the team also spoke up immediately. Gurgle. Scar, who was now in charge of driving the SUV, couldn't help but swallow his saliva, and even his hands were shaking a little. Oh my god, we are facing a 7th-level monster. As a 4th-level warrior, he had never faced such a situation before. Found it. The golden horn monster is right over there. At this moment, Ma Ying, who was standing on the commanding heights in front, was looking into the distance with the telescope he brought with him. Next to the building in front, a giant beast with a golden horn and a pitch-black body, as if covered in black armor, was gnawing on some human corpses in the area over there. Looking at this scene, mine also felt a little scalp tingling. Obviously, before they came, a team of warriors also came, but they all died. Damn it, there are at least a dozen silverhorn monsters beside this guy. After continuing to observe, mine also clearly discovered that there were many silver-horned monsters wandering around nearby. This is what we see with the naked eye, and we don't know if there are any more hidden nearby. Under these circumstances, if I wanted to kill this golden horn monster at close range, it's difficult. You guys attract the attention of the silver horn monster first, and I will deal with the golden horn monster first. Lin Dao spoke calmly. Are we all going? Zhang Dali was stunned and spoke subconsciously at this time. Right. As soon as Lin Dao finished speaking, he walked straight ahead. Walk. Li Tiansheng also took the lead and followed. The others looked at each other and walked away. When he got closer, Li Tiansheng picked up a can on the ground and threw it directly toward the distance. The vitality of heaven and earth released from his body was poured into the can, and the speed at which it was thrown out was terrifying. In the martial arts novels, picking leaves to hurt people is completely possible in this world. Even high-level warriors can kill people using paper. Bang! With a dull sound, the can hit the head of a silver-horned monster heavily. Roar! The strange beast, which was still eating the rotting corpse on the ground, looked up at Li Tiansheng over there and let out an angry roar. He rushed towards Li Tiansheng in an instant. The rest of the silver-horned monsters also reacted fully at this time, and all rushed over. And the number is obviously more than what we just observed. Fuck. When Ma Ying saw this scene, his scalp also went numb. He was just at the commanding heights, looking over here with a telephoto lens, and clearly there were only about a dozen silver-horned monsters. But who could have imagined that there were so many hidden in the nearby ruins? There are at least 20 of them rushing out now. This number is too much. We go left, you go right. Run. Zhang Dali also reacted now and let out a loud roar. The 8 people are now divided into 2 teams and are running wildly to the left and right. At this time, Lin Dao, who was hidden in front, also rushed out suddenly. Although he could get rid of those strange beasts, he still needed to let these people have more training so that they could grow. Otherwise, it would become a one-sided massacre on his part and would be meaningless. Oh my god, 20 to 30 silver-horned monsters. In another place in the back, the off-road vehicle driven by Scar was hidden next to some rocks. Looking at the people being chased by those 5th-level monsters, he felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. Now their eyes continued to look towards the distance. At this time, Lin Dao had already appeared in front of the golden horn monster. Level 7. It looks pretty strong. Lin Dao held the scabbard in his left hand and placed his right hand on the handle. As he walked forward step by step, a strong force of thunder began to flash inside the scabbard. Now the scabbard in his hand is vibrating constantly. Buzz, buzz, buzz. And the vibrations were getting stronger and stronger. The golden horn monster was licking one of its arms clean and turned to look towards Lin Dao. Those scarlet eyes were filled with a powerful sense of intimidation. Roar. Looking at Lin Dao approaching step by step, the golden horn monster with a keen sense of perception also clearly felt a strong sense of oppression. Its muscles tensed, and it let out a low growl. But at this time, Lin Dao seemed to have not heard its threatening growl at all, and continued to move closer step by step. The golden horn monster's scarlet eyes widened, and its limbs burst out at extremely terrifying speed, flying directly towards Lin Dao. Its limbs were strong and powerful, and when it stepped on the ground, it left a trail of footprints, and some gravel flew out. When Lin Dao breathed, there was a flash of lightning, and his white hair began to fly as a powerful aura emanated. His eyes were looking forward, and as he concentrated, it seemed as if the flow of time had slowed down. Slow. Too slow. Lin Dao slightly bent his legs, and the moment it pounced on him, he drew his sword. Cut. Chapter 81. The Death of Man and the Bird Flying to the Sky. A strong force of thunder slashed out along with the sword. The golden horned monster obviously sensed something, and at the critical moment, it forced itself to stop its movements. But this blow still cut off its forelimbs. With blood splattering everywhere, its right forelimb flew out, and its huge body fell to the ground. Roar! It let out a mournful roar and retreated backwards. Oh, you actually managed to escape? Lin Dao raised his eyebrows when he saw this scene. At this time, continued to move forward. With every step he took, the golden horn monster took a step back. In its eyes, the human being in front of it is a very dangerous existence. But at this time, Lin Dao was still approaching step by step. Roar! The golden horn monster was already feeling extremely strong pressure. As it let out a huge roar, a dark liquid suddenly spurted out of its mouth. Venom! Scar and others who were watching the situation from a distance were also suddenly shocked. Oh no! Unexpectedly, this 7th-level golden horn monster can actually spray venom. The venom of Warcraft is very strong. Even for a high-level warrior with a tempered body, it is not that easy to resist directly. But at this moment, accompanied by a dazzling light, Lin Dao's figure actually appeared behind and above the golden horn monster. The blade in his hand emitted a strong electric current. Boom, boom, boom. The blade seems to be chirping. 9 styles of thunder, 3rd style, thunder. Cut. This knife chopped down from top to bottom, and it also brought out extremely strong electric current and airflow. The pupils in the golden horn monster's eyes trembled. There's no way for it to dodge now. The entire body was cut in half. Solved. Lin Dao landed on the ground and took out a beast crystal from its corpse. 7th level beast crystal. This beast crystal emits a dark red light. Just by looking at it, one can feel the powerful energy coming from it. As soon as he threw the beast crystal into his backpack, he felt the ground beneath his feet shaking continuously. It's about time. When Lin Dao looked ahead, he could clearly feel that the silver horn monsters that had just been attracted away on the left and right sides were rushing towards him again. Brother Lin, Zhang Dali, Li Tiansheng, and others also shouted loudly at this time. There were beads of sweat on their foreheads as they ran wildly. After all, there are too many strange beasts behind us. Killed him. Pei Ruiying was running towards the forest path when she suddenly saw the body of the golden-horned monster chopped in half. A 7th level beast, solved so easily. He was also deeply shocked in his heart. After all, not much time has passed since they lured these silver-horned beasts away. Leave it to me from now on. The electric light emitted from the long sword in Lin Dao's hand became more and more terrifying, and countless electric arcs were jumping wildly. He had to kill some of the silver-horned monsters first, and let these members deal with the rest on their own. As he thought of this, he moved and rushed out instantly. Pei Ruiying and others saw a flash of thunder and lightning passing by them, and behind them, a number of huge heads flew out directly. Blood spurted out from the broken necks of these strange beasts like a fountain. Some of the blood splattered directly onto their cheeks. More than a dozen silver-horned monsters were all killed in an instant. Pei Ruiying and her group originally wanted to continue running, but at this time they found that the noise of the strange beasts chasing them had stopped. They subconsciously turned around and looked behind them and saw huge heads and corpses lying on the ground. They were completely stunned. Pei Ruiying, a warrior who has experienced a lot of battles, now feels a little tingling on his scalp. This is too scary. The rest are left to you to deal with. On the other side, Li Tiansheng and others were rushing back from the front. Remember, unless you are killed by these strange beasts, even if you're seriously injured, I will not take action. Lin Dao spoke calmly. Yes. Pei Ruiying and the others also reacted at this time. As Li Tiansheng and others rushed over, Lin Dao stepped forward and stomped hard on the ground. Boom! A powerful aura surged out. Under the effect of thunder breathing, these auras carried electric currents, directly shocking away the strange beasts that were chasing them. A large amount of thick dust was raised in the area ahead. Ahem. Li Tiansheng and others have returned to the area behind Lin Dao. There are probably only about 10 of them, and now they have suffered minor injuries, so their reaction speed should not be so fast. The rest is up to you guys to handle. At the same time as Lin Daoging spoke, Li Tiansheng and others who had returned also clearly saw the corpse in front of them. The golden horn monster has been killed. What shocked them even more was that there were many heads of silver horn monsters on ground. These heads seemed to have been neatly chopped off from the neck. We're dealing with 10. After Zhang Dali came back to his senses from the shock, he couldn't help but swallow secretly. Right? These 10 are the tasks assigned to you. Don't worry, you won't die as long as I'm here. But if you lose some limbs, that may not be the case. At this moment, Lin Dao's mouth corners curled up. When a person dies, the birds fly up to the sky. What's there to be afraid of? Just do it. Li Tiansheng also growled at this time to give himself courage. But even when he said this himself, he felt unsure. A 5th level exotic beast. He was only a peak 4th level warrior, and facing so many 5th level monsters was a battle like hell. That's right. Fear of hair. The others listened to his words and were also inspired by him. As those silver-horned monsters began to turn over and stand up, they also rushed forward. Because of the impact of the aura that Lin Dao had just emitted, arcs of electricity flashed on the bodies of these silver-horned monsters. Under the shock of the electric current, the body seemed a little paralyzed and the reaction speed slowed down a lot. Scar, come to work. Lin Dao spoke to the place not far away. Good. Scar and others also reacted now. Although they're dealing with the corpses of these strange beasts, They're also very excited now. Damn, the corpse of a 7th level alien beast. If you tell others about this, you can brag about it for a long time. At least you have to take a photo and post it on your moments to show off, right? Move the camera forward and take a bigger picture, just like when they were fishing before, and the small fish were photographed as giants, which is even more shocking. At this time, Lin Dao jumped a few times and reached the top of the dilapidated building. Standing here, you can overlook everything around you. Lin Dao, whose eyesight has become extremely strong, is now looking towards another ruin where an 8th level monster is roaming. His eyesight is so good now, it's like a human telescope, allowing him to directly see the situation in the distance. Soon, a huge figure could be clearly seen. Chapter 82, Level 8, Violent Demon Lizard. This is a giant creature similar to a lizard, but it is very large, at least 20 meters long, and its skin is brown all over, as if it was covered with a layer of armor. Its extremely long tail began to swing wildly again at this moment. Some warriors were hit by the tail and flew out, hitting the rocks in the distance, and their lives were in danger. Soon, dark blue flames could be seen blooming on its body. A large number of warriors seemed to be caught in a tough battle at this time. This thing looks pretty strong. Seeing this scene, Lin Dao's eyes narrowed slightly. An 8th level alien beast is already considered a very powerful one, and this guy can also emit such terrifying flames from his body. He was also a little eager to try in his heart, but generally speaking, the enemy's battle group was now besieging the strange beast, so it was not convenient for him to intervene and snatch it. Unless the other party can't beat you. Boom! At this moment, another huge explosion was heard, and in the distant area, a wave of vibrations could be vaguely seen. Lin Dao, who was originally observing the battle over there, also showed a look of surprise in his eyes. The space is rippling, and it looks a little familiar. Space rift? It can't be such a coincidence, right? While he was thinking this, Zhang Dali and others below, from the hard battle in the beginning, were now slowly killing the 5th order Silverhorn monster. The cooperation between the 8 people is now becoming more and more skillful. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the violent shock in the distance is still continuing. The space soon began to distort, and dark blue arcs could be vaguely seen flashing. The warriors over there seemed to be shocked by this sudden scene, but they did not stop attacking. Instead, their offensive became more fierce. Various martial arts were constantly displayed, and bursts of explosions continued to be heard. It really is a space rift. Lin Dao's eyes widened slightly. Without any hesitation, he jumped down from the top of the building with his whole body. I can't hold it anymore. Zhang Dali and others have now killed 5 or 6 Silverhorn monsters. Moreover, as time goes by, the electric arcs on the bodies of these monsters have long disappeared, and their movement speed has become faster. However, their physical strength has been greatly reduced. If we continue to fight, our reaction speed won't be fast enough. Li Tianxing's knife had just stabbed the body of a Silverhorn monster, but he found that the blade was stuck on the body of the monster and could not continue to penetrate, nor could it be pulled out. And this Silverhorn monster had already opened its bloody mouth and was biting towards his head. Not good. His face changed drastically and his pupils shrank slightly. In an instant, a stream of light flashed, and the head of the Silverhorn monster fell directly to the ground, with blood gushing out. One after another, light with silver arcs kept flashing out. The heads of the remaining few Silverhorn monsters all flew out from their necks. One huge body after another fell to the ground. Brother Lin. Everyone reacted at this moment. There's a space rift in the area over at B14. Go check it out immediately. Lin Dao spoke up immediately. This suddenly discovered space crack has not yet been discovered by the federal government. It is a random space crack, and anyone who sees it can enter. The opening of a space rift. Zhang Dali and others, who had just calmed down, also widened their eyes at this moment. There actually is a space crack here? This is too exaggerated. The space crack is not fully open yet. Let's go. Lin Dao spoke directly. Scar, take care of these bodies and follow us quickly. He looked towards Scar and others behind him. Senior Lin, the skin of this 7th level beast is too hard to handle. Scar and his companions were originally very interested in dealing with the corpse of this 7th level alien beast, but they found that the skin of the corpse was too tough, and the weapons they used could not even cut the skin. That body doesn't need to be dealt with. Just deal with the body of the Silverhorn monster. Lin Dao spoke calmly. The knife he was using now also had a crack in it during the process just now. It's a B-level sword. If he didn't have a very strong aura and relied on the sword energy and the power of thunder, it wouldn't be easy to kill this level 7 monster. I still need a knife of a higher level. Slay the dragon. I must get this knife next time. Good. Scar and the others immediately responded at this time. They are relieved now. Dealing with the corpses of the 5th level alien beasts was not a big deal. After all, their weapons were all Class B weapons. In addition, after the beasts died, their defense capabilities were reduced. For experienced warriors like them, it was relatively easy to cut and collect materials according to specific arrangements. Come over when you're done. Let's go first. Lin Dao led Zhang Dali and others and rushed forward first. Damn it, the defense ability of this 8th level violent demon lizard is too high. If we continue to fight, there's no way we can kill it. In fact, the faces of the warrior group in the front also became extremely ugly. They had never expected that this 8th level blue demon lizard was so powerful. There were many casualties in the team, and even their strongest leader suffered many injuries. Captain, what do we do now? The eyes of the others were also looking towards the man in front of them, holding the heavy sword. He is the team leader Zhuge Jun. Now he clenched his teeth, his eyes changing constantly. And there was also a look of unwillingness in his eyes. I thought I could kill this 8th level monster this time, but who would have thought that this guy could also spit out blue flames? This has never appeared in previous intelligence. Many members of the team suffer casualties. If this continues, the losses will be too great. And now, he clearly felt that the space in front of him had changed and became distorted. It is very possible. A space crack appeared. Retreat. When Zhuge Jun growled, the rest of the team reacted instantly. Retreat. Their eyes were red, but the current situation made it impossible for them to continue fighting. The rest of the people also picked up some dead or injured team members and were about to retreat. Zhuge Jun, who was in the lead, saw the violent demon lizard rushing towards him again. So he continued to fight with his heavy sword in hand. Hurry up and go. As he growled, the heavy sword in his hand collided with the claws of the violent demon lizard. The extremely powerful impact force caused his body to fly away. And because of the terrifying flames emanating from the strange beast, the temperature of the weapon in his hand was also very high. Roar! The crazy demon lizard let out a low roar, and then seemed to see something, and suddenly spewed out a ball of terrifying blue flame in the direction of the side. What's going on? Zhuge Jun's eyes widened, with a look of surprise in them. Why did this monster suddenly attack from the side? Just as he was shocked, a figure appeared next to the violent demon lizard. The blade, carrying the power of thunder, directly slashed the head of the violent demon lizard. However, the skin on its head was like a layer of indestructible armor, and the knife could not break its skin when it was chopped down. However, the powerful impact still caused the body of the violent demon lizard to fly far away, and it fell heavily on the ruins behind. If you guys retreat and don't kill this thing, I'll take care of it. Lin Dao held a long knife and glanced at Zhuge Jun and others. The people in this battle group looked at Lin Dao, who suddenly appeared here, and their expressions changed slightly. 8th level. The white-haired man in front of me is definitely at level 8. Zhuge Jun's powerful perception ability can also sense Lin Dao's strength. Our regiment has been attacking this violent demon lizard for a long time. If you take over and kill it, I need its nails. Otherwise, we wouldn't. He thought about it for a moment, then spoke through gritted teeth. Although this material is not worth much money, it is very important to them. No problem. Lin Dao spoke directly. At this time, Zhang Dali and others also rushed over from behind. From Lompa Martial Arts School, some people looked at the clothes they were wearing and reacted instantly. Roar! The violent demon lizard that was knocked away at this moment also turned over and let out a huge roar. The ground around began to tremble continuously, and a strong wind blew up the dust all around. Lin Dao looked at this scene and rushed over in a flash. Boom, boom, boom. The blade in his hand kept vibrating, silver arcs flashed, and the sound of thunder continued to be heard. 9 thunder styles. When Zhuge Jun saw this scene, he reacted instantly. He is also from Lompa Martial Arts School, and with this level of strength, he is a mentor, or Deputy Hall Master level. 9 styles of thunder. This sword technique was once bought by his friend, who was also an 8th level warrior, but it was very difficult to get started. Especially the transforming thunder into gas at the beginning is very difficult to do. His friend tried it, and was finally able to use the essence of heaven and earth to transform into thunder power. But the transformed thunder power was very weak, and when practicing, this kind of thunder would cause harm to himself. It is actually hurting yourself first, and then others, and it is extremely painful to practice. So his friend later gave up this sword technique. But the opponent actually knows this kind of swordsmanship. Boom! At this time, Lin Dao dodged the attack of the violent demon lizard and slashed it with a knife again. The blade flashed continuously with strong thunder. Even if it failed to break its defense, the power of thunder could penetrate the indestructible skin and cause damage to its inside. Chapter 83. The knife breaks? The fist kills. This violent demon lizard has now become extremely violent due to the impact of the thunder force. While roaring madly, its extremely sharp claws continuously attacked Lin Dao. Boom, boom, boom. The ground around it continued to explode as its claws struck, forming pits. The huge tail swung over from time to time, and every time it swung down, the entire ground shook violently. But his attacks had no effect on Lin Dao at all. His reaction speed was so fast that he dodged all the attacks in a short period of time, and at the same time, he slashed its body wildly with a long sword in his hand. And when the violent demon lizard was caught off guard, one of its eyes was chopped off. Roar! The intense pain made it roar, and it rushed forward, grabbing with its claws wildly. It's getting faster. He was a little surprised when he felt that the speed of the violent demon lizard had increased again. This guy seems to become more ferocious the more injured he is. Still getting stronger? Zhuge Jun, who was not far away, also recovered from the shock, and his face suddenly changed. He knew from the beginning that after this violent demon lizard was hurt, its strength would continue to increase. But I thought that it had reached its limit just now. I didn't expect that after Lin Dao chopped off one of its eyes, its strength was still increasing. If they had continued to fight just now, the whole team might be wiped out. Boom! At this moment, the blade in Lin Dao's hand collided with the claws of the violent demon lizard and exploded directly. After all, during this period of time, as Lin Dao continuously transmits his breath into the blade, the strong thunder current formed will still have a certain degree of impact on the strength of the blade. Although the B-level weapon is very strong, it is already under great pressure from use. After the fierce collision with the claws of this 8th level monster, it can no longer withstand it. Not good. When Li Tiansheng and others saw this scene, their faces changed drastically and they were about to take action. It actually broke. Lin Dao's eyes widened slightly. Within his sight, he could clearly see the blade fragments flying out slowly. The moment the violent demon lizard's claws continued to grab him, he easily dodged by turning his body to the side. Given his extremely powerful visual capture ability, this attack could not cause any harm to him at all. At this moment, Lin Dao threw away the hilt of the knife, turned his right hand into a fist, and with thunder and lightning, he punched it hard on the head. Boom! A huge explosion was heard, blood spurted out of its mouth, ears and nose, and its huge body flew away. No need to come. I can handle it. Lin Dao saw Li Tiansheng and others coming to support him, and he immediately spoke and rushed forward at the same time. Although he no longer has a knife, the power of his fist should not be underestimated. Kill it while it's sick. One punch sent him flying. Those people in Zhuge Jun's battle group are also shocked now. This violent demon lizard was about 10 meters long and could be said to be a huge monster. Yet a creature of this weight was actually knocked away by just one punch. The power of this punch is too terrifying, and that violent demon lizard quickly turned over and stood up. It is not rushing towards the forest path now, but rushing towards the other direction. The space rift has opened. When Zhuge Jun saw this scene, he was stunned for a moment, but then he reacted instantly. When he saw the distorted space over there, just now, he knew that a space crack was about to appear here. But I never expected it to appear so quickly. The crack is now clearly visible. Moreover, the violent demon lizard now leaped out and was about to rush into the space crack. This strange beast actually wanted to escape into the space crack. This was the first time he encountered such a situation. At the moment when half of its body had already rushed in, Lin Dao who had rushed over, had already grabbed its tail. With a sudden force, he threw its body out directly, and it smashed heavily on the ground next to him. Roar! The violent demon lizard roared in pain and opened its mouth to spit out flames. But Lindao's fist had already hit us. Thunderburst fist. The punch hit its other uninjured eye, smashing it apart and knocking its huge head into the ground. But at this time, Lindao did not stop his attack at all. Used both hands to smash down wildly. Boom, boom, boom. Punch after punch hit the violent demon lizard's head madly. Each punch he threw carried with it tremendous force, just like a flood, unstoppable. And the most terrifying thing about this boxing style is that it can directly break through the surface defense and cause damage to the inside. Its head was smashed directly into the mud, and a large amount of blood could be seen splashing out. The body of the violent demon lizard struggled violently for a moment, and then suddenly collapsed completely. Call! Lin Dao wiped off the blood that splashed on his cheek, and now let out a breath of foul air. The people not far away were all stunned. This violent demon lizard is dead. He was beaten to death with bare hands. This is too exaggerated. Lin Dao now picked up a knife on the ground next to him. The moment the powerful aura was infused into the blade, he exerted force suddenly and stabbed it into the anus of the violent demon lizard, then cut towards the abdomen. However, the blade was clearly not strong enough, and it broke as it cut open its belly. But this was enough, because he had found a dark blue crystal. 8th level beast crystal. Moreover, this crystal is the size of a baby's fist. The energy contained within is really a bit surprising. Such a strong energy. The gap between each level seems to be huge. Lin Dao couldn't help but sigh now. The energy contained in it is much richer than that of the 6th level exotic crystal he had used before. Boom! At this moment, the ground around began to shake continuously. The trend continues to expand in this space. The entrance to the space rift is right here. Hurry up! It looks like it's about to open. At this moment, more and more teams rushed over from the other area. The opening of the space crack has now formed a huge hole, which easily attracted the attention of people in the distance. Captain, what do we do now? The people in Zhugezin's team are now looking at the huge space crack with their eyes wide open. A level space crack. Zhugezin now also began to talk to himself. Judging from the size of this space crack, it is definitely an A-level space crack. And now the space crack is still expanding. Oh my goodness, how come there is another space crack? After Scar and his companions finally arrived here in an off-road vehicle, they saw a shocking situation ahead. This space crack is much larger than the sea-level space crack we encountered before. Just looking at it like this makes people feel shocked. Could it be A-level? Everyone in the car was now swallowing their saliva inwardly. Lin Dao was now dragging the corpse of the violent demon lizard and walking towards them. Brother Lin, Li Tiansheng, and others reacted instantly and immediately walked to the front to help with the carrying. Zhang Dali, Pei Ruiying, and others felt that they were shocked too much today. Now it feels a bit like a dream. Although during the interview that day, I felt that Lin Dao's strength was very strong, and he was very likely a peak level 6 warrior. But judging by today's performance, damn it, that's not even possible at the peak of level 6. It's something that only a warrior at level 8 can do. Even the 9th level is not impossible. After all, they had just seen with their own eyes that although Lin Dao's sword was broken, he still killed the violent demon lizard with his bare hands. This feeling is like being in the water margin world and seeing Wu Song smash a tiger to death with just a few hits. This thing doesn't need to be turned in for a mission. If I take it back, won't it be too big? Lin Dao said with a smile after seeing Scar and others driving over. Senior Lin, what kind of strange beast is this so big? After Scar and the others stopped the car, they were stunned when they saw the violent demon lizard in front of them that was more than 10 meters in size. This thing is much bigger than the golden horn monster just now. Violent demon lizard. 8th level. Lin Dao said calmly. Hiss. As soon as he finished speaking, Scar and the others couldn't help but gasp. I just killed a level 7 monster, and now I killed a level 8 monster. At this moment, Zhu Vizhun took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and walked towards the forest path. I just witnessed him hammering that violent demon lizard to death. It was so shocking. And his white hair, was it dyed like this on purpose? Hello, I'm the leader of the Berserker Regiment, Zhuge Jun. He came in front of Lin Dao and stretched out his hand and spoke at this time. Lin Dao, the instructor of Lompa Martial Arts School. Lin Dao also shook hands with him. Brother Lin, your strength is truly admirable. Killing an 8th-level monster with bare hands is really eye-opening. Zhuge Jun couldn't help but sigh out loud now. It was just luck. You guys attacked it for a long time. Lin Dao said modestly. No, we only caused minor injuries. Zhuge Jun shook his head. He knew that if he continued fighting, he would not be able to kill the violent demon lizard. Still a long way to go. You want its toenails, right? Just take it directly. Lin Dao laughed. Okay, then we won't be polite. Zhuge Jun and others now also use special short knives to directly attack the violent demon lizard. Ha ha ha. There's a space crack here. Let's go in quickly. At this moment, several teams of warriors have also arrived nearby